God Level Farm Chapter 1852 to Chapter 1896. Ling Xianxia, who was beside Xiao Ruofei, was the same. After she consumed the cinnabar jade fruit, she could not help but enter a state of cultivation. She sat cross-legged on the ground and continuously used her cultivation technique to absorb the essence of the cinnabar jade fruit. After a while, there was already a mist above her head. Xiao Ruofei was even more irresistible. The rich yuan qi in his meridians roared and surged, creating wave after wave of scouring towards the bottleneck of the early Oris core stage. Xiao Ruofei felt that his condition this time was exceptionally good. Practitioners were very sensitive to their own condition, especially when they were close to a breakthrough. Most people would feel it in their heart. The rich energy of the cinnabar jade fruit was like a rocket booster, establishing a solid foundation for Xiao Ruofei's breakthrough this time. Xiao Ruofei quickly entered a state of selflessness. There was not a trace of distracting thoughts in his mind, including the desire for a breakthrough. Now, the only thought in his mind was to cultivate. Xiao Ruofei quickly discovered that the energy of the cinnabar jade fruit was not only very rich, but also very easy to absorb. Basically, with every circulation, his yuan qi would strengthen a little. This change was so obvious that he did not need to deliberately observe and could easily detect it. Very quickly, Xiao Ruofei felt that the bottleneck of the early Oris core stage was beginning to loosen, and there was still a lot of energy in the cinnabar jade fruit that had not been absorbed. Steady. This word appeared in Xiao Ruofei's mind. Indeed, after a while, Xiao Ruofei seemed to hear a cracking sound. The yuan qi directly broke through the bottleneck of the early Oris core stage like a hot knife through butter. At that moment, the yuan qi whirlpool in Xiao Ruofei's dantian had already reached its maximum speed, and the purple-gold yuan qi bead in the center of the whirlpool was like a black hole, opening its mouth wide to swallow the yuan qi. The moment the bottleneck of the early Oris core stage was broken, the entire yuan qi whirlpool seemed to have a momentary stagnation. Then, a large amount of yuan qi continuously surged into the yuan qi whirlpool, directly entering the purple-gold yuan qi bead in the center of the whirlpool. After the purple-gold yuan qi bead absorbed the yuan qi energy, it began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. The yuan qi whirlpool had already stopped spinning, and the yuan qi in the whirlpool was constantly being absorbed by the purple-gold yuan qi bead. Just like that, the yuan qi whirlpool became smaller and smaller, and the yuan qi bead became bigger and bigger. To be precise, this was no longer a yuan qi bead, but a true Oris core stage. The Oris core stage, from the beginning to the end, and the yuan qi in the body to the center of the original yuan qi whirlpool, finally forming the Oris core stage. In the end. Back then, the previous owner of the Mountain River spirit map, Perfected Mountain River, had personally told Xiao Ruofei that only by cultivating the Oris core stage would a bead form in one's dantian. Xiao Ruofei's purple-gold yuan bead was extremely rare. According to the standard of a 9th grade Oris core, Xiao Ruofei's Oris core had already surpassed this standard and could be called a transcendent grade Oris core. At this moment, the transcendent grade Oris core was gradually taking shape. The yuan qi in Xiao Ruofei's body surged into the purple-gold yuan qi bead, and the remaining energy of the vermilion jade fruit was also rapidly being absorbed. The purple-gold yuan qi bead was constantly expanding like a balloon. Finally, a purple-gold Oris core appeared in Xiao Ruofei's dantian, spinning in the center of his dantian. There was no trace of the yuan qi whirlpool from before. Xiao Ruofei was still sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, and the Oris core was still circulating rapidly because the energy of the vermilion jade fruit had not been completely absorbed. The purple-gold Oris core in his dantian did not look particularly solid. Although it had already formed a Oris core, there was still some misty yuan qi surrounding it, and it looked a little weak. However, this was already a genuine mid-stage Oris core stage cultivator. It was not an exaggeration to say that Xiao Ruofei's purple-gold Oris core was much more solid than the Oris core of an ordinary mid-stage Oris core stage cultivator. The mid-stage Oris core stage was the initial stage of the formation of the Oris core stage. As for the early stage Oris core stage, strictly speaking, it could not be considered the Oris core stage, because the cultivator at this stage did not have a Oris core in his dantian, but only a yuan qi whirlpool. However, the bottleneck of forming the yuan qi whirlpool was far greater than the bottleneck of transforming the yuan qi whirlpool into the Oris core stage. Moreover, after the formation of the yuan qi whirlpool, the cultivator's cultivation level would increase greatly, so this stage was also considered the Aurus core stage. At the mid-stage Aurus core stage, the Aurus core was truly formed. However, this was still the initial stage, and the Aurus core stage cultivator's dantian was already very empty. Once the Aurus core was completely solid, it meant that the cultivator had already entered the late-stage Aurus core stage. From the mid-stage Aurus core stage to the late-stage Aurus core stage, it was actually a continuous process of compressing and sharpening the Aurus core. Xiao Ruofei absorbed the energy of the scarlet jade fruit in a daze, and the purple-gold Aurus core became more solid bit by bit. However, this process was rather slow, and even with the scarlet jade fruit, it was only slightly faster. In fact, if Xiao Ruofei did not seriously sense the changes in his cultivation level, he would not have noticed the solidification of the Aurus core. Unknowingly, Xiao Ruofei had absorbed all the energy of the scarlet jade fruit. At this moment, he realized that the Aurus core in his dantian was much more solid than when he had just broken through. If it had to be quantified, it was about 1%. This was already a rather heaven-defying performance, and without the scarlet jade fruit, it would be impossible to achieve this speed. What did it mean to increase one's cultivation level by 1% in one session? As long as he maintained the same speed, he would be able to break through from the mid-stage Aurus core stage to the late-stage Aurus core stage in 100 days. Xiao Ruofei usually cultivated by himself, whether using the Great Void Mystical Clear Formation or other supplementary methods. Without a great opportunity, it was basically impossible for him to break through to the late-stage Aurus core stage in 100 days. The first thing Xiao Ruofei did when he opened his eyes was to turn to look at Xianxia. Almost at the same time that Xiao Ruofei looked over, the vital energy in Xianxia's body vibrated violently, and Xiao Ruofei realized that Xianxia had broken through to Qi refinement level 5, and Xianxia obviously had not reached her limit. Even half of the scarlet jade fruit contained an enormous amount of energy for a cultivator in the Qi refinement stage. Xianxia was still cultivating with her eyes closed, and the vital energy in her meridians surged like thunder, and her cultivation level rose steadily. Seeing this, Xiao Ruofei was overjoyed. Looking at this momentum, Xianxia could very well break through 2 levels in a row and reach Qi refinement level 6 directly. The energy in the scarlet jade fruit should be enough, and it all depended on whether Xianxia could seize the opportunity. Xianxia was still focused on cultivating, and Xiao Ruofei suddenly had a thought after watching for a while. When he absorbed the scarlet jade fruit, he did not feel like he was about to burst. According to Yuntai, a cultivator in the Aurus core stage could only consume 1 scarlet jade fruit, and any more would cause their body to explode and die. But Xiao Ruofei clearly felt that it would not be a problem for him to consume the remaining half of the scarlet jade fruit. Of course, Xiao Ruofei did not have any basis for this, and it was all based on intuition. The remaining half of the scarlet jade fruit was floating in the air, and Xiao Ruofei had used a strand of his mental strength to hold it up. When Xiao Ruofei looked at the scarlet jade fruit, his desire to consume it grew stronger. Finally, after weighing the pros and cons, Xiao Ruofei controlled his mental strength and absorbed the scarlet jade fruit. Yuntai had also been paying attention to Xiao Ruofei's situation. He had personally witnessed the entire process of Xiao Ruofei breaking through to the middle stage of the Aurus core stage, and he was probably the only witness. There were only Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia here. Xianxia was still cultivating, and did not know about Xiao Ruofei's situation. When Xiao Ruofei was about to consume the remaining half of the scarlet jade fruit, Yuntai immediately sensed it. He hurriedly shouted, "Fellow Daoist Xia! Fellow Daoist Xia! Stop!" Xiao Ruofei stopped and used his mental strength to communicate with Yuntai. "Senior Yuntai, what's wrong? What's wrong? Didn't I tell you that a golden core cultivator can only consume 1 scarlet jade fruit at most?" Yuntai asked. "That's true, but I think I still have some energy left," Xiao Ruofei said. "I can't take this scarlet jade fruit away, and it's a waste to leave it here." Yuntai said, "How can you still have energy left? Didn't you feel like you were about to explode?" "No." Xiao Ruofei said. "You didn't feel anything at all?" Yuntai asked. "Like, your meridians are about to burst, but the scarlet jade fruit's energy is still flowing in. I really didn't feel anything at all." Xiao Ruofei said innocently, then asked, "Senior Yuntai, in my situation, can I try to eat another half?" Yuntai hesitated for a moment before saying, well, I read in the records of my sect that a golden core cultivator can only consume one scarlet jade fruit at most. Some golden core cultivators with weaker foundations might even be in danger after consuming one. Fellow Daoist Xia, you've already consumed one, so I suggest you don't take the risk. In the hidden space shrouded in purple qi, the green-robed old man who was observing Xia Ruofei's every move through the mirror couldn't help but scold, short-sighted. A frog at the bottom of a well. This kid has cultivated Brother Mountain River's Dao technique, and he's extremely talented. He's even formed a supreme-grade purple gold golden core, so what's the big deal about eating another half? Even if he eats both, I don't think anything will happen to him. Layman Yuntai was in this state of spirit, so he could only communicate with Xia Ruofei using his spiritual power. However, the old man in a cyan robe who was in a secret space shrouded in purple qi could easily hear the conversation between Xia Ruofei and Layman Yuntai. His means were really unpredictable. However, the green-robed old man could only complain. He couldn't warn Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei fell into deep thought after hearing Yuntai's words. After a while, he looked up and said with determination, Senior Yuntai, I still want to try. If it's possible to consume more scarlet jade fruit, it'll be very helpful in improving my cultivation. Yuntai fell silent for a while and sighed. Fellow Daoist Xia is extremely talented. Even if you cultivate step by step, your achievements will be limitless. There's no need to take the risk for half a scarlet jade fruit. Forget it, since you've made up your mind, I won't persuade you anymore. However, I still hope that you'll be careful. Thank you for your concern, Senior Yuntai, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. I know what I'm doing. It shouldn't be a problem. With that, Xia Ruofei didn't hesitate and put the remaining half of the scarlet jade fruit into his mouth. When this half of the cinnabar jade fruit entered Xia Ruofei's mouth, it immediately turned into liquid and was swallowed by him. Xia Ruofei immediately felt the surging energy surge into his meridians. The Dao technique began to circulate on its own, absorbing the pure energy in the scarlet jade fruit. Xia Ruofei could feel that his meridians were under immense pressure. It was obvious that the scarlet jade fruit was close to satiation and was now more or less overloaded. However, Xia Ruofei was relieved at the same time because this level of satiation was still within his control. Moreover, the absorption rate of the Dao technique was extremely high. As soon as the scarlet jade fruit was consumed, a large amount of energy was absorbed into Xia Ruofei's dantian through the circulation of the Dao technique, filling up the newly formed purplish gold golden core. It was like a pressure cooker. With a strong and stable exhaust valve, the internal pressure would naturally decrease. Xia Ruofei sat cross-legged and continued to circulate the Dao technique to absorb the enormous energy in the scarlet jade fruit. As time passed, the purplish gold golden core in Xia Ruofei's dantian became more and more solid. Compared to when he consumed the first scarlet jade fruit, the degree of solidification increased by at least 1%. Moreover, the energy in the scarlet jade fruit was not depleted. In the end, Xia Ruofei successfully increased his cultivation by about 2%. This way, he had already completed 3% of the progress. After absorbing the last bit of energy in the scarlet jade fruit, Xia Ruofei reluctantly stopped the Dao technique and stood up. Only then did he realize that Ling Xianxia had already finished her cultivation and was looking at him with a face full of joy. Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, Xianxia, how was your harvest? Guess? Ling Xianxia asked with a grin. Qi refinement level 6. Xia Ruofei said with certainty, you shouldn't have reached Qi refinement level 7 yet, right? Ling Xianxia's cherry lips parted slightly, then she said, boring. You must have checked my cultivation. I really didn't. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, don't forget that I also just finished my cultivation. I took even longer than you. However, I also absorbed the scarlet jade fruit, so I know how much energy it contains. I know very well how effective this energy is for a Qi refinement stage cultivator. Only then did Ling Xianxia reluctantly believe Xia Ruofei's words. She curled her lips and said, how boring. I wanted to give you a surprise. I didn't expect you to guess it yourself. Xia Ruofei laughed out loud and said, why do you still look so unwilling? You've directly broken through 2 realms this time. Go out and ask around. Which cultivator in the qi refining stage can be as fast as you? Not to mention breaking through to the 6th level of the qi refining stage. Even if you broke through from the 1st level of the qi refining stage to the 3rd level of the qi refining stage, they would wake up laughing in their dreams. Ling Qingxue smiled a little embarrassedly and said, I'm very happy. It's just that, this cinnabar jade fruit is so precious, but I can't take it out of the training tower. Otherwise, I could have taken half of it for Wei Wei. Ling Qingxue was still thinking about Song Wei. Originally, their cultivation levels were advancing at the same time, but this time, Song Wei did not pass the selection of the Rising Dragon token. Only Ling Qingxue followed Xiao Ruofei to the secret realm far away on the moon. After meeting up with Xiao Ruofei in the training tower, she had been constantly receiving opportunities. After absorbing a large amount of Huan Yujing, her spiritual power broke through to the middle stage of the spirit gathering stage, which was equivalent to the spiritual power of a cultivator in the middle stage of the golden core stage. Now that she had taken half of the cinnabar jade fruit, her spiritual power directly broke through 2 levels, reaching the 6th level of the qi refining stage. In an instant, the gap between her and Song Wei had widened. Ling Qingxue was also a little worried that Song Wei would feel uncomfortable when the time came, so she always thought of Song Wei when there were benefits. However, the things in the training tower, including the Huang Yujing and the cinnabar jade fruit, could not be taken out. They could only be used on the spot. Even if she wanted to leave some for Song Wei, she could not do so. Therefore, the more benefits she received, the more worried Ling Qingxue was. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Wei Wei is a reasonable person. She definitely won't be angry because of this. When we go back, we'll give her more cultivation resources and help her improve her cultivation as soon as possible. When the time comes, we'll help her together. Ling Qingxue said. Since there was no way to take these precious cultivation resources out of the tower, they could only do so. Then, Ling Qingxue asked, we've completed the task of the 6th level of the training tower. Is the passage to the 7th level open? Also, there should be a reward for completing the task. The reward for this level's mission wouldn't be those 2 vermilion jade fruits, right? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, who knows? There's there to it there. There. That almighty person who designed the Tower of Trials missions never plays by the rules. How could we possibly guess? Senior Qiu T. In the hidden space filled with purple clouds, the old man in the green robe could not help but laugh when he heard Xiao Ruofei's words. At that moment, Xiao Ruofei saw a new message in the sensory mirror's field of vision. The content was very simple. The 6th level of the training tower had been completed. The passage to the 7th level of the training tower had opened. Xiao Ruofei could follow the map and head to the passage. Also, the reward for this level's mission would be given out at the passage. Xiao Ruofei could not help but mutter to himself, that senior can't possibly hear me, right? In the hidden space filled with purple clouds, the old man in the green robe, who had been paying attention to Xiao Ruofei's every move, was drinking water. When he heard Xiao Ruofei's words, he almost spat out the water in his mouth. Xiao Ruofei himself would never have thought that his joke would actually hit the nail on the head. Ling Qingxue asked curiously, what's the matter? As soon as I finished speaking, there was a new message in the mission prompt, Xiao Ruofei said. That's a little too timely. Ling Qingxue pursed her lips and smiled. Don't flatter yourself. You're just a small cultivator in the golden core stage. In the eyes of a real senior, you're nothing, okay? How could he eavesdrop on you? In the hidden space filled with purple clouds, the old man in the green robe laughed. This little girl is right. How could I eavesdrop? I'm openly monitoring the operation of the training tower and the completion of the mission by the cultivators. This little girl is not bad at all. Xiao Ruofei said, I won't belittle myself. Although my cultivation level is low, my talent is strong. A genius like me would definitely be valued by the senior. I have potential. Ling Qingxue reluctantly believed Xiao Ruofei's words. She curled her lips and said, how boring. I wanted to give you a surprise. I didn't expect you to guess it yourself. Xiao Ruofei laughed out loud and said, why do you still look so unwilling? You've directly broken through 2 realms this time. go out and ask around. Which cultivator in the Qi refining stage can have your speed? Don't talk about breaking through to Qi refining stage level 6. Even if you broke through from Qi refining stage level 1 to Qi refining stage level 3, they would wake up laughing in their dreams. Ling Xianxia smiled a little embarrassedly and said, I'm very happy. It's just that, this scarlet jade fruit is so precious, but I can't bring it out of the training tower. Otherwise, I could have brought half of it for Wei Wei. Ling Xianxia was still thinking about Song Wei. Originally, their cultivation levels were advancing together, but this time, Song Wei did not pass the selection of the Rising Dragon token. Only Ling Xianxia followed Xiao Ruofei to this arcane realm far away on the moon. After meeting up with Xiao Ruofei in the training tower, she had been constantly receiving opportunities. After absorbing a large amount of Huan Yujing, her spiritual power broke through to the middle stage of the spirit gathering stage, which was equivalent to the spiritual power of a cultivator in the middle stage of the golden core stage. Now that she had eaten half of the scarlet jade fruit, her spiritual power broke through 2 stages and reached Qi refining stage level 6, widening the gap between her and Song Wei. Ling Xianxia was also a little worried that Song Wei would feel uncomfortable, so she always thought of Song Wei when there were benefits. However, the things in the training tower, including the Huan Yujing and the scarlet jade fruit, could not be brought out. They could only be used on the spot. Even if she wanted to leave some for Song Wei, she could not do so. Therefore, the more benefits she received, the more worried Ling Xianxia was. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Wei Wei is a reasonable person. She definitely won't be angry because of this. When we go back, we'll give her more cultivation resources and help her improve her cultivation level as soon as possible. When the time comes, we'll help her together. Ling Xianxia said. Since there was no way to bring these precious cultivation resources out, this was the only way. Then, Ling Xianxia asked again, we've already completed the task of the 6th level of the training tower, right? Is the passage to the 7th level open? Also, there should be a reward for completing the task. The reward for this level wouldn't be the 2 scarlet jade fruits, right? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, who knows? Until now, I haven't seen any hints. That almighty person who designed the Tower of Trials missions never plays by the rules. How can we guess it? Anyway, we'll just follow the instructions given by the task. As long as the senior is happy. In the secret space filled with purple clouds, the old man in the green robe could not help but laugh when he heard Xiao Ruofei's words. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei saw a new message in the sensory mirror's vision. The content was very simple. The task of the 6th level of the training tower had been completed. The passage to the 7th level of the training tower had been opened. Xiao Ruofei could follow the map and head to the passage. In addition, the reward for this level of the training tower would also be given out at the passage. Xiao Ruofei could not help but mutter to himself, that almighty senior couldn't have heard me, right? In the secret space filled with purple clouds, the old man in the green robe, who had been paying attention to Xiao Ruofei's every move, was drinking water. When he heard Xiao Ruofei's words, he almost spat out the water in his mouth. Xiao Ruofei himself would never have thought that his joke would actually hit the nail on the head. Ling Xianxia asked curiously, what's wrong? The moment I finished speaking, the task prompt was updated, Xiao Ruofei said. This is too timely. Ling Xianxia pursed her lips and smiled. Don't flatter yourself. You're just a small cultivator in the golden core stage. In the eyes of a real almighty senior, you're nothing, okay? How could he eavesdrop on you? In the secret space filled with purple clouds, the old man in the green robe laughed. This little girl is right. How could I eavesdrop? I'm openly monitoring the operation of the training tower and the completion of the tasks by the cultivators. This little girl is not bad at all. Xiao Ruofei said, I won't belittle myself. Although my cultivation level is low, my talent is strong. For a genius like me, the senior almighty will of course pay attention to me. I have potential. Ling Xianxia reluctantly believed Xiao Ruofei's words. She curled her lips and said, how boring. I wanted to give you a surprise. I didn't expect you to guess it yourself. Xiao Ruofei laughed out loud and said, why do you still look so unwilling? You've directly broken through 2 realms this time. Go out and ask around. Which cultivator in the Qi refining stage can have your speed? Don't talk about breaking through to Qi refining stage level 6, even if you broke through from Qi refining stage level 1 to Qi refining stage level 3, they would wake up laughing in their dreams. Ling Xianxia smiled a little embarrassedly and said, I'm very happy. It's just that, this scarlet jade fruit is so precious, but I can't bring it out of the training tower. Otherwise, I could have brought half of it for Wei Wei. Ling Xianxia was still thinking about Song Wei. Originally, their cultivation levels were advancing together, but this time, Song Wei did not pass the selection of the Rising Dragon token. Only Ling Xianxia followed Xiao Ruofei to this arcane realm far away on the moon. After meeting up with Xiao Ruofei in the training tower, she had been constantly receiving opportunities. After absorbing a large amount of Huan Yujing, her spiritual power broke through to the middle stage of the spirit gathering stage, which was equivalent to the spiritual power of a cultivator in the middle stage of the golden core stage. Now that she had eaten half of the scarlet jade fruit, her spiritual power broke through 2 levels and reached Qi refining stage level 6, widening the gap between her and Song Wei. Ling Xianxia was also a little worried that Song Wei would feel uncomfortable when the time came, so she always thought of Song Wei when there were benefits. However, the things in the training tower, including the Huan Yujing and the scarlet jade fruit, could not be brought out. They could only be used on the spot. Even if she wanted to leave some for Song Wei, she could not do so. Therefore, the more benefits she received, the more worried Ling Xianxia was. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Wei Wei is a reasonable person. She definitely won't be angry because of this. When we go back, we'll give her more cultivation resources and help her improve her cultivation level as soon as possible. Yes. When the time comes, we'll help her together. Ling Xianxia said. Since there was no way to bring these precious cultivation resources out, this was the only way. Then, Ling Xianxia asked again, we've already completed the task of the 6th level of the training tower, right? Is the passage to the 7th level open? Also, there should be a reward for completing the task. The reward for this level wouldn't be the 2 scarlet jade fruits, right? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, who knows? Until now, I haven't seen any hints. That almighty person who designed the Tower of Trials missions never plays by the rules. How could we possibly guess? Anyway, we'll just follow the instructions of the task. As long as the senior is happy. In the secret space filled with purple clouds, the old man in the green robe could not help but laugh when he heard Xiao Ruofei's words. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei saw a new message in the sensory mirror's vision. The content was very simple. The task of the 6th level of the training tower had been completed. The passage to the 7th level of the training tower had opened. The message indicated that Xiao Ruofei could go to the passage according to the map. In addition, the reward for this level of the task would also be given out at the passage. Xiao Ruofei could not help but mutter to himself, that almighty senior couldn't have heard me, right? In the secret space filled with purple clouds, the old man in the green robe, who had been paying attention to Xiao Ruofei's every move, was drinking water. When he heard Xiao Ruofei's words, he almost spat out the water in his mouth. Xiao Ruofei himself would never have thought that his joke would actually hit the nail on the head. Ling Xianxia asked curiously, what's wrong? The moment I finished speaking, the task prompt was updated, Xiao Ruofei said. This is too timely. Ling Xianxia pursed her lips and smiled. Don't flatter yourself. You're just a small cultivator in the golden core stage. In the eyes of a real almighty senior, you're nothing, okay? How could he eavesdrop on you? In the secret space filled with purple clouds, the old man in the green robe laughed. This little girl is right. How could I eavesdrop? I'm openly monitoring the operation of the training tower and the completion of the tasks by the cultivators. This little girl is not bad, very good. Xiao Ruofei said, I won't belittle myself. Although my cultivation level is low, my talent is strong. For a genius like me, the almighty senior would definitely value me. I have potential. In the secret space filled with purple clouds, the old man in the green robe laughed. This little girl is right. How could I eavesdrop? I'm openly monitoring the operation of the training tower and the completion of the tasks by the cultivators. This little girl is not bad, very good. Xiao Ruofei said, I won't belittle myself. Although my cultivation level is low, my talent is strong. For a genius like me, the almighty senior would definitely value me. I have potential. Ling Qingxue could not help but laugh bitterly. This reward is really unpredictable. The cinnabar jade fruit was an extremely precious spirit fruit. If it were to enter the cultivation world, it would definitely cause a mad scramble for it. However, obtaining such a precious spirit fruit without any use for it was even more infuriating than not obtaining it at all. Xiao Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. It can't be eaten, it's a pity to throw it away, and it can't be taken away. This senior who designed the trial mission, can you not be so naughty? Xiao Ruofei stared speechlessly at the two cinnabar jade fruits in his hands. After a while, he finally opened his mouth and said, so climbing to the bottom of the cliff to pick those two cinnabar jade fruits is a waste of effort. Even if we don't do anything, we can still get 2 fruits at the entrance. Forget it. Forget it. Let's just go straight to the 7th level. I hope the mission on the 7th level isn't that bad. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt the weight in his hands lighten. Then, the 2 cinnabar jade fruits in his hands disappeared into thin air. This? Xiao Ruofei was shocked. What's going on? Ling Qingxue's expression was a little strange. She said, Ruofei, these 2 cinnabar jade fruits, seem to have been kept in my storage ring. Xiao Ruofei could not help but widen his eyes when he heard this. He said, what? Qingxue, can you repeat that? Did I hear wrongly? I just wanted to give it a try and see if I could keep the cinnabar jade fruits in my storage ring. Ling Qingxue said. I didn't expect it to be kept in so quickly. Really? Xiao Ruofei could not believe it. The 2 cinnabar jade fruits are now in my storage ring. Ling Qingxue said. Do you want me to take them out for you to see? Xiao Ruofei quickly said, no. If you take the cinnabar jade fruits out and we can't take them back, wouldn't we be dumbfounded? I'll leave it with you. Then, Xiao Ruofei said with a puzzled face, after we picked the cinnabar jade fruit at the bottom of the cliff, I tried. There was no way to store it in a storage magic treasure. How could these 2 pills work? Could there be some kind of bug? I don't know. Ling Qingxue said. I just gave it a try. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, I don't care. Regardless of whether it was a bug or not, at least these 2 cinnabar jade fruits were truly ours. Haha. My thoughts are clear now. The situation just now was like a mountain of gold being placed in front of him, but he couldn't move it at all. It was really uncomfortable. As long as the vermilion jade fruit could be stored in the storage magic treasure, it meant that it could be brought out of the Tower of Trials. This was because the storage magic treasure space itself existed in a small space. Even if the storage ring was destroyed, it would only destroy the small space. The items inside would not be able to return to the person's side. They would only fall into the turbulence of space. Moreover, the Tower of Trials couldn't possibly destroy all the storage magic treasures of the cultivators who entered before they left. Even if the Almighty Senior was crazy, he wouldn't do such a crazy thing. Therefore, as long as an item could be stored in a storage magic treasure, it could be confirmed that it could be brought out. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue were in a good mood after obtaining 2 cinnabar jade fruits in one go. At least their efforts weren't in vain. Especially Ling Qingxue. She was now wholeheartedly thinking of helping Song Wei increase his cultivation level. She didn't want the gap between their cultivation levels to be too big and cause Song Wei to feel uncomfortable. With the cinnabar jade fruit, it was obviously much easier to increase her cultivation level. Xiao Ruofei was naturally very happy as well. There were 2 cinnabar jade fruits. Song Wei could at most consume half of it. If the remaining cinnabar jade fruit was given to a cultivator in the qi condensation stage, it could be divided into 3 portions. Even if it was given to a cultivator in the golden core stage, 1 would be enough. Not everyone was as strong as Xiao Ruofei. The remaining half of the cinnabar jade fruit could at least increase the cultivation level of a cultivator in the qi condensation stage. In the secret space filled with dense purple qi, the green-robed old man looked at the smiling Xiao Ruofei and couldn't help but snort softly. He muttered to himself, "How could I let a little kid like you see through my arrangements? It's a pity that your cultivation partner actually wanted to try. Otherwise, hee hee. When we meet again, I'll tell you the truth. When that time comes, your expression will definitely be very interesting." Xiao Ruofei held Ling Qingshua's cheek and kissed her heavily. He smiled and said, "Qingxue, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I might have thrown away the cinnabar jade fruit. You see, your usefulness is always inadvertently reflected. You're not allowed to belittle yourself in the future." Ling Qingshua's pretty face turned slightly red. She said, "I know. Let's go. I'll bring you to the 7th level of the trial space to try it out," Xiao Ruofei said. He held Ling Qingshua's hand and walked towards the familiar light screen door. The two of them stopped in their tracks and looked at each other in tacit understanding. Then, they took a deep breath at the same time and walked through the light screen door together. After a familiar slight tearing and dizziness, Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue felt their feet on solid ground again. When they entered the light screen door, the two of them had been holding hands the whole time. Xiao Ruofei was very clear that if the two of them were to be separated, holding hands would be useless. When he first entered this mystic realm, he had held Ling Qingshua's hand and entered together. However, after entering, he realized that the two of them had already been separated. And ever since he was lucky enough to draw Ling Qingxue, Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue had not been separated. When they entered the higher level of the trial space, the two of them would still be together. However, Xiao Ruofei was still a little worried. Therefore, every time they entered the light screen door, he would hold Ling Qingshue's hand tightly. The two of them calmed themselves down and quickly looked around, hoping to familiarize themselves with the environment as soon as possible. There was no change of day and night in the trial space. There was always a gentle light shining on the ground. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingshuo could easily see their surroundings. They realized that they were standing on a flat piece of ground. More accurately, it should be a huge public square. This was because the ground here was paved with huge pieces of bluestone. These bluestone were cut very smoothly. The entire public square was paved with the same bluestone. The two of their gazes were quickly attracted by a building in front of them. This was the only building in this endless public square. It was very difficult for the two of them to ignore it. This was a majestic castle. Perhaps it would be more accurate to call it a palace. The palace was also built with the same bluestone material. It gave off a very simple and unadorned feeling. Visually, it was at least 100 meters tall. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingshuo looked at each other. The two of them did not speak and directly walked towards the palace. Obviously, the mission of the 7th level of the trial tower was related to this palace. As expected, in Xiao Ruofei's perceptive mirror, a mission notification popped up in time. 7th level of the trial tower mission, pass the test of Yunxiao Palace. After the mission is completed, the corresponding reward will be given based on the degree of completion of the mission. If the degree of completion is less than 60%, the mission will be considered a failure. Xiao Ruofei had already noticed that above the palace's 10-meter-tall door, there was indeed a huge plaque hanging. On it were the words Yunxiao Palace written in traditional Chinese. These 3 words were written with silver hook and iron, vigorous and powerful, faintly emitting a sense of power. Xiao Ruofei could not help but frown slightly. The mission notification this time was very general. Basically, other than indicating that the mission had to be completed in the palace in front of them, there was no other useful information. There was also no mention of the mission completion criteria. Obviously, Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue had to explore this on their own. "Qingxue, the mission is here," Xiao Ruofei said, "but the introduction is very general. It only requires us to pass the test of Yunxiao Palace. There is no other information. It seems that we have to explore it on our own." Ling Qingxue nodded and said, "Since we're already here, we have to go in and take a look." "Of course, let's go," Xiao Ruofei said heroically. "Let's see what kind of tests there are in Yunxiao Palace." The two of them walked across the square and arrived in front of the main door of Yunxiao Palace. Walking into the palace, the two of them could feel the majesty of Yunxiao Palace even more. They had to raise their heads to vaguely see the situation at the top, and the two doors in front of them were at least 70 to 80 meters high. The two of them stood in front of the door and seemed especially small. The door of Yunxiao Palace was wide open. The two of them carefully stepped over the threshold and walked into the palace. Before they could carefully observe the situation around them, they heard a creaking sound. The two doors of the palace, which were 70 to 80 meters high, actually closed by themselves. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingshui heard the sound and immediately looked back. Seeing that the doors of the palace had closed, the two of them frowned slightly and immediately focused their attention on the situation around them. Since they had decided to break into Yunxiao Palace, they naturally expected that there would be danger. They were already mentally prepared to be trapped in Yunxiao Palace. It seems that we have no way out. We can only charge forward. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. So what if there is a way out? Ling Qingshui also chuckled and said, are you going to give up the mission and escape? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, my wife knows me best. After Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, his expression changed slightly and he asked, Qingshui, do you hear something? There's no sound. Ling Qingshui said in confusion, what do you hear? Xiao Ruofei looked dignified. He took out a large amount of formation materials from the Ring 2 space. These were all materials that he had processed and could be used to set up the formation. As he quickly set up the formation, he said, I'm not sure, but I feel like something is approaching us. Qingshui, you must be careful. Don't be too far away from me. If there's any danger, I can help you in time. I know. Ling Qingshui said, don't worry. I'm not that weak. You just have to focus on the test of Yunxiao Palace. If there's any danger that you can't resist, I'll call for help. Xiao Ruofei nodded. As long as Ling Qingshui called for help in time, he only needed a breath's time to react and he could take Ling Qingshui into the Ring 2 space to protect her. The two of them had only exchanged a few words when Xiao Ruofei felt that the sound was getting louder and louder. It was as if a well-trained army was approaching them. Ling Qingshui also finally heard something. She said, Ruofei, I think I heard it too. It's just that it's a bit chaotic. As soon as Ling Qingshui finished speaking, Xiao Ruofei shielded her behind him. This was because he could vaguely see what was right in front of him. It was an ant. However, this ant was much larger than the largest ant on Earth. It was about a foot long. Soon, more and more ants appeared in Xiao Ruofei's field of vision. These ants seemed to have the same habits as the ants on Earth. They lined up neatly and orderly as they walked step by step towards Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingshui. These ants had all crawled out from the corners of the palace, and they quickly gathered into a group with a very imposing aura. Xiao Ruofei quickly checked the formation. In the direction where the ants were coming from, Xiao Ruofei had set up a group fire attack formation. Under such circumstances, it was definitely impossible to adjust the formation. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei had already tested the effectiveness of the formation before, so there was no need to make any changes at this moment. One by one, the huge ants stepped into the range of the formation. Xiao Ruofei took a deep breath and made a hand seal to activate the fire attack formation. In fact, there were still a few ants that had not entered the encirclement. However, there were more than 100 ants in the main army. There were only a dozen or so that were isolated outside by the formation, so it was not a big deal. After the formation was activated, a circle of flames ignited, completely isolating the remaining 80 or so ants in the formation. As for the remaining dozen or so ants, Xiao Ruofei did not have time to care about them for the time being because he was fully focused on controlling the formation. After the formation was activated, it only took 2 or 3 seconds for the raging flames to surround the 80 or so ants in the formation. As soon as these ants saw the fire, they ran around in a panic and didn't bother to attack Xiao Ruofei for a moment. Xiao Ruofei could not help but secretly sigh in relief. Looking at the situation outside and inside the formation, these ants were really very afraid of flames. This was also his first reaction when he saw these huge ants. It was also because of this that he chose this group fire attack formation as the first thing he used to deal with the starfern bramble. The facts also proved that his guess was quite accurate. The ants trapped in the formation could not help but tremble slightly when they came into contact with the flames. Then, they let out squeaking noises as they were roasted by the flames. Xiao Ruofei did not feel any heartache over the crystals. He just used all his strength to activate the formation. Soon, the flames filled the entire range of the formation. The 80 or so ants ran around inside the formation like wolves, but they were unable to break through the flame wall of the formation. After a while, the screams in the formation gradually weakened. About 10 minutes later, it was completely silent inside. There were more than 10 ants that had escaped the net and were separated by the flame array on the other side of the hall. They were so frightened that they kept retreating, not daring to approach. It was only when Xiao Ruofei removed the array that they slowly approached again. It was obvious that they had received orders to attack the people who had entered the hall, so they would not give up easily. Xiao Ruofei did not directly release the array to deal with these ants. He also wanted to see if there were any changes in his combat ability after his spiritual energy had been greatly improved, especially after his cultivation had broken through to the middle stage of the Aurus core stage. Xiao Ruofei naturally had an objective understanding of his own strength after the increase in his cultivation, but the changes in his combat ability were more direct in actual combat. Moreover, there were not many ants, so Xiao Ruofei wanted to try to deal with them himself instead of relying on the flame array. Thus, he signaled for Xianxia to retreat a little, and then took out the Chu Shuang flying sword. After Xiao Ruofei's spiritual energy had been greatly improved, his control of the Chu Shuang flying sword had also become more flexible. He silently used the sword technique, and the tip of the Chu Shuang flying sword trembled slightly. In the next moment, it turned into a sharp light, and in the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the ant at the very front. There was the sound of metal clashing, and in that instant, the Chu Shuang flying sword had already attacked the ant 7 or 8 times. Stabbing, slicing, slashing, the attacks landed on the ant from different angles. However, the ant was only pushed back a few steps, and a few white marks appeared on its body, but it did not suffer any serious injuries. Xiao Ruofei could not help but stare. Although he did not use his full strength just now, the attack was already very powerful. Even a middle-stage Aurus core stage cultivator would find it difficult to block such an attack. However, the ant did not dodge, or perhaps the flying sword was too fast, and it did not have time to dodge, and thus, it did not suffer any substantial injuries. This showed that the physical defense of the ant was also very strong. The ferocious nature of the ant was aroused. It really didn't have time to dodge. The crooked frost flying sword was extremely fast, and the attacking routes of the gentleman's sword technique were very strange. The ant's movement speed was also on the slow side, so it couldn't dodge even if it wanted to. In addition, although its outer shell was not broken by the Chu Shuang flying sword, but every attack of the flying sword was very heavy, and its insides were greatly shaken. These few attacks had actually caused damage to it. Originally, because of the flame array, the ant was a little scared. But now, after being attacked by Xiao Ruofei, its ferocious nature was aroused. It no longer cared. It raised its head and let out a squeak as it rushed towards Xiao Ruofei. And Xiao Ruofei did not stop attacking. The curved frost flying sword drew a mysterious arc, viciously stabbing down at the ant from above. This time, Xiao Ruofei used almost all of his strength. And the ant also felt the danger. Its 2 hind legs suddenly stomped on the ground, and its speed increased a little. The curved frost flying sword missed and directly stabbed into the bluestone ground, splashing sparks. Xiao Ruofei was prepared for this. Just as the Chu Shuang flying sword's attack missed, the hidden blue traveling immortal sword had already flown over. Although he did not control the flying sword with his sword skill, Xiao Ruofei's attack with all his strength was still very terrifying. The blue traveling immortal sword made a sharp sound of breaking through the air and ruthlessly cut the ant's neck. The ant just happened to raise its head and was 3 or 4 meters away from Xiao Ruofei. The blue touring immortal sword just happened to be able to attack its neck. With a slash, the ant's neck was cut open, and green liquid immediately splashed out of the wound, dripping onto the ground with a sizzling sound. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but focus his eyes. He didn't know if this green liquid was the ant's blood, but it seemed to be highly poisonous. The ant's neck was cut open, but it was still not completely dead. Its bulging eyes flashed with a fierce light, and its terrifying mouthpart was raised at Xiao Ruofei. A green liquid sprayed at Xiao Ruofei at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Ruofei's reaction was also very fast. He immediately released a primordial qi shield, and at the same time, stepped on the ground and retreated to the side. When he passed by Ling Qingxue, he grabbed Ling Qingxue's slender waist and retreated with her. After the green liquid met Xiao Ruofei's primordial qi shield, it was not directly blocked outside. After a series of sizzling sounds, Xiao Ruofei's primordial qi shield was corroded into 1,000 holes. The green liquid did not slow down and continued to shoot towards the place where Xiao Ruofei had just stopped. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei had already dodged in time, and the primordial qi shield had more or less played a role in delaying the attack. Otherwise, the short distance of 3 to 4 meters, which was in the blink of an eye, would have been sprayed on his body if he had hesitated for a moment. Xiao Ruofei saw the green liquid fall to the ground, making a sizzling sound and emitting white smoke. He couldn't help but feel a lingering fear in his heart. Although the bluestone floor of the Yunxiao Palace didn't change, he knew that this was a palace made by a powerful senior, so it could easily withstand it. If the green liquid fell on his body, the result would probably be different. Even if his physical body was very strong and his cultivation had reached the middle stage of the gold core realm, he would most likely be corroded full of holes. Xiao Ruofei's face was a little embarrassed. He had now broken through to the middle stage of the gold core realm, but he couldn't even deal with an ant. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing if word got out? He waved his hand, and the blue traveling immortal sword under the control of his mental strength and the curved frost flying sword under the control of the sword skill flew toward the ant at the same time. The two flying swords accurately cut the wound on the ant's neck, one in front and one behind. Puchi! Puchi! Xiao Ruofei used all his strength to attack these 2 times and directly cut off the ant's head. A large amount of green liquid spurted out of the ant's neck. After twitching on the ground a few times, it finally fell silent and stopped moving. There were still 10 ants slightly behind. When they saw their companion die tragically, they sped up and rushed in the direction of Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue. Xiao Ruofei's expression was very calm. He controlled the 2 flying swords to launch wave after wave of attacks at these ants. The gentleman's sword skill was very mysterious, and these ants moved slowly, so most of Xiao Ruofei's attacks could easily fall on the ants. However, these ants' physical defenses were very strong, so it was difficult for ordinary attacks to cause any harm to them. Xiao Ruofei asked Ling Qingxue to stay far away first. Moreover, he seemed to have attracted the hatred of these ants. They were basically besieging Xiao Ruofei and did not pay attention to Ling Qingxue, so he did not have much to worry about. He only needed to pay attention to Ling Qingxue's situation to prevent any danger. With the current distance between him and Ling Qingxue, if there was any danger, he could take Ling Qingxue into the Ring 2 space with a thought, so there was no problem with her safety. Xiao Ruofei used the floating duckweed steps. His speed was fast, so although the ants besieged him, they couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. In addition to forcefully charging, these ants also spat out strong green acid from their mouths, which was a very sharp attack. However, after Xiao Ruofei was on guard, their acid attack was no longer sudden. It was not difficult for Xiao Ruofei to dodge it. Xiao Ruofei controlled the 2 flying swords to deal with these ants. His main attack was not only using the flying swords, but also using his fists and feet to attack the ants close to him. Naturally, every attack was infused with vitality, and he went all out. Therefore, although these ants did not suffer any external injuries, their insides were more or less injured to varying degrees. Moreover, when Xiao Ruofei was dealing with the ants, he also found that their fatal weakness seemed to be the front of their necks. However, these ants were all crawling on the ground, so it was difficult for the flying swords to attack the front of their necks. However, every time they were about to spit out strong green acid, they would raise their heads. This naturally revealed the weakest and most fatal part. After Xiao Ruofei found the pattern, he consciously controlled the 2 flying swords to specifically target the ants that were about to spit out strong green acid. The moment they raised their heads, he directly cut their necks. Xiao Ruofei's control of the flying swords was now more precise, and the speed of the flying swords was also faster. Therefore, he almost never missed. Of course, because the physical defense of the ants was very strong, even if it was the weakest part, it would often take 2 to 3 swords to cut off their heads. Xiao Ruofei dealt with these ants for more than 20 minutes, and finally used the Chu Shuang flying sword to cut off the head of the last ant. Only then did Xiao Ruofei withdraw the flying swords, and carefully walked out of the range of the battle just now. The blood that flowed out of the ants and the green liquid that they sprayed out were very corrosive. When these liquids flowed to the ground, they would not evaporate in a short time. Therefore, when Xiao Ruofei walked, he carefully avoided those corrosive liquids. Xiao Ruofei came to Ling Qingshua's side, still slightly out of breath. Without relying on the power of the formation, he directly relied on his own strength to fight these ants. This made Xiao Ruofei a little tired. However, actual combat was indeed the most intuitive test. These ants were at least at the late Jingdan stage, especially their physical defense, who knew how many times stronger than the average Jingdan stage cultivator. Xiao Ruofei was able to fight 1 against 10 and finally completely eliminate these ants, indicating that his combat strength had been greatly improved. If now he wanted to fight with a cultivator like Chen Nanfeng, who was at the late Jingdan stage and infinitely close to the nascent soul stage, even if he could not win, he would have a great ability to contend with them. Even Chen Nanfeng would find it difficult to defeat Xiao Ruofei. Up to now, the benefits that Xiao Ruofei had gained from this trial trip were so great that he himself could not believe it. His strength was also constantly improving in each trial. Especially after taking the cinnabar jade fruit, he directly broke through to the middle Jingdan stage, which caused his strength to increase by a large margin. Ruofei, are you okay? Ling Qingxue asked with concern. Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand, saying, I'm fine. It's just a few ants, it's not difficult to deal with them. Ling Qingxue had watched the whole process of the battle and naturally knew that these ants were not ordinary ants that could be casually crushed. It could be said that if any one of them jumped out to deal with her, she could only run for her life, and she might not even be able to escape. Therefore, such a result was actually very impressive. At least, it was not like Xiao Ruofei had downplayed it, that it was just a few ants. It's good that you're not injured. I was watching from the side just now, and I was so scared. Ling Qingxue said. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, it just looked thrilling, it's actually nothing. Isn't this easy to deal with? Ling Qingxue said, Ruofei, where are we going next? Is this considered to be the completion of the mission? Xiao Ruofei said, based on my intuition, this 7th level of the Tower of Trials can't be so simple. Didn't the mission prompt say? According to the completion rate and other factors, the point range will be calculated comprehensively and the reward will be given out. So, how can they let us pass so easily? I think there's a follow-up mission, let's go to the side and explore. Although this palace did not have its own space, the area was still very large. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue had just entered the main hall, there was still a large area that they had not explored. Ling Qingxue nodded and said, okay. Therefore, the two carefully walked past the area where the ant corpses were lying on the ground, and walked towards the side hall. The side hall was very quiet, and there was nothing unusual. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue went around the side hall and came to the back of the main hall. There were several entrances to the palace, and between the first and second entrances was a very large square. There were many flowers and plants planted in the flower beds on both sides. Xiao Ruofei did not recognize most of them, but he had some impression of them. He should have seen them in the Realm Heart Island Spiritual Medicine Garden in the Ring 2 space. Obviously, the flowers in the flower beds were not ordinary flowers and plants, but some spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines. However, Xiao Ruofei knew that the things in the training tower could not be stored in the storage space. Moreover, he did not know what kind of test awaited them, so he did not have the mood to check the spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines. The two of them looked left and right, then quickly walked through the square. However, when they were halfway through, the two doors of the main hall and the second entrance suddenly opened, and shadows flew out. When Xiao Ruofei saw who it was, he could not help but be stunned. These monsters looked a little like the badgers on Earth, but their bodies were covered with hard scales, and there was a single horn on their heads. Star Beast. Xiao Ruofei did not expect to encounter a star beast again. When he was on the second floor of the training tower, the mission he received was to kill 100 mid-level star beasts, so this kind of monster with extremely fast speed and high defense was still fresh in his memory. He did not expect to encounter a star beast again when he had already reached the 7th floor of the training tower. Xiao Ruofei quickly glanced, and the sensory mirror immediately showed him a notification. There were a total of 22 star beasts, and they were all mid-level star beasts. Xiao Ruofei's expression suddenly became serious. Ling Qingxue had also passed the 2nd level of the training tower. However, her cultivation was only at the qi refining stage, so her mission was to kill 100 low-level astral beasts. In the space of the training tower, there were very few mid-level astral beasts, let alone high-level astral beasts. When Ling Qingxue was on the 2nd level of the training tower, she had encountered a mid-level astral beast. Fortunately, she had discovered it from a distance. Moreover, the terrain was good for hiding, so she had narrowly avoided it. Otherwise, her life would have been in danger on the 2nd level of the training tower. Therefore, when these mid-level astral beasts appeared, Ling Qingshue's expression changed slightly. The difference in size between a mid-level astral beast and a low-level astral beast was very large. Moreover, she had seen one from afar, so she recognized it at a glance. Xiao Ruofei said decisively, "Qingxue, you hide first. I'll deal with them." Ling Qingxue naturally understood Xiao Ruofei's meaning. Although she didn't know about the existence of the Ring 2 space, Xiao Ruofei had used the Ring 2 space to protect her once on the 6th level of the training tower. She knew that Xiao Ruofei had a protective treasure. In addition, she was also very clear that in this situation, hiding was the best choice. Otherwise, it would be easy for her to drag Xiao Ruofei down. Ling Qingxue was very clear about the speed of the astral beasts, so she nodded without hesitation and said, "Okay. Ruofei, you have to be careful too. You must be careful." "Don't worry," Xiao Ruofei said calmly. Then, with a thought, a suction force came from the Ring 2 space. Ling Qingxue didn't resist at all and was immediately sucked into the space. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't want to expose the existence of the Ring 2 space, so Ling Qingxue was still kept in a small space that he had set up in the mountain sea territory. The area wasn't large, and there was a white fog everywhere. Ling Qingxue couldn't see the situation around her. After putting Ling Qingxue into the Ring 2 space, Xiao Ruofei no longer had any worries. He immediately felt relieved. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. The 2 flying swords trembled slightly as they aimed at the 20 or so astral beasts that were charging over quickly. Xiao Ruofei didn't directly use the trap and kill array. He also wanted to rely on his own strength to fight with the astral beasts. Previously, Xiao had not encountered those giant ants, so he didn't directly experience. Xiaochen had fought a medial-grade astral beast head-on before. Now that he encountered one again, he naturally had a chance to compare. These astral beasts were as fast as ever. In almost the blink of an eye, they had already rushed in front of Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate. He used the floating duckweed steps, and the 2 flying swords shot out at lightning speed, piercing towards the astral beast at the front. This astral beast was obviously a little afraid of the flying swords, and it quickly changed directions to dodge. Astral beasts were indeed very agile. They changed directions while running at high speed without any delay. However, the biggest characteristic of the gentleman's sword technique was that it was strange. The attack route was unpredictable, and it was very difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Therefore, this astral beast changed directions to dodge to its right, but what awaited it was the tip of the Chu Shuang flying sword. In fact, the Chu Shuang flying sword's seemingly fierce attack was just a feint. After it drew an arc, it directly arrived at the front right of the astral beast. At the same time, the astral beast had already changed directions at high speed. It looked like it had sent itself to the tip of the sword. Xiao Ruofei knew that astral beasts had tough skin and flesh, so he didn't hold back at all. He had already used all his strength in this sword attack. With a pff sound, the Chu Shuang flying sword cut through the tough scales and firm muscles on the astral beast's chest, leaving a huge wound. Blood immediately spurted out. The astral beast let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground. This sword attack had actually caused it to lose its ability to fight. Xiao Ruofei's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. He could clearly feel that the power of his attack was much stronger than when he was on the 2nd level of the Tower of Trials. Of course, the fact that this attack could produce such an effect was also the result of many factors working together. After Xia Ruofei's cultivation had increased, the increase in the power of his attack was naturally the main factor. In addition, this astral beast was running forward at high speed, which was equivalent to crashing into the tip of the sword at high speed. The damage caused was naturally much greater than when it was stationary. However, no matter what, this sword attack had greatly increased Xia Ruofei's confidence. Of course, he didn't dare to relax for a moment because he had only seriously injured one astral beast. The rest of the astral beasts didn't stop moving forward because of their companion's injury. On the contrary, under the stimulation of their companion's blood, their ferocity was aroused, and their speed suddenly increased by a level. Xia Ruofei quickly fell into a heavy encirclement. However, Xia Ruofei didn't panic. At this time, the advantage of his greatly improved mental strength was also revealed. Although the astral beasts were extremely fast and were besieging Xia Ruofei, he was always able to rely on his sharp senses and super-fast reaction speed to dodge and maneuver in the narrow space. The astral beasts didn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Not only that, but the Chu Shuang flying sword and the green traveling immortal sword were also elusive. They were always able to seize the slightest opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the astral beasts. One had to know that when Xia Ruofei first encountered a mid-level astral beast on the second level of the Tower of Trials, he was almost unable to break through the astral beast's defense. However, it was completely different now. Basically, every sword attack left a wound of varying depth on the astral beast's body. In addition, Xia Ruofei could also find time to attack the astral beasts with his bare hands while dodging. His heavy punches were also very difficult for the astral beasts to block. His heavy punches, which were infused with vital qi, could often cause the astral beast's internal organs to be greatly shaken, leaving behind internal injuries that were even more serious than external injuries. Xia Ruofei felt more and more comfortable in the process of fighting. Whether it was the gentleman sword technique or the floating duckweed steps, he was becoming more and more proficient. Soon, the astral beasts were fatally injured and collapsed to the ground. As more and more astral beasts lost their ability to fight or even died on the spot, the pressure on Xia Ruofei decreased, and the power of the gentleman sword technique was even more fully displayed. The astral beasts fell one after another. The Chu Shuang flying sword and the green traveling immortal sword also became faster and faster, leaving behind a series of fatal afterimages in the air. After about half an hour, there were no longer any astral beasts standing on the square. Most of the astral beasts had already died, and there were still 2 or 3 astral beasts on the verge of death. They had completely lost their ability to fight. Xia Ruofei waved his hand, and the green traveling immortal sword let out a sharp whistling sound as it slashed across the necks of these astral beasts, helping them to be completely free. Xia Ruofei let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at the corpses of the astral beasts all over the ground, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. When he was on the second level of the training tower, it was already difficult for him to deal with one astral beast. In the end, he had to use the trap and kill array to complete the mission of killing 100 mid-level astral beasts. Especially when he encountered a high-level astral beast at the end, if not for the help of the array, Xia Ruofei was afraid that even escaping would be a problem. It would be impossible for him to cause any harm to the high-level astral beast. But now, even if a high-level astral beast appeared, Xia Ruofei had the confidence to fight it. Even if he couldn't win, he would definitely be able to contend with it for a while. As for escaping, it would be even easier. This was the most direct comparison of Xia Ruofei's strength after breaking through to the middle stage of the Gold Core realm. He felt that his confidence had increased greatly. After all, in the world of cultivation, strength was the most important thing. The stronger one was, the stronger one's ability to control one's own destiny would be. Xia Ruofei moved Ling Qingshui out of the Ring 2 space with a thought. Ling Qingshui felt that her vision was blurred, and then she returned to the square between the 2 halls. The first thing she saw was the corpses of the astral beasts all over the ground, and Xia Ruofei, who was unscathed and whose clothes were not even stained with a trace of blood. Ling Qingshui looked happy and said, "Ruofei, did you kill all these astral beasts?" Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "When I was on the second level of the training tower, I relied on the array to complete the mission." This time, I was able to kill more than 20 astral beasts with my own strength while being besieged by them. It seems that after breaking through, my strength has indeed increased a lot. That's for sure. Xianxia said happily, I remember that in the world of cultivation, Xianxia's father, Chen Nanfeng, is a cultivator at the late stage of the gold core realm, right? There aren't many cultivators at the middle stage of the gold core realm. You have reached the top of the pyramid of the world of cultivation. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, that's because the cultivation environment on Earth continues to deteriorate, and everyone has no cultivation resources. There's nothing to be proud of in such a barren cultivation environment. No matter what, you're still one of the top masters in the world. This is not something to be proud of. You're asking too much of yourself. Xianxia said with a smile. What I mean is that our vision should not be limited to the world of cultivation on Earth. Xiao Ruofei said, middle stage of the gold core realm may be very powerful in the world of cultivation on Earth, but compared to those powerful seniors, we are just at the beginning. For example, this Tower of Trials. It's hard for me to imagine what kind of cultivation level is needed to create something like this. Also, this mystic realm on the moon makes me even more certain that the power of the cultivation world isn't limited to Earth. Don't forget that a few hundred years ago, those nascent soul cultivators and above all disappeared one after another. Where did they go? Xianxia nodded thoughtfully and said, what you said makes sense. I think that this arcana realm on the moon may have something to do with the departure of those seniors. So I must do my best to reach the highest level of the training tower. Maybe when I get there, I can find out the reason why those seniors left one after another. Xiao Ruofei said, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's complete the task of the 7th level of the training tower first. Okay. Same old rules. If there is an emergency, you must not resist. I will protect you first, then I can deal with it without distraction, Xiao Ruofei said. No problem. Xianxia said calmly. The two of them stepped over the bodies of the star beasts and continued to walk toward the palace of the 2nd level. Just now, the star beasts had rushed out of this palace, so the two of them did not dare to let their guard down and maintained a high level of vigilance. Xiao Ruofei was also prepared to put Xianxia into the Ring 2 space at any time. The two of them stepped into the palace. After entering, they felt that the palace was very quiet, so quiet that it made them feel a little uneasy. Xiao Ruofei protected Xianxia behind him and slowly turned his head to observe the surroundings. The palace was hundreds of meters high and was supported by 16 huge bluestone pillars. Looking up, it felt really magnificent. The ground of the palace was also paved with bluestone slabs, and the entire palace looked very simple and unadorned. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei heard a series of hurried footsteps. Xianxia also heard this sound immediately. The two of them immediately stood back to back and carefully observed the situation in front and to the side. This hall was very spacious, and the height was so high, so when footsteps sounded, they could hear a very clear echo. After a few breaths of time, Xiao Ruofei finally saw the approaching figure. His eyes suddenly focused and his face became serious. This was a high-level star beast. Without saying anything, Xiao Ruofei directly put Xianxia into the Ring 2 space. At the same time, with a thought, he took out the materials for setting up the trap and kill array. With a wave of his hand, he accurately threw the array materials to their respective positions. Then, he threw out the crystals. In just a few breaths of time, Xiao Ruofei's trap and kill array was ready. The high-level star beast seemed to have smelled the blood of the star beast on Xiao Ruofei's body. Its bell-like eyes suddenly shot out a ray of light, and its murderous aura was so real that it did not hide it at all. Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry to start the array. Instead, he directly took out the blue traveling immortal sword and the Chu Shuang flying sword. He stood in front of the trap and kill array and stared at the approaching high-level star beast. The high-level star beast did not stop, and there was even a trace of disdain in its eyes. It seemed to be saying that the opponent in front of it was too weak, and there was no sense of accomplishment even if he won. Of course, this high-level star beast did not immediately exert its speed to the extreme. Instead, it stared at Xiao Ruofei and walked over step by step. Xiao Ruofei silently used the sword technique. The Chu Shuang flying sword flew out first, followed by the blue traveling immortal sword. The two flying swords attacked the high-level star beast head-on. After a sound of metal clashing, two shallow white marks were left on the high-level star beast's neck. High-level star beasts were indeed much more difficult to deal with than mid-level star beasts. Just their defensive ability alone was much stronger. It let out a roar, and then suddenly accelerated, pouncing in the direction of Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei dodged calmly, and at the same time, he threw a heavy punch at the high-level star beast. The high-level star beast happened to be at the juncture where it had exhausted its old strength and had not recovered its new strength. It had no time to dodge at all. It could only watch Xiao Ruofei's fist getting bigger and bigger in its field of vision, followed by a violent vibration. Although the high-level star beast's head was very hard, it could not withstand the full attack of an intermediate gold core stage cultivator. The high-level star beast snorted, and its face showed a dispirited look. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of the high-level star beast's mouth. Obviously, Xiao Ruofei's heavy punch had caused a lot of damage to it. Of course, Xiao Ruofei was also very clear that even if the opponent was a mid-level star beast, it would be difficult to cause fatal damage to it with his bare hands and body strength, let alone a high-level star beast. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei immediately retreated after his successful attack. Sure enough, the high-level star beast's anger rose by a lot. It raised its head and let out a crazy roar. Then, it really did not hold back. It exerted its speed to the extreme, and its body completely turned into an afterimage as it pounced towards Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei was highly focused, and he also exerted his flexibility and agility to the extreme. While dodging the fierce attacks of the high-level star beast with all his strength, he also controlled the two flying swords to sneak attack it from time to time. Although the high-level star beast's defense was strong, it could not withstand the flying swords attacking the same place again and again. Xiao Ruofei's control was very precise. The curved frost flying sword and the green Turing immortal sword took turns to attack. Soon, a wound on its back was cut open, and blood spurted out. Xiao Ruofei was very clear that a high-level star beast's defense and recovery speed were quite astonishing, so he didn't give the other party any chance to catch its breath. At the same time he jumped up to avoid the attack of the high-level star beast. The curved frost flying sword and blue Turing immortal sword once again slashed at the wound. Suddenly, the wound became a little bigger, after the hard scales were cut open. Although the high-level star beast's muscles and bones were also very tough, their defense was obviously not as good as the scales. It was not that the high-level star beast did not want to dodge, but the curved frost flying sword and the green Turing immortal sword were also very fast, and the angle of attack was very strange. In addition, Xiao Ruofei's timing was very accurate. Every time, the high-level star beast had exhausted its strength and had not recovered its strength. At this time, the star beast's body would be stiff. Although it was very short, Xiao Ruofei could acutely grasp it and repeatedly attack the same place with the curved frost flying sword and the green Turing immortal sword. Such accurate attacks made the high-level star beast suffer. The wound on its back was already very big. Not only was it bleeding non-stop, but it was also affecting its movements. In addition, Xiao Ruofei was simply too slippery. The high-grade astral beast's attacks almost all missed him. There were one or two times when it looked like he couldn't dodge, but Xiao Ruofei would suddenly and mysteriously disappear. Immediately after, he would appear behind the astral beast and continue to attack its wounds with his heavy fists. Xiao Ruofei naturally used the Ring 2 space. This was a little like cheating. If he really couldn't dodge the attack, he would directly hide in the Ring 2 space's Archean realm. Then, he would use the difference in time flow between the Ring 2 space and the Archean realm to accurately find the location where the high-level astral beast's defenses were the weakest before flashing out. As a result, not only did the high-grade astral beast's attack miss, but the injuries on its body also worsened. The high-grade star beast was naturally shocked and angry. It continuously let out furious roars. Xiao Ruofei fought with the high-level astral beast for more than 10 minutes before he decided to activate the array formation. The reason was very simple. He had already proven that his strength was enough to deal with high-level astral beasts. If he had just entered the second level of the trial tower, his reaction speed wouldn't have been able to keep up. It would have been very difficult for him to dodge the attacks of high-level astral beasts. It was the same for the attacks. With Xiao Ruofei's strength back then, it was impossible for him to break through the high-level astral beast's defenses. But now, if he persisted with his current strategy, he had a chance of grinding the high-level astral beast to death. Of course, that was unless the high-level astral beast suddenly went berserk and stimulated 120% of its potential. Regardless of the situation, Xiao Ruofei would have to expend a lot of effort. Furthermore, there was a certain level of danger. He was still completing the mission on the 7th level of the trial tower, so he naturally didn't want any complications. Therefore, after dealing with the high-level astral beast for a while, he decisively chose a safer method. He retreated as he fought, slowly moving towards the confinement-killing array. The high-level astral beast had already lost some of its rationality. It didn't expect Xiao Ruofei to have a hidden killer move, so it pressed on step by step. Soon, Xiao Ruofei retreated into the range of the array. The high-level astral beast didn't notice and chased after him. Xiao Ruofei's figure flashed and dodged the high-level astral beast's attack. Then, he formed a seal and the confinement-killing array was instantly activated. The high-level astral beast suddenly lost its target. While it was distracted, the sharp black light attack had already descended from the sky. What happened next was simple. Although the impact of the high-level astral beast's attack could cause some damage to the confinement-killing array, Xiao Ruofei's strength was no longer the same as before. Therefore, he didn't simply stay outside the array to control it. While launching the array's attack, he also hid inside the array and controlled the 2 flying swords to launch a sneak attack on the high-level astral beast. The high-level astral beast couldn't pay attention to one thing and lost sight of another. The black light constantly fell on its body. The curved frost flying swords and green traveling immortal swords also slashed its wounds again and again. After a while, raging flames appeared in the wounds. The high-level astral beast let out a mournful howl. Xiao Ruofei calmly controlled the array's attack. More and more black light fell on the high-level astral beast's body. After a while, the high-level astral beast turned into a fireball and kept rolling on the ground. Soon, its howls gradually weakened, and then there was no more sound. Xiao Ruofei controlled the curved frost flying swords and directly cut off the high-level astral beast's head. Then, he stopped the operation of the array and directly put the array's materials into the Ring 2 space. At the same time, he moved Ling Xianxia out of the Ring 2 space. When Ling Xianxia saw the high-level astral beast curled up into a ball, she couldn't help but be shocked. When they encountered the high-level astral beast just now, Xiao Ruofei didn't even have time to tell Ling Xianxia before he directly put her into the protective magic treasure. She also didn't have time to remind Xiao Ruofei to be careful. Therefore, during these 10 to 20 minutes, Ling Xianxia felt like years. She didn't see any high-level astral beasts on the 2nd floor of the Tower of Trials. However, the characteristics of high-level astral beasts were very obvious. At a glance, she could tell that they were much more powerful than mid-level astral beasts. Therefore, she was naturally very worried about Xiao Ruofei. Fortunately, it didn't take long before Xiao Ruofei finished the battle. Ling Xianxia pointed at the lump of black charcoal in surprise and said, "Ruofei, is this the astral beast just now? Why is it so burned?" Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "This guy was a little difficult to deal with. I used a formation." "Oh." Ling Xianxia couldn't help but stick out her tongue. She smiled and said, "That's too cruel." Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "Actually, I could have killed it slowly. However, I didn't want to complicate things. Also, I was afraid that you would be worried if I took too long, so I decided to end the battle quickly. Isn't that right?" "I was worried sick," Ling Xianxia said. Then, she asked, "Isn't this astral beast a monster on the 2nd floor of the Tower of Trials? Why would it appear on the 7th floor of the Tower of Trials?" Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly and said, "I'm not sure either. However, I'm guessing that the 7th floor is a test of overall strength. All kinds of monsters can appear in this Xianxiao Hall. We have to be careful." No wonder the rewards are based on the completion of the mission." Ling Xianxia nodded and said. Then, her expression darkened and she said, "I can't even help you. At the crucial moment, I might even drag you down." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Look. You're doing it again. I told you, don't belittle yourself. You being by my side is the greatest support you can give me." Most of the time, your role is irreplaceable. This kind of fighting and killing is not what you're good at. Isn't it better for me to deal with it? Also, you only encountered such a strong monster because you were with me. If you were alone, the test would have been arranged according to your strength. So, it's my fault. Xianxia smiled embarrassedly and said, "What are you talking about? I won't be able to pass this level by myself, alright? So don't think too much about it. Anyway, it's a profit now. Also, I have a magic weapon to protect your safety. If you hide in danger, I won't have to worry about you, right?" Xiaoruofei smiled and comforted her. "It won't affect you. Don't worry." Xiaoruofei continued and said, "Let's go. Let's continue to explore." The two of them continued to walk. After passing through the hall, they arrived at the square between the third and second sections. This square was slightly smaller than the previous one. To be precise, it was not a square, but more like a garden. There were many pavilions, and there was also a gurgling stream. The winding path connected these sceneries together. Walking on the path, they could see different sceneries every time they changed direction. This was the typical style of a Jiangnan garden. Xianxia could not help but be attracted by the scenery in front of her. She praised, "The design of this garden is very high. That's for sure. Cultivators have been comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth all year round. The buildings and gardens they design are not smoky and are closer to the Tao of nature," Xiaoruofei said with a smile. "But don't be lost in this beautiful scenery. Danger is often brewing in such sceneries." "I know." Xianxia smiled embarrassedly and said, "I was just thinking that it would be great if we had a house like this." Xiaoruofei could not help but laugh and said, "You want to live in a palace? Do you want to be a concubine? There's no point in living in a palace. It's so high and so empty." Xianxia pursed her lips and said, "But this kind of garden is very comfortable. Look, there's a bamboo house over there. In summer, you can sit in the bamboo house and listen to music, make tea, enjoy the scenery of the garden, and enjoy the breeze. There are mosquitoes and maybe rats," Xiaoruofei said with a smile. Xianxia's face suddenly stiffened. Then, she hit Xiaoruofei playfully and said, "Why are you such a killjoy?" Xiaoruofei laughed and said, "You're thinking about poetry and the future, but I just want to remind you that life is more about the current situation. Think about it, there are so many plants here, and the stream is so humid. How can there be no snakes, insects, rats, and ants? Especially in summer, the bamboo house is surrounded by wind. How can there be no mosquitoes?" When Xianxia thought of the scene described by Xiaoruofei, she could not help but tremble slightly. However, she immediately realized that she had been tricked by Xiaoruofei. She could not help but glare at Xiaoruofei and say, "Nonsense. This is a palace made by a senior. How can there be snakes, insects, rats, and ants?" Xiaoruofei laughed and said, "How can there not be? Didn't we encounter a group of ants as soon as we entered the palace? And they were such big ants." As Xiaoruofei spoke, he gestured with his hand the size of the ants. Xianxia said, "That's not the same, Shu." Xiaoruofei suddenly made a shushing gesture. Xianxia quickly shut her mouth, looked around nervously, and then looked at Xiaoruofei. Xiaoruofei listened for a while and released his spiritual power. After a while, he asked, "Xianxia, did you hear footsteps just now?" Xianxia said with a trembling voice, "No." "What's the situation?" "Oh." Xiaoruofei said with a shrug, "I didn't hear it either." After saying that, he continued to walk forward in a relaxed manner. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, and then realized that she had been tricked by Xiaoruofei again. She couldn't help but cry out coquettishly, "Xiaoruofei, do you not want to live anymore? How dare you tease me?" After that, she quickly chased after Xiaoruofei and grabbed his clothes, as if she was going to hit Xiaoruofei. Xiaoruofei struggled for a moment, and his face changed slightly. He said, "Xianxia, listen, again." Xianxia said angrily, "Do you really think I'm stupid? I've been tricked again and again. I'm not tricking you this time." Xiaoruofei made a shushing gesture and pointed to the right in front of him. There was a patch of low green plants. At first glance, there was nothing wrong with it, but now it was shaking slightly, and there was no wind at all. Xianxia also realized that something was wrong. It turned out that this time it was really not a joke. She looked at the small trees, and her expression became a little nervous. At the same time, she let go of Xiao Ruofei's clothes. "Ruofei, what's the situation?" Xianxia asked softly. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Don't be afraid, we'll deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo." After that, he directly released his spiritual power and extended it toward the small forest. After scanning the small forest with his spiritual power, Xiao Ruofei's heart tightened slightly. He only had time to whisper, "Xianxia, relax your mind, don't resist." Xianxia and Xiao Ruofei had a very good tacit understanding. After Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, he directly put Xianxia into the Ring 2 space. It only took the blink of an eye for Xianxia to completely give up resistance, and there was no hesitation during the whole process. In a flash, Xiao Ruofei clearly felt a strong wave of spiritual power coming from the direction of the small forest. Then, he felt the world change, and the environment around him suddenly changed dramatically. Heaven and earth changed color. The picturesque Jiangnan garden suddenly turned into a tropical jungle where snakes, insects, rats, and ants ran rampant. It was still raining heavily, and the rain flowed down along the wide leaves. Xiao Ruofei looked as calm as ever. He closed his eyes directly, waved his hand and scattered a large number of formation materials, and quickly arranged a trap and kill array around himself. Just now, Xiao Ruofei's spiritual force probed forward and easily found an intermediate mirage beast hiding behind the bushes. Star beasts had already appeared on the 7th floor of the trial tower, so it was not surprising that another mirage beast appeared. Xiao Ruofei was also mentally prepared. However, he was worried that Xianxia's cultivation was too low, and she would be instantly lost under the illusion attack of the intermediate mirage beast, so he protected Xianxia in time. In fact, Xiao Ruofei could easily see through the disguise of the intermediate mirage beast, thanks to the substantial improvement of his spiritual force. In the previous trial, when he used his spiritual force to probe, he could only sense the spiritual fluctuations of the beginner mirage beast, and there was nothing he could do when encountering an intermediate mirage beast. Now, he could easily find the hiding place of the intermediate mirage beast in a complex environment. In addition, although the illusion attack of the mirage beast was terrible, Xiao Ruofei could also clearly feel that it was different from before. It was still an illusion that was realistic enough, but under the scan of Xiao Ruofei's spiritual force, this illusion still had some flaws, so it naturally could not have a great impact on Xiao Ruofei's spiritual force. He could even have a certain connection with the environment of the real world, and directly arranged a trap and kill array around himself. When the illusion was broken by the cultivator, some of the spiritual effects would be reduced a lot. In addition, Xiao Ruofei had a lot of experience with intermediate mirage beasts, so he knew how to reduce the impact of the illusion. Therefore, he was basically not affected by the harsh environment of the tropical jungle. Instead, he locked the position of the intermediate mirage beast with his spiritual force through the illusion, and then the curved frost flying sword and the blue traveling immortal sword shot out, penetrating the heavy rain and fog to kill the intermediate mirage beast. The intermediate mirage beast obviously did not expect Xiao Ruofei to be able to find it directly, so when the curved frost flying sword and the blue traveling immortal sword broke through the fog and came to its front, it reacted and hurriedly dodged. The movement speed of the mid-level mirage beast was much slower than that of the mid-level star beast, and the attacking route of the Chu Shuang flying sword was very strange. Now, the cooperation between the Chu Shuang flying sword and the blue Turing immortal sword was very exquisite. Xiao Ruofei had already calculated the possible escape routes of the mid-level mirage beast. The Chu Shuang flying sword's first move was a feint. It directly drew an arc and blocked the mid-level mirage beast's escape route. The intermediate mirage beast was and the mirage beast, the mirage. The curved frost flying sword pierced directly from the left and flew out from the right, leaving a big hole. A lot of blood flew directly from the wounds on both sides. The intermediate mirage beast roared with anger and despair. Xiao Ruofei felt that the illusion around him began to tremble violently, and a large number of ferocious snakes and scorpions appeared in the tropical jungle, rushing toward him with bared fangs and brandished claws. Obviously, this was the angry blow of the intermediate mirage beast before it died. A look of contempt flashed in Xiao Ruofei's eyes. He turned a blind eye to the crocodiles and poisonous snakes with their bloody mouths wide open. Instead, he continued to control the curved frost flying sword and the blue traveling immortal sword to stab the exhausted intermediate mirage beast. Poochie, Poochie, with 2 consecutive muffled sounds, the head of the intermediate mirage beast was directly penetrated from top to bottom by the 2 flying swords. It was abruptly nailed to the ground by the flying swords. At this time, the intermediate mirage beast could no longer support itself, and its vitality was rapidly draining away. And the illusion it created with all its strength began to collapse in an instant. Crocodiles, poisonous snakes, poisonous scorpions. These poisonous snakes and beasts that had come to Xiao Ruofei all turned into smoke and disappeared without a trace. In front of Xiao Ruofei, the scenery of the Jiangnan garden with a small bridge and flowing water was restored. Xiao Ruofei gently waved his hand, and the 2 flying swords flew back to his side. The corpse of the intermediate mirage beast was also captured by his spiritual force and thrown in front of him. The intermediate mirage beast had been completely silent, its snow-white fur had already been dyed red with blood, and its eyes were wide open, full of unwillingness. Xiao Ruofei's face showed a satisfied smile. It was the second time he encountered an intermediate mirage beast, and he could kill it very easily. This kind of improvement was much more obvious than when he had just encountered the star beast. The reason was very simple, because to deal with this kind of monster that was good at illusion, it mainly depended on the realm of spiritual force. Xiao Ruofei's spiritual force cultivation was very close to the spirit transformation realm of the general Yuanying realm practitioners. Compared with the last time he encountered the intermediate mirage beast, it was twice as good. Therefore, not only could he use his spiritual force to find the hiding place of the intermediate mirage beast, but the illusion of the intermediate mirage beast could hardly affect him. In addition, the combat effectiveness of the intermediate mirage beast's body was much worse than that of the star beast. Xiao Ruofei had taken the initiative with the treacherous gentleman's swordsmanship and the unexpected attack. The moment the intermediate mirage beast lost the initiative, it meant that it was doomed. Xiao Ruofei was naturally very satisfied with his progress. He did not immediately move Ling Xianxia out of the ring to space. Instead, he directly used his spiritual force to send a message to Ling Xianxia in the space. Xianxia, don't worry, I have killed that mirage beast. Ling Xianxia suddenly heard Xiao Ruofei's voice and quickly said, Really? That's great. Let me out quickly. Although Ling Xianxia spoke directly, Xiao Ruofei could easily grasp everything in the ring to space, so he could naturally hear Ling Xianxia's voice. Xiao Ruofei said, You should rest for a while. I feel that there may be danger. With Xiao Ruofei's cultivation, he was very sensitive to danger. Although he had easily killed the intermediate mirage beast, he still could not get rid of the warning in his heart. It was obvious that there was a greater danger waiting for him, so he simply let Ling Xianxia stay in the ring to space for a while. In this way, he could deal with the next challenge without any worries. Well then. You must pay attention to your own safety. Ling Xianxia said, If anything happens, let me know immediately. I don't know anything if I stay here. I'm too worried about you. Since Ling Xianxia knew that Xiao Ruofei could talk to her directly, she must want to know the situation outside in real time. Of course, this was under the premise that it would not affect Xiao Ruofei. Don't worry. Even if I can't defeat it, I still have ways to protect myself. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I can protect you so well. Are you afraid that I don't have ways to protect myself? Just rest assured and wait for my good news. After that, Xiao Ruofei stepped forward carefully and approached the small bush step by step. His mental strength had already radiated to a range of at least 2 kilometers. Of course, the front and back of the hall were shielded by his mental strength, but basically the whole garden could be covered. However, his mental strength did not find anything unusual. Xiao Ruofei took a step forward. Suddenly, he felt a strong sense of danger. He made a prompt decision and jumped back. While he was still in the air, the Chu Shuang flying sword had automatically flown over. He stepped on the Chu Shuang flying sword and suddenly sped up, retreating in the direction of the trap and kill array. At the same time, Xiao Ruofei had already made a seal to activate the trap and kill array. Xiao Ruofei was indeed very sensitive to danger. While he was still in the air, a terrifying illusion had already descended upon him. Xiao Ruofei clearly knew that he had encountered a powerful sea serpent beast just a moment ago. It was very likely that it was a high-level sea serpent beast. However, when the illusion came, he could not help but fall into it and completely forget everything that had happened before. He was sailing on the spaceship. Outside was the dark universe, behind him was the blue earth, and in front of him was the enlarged moon. Xiao Ruofei himself thought that he was still on the way to the moon. At this moment, the spaceship suddenly exploded, and everyone was exposed to the vacuum of space without any warning. The cultivators in the qi refining stage on the spaceship were completely unable to resist. In an instant, because of the huge pressure difference between their bodies and the vacuum, their internal organs directly burst. The blood that spurted out strangely formed red spheres of different sizes and moved in all directions. Because of the strong physical body of the cultivators in the gold core stage, although they were also seriously injured, they managed to withstand it. Xiao Ruofei looked at Xianxia next to him, who had turned into a horrible corpse and quickly shriveled in the vacuum. He could not help but feel agitated, and his eyes were about to pop out. Originally, he still had a trace of clarity in his mind, but at this moment, in the violent shock of his mind, he completely fell into the illusion. Xiao Ruofei opened his mouth and let out a shrill roar, but because of the vacuum, no sound could be transmitted out. His body floated in the void, watching Xianxia and other cultivators in the gold core stage take out their spacesuits with despair. After a long while, the pressure on his body increased due to the difference between the internal and external pressure. Originally, even if there was no air, he could hold on for a long time, but in this case, he actually began to feel a little suffocated. Xiao Ruofei reluctantly looked at Xianxia and prepared to take out the spacesuit from the Ring 2 space. However, he was shocked to find that he had lost contact with the Ring 2 space. He could not sense the existence of the Ring 2 space at all. Xiao Ruofei's face suddenly changed. In this vast space, he was directly exposed to the vacuum environment. Without the spacesuit, he would not be able to hold on for long. He cast a pleading look at Xianxia and the others and kept gesturing. However, Xianxia and the others turned a blind eye and put on their spacesuits one after another. Then, they waved their palms and released their yuan qi, using the reaction force to fly in the direction of the flying ship. The obsidian flying ship clearly belonged to Xiao Ruofei, but Xiao Ruofei was completely unable to control it at this moment. After Xianxia and the others boarded the obsidian flying ship, they immediately took control of the flying ship. Then, they cut the cable and the flying ship accelerated in the direction of the moon. From the beginning to the end, they did not look at Xiao Ruofei, as if Xiao Ruofei did not exist at all. Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt the shadow of death beginning to hang over his head. He felt an unprecedented despair. He felt more and more suffocated, as if his lungs were about to explode, and the rushing blood vessels and internal organs were constantly exploding outwards. If there was no yuan qi forcibly suppressing it, he would directly explode and die like those qi refining stage cultivators. Xiao Ruofei's consciousness became more and more blurred. In fact, the whole process was very short, probably only a short 1 or 2 minutes. But for Xiao Ruofei, it felt as if a century had passed. He could feel that the strength in his body was flowing away, and everything in front of him began to blur. His body seemed to be getting lighter and lighter. Just when his consciousness was about to fall into absolute silence, the purple gold Jindan in his body suddenly began to operate on its own. A large amount of yuan qi rushed through his meridians, and it was as if a bolt of lightning flashed through his sea of consciousness, waking him up all of a sudden. Jindan? How can there be a complete Jindan in my body? This was the first thought that came to Xiao Ruofei's mind. He was completely immersed in the illusion just now, and did not know that he was already a middle-stage Jindan stage cultivator. He thought that his cultivation was still at the early-stage Jindan stage when he was rushing from Earth to the moon. Then, all kinds of illogical situations emerged in his mind. Including Xianxia and the others ignoring him, including that he was completely unable to contact the Ring 2 space, and so on. At this moment, an idea flashed through Xiao Ruofei's mind. He suddenly realized that there was something wrong with his current state. In fact, his mind was only clear for a moment. If he did not react in time, he would soon fall into the illusion again and be unable to extricate himself. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei's reaction was very fast. He did not have time to think too much. The moment his mind regained clarity, he could sense the existence of the spirit map scroll. His consciousness could immediately connect to the Ring 2 space. However, Xiao Ruofei did not foolishly take out an extravehicular spacesuit from the Ring 2 space. Instead, he directly teleported himself into the Ring 2 space's Archean realm. The moment he entered the Ring 2 space's Archean realm, all the negative effects that the terrifying illusion had on Xiao Ruofei disappeared. He immediately escaped from the illusion. Xiao Ruofei could not help but shout. Then, he started to breathe heavily. Although everything was fake, as long as one was immersed in the illusion and could not extricate themselves, everything was real. Even if the cultivator was injured or killed in the illusion, the cultivator would die for real. Therefore, the suffocating feeling in the vacuum just now was real. Xiao Ruofei already felt that he was extremely short of oxygen. It was only after he took a few deep breaths of the air that was filled with rich spirit qi that he felt a little better. Xiao Ruofei immediately checked his body and discovered that his organs and meridians had suffered varying degrees of damage. This was because he was directly exposed to the vacuum. The difference in pressure between the inside and outside of his body had caused damage to his body. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei had completely recalled everything that had just happened. He could not help but reveal a look of lingering fear. What scared Xiao Ruofei the most was that after he entered the Archean realm, he immediately checked the situation outside and found that the high-level Mirage Beast had been trapped in the confinement-killing array. If he had not activated the confinement-killing array as he retreated, the high-level Mirage Beast would have killed him several times in the 1 or 2 minutes he had been trapped in the illusion. This time, Xiao Ruofei could be said to have taken a turn at the gates of hell. He even had one foot in the gates of hell. Even so, Xiao Ruofei was not completely out of danger. After the high-level Mirage Beast was trapped in the confinement-killing array, it began to charge left and right frantically, trying to break out of the array and continue chasing after Xiao Ruofei. In his haste, Xiao Ruofei had only activated the confinement-killing array's trapping function. He did not attack the high-level Mirage Beast in the array, so the confinement-killing array was completely in a passive state. Fortunately, high-level Mirage Beasts were best at illusory attacks. Since the array was an inanimate object, it was naturally not affected by the illusion. In terms of physical attacks, high-level Mirage Beasts were much weaker than high-level Star Beasts. Therefore, they did not cause any serious damage to the confinement-killing array for the time being. Xiao Ruofei immediately controlled the array in the Ring 2 space and activated the confinement-killing array's attack mode. He did not care about the energy consumption and directly activated the attack mode to the maximum. Then, he waved his hand and swallowed a spirit heart flower petal. His internal injuries immediately began to heal at an extremely fast speed. The Ring 2 space's Archean realm had a time difference of 30 times compared to the outside world. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei had relatively more time. Xiao Ruofei rested in the Archean realm for a while and his injuries were more or less healed. He observed the situation outside and found that the high-level Mirage Beast was still trapped in the formation. At this time it could no longer attack the formation continuously, because the dense black light had already made it difficult for it to move left and right, and it seemed to be in a bit of a difficult situation. After all, Mirage Beasts were not that fast, and the array's attacks had always been saturated. There was very little space to dodge. Therefore, the high-level Mirage Beast was not having an easy time. Xiao Ruofei did not dare to leave the Ring 2 space. Because the illusion of a high-level Mirage Beast was indeed very terrifying. Once he was outside, even if he was within the range of the formation, it was difficult to guarantee that he would not fall into the illusion again. If that really happened, he might not be as lucky as this time. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei was able to control the formation in the Ring 2 space. Furthermore, the time flow in the Archean realm was 30 times faster than the outside world. He could react faster. If anything unexpected happened, he would be able to react in time. After Xiao Ruofei recovered from his injuries, he focused on the situation outside. He constantly controlled the formation to accurately attack the high-level Mirage Beast. In fact, when this high-level Mirage Beast's illusion failed to kill Xiao Ruofei, and when it tried to launch an attack but was stopped by the trap and kill array, it had already meant that it had no more chance. Especially since it was trapped in the trap and kill array, it would be even more difficult for it to escape. As long as the trapped mirage beast was unable to forcefully break out of the formation, it was only a matter of time before it was killed. The actual situation was the same. The physical defense of a mirage beast was inferior to that of an astral beast, and its speed was also much slower. Under such intensive attacks, it could only last for a shorter time than the high-level astral beast. When the first jet-black beam landed on its body, it meant that everything was irreversible. Raging flames burned in its wounds as the high-level mirage beast let out a shrill scream, and its body turned sluggish. And after this brief pause, the jet-black beams attacked one after another. For a time, there were incessant sounds as the high-level mirage beast was hit by the jet-black beams 5 or 6 times. In a short while, it had already turned into a fireball, rolling on the ground. It no longer had the strength to attack the formation. Xiao Ruofei had been staying in the Ring 2 space until the high-level mirage beast was completely silent. He waited for a while, and then used his mental strength to observe the high-level mirage beast that had been burned to black charcoal. He found that it really did not have any vitality, so he left the Ring 2 space and returned to the outside world. Outside, there was a scene of a Jiangnan garden with pavilions and waterside pavilions. The body of the high-level mirage beast was burned and shrunk, curling up on a stone road. Xiao Ruofei looked at the corpse of the high-level mirage beast with lingering fear. It was too dangerous just now. It could be said that life and death were on the line. Xiao Ruofei also really saw the power of a powerful illusion. He recalled the scene just now and found that he had fallen into it unknowingly. When he felt that he had appeared in the spaceship, he really felt that he was on the way to the moon. He could not remember all the experiences in the Tower of Trials at all. He did not even know that he had broken through to the middle stage of Gold Core. It could be imagined that no matter how high your cultivation was, if there was such an illusion that could make you instantly immerse yourself in it and even die without knowing why, wouldn't it be very terrible? What's more, there was a mirage beast outside. Even if Xiao Ruofei was not directly killed in the illusion, the mirage beast could still attack Xiao Ruofei. Immersed in the illusion, Xiao Ruofei was completely defenseless. Even if the attack power of the mirage beast was not as strong as that of the star beast, it could easily kill Xiao Ruofei. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei activated the trap and kill array at the last moment, so that when the high-level mirage beast chased after him, it was trapped by the array and could not directly attack Xiao Ruofei. This gave Xiao Ruofei a chance to survive. Xiao Ruofei recalled the whole process and was indeed very scared. He stood where he was and took a moment to recover. Ling Xianxia did not know what was going on outside in the Ring 2 space, so after a long time, she became more and more worried. She could not help but ask directly, "Ruofei, can you hear me? How's the situation over there?" Xiao Ruofei could naturally hear Ling Xianxia's voice in the Ring 2 space. He also came to his senses and directly moved Ling Xianxia to the outside world. As soon as Ling Xianxia came out, she quickly looked at Xiao Ruofei. Seeing that Xiao Ruofei was unscathed, she breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had suffered a lot in the illusion, but they were all internal injuries and could not be seen from the outside. After absorbing a whole petal of the spirit heart flower, his injuries had almost recovered, so Ling Xianxia naturally could not see it. Ling Xianxia said, "Ruofei, what took you so long? Are you in trouble?" Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and angrily pointed at the corpse of the high-level mirage beast on the ground and said, "Look. It's this guy. I was almost killed. Fortunately, I reacted in time." Ling Xianxia glanced at the burnt corpse and could not see what it was. She could not help but ask, "What is this? Is it very powerful?" "A mirage beast," Xiao Ruofei said, "and it's a high-level mirage beast. The realism of the illusion is simply..." Xiao Ruofei thought of the illusion he had just experienced. He also saw Ling Xianxia die because the spaceship suddenly exploded. Even though he knew that it was not real, he could not help but shiver. Ling Xianxia could not help but gasp and say, "A high-level mirage beast. That's really dangerous. Fortunately, you are more powerful, otherwise..." Xiao Ruofei said, "Thanks to the trap and kill array. Otherwise, even if I didn't die in the illusion, I would have died directly under its attack without any resistance." Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei could not help but sigh and say, I'm still not strong enough. Just now, I unknowingly fell into the illusion. I didn't even have a chance to resist. Ling Qingxue took Xiao Ruofei's hand and said, You are already very powerful. Cultivation was a step-by-step process, and there would always be someone stronger than the strong. Compared to other cultivators at the gold core stage, you are already much stronger than them. Ruofei, don't think too much. In my heart, you will always be the best. Xiao Ruofei had just experienced a moment of life and death. His mind had not calmed down. After being comforted by Ling Qingshue's gentle words, his mind calmed down a lot. He smiled and patted Ling Qingshue's hand and said, Well. Don't worry. I just sighed a little. Anyway, my fighting spirit will always be strong. Even if I meet an opponent who is much stronger than me, they may be able to kill me, but they can't wear down my fighting spirit. Bah. Don't say such unlucky words. Ling Qingxue said quickly. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Okay. Let's not talk about this. Let's continue to explore. I see that there is still the palace area behind. I'd like to see what monsters will jump out of this level of the mission. After encountering the Mirage Beast, Xiao Ruofei had a trace of warning in his heart. This was an intuition of danger. Xiao Ruofei had always been sensitive in this regard. After the high-level sea serpent beast was killed, this warning sign disappeared. This meant that they were safe for the time being. This was also the reason why Xiao Ruofei dared to move Ling Qingxue out of the Ring 2 space with confidence. Ling Qingxue nodded and said, Okay. Ruofei, do you want me to directly hide in your protective magic treasure? Then you won't have to worry about anything. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, It doesn't matter. If there is really any danger, I still have time to use the protective magic treasure. You will be bored to death if you stay alone in the protective bounded domain. Moreover, you can't see or hear anything. It's not a good feeling. You will always be worried about my safety. It's better to explore the Yunxiao Palace with me outside. Xiao Ruofei was very clear that the small space set up in the mountain sea territory of the Ring 2 space was completely isolated from the outside world. Looking out from all directions, there was a vast expanse of white fog. Moreover, it was absolutely quiet. Even the sound of his own heartbeat could be heard clearly. In addition, the range of the space was so narrow that it was really uncomfortable to stay inside. Xiao Ruofei's old army had a kind of confinement room, and it was the same principle. Every surface of the room was wrapped in a very good sound-absorbing material, and there was only a small ventilation hole that let in a little bit of light. There was no light in the room, so most of the time it was dark. When people were locked in there, they would feel that time had slowed down a lot. It might be tolerable to be locked up for a few hours, but if it was for a day or two, or even more, it would simply drive people crazy. Therefore, some soldiers who made mistakes would rather run 10 kilometers of armed cross-country than be locked up for 2 days. The small space in the Ring 2 space of the mountain sea territory was not as exaggerated as the confinement room. At least it was bigger, and there was more light. However, it did have the same effect as the confinement room. Xiao Ruofei naturally did not want to let Ling Qingxue endure that kind of environment for a long time. If it were not for the fact that he could not expose the existence of the Ring 2 space, he could let Ling Qingxue stay in the mountain sea territory. The spiritual energy there was rich, and there was green grass. There was also the beach and the sea. If one did not pay attention, it was no different from the top resorts on Earth. If it was in such an environment, he could let Ling Qingxue stay for a long time without worry. However, it was obviously not right now. Ling Qingxue held Xiao Ruofei's arm and said with a smile, That's fine. I'll be right next to you. To be honest, it's safe inside the protective magical equipment, but it's really uncomfortable to stay for a long time. Let's go. Let's keep moving forward. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. The two of them walked through the winding path and crossed the entire garden. Then, they came to the door of the third hall. The door of the hall was open, but there was a screen wall blocking them, so they could not see what was going on inside. Moreover, the hall seemed to be blocked with mind strength. Xiao Ruofei tried to use his mind strength to investigate, but he still could not find anything. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue looked at each other, and then he said to Ling Qingxue, "Follow me closely. You must be careful. I think this hall is a bit strange." Ling Qingxue nodded nervously. In fact, there was definitely something strange about this hall. After all, after they entered the Yunxiao Hall, they had to complete the mission. It was impossible for them to go all the way without any obstacles. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was already mentally prepared. He let go of Ling Qingxue's hand and took out the winding frost flying sword and green traveling immortal sword. Then, he carefully led Ling Qingxue through the door. Behind the door was a screen wall that blocked the inside of the hall. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue turned to the right, wanting to go around the screen wall. The two of them had just turned around the screen wall when they simultaneously retreated. Behind the screen wall were rows of star fern thorns. At such a close distance, they naturally entered the attack range of the star fern thorns. Therefore, as soon as the two of them appeared, the star fern thorns immediately launched an attack. It was a good thing that Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue's reaction speed was quite fast, and with the screen wall blocking them, this wave of star fern thorns didn't pose much of a threat to them. Even the star fern thorns have appeared. Is the 7th floor of the Tower of Trials a gathering of monsters? Ling Qingxue couldn't help but smile bitterly. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Isn't it just a gathering of monsters? It seems that the 7th floor of the Tower of Trials tests one's overall strength." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but say, "If these things are placed in the main hall, they'll be quite difficult to deal with." The most effective way to deal with the star fern thorns was to use a fire array. However, the star fern thorns had a certain range of attack. Once one entered its range, they would attack with their thorns. Xiao Ruofei had previously been in the open wasteland, so he could avoid the star fern thorns' attack range and set up an array around them before using his fire to burn them to his heart's content. However, there was only so much space in the main hall. The star fern thorns were almost everywhere, so there wasn't enough space to set up an array. Moreover, the entrance to the main hall was on this side. If they went around the screen wall, they would be attacked by the star fern thorns. There was no way to enter the main hall to set up an array. Even if there was space, they wouldn't be able to pass through. That's right. Ling Qingxue also noticed the problem. She had followed Xiao Ruofei through the star fern thorns floor, so she had a good understanding of them. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment before saying, "If there's no other way, we can try to force our way through." "Ah?" Ling Qingxue cried out in surprise. "There are so many star fern thorns. If we force our way through, I'm afraid," Xiao Ruofei bitterly smiled and said, "we can't just stand there and do nothing. Let's try and see if we can break through. We've already reached this stage of the mission, and there's no notification. We don't even know what the completion rate is. If we're stuck here, we might not be able to pass the mission." Then, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but hesitate when she heard this. "How about this? Qingxue, enter the defensive artifact first. I'm afraid that once I'm surrounded by the star fern thorns, I won't be able to take care of you. If there's any danger, we'll be in trouble," Xiao Ruofei said. In reality, the projection wall was basically a blind spot for the star fern thorns. Ling Qingxue was relatively safe there. However, Xiao Ruofei couldn't guarantee that no other monsters would emerge from the wall. Once he was surrounded by the star fern thorns and Ling Qingxue was in danger, he might not be able to take care of both of them. In addition, Xiao Ruofei also considered that he might use the spirit map scroll, and might even hide inside the spirit map scroll. Naturally, it was best not to let Ling Qingxue see this scene. Therefore, it was best to let Ling Qingxue enter what she thought was the protective array first. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Isn't it just a monster gathering? It seems like the 7th floor of the Tower of Trials tests one's overall strength." Then, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but say, "This thing is placed in the main hall. It's not easy to deal with." The most effective way to deal with the star fern thorns was to use a fire array. However, the star fern thorns had a certain attack range. Once one entered its attack range, the thorns would attack. Xiao Ruofei had been in the open wasteland before, so he could stay far away from the star fern thorns' attack range and set up an array around them before using flames to burn them to his heart's content. However, there was only so much space in the main hall. It was almost filled with starfern thorns, so there wasn't enough space to set up an array. Moreover, the entrance to the main hall was on this side. If one went around the projection wall, they would be attacked by the starfern thorns. There was no way to enter the main hall to set up an array, even if there was space. That's right. Ling Xianxia also noticed the problem. She had followed Xiao Ruofei through the starfern thorns floor, so she was very familiar with them. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment before saying, if there's no other way, we can try to force our way in. Ah? Ling Xianxia cried out in surprise. There are so many starfern thorns. If we try to force our way in, I'm afraid, Xiao Ruofei bitterly smiled. We can't just stand there and do nothing. Let's see if we can break through. We've already reached this point in the mission, but there's no notification. We don't even know what the completion rate is. If we're stuck here, we might not be able to pass the mission. Then, Ling Xianxia couldn't help but hesitate when she heard this. How about this? Xianxia, you enter the defensive artifact first. I'm afraid that if I get surrounded by the starfern thorns, I won't be able to take care of you. If there's any other danger, we'll be in trouble. Xiao Ruofei said. In reality, the projection wall was basically a blind spot for the starfern thorns. Ling Xianxia was relatively safe there. However, Xiao Ruofei couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be other monsters coming out from there. If he was surrounded by the starfern thorns and Ling Xianxia was in danger, he wouldn't be able to take care of her. In addition, Xiao Ruofei also considered that he might need to use the spiritual map scroll or even hide inside it. Naturally, it was best not to let Ling Xianxia see this scene. Therefore, letting Ling Xianxia enter what she thought was a protective formation was the best choice. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, isn't it just a monster gathering? It seems that the 7th floor of the Tower of Trials tests one's overall strength. Then, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but say, these things are arranged in the main hall. They're quite difficult to deal with. The most effective way to deal with the starfern thorns was to use a fire array. However, the starfern thorns had a certain attack range. Once one entered its attack range, the thorns would attack. Xiao Ruofei had been in the open wasteland before, so he could stay far away from the starfern thorns' attack range. He could set up an array around them and use flames to burn them to his heart's content. However, there was only so much space in the main hall. It was almost completely filled with starfern thorns. There wasn't enough space to set up an array. Moreover, the entrance to the main hall was on this side. If they went around the projection wall, they would be attacked by the starfern thorns. There was no way to enter the main hall to set up an array. Even if there was space, they wouldn't be able to pass through it. Yeah. Ling Xianxia also noticed the problem. She had also followed Xiao Ruofei through the starfern thorns level, so she was very familiar with them. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment before saying, if there's no other way, we can try to force our way in. Ah? Ling Xianxia cried out in surprise. There are so many starfern thorns. If we force our way in, I'm afraid, Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly. We can't just stand there and do nothing. Let's try and see if we can break through. We've already reached this point in the mission, and there's no notification. We don't even know what the completion rate is. If we're stuck here, we might not be able to pass the mission. Then, Ling Xianxia couldn't help but hesitate when she heard this. How about this? Xianxia, you enter the defensive artifact first. I'm afraid that if I get surrounded by the starfern thorns, I won't be able to take care of you. If there's any other danger, we'll be in trouble. Xiao Ruofei said. In reality, the projection wall was basically a blind spot for the starfern thorns. Ling Xianxia was relatively safe there. However, Xiao Ruofei couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be other monsters coming out from there. If he was surrounded by the starfern thorns and Ling Xianxia was in danger, he wouldn't be able to take care of her. In addition, Xiao Ruofei also considered that he might need to use the spiritual map scroll or even hide inside the spiritual map scroll. It was best not to let Ling Xianxia see this scene. Therefore, letting Ling Xianxia enter what she thought was a protective formation was the best choice. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, isn't it just a monster gathering? It seems that the 7th floor of the Tower of Trials tests one's overall strength. Then, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but say, these things are arranged in the main hall. They're quite difficult to deal with. The most effective way to deal with the star fern thorns was to use a fire array. However, the star fern thorns had a certain attack range. Once one entered its attack range, the thorns would attack. Xiao Ruofei had been in the open wasteland before, so he could stay far away from the star fern thorns' attack range. He could set up an array around them and use flames to burn them to his heart's content. However, there was only so much space in the main hall. It was almost completely filled with star fern thorns. There wasn't enough space to set up an array. Moreover, the entrance to the main hall was on this side. If they went around the projection wall, they would be attacked by the star fern thorns. There was no way to enter the main hall to set up an array. Even if there was space, they wouldn't be able to pass through it. Yeah. Ling Qingxue also noticed the problem. She had also followed Xiao Ruofei through the star fern thorns level, so she was very familiar with them. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment before saying, if there's no other way, we can try to force our way in. Ah? Ling Qingxue cried out in surprise. There are so many star fern thorns. If we force our way in, I'm afraid, Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly. We can't just stand there and do nothing. Let's try and see if we can break through. We've already reached this point in the mission, but there's no notification. We don't even know what the completion rate is. If we're stuck here, we might not be able to pass the mission. Then, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but hesitate when she heard this. How about this? Qingxue, you enter the defensive artifact first. I'm afraid that if I get surrounded by the star fern thorns, I won't be able to take care of you. If there's any other danger, we'll be in trouble. Xiao Ruofei said. In reality, the projection wall was basically a blind spot for the star fern thorns. Ling Qingxue was relatively safe there. However, Xiao Ruofei couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be other monsters coming out from there. If he was surrounded by the star fern thorns and Ling Qingxue was in danger, he wouldn't be able to take care of her. In addition, Xiao Ruofei also considered that he might need to use the spiritual map scroll or even hide inside it. Naturally, it was best not to let Ling Qingxue see this scene. Therefore, letting Ling Qingxue enter what she thought was a protective formation was the best choice. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, isn't it just a monster gathering? It seems that the 7th floor of the Tower of Trials tests one's overall strength. Then, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but say, these things are arranged in the main hall. It's not easy to deal with them. The most effective way to deal with the star fern thorns was to use a fire array. However, the star fern thorns had a certain attack range. Once one entered its attack range, the thorns would attack. Xiao Ruofei had been in the open wasteland before, so he could stay far away from the star fern thorns' attack range. He could set up an array around them and use flames to burn them to his heart's content. However, there was only so much space in the main hall. It was almost completely filled with star fern thorns. There wasn't enough space to set up an array. Moreover, the entrance to the main hall was on this side. If they went around the projection wall, they would be attacked by the star fern thorns. There was no way to enter the main hall to set up an array. Even if there was space, they wouldn't be able to pass through it. Yeah. Ling Qingxue also noticed the problem. She had followed Xiao Ruofei through the star fern thorns floor, so she was very familiar with them. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment before saying, if there's no other way, we can try to force our way in. Ah? Ling Qingxue cried out in surprise. There are so many star fern thorns. If we force our way in, I'm afraid, Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly. We can't just stand there and do nothing. Let's try and see if we can break through. We've already reached this point in the mission, but there's no notification. We don't know what the completion rate is. If we're stuck here, we might not be able to pass the mission. Then, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but hesitate when she heard this. How about this? Qingxue, you enter the defensive artifact first. I'm afraid that if I get surrounded by the star fern thorns, I won't be able to take care of you. If there's any other danger, we'll be in trouble. Xiao Ruofei said. In reality, the projection wall was basically a blind spot for the star fern thorns. Ling Qingxue was relatively safe there. However, Xiao Ruofei couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be other monsters coming out from there. If he was surrounded by the star fern thorns and Ling Qingxue was in danger, he might not be able to take care of her. In addition, Xiao Ruofei also considered that he might need to use the spiritual map scroll or even hide inside the spiritual map scroll. Naturally, it was best not to let Ling Qingxue see this. Therefore, letting Ling Qingxue enter what she thought was a protective formation was the best choice. Ah? Ling Qingxue cried out in surprise. There are so many star fern thorns. If we force our way in, I'm afraid, Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly. We can't just stand there and do nothing. Let's try and see if we can break through. We've already reached this point in the mission, but there's no notification. We don't know what the completion rate is. If we're stuck here, we might not be able to pass the mission. Then, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but hesitate when she heard this. How about this? Qingxue, you enter the defensive artifact first. I'm afraid that if I'm surrounded by the starfern thorns, I won't be able to take care of you. If there's any other danger, we'll be in trouble. Xiao Ruofei said. In reality, the projection wall was basically a blind spot for the starfern thorns. Ling Qingxue was relatively safe there. However, Xiao Ruofei couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be other monsters coming out from there. If he was surrounded by the starfern thorns and Ling Qingxue was in danger, he might not be able to take care of her. In addition, Xiao Ruofei also considered that he might need to use the spiritual map scroll or even hide inside the spiritual map scroll. Naturally, it was best not to let Ling Qingxue see this. Therefore, letting Ling Qingxue enter what she thought was a protective formation was the best choice. Of course, after Xiao Ruofei found a way, it was only a matter of time before he cleared the starfern thorns. He released his mental strength in the Ring 2 space and continued to investigate the distribution of the starfern thorns. After finding the best spot, he left the space in a flash. Before the starfern thorns attacks landed, he had already grabbed the spirit map scroll and accurately threw it at the spot he had chosen. Then, with a thought, he entered the space again. Naturally, the starfern thorns barrage of spikes all missed. Following that, Xiao Ruofei repeated the previous process. He set up the fire array formation bit by bit before activating it. The rest was simple. All he needed to do was to stay in the spirit map space and look at the raging flames outside, quietly waiting for this area to be cleared out. Xiao Ruofei even felt that time passed too slowly in the Archean realm, so he moved to the Mountain Sea realm. This way, time would be synchronized with the outside world. In addition, he could chat with Ling Qingxue while watching the show so that she wouldn't worry. As more and more areas were cleared, there weren't many star fern thorns left in the hall. In the end, Xiao Ruofei cleared all the star fern thorns after 12 attempts. There were still some that escaped, but they were all in the corners. The large-scale fire array formation couldn't cover them. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei decided to leave the Ring 2 space. The hall was very spacious. He stood in the middle, far away from the star fern thorns attack range. Then, he moved Ling Qingxue out of the Ring 2 space. Ling Qingxue had been chatting with Xiao Ruofei the entire time, but she didn't know how the battle was going. When she came out and saw the empty hall and the burn marks on the ground, she couldn't help but be surprised. Ruofei, you still found an opportunity to use the array formation? Asked Ling Qingxue. She couldn't imagine how Xiao Ruofei had set up the array formation. The hall had been filled with star fern thorns just now. Even though she had only caught a glimpse of them, she had still managed to get a rough idea of what was going on. She knew very well that there was no space to set up a formation in that situation. Moreover, as soon as they came out from behind the screen wall, they would be attacked by the star fern thorns. There was no time at all. Therefore, Ling Qingxue was very curious. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, there are always more solutions than difficulties. It's just some plants that can't move. How can they block my way? There are still some fish that slipped through the net. Ling Qingxue giggled as she pointed at a few star fern thorns in the corner. Xiao Ruofei said nonchalantly, I purposely left it behind. There's no point in just burning it. I'm going to chop it up. Xiao Ruofei wasn't bragging. If he wanted to end the battle quickly, he could just use a small flame array formation and burn them all to ashes. Although the corner of the hall was rather narrow, setting up a small flame array formation wasn't a problem. Ling Xianxia said with a smile, then I'll cheer you on from the side. Just watch. Xiao Ruofei said. Then, he controlled the curved frost flying swords and green traveling immortal swords to attack the nearest star fern thorns. The hall was very spacious now. He could hide outside the attack range of the star fern thorns and use his flying swords to deal with them. Speaking of which, he basically wouldn't be in any danger. It was just that when he encountered the star fern thorns, his attacks weren't powerful enough to pose a threat to them. Now, it was completely different. The curved frost flying swords and green traveling immortal swords could leave obvious wounds on the star fern thorns. Branches. Most importantly, the star fern thorns' recovery speed couldn't keep up with the speed of destruction of the two flying swords. As a result, the wounds naturally became bigger and bigger. Xiao Ruofei spent more than 10 minutes and relied on the flying sword's long-range attack to forcefully cut down a star fern thorn until it was dead. After dealing with the star fern thorns, Xiao Ruofei once again tested his strength and lost interest. He directly set up a few small flame arrays for the remaining star fern thorns and began to burn them at the same time. In a short while, all the star fern thorns in the hall were swept clean. Xiao Ruofei casually put away the array materials and said with a smile, "Done. Let's move on. Let's see if there are any more mysteries in this Xianxia hall." Ling Xianxia looked at Xiao Ruofei with eyes full of admiration and said, "Ruofei, you're really amazing. I think with your endless methods, there aren't many cultivators on Earth who are stronger than you." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "There are still some. I probably can't beat Qin Xian's family's old man, Qin Nanfeng, right now. Besides, the cultivation world is so big, so there must be many hidden experts. Maybe there's an expert hiding in some corner." Ling Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. "How can there be so many experts? Didn't you say that the cultivation environment on Earth is very bad? Even the most talented cultivators would find it hard to improve their cultivation. Isn't that so? So, even if you're the king of the cultivation world on Earth, there's nothing to be proud of." Xiao Ruofei said, "From the perspective of cultivation, it's just a remote and desolate place." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little bored when he said this. He said, "Let's go. Xianxia, the cultivation environment on Earth is just like that. We can't change anything. However, there are obviously great opportunities in the Tower of Trials. We've already gained a lot of benefits along the way. This kind of opportunity doesn't come by often, so we have to fight for all the benefits we can get. Only then will we have more resources to support our cultivation in the future." "That makes sense," Ling Xianxia said with a smile, "but my cultivation is low, so I'm counting on you." Xiao Ruofei pretended to wave his hand heroically and said, "No problem. With me here, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds." Ling Xianxia laughed so hard that she bent over. The two of them passed through the hall and continued to walk forward. The Yinxiao Hall was indeed a test of comprehensive strength. Next, Xiao Ruofei and Ling Xianxia encountered wave after wave of enemies. Basically, all the tests they encountered on the first few floors of the Tower of Trials appeared here. Sometimes, they came out in groups. For example, Xiao Ruofei encountered a sea serpent beast hidden in the star fern thorns. He was concentrating on setting up a formation and almost fell into an illusion. In addition, when Xiao Ruofei was dealing with the sea serpent beast, he had just fallen into an illusion. It wasn't too dangerous. As long as it wasn't a high-level sea serpent beast, even if he fell into an illusion, he would be able to wake up quickly. However, as soon as he fell into an illusion, there were extremely fast star beasts that attacked Xiao Ruofei. They didn't want to use the illusion to kill Xiao Ruofei. Instead, they wanted to make Xiao Ruofei fall into a sluggish state so that the star beasts could appear and end the battle quickly. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei's mental strength had greatly improved, so the illusion's effect on him was much smaller. He woke up in time before the star beast's attack landed on him and narrowly avoided the fatal attack. There were more than a dozen waves of such tests. It was not easy for Xiao Ruofei to deal with each wave. However, after experiencing a variety of attack combinations, Xiao Ruofei's actual combat experience had been greatly improved. He combined the flying sword, the formation, and the very flexible use of the ring to space. He was able to turn danger into safety every time. Moreover, no matter how many changes there were, he became more and more familiar with these methods. The more he fought, the more proficient he became. Finally, after the last wave of star beasts, sea serpent beasts, and a few gold core stage puppets were eliminated, Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingshui arrived at the back garden of the entire palace. This back garden was much larger than the one between the two halls they had passed before. Furthermore, there were clearly more spiritual plants and the scenery was much more beautiful. Everything looked like it was made by nature and was very close to the Tao of heaven and earth. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingshui wandered in the back garden. The air they inhaled contained rich spiritual qi, which made them feel relaxed and happy. At this time, Xiao Ruofei did not have any warning signs in his heart. He vaguely felt that there should be no danger, so his mood was much more relaxed than before. In fact, as soon as Xiao Ruofei stepped into this back garden, he felt comfortable all over, as if he was living in the Ring 2 space. Ling Qingshui could not help but take a deep breath and say, "Ruofei, how good would it be if we could live here forever? I feel that the environment of the Peach Blossom Island is not as good as here." The Peach Blossom Island was now regarded as a holy land for cultivation. Fortunately, it had not been exposed to the cultivation world. Otherwise, even Chen Nanfeng of the Tianyi sect could not help but be jealous. His cultivation was almost the best in the world, but there were so many disciples under him. The cultivation environment of the Tianyi sect was far inferior to that of the Peach Blossom Island. Of course, the Peach Blossom Island could not accommodate a sect as large as the Tianyi sect. However, the concentration of spiritual qi in the back garden of the Yunxiao Hall was much higher than that of the Peach Blossom Island. In addition, the environment here was more beautiful. Changing the scenery was the most basic. This kind of garden that was close to the way of nature could not be found on Earth, let alone an island like the Peach Blossom Island, which was full of artificial traces. It must be known that the Peach Blossom Island was only a backup plan set up by the family Liu. It was a refuge left behind in case the family faced a major crisis in the future. The scenery on the island could only be said to be passable, but reinforced concrete buildings could be seen everywhere. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Then let's take a few more breaths of the air here. It's free anyway." As for the Peach Blossom Island, didn't we get a set of Luotian formation flags this time? We can go back and arrange it. It will be of great use to improve the cultivation environment. As for the natural environment, it can only be like that. It can't be compared to this place. But the Peach Blossom Island is our home. Ling Qingshui smiled sweetly and said, "No matter how good this place is, it belongs to others. It can't be better than home." "I like what you said." Xiao Ruofei said, "In the future, we will settle down on the Peach Blossom Island. We will watch the sunrise and sunset together, listen to the ebb and flow of the tide together, enjoy the sea breeze together, and work hard to cultivate together." Ling Qingshui nodded heavily and said, "Yes. I only envy the Mandarin ducks, not the immortals." I think this sentence is really very insightful. Haha. I feel the same way. Xiao Ruofei said, "Qingshui, let's go. Let's walk around this garden, or we won't have a chance in the future. I'm sure that the imperial garden in the palace is just a small vegetable garden compared to this place." Ling Qingshui looked at the beautiful scenery in front of her and didn't think that Xiao Ruofei was exaggerating at all. She held Xiao Ruofei's hand and said, "It's a pity that Wei Wei won't have a chance to see such beautiful scenery." Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "There's really no way. We can't take this back garden back with us. How about we take some videos for her to enjoy?" "No, no, no. Wouldn't that be more exciting for her?" Ling Qingshui quickly said, "This time, she won't be able to come with us. She's already in a bad mood, just kidding." Xiao Ruofei said quickly. The two of them walked in the back garden together, smelling the unique fragrance of the spiritual flowers and spiritual herbs around them. They strolled along the winding paths between the pavilions and the waterside pavilions. Unconsciously, their bodies and minds relaxed. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingshui walked around twice and came to a pavilion. The octagonal pavilion was simple and unadorned. The 8 pillars were engraved with intricate and exquisite patterns. Most importantly, there was an octagonal pillar in the middle of the pavilion. At the top of the octagonal pillar, there was a barrier that emitted a faint light. Through the barrier, one could faintly see that there was a signboard made of a similar material, quietly standing in the center of the barrier. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingshua's attention was naturally attracted. "It's so beautiful." Ling Qingxue couldn't help but exclaim. "Ruofei, can you tell what it is?" Xiao Ruofei shook his head and said, "I really don't know, but it's definitely something good. Let's go in and have a look." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue stepped up the steps and walked into the pavilion. Xiao Ruofei also put away his playful attitude and focused all his attention on alert. After all, the crystal tablet protected by the boundary was not an ordinary item, so he did not know if there would be any danger in entering the pavilion. Generally speaking, such an important place would have a mechanism to alert him. However, to Xiao Ruofei's surprise, the two of them entered the pavilion easily. They walked up the steps and walked all the way to the octagonal stone platform without encountering any obstacles, nor were there any arrows or the like suddenly shot out from somewhere. In short, it was calm and peaceful. This was completely beyond Xiao Ruofei's expectations. However, this was not a big deal. After all, the crystal plate was still protected by the barrier. Xiao Ruofei was no stranger to this kind of barrier. In the stone room in the mountain sea territory of the Ring 2 space, he had constantly benefited from the barrier. At that time, the jade talisman of inheritance was protected by the barrier. Therefore, he knew very well that this kind of barrier looked similar, but the degree of toughness was completely different. Some could be broken by a cultivator at the Qi refining stage, while some could not be broken by a cultivator at the gold core stage. It was estimated that the kind of barrier that even a cultivator at the nascent soul stage could not break also existed, but Xiao Ruofei had not encountered it yet. He looked at the translucent barrier in front of him and the crystal plate inside the barrier, which was obviously a good thing, and muttered in his heart, "How strong is this barrier? Is it the kind that even a cultivator at the nascent soul stage can't break?" Ling Qingxue looked at the barrier and asked, "Ruofei, what is this? Is this the reward for completing the mission?" Xiao Ruofei shook his head and said, "I don't think so. I didn't see any notifications about the completion of the mission in my perceptive mirror. Besides, isn't the mission supposed to be evaluated before the reward is given? It can't be that fast." "Then Ling Qingxue couldn't make up her mind. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "This thing is definitely not ordinary. Since it's here, we can't be polite, right? Whether or not we can get it is one thing, but we have to at least try." In the secret space filled with dense purple qi, the old man in the green robe laughed. "Kid, if you can get this thing, I'll give it to you." Looking at the confident look on the old man's face, it was clear that he was very confident that Xiao Ruofei would not be able to obtain this crystal token. Xiao Ruofei didn't know that his every move was being watched by the old man in the green robe. In fact, the old man in the green robe could only observe the situation between Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue. This was because the other cultivators who had entered the training tower had all been eliminated without exception. The person who had gone the furthest had only reached the 5th level of the training tower. Xiao Ruofei said to Ling Qingxue, "Generally speaking, there's no way to open this kind of barrier. You can only break it with your own strength. I'll give it a try first." Ling Qingxue smiled and nodded. "Of course. If you can't break it, then it'll be useless for me to try." "That's hard to say, but I'll give it a try first," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Ling Qingxue stepped aside, and Xiao Ruofei took 2 steps forward and stood in front of the barrier. When Xiao Ruofei was in the cave of the mountain sea realm in the spirit map space, he had broken a few similar barriers, so he was very experienced. He did not directly attack the barrier because he knew very well that the greater the power of the attack, the greater the rebound. If he rashly bombarded the barrier with great force, unless he was very confident in breaking it, he would very likely be injured by the rebound power. Based on past experience, this kind of barrier light film was extremely tough. Unless one's strength was absolutely overwhelming, the possibility of breaking it through brute force was extremely small. Even with Xiao Ruofei's current cultivation, he wasn't absolutely sure that he could break through the first light barrier in the stone room in the cave. Therefore, just like before, he carefully pressed his hands on the barrier's light screen. Sure enough, although the barrier's membrane was faintly discernible, it was very tough. Xiao Ruofei gently pressed down, but it only made a slight dent. Xiao Ruofei felt the toughness of the barrier, and then began to gradually increase the strength. Yuan Qi constantly poured into his palms through his meridians. As Xiao Ruofei's strength changed, the dent in the barrier's membrane became bigger and bigger. However, Xiao Ruofei soon felt that the toughness of the barrier's membrane was stronger than any barrier he had encountered before, and it was not just a little bit stronger. Based on the current degree of deformation of the membrane, he was afraid that he would need to increase his strength by 10 times before the membrane could not withstand the pressure and finally break. Xiao Ruofei had already used at least 80% of his strength at this time. In addition, even if Xiao Ruofei could erupt with 10 times his strength, his physical strength could not reach it. He was afraid that his hands would be crushed before the barrier's membrane was broken. This conclusion made Xiao Ruofei a little depressed. The crystal card protected by the barrier was obviously not an ordinary object. Such a good thing was in front of him, but he could not get it at all. This feeling was much more uncomfortable than if it had not appeared at all. Giving up so easily had never been Xiao Ruofei's style. Although he had a premonition that he might not be able to break this barrier, he had not reached his limit yet, and he would not admit defeat. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei continued to increase his strength. His palms were already under tremendous pressure at this moment, and he felt that his finger bones seemed to be creaking, as if they could crack at any time. Very soon, Xiao Ruofei had already exerted the greatest amount of strength he could muster. Furthermore, he continued to inject Yuan Qi, maintaining the greatest amount of pressure. He felt that his finger bones were beginning to be unable to withstand such a long period of extreme pressure, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted. Xianxia saw the painful expression on Xiao Ruofei's face, and knew that Xiao Ruofei was now under tremendous pressure, and could not help but feel worried. She could not help but want Xiao Ruofei to give up, because seeing Xiao Ruofei in so much pain made her heart ache. However, Xiao Ruofei's stubborn expression made Xianxia unable to say the words to give up. She could only look at Xiao Ruofei with concern in her eyes, and secretly cheer for him in her heart. Xiao Ruofei's Yuan Qi was still relatively abundant, but this level of strength was clearly not enough. The deformation of the barrier's membrane was not too great, and it should be quite far from its limit. If he could not continue to increase his strength, it would definitely not break like this. Xiao Ruofei could feel the bursts of pain from his palms, and could not help but sigh secretly. He knew that he really had no way to break the barrier this time. The huge gap in strength was enough to make people despair. When Xiao Ruofei heard a slight cracking sound from his palms, he decisively chose to give up. After persisting to this extent, there was still no damage to the barrier's membrane. There was no point in continuing to persist. Moreover, cracks had already appeared on his palms. Even if he wanted to forcefully persist, he would not be able to hold on for long. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei sighed and began to gradually reduce his strength. He was very experienced and knew that he did not dare to withdraw all his strength at once. Otherwise, he would also be seriously injured by the backlash. As he withdrew his strength bit by bit, the barrier's membrane also gradually returned to its original position. This way, there would not be a large backlash. After a while, Xiao Ruofei finally withdrew all his strength. At this moment, bursts of heart-wrenching pain were still coming from his palms. In just a short while, cracks had already appeared on both his palms. Of course, this kind of external injury was nothing. Xiao Ruofei casually took out half a petal of the spirit heart flower from the ring 2 space and directly melted it into his palms. Soon, the cracks on his palms began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ruofei, are you okay? Xianxia asked with concern. She had just seen Xiao Ruofei's pained expression. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and shook his head. He said, "It's nothing. It's just some external injuries. They will heal very quickly. But, we probably won't be able to get this crystal card. I just tested it. My strength is too weak. If you can't get it, then don't take it," Xianxia said. "As long as you're okay. There are many good things in the cultivation world. It's impossible for us to take all the benefits." "That's true, but the crystal card is right in front of us, yet we can't get it. This kind of feeling is very unpleasant," Xiao Ruofei said with a bitter smile. "This shows that you've suffered 2 little setbacks. Ling Qingxue said with a smile. You're a rich second generation, a rich young lady, and you have the nerve to say that I've suffered too little setbacks? Xiao Ruofei could not help but laugh. I've suffered a lot since I was young, okay? Then I joined the army, especially after I joined the special forces. That kind of life. TSK, you probably couldn't even live a day. Ling Qingxue laughed and said, I'm not saying that you haven't suffered any setbacks in the past. I'm saying that after you started cultivating, everything has been smooth sailing. And the resources you've gotten are much more than the cultivators on Earth, right? So, today I'm teaching you a lesson. I want you to know that it's impossible for everything to go your way on the path of cultivation. Now that you mention it, it does seem a little bit like that. Xiao Ruofei scratched his head and said with a smile, it seems that when it comes to cultivation, I've always had a smoother time. Isn't that so? Ling Qingxue said. What my wife said makes sense. Xiao Ruofei had thought it through and said casually, since I can't get it, it means that I'm not fated to have it. At least, it's not fated yet. So, let's just leave it here. Ling Qingxue nodded. Then, she asked hesitantly, Ruofei, do you think? Should I give it a try? Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment and said, if you want to break this kind of wizardry barrier, there's basically no shortcut. You can only rely on absolute strength. Qingxue, your cultivation is still relatively low. I'm afraid. Then I won't try. Ling Qingxue said with a smile, so as not to waste time. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, there's no harm in giving it a try. Anyway, we should have already completed the task on this floor. We just have to wait for the evaluation results. This kind of protective wizardry barrier is very typical. Even if it can't be broken, it's still good for you to experience it. It's also a rare experience. Then, I'll give it a try? Ling Qingxue was also a little curious and said immediately. Go ahead. Xiao Ruofei said. But remember, you must not use too much strength to hit the wizardry barrier. Otherwise, the rebound force will definitely hurt you. You can only do what I did just now, gently press on it, then slowly increase your strength. I saw what you did just now. Don't worry. Ling Qingxue was eager to give it a try. Don't increase your strength too much at once. Also, if you feel that your palm can't take the pressure anymore, you must decisively give up. There's no point in blindly persisting. You'll only hurt yourself, Xiao Ruofei reminded her. Okay, I'm very afraid of pain. I definitely won't stupidly persist. Ling Qingxue said with a smile. There's also a very important point. Even if you want to withdraw, you must not do it all at once. Otherwise, the barrier membrane will rebound and the force will be very strong. Even if you're lucky and don't suffer any serious injuries, your wrist will definitely be fractured. So, when you withdraw, you must withdraw slowly. You must not be too hasty, Xiao Ruofei instructed her in detail. Ling Qingxue nodded seriously and said, okay, I'll remember. Is there anything else I need to pay attention to? Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, nothing else. Anyway, you just have to experience it. Just be careful. Okay. Ling Qingxue said, then I'll go and try it. Go ahead. Xiao Ruofei said. He also followed Ling Qingxue to the side of the wizardry barrier. This way, if Ling Qingxue did something wrong and was injured, he could still treat her in time. Ling Qingxue looked at Xiao Ruofei again. Xiao Ruofei nodded and gave her an encouraging smile. Ling Qingxue, with a trace of excitement and nervousness, slowly reached out her hand and imitated Xiao Ruofei, placing her palm on the barrier membrane. Xiao Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue with a smile on his face. At this time, he was no longer worried about gains and losses. In his opinion, Ling Qingxue was completely experiencing the wizardry barrier, so he was now in a very relaxed mood. When Ling Qingxue's palm came into contact with the barrier's membrane wall, the membrane wall indeed slightly caved in. The barrier membrane was originally elastic. Even if she didn't add much strength, as long as she pressed lightly, it would still cave in. This had nothing to do with the level of cultivation. Xiao Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue with a smile and said, try to add a little more strength. Be careful not to add too much strength at once. You have to be careful of the rebound force. Ling Xianxia nodded and began to gently press down. Xiao Ruofei was also dumbfounded. He said weakly, I've never encountered such a situation before. Why? Don't you try to pull your hand out? Don't tell me it's stuck? Oh. Ling Xianxia said innocently. Then, she really slowly pulled her hand out of his grip. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly shouted, Stop, 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 stop. You're really pulling your hand out. I'm just kidding. What if you can't reach in? Seriously. You've already put your hand into the wizardry barrier. Do you still need to ask me what to do? Of course, I'm going to take the crystal card. Ling Xianxia couldn't help but glare at Xiao Ruofei coquettishly and said, You're still joking with me at a time like this. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, Aren't you scaring me? To ease the atmosphere. Xianxia, slowly reach in and try to take the crystal card off. You must be slow. If anything goes wrong, pull back immediately. Xiao Ruofei felt that the situation was a little strange. He didn't know if Ling Xianxia would be in danger when she tried to take the crystal card, because everything was going too smoothly. It was so smooth that it didn't seem real. But under such circumstances, it was impossible to give up. Xiao Ruofei didn't have the ability to break the wizardry barrier. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have let Ling Xianxia take the risk. Of course, looking at the situation, it didn't seem like there was any danger. Xiao Ruofei thought to himself, could it be that the crystal card is not only protected by the wizardry barrier? Otherwise, it would be too easy. While Xiao Ruofei was still thinking, Ling Xianxia had already reached her hand in easily and gently grabbed the crystal card. Then, Ling Xianxia turned to look at Xiao Ruofei and pulled back her hand that was holding the crystal card. Xiao Ruofei's eyes widened as he watched Ling Xianxia take out the crystal card as if it were as simple as eating and drinking. This. Xiao Ruofei felt that his brain was about to shut down. This. In the secret space filled with dense purple qi, the old man in the green robe was also stunned and couldn't believe his eyes. Could it be that there was something wrong with the wizardry barrier? It couldn't be. Just now, the little girl had used all her strength, but there was no crack on the barrier at all. This girl's cultivation was only at the qi refining stage. How did she do it? All of this had clearly exceeded the green-robed old man's expectations. Of course, this was not something he had planned in advance. Previously, Xiao Ruofei had overcome all the difficulties and passed through level after level. Although he had repeatedly performed amazingly, it was all within his capabilities. At most, he would perform exceptionally, or it could be said that he was more talented than the average cultivator. In addition, he was able to react quickly and find a suitable solution every time. Therefore, the old man in the green robe only secretly praised him and didn't lose his composure like he did now. How is this possible? Even if this girl's cultivation was at the nascent soul stage, she couldn't have taken the core control of the Yunxiao Hall so easily. The old man in the green robe muttered to himself. This crystal card was actually the core control of the entire Yunxiao Hall. As the main part of the 7th level of the training tower, the importance of the Yunxiao Hall could be imagined. For countless years, not only did Qi refining stage and golden core stage cultivators come to the training tower to take the test, there were also nascent soul stage cultivators who entered. Among the cultivators who made it to the 7th level of the training tower, there was no lack of nascent soul stage cultivators. But until now, no one, including those nascent soul stage cultivators, had been able to directly take away the core control of the Yunxiao Hall. The strength of the barrier was extremely high. Even a late nascent soul stage cultivator would not be able to break it. Unless it was a nascent soul stage cultivator, there was still some hope. But nascent soul stage cultivators were no longer within the range of the training tower. Thus, the core control of the Yunxiao Hall was very safe. It was usually placed in this pavilion without any other concealment or protection. Originally, it was designed this way to let the cultivators who passed through the various obstacles of the Yunxiao Hall understand that there was always someone better than them. To put it bluntly, it was purposely placed there so that the geniuses who passed through the various obstacles could not see it and could not touch it. It was to dampen their spirit and prevent them from becoming arrogant. But today, this arrangement had an accident with a qi refining stage cultivator. The barrier did not seem to have any obstruction to Xianxia. She did not even need to break the barrier and was able to take out the core control of the Yunxiao Hall from within the barrier. This unexpected accident caused the old man in the green robe to be dumbfounded. He was stunned for a moment before muttering to himself, "There must be a problem with the barrier. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the core control cannot be stored in a storage magic treasure. When they go to the 8th level of the training tower, the core control will naturally be left behind." That's right, she can't possibly be able to make the Yunxiao Hall recognize her as its master, right? At this point, the old man in the green robe could not help but laugh. He muttered to himself, "What am I thinking? After so many years, even I have not been able to make the Yunxiao Hall recognize me as its master. Even now, I can barely use some of the functions of the Yunxiao Hall. She is just a little girl in the qi refining stage. How could she possibly do it?" Just as the old man in the green robe finished speaking, in the pavilion in the back garden of the Yunxiao Hall on the 7th level of the training tower, Xianxia said to Xiao Ruofei with some uncertainty, "Ruofei, this crystal token seems to have established a connection with me." In the secret space filled with dense purple qi, the old man in the green robe almost choked to death. "What the hell is establishing a connection with me? Don't tell me it really recognizes me as its master. What the hell is going on?" 7th level of the training tower. Xiao Ruofei was also in a state of shock. Ever since Xianxia easily raised her hand into the barrier, he felt that his brain was not enough to process it. Hearing Xianxia's words, Xiao Ruofei could not help but scratch his head and ask, "Establishing a connection? What does that mean?" Xianxia was also confused. She said, "It's establishing a connection with me. This crystal token is the core control of the Yunxiao Hall. Through it, I can control the entire Yunxiao Hall. This information was told to me by the crystal token. Also, I seem to what?" Xiao Ruofei could not help but feel anxious. "Hurry up and tell me. Don't tell me there are any side effects." Xianxia quickly said, No, Ruofei, it's just that I seem to be able to control the Yunxiao Hall. I can even store the entire Yunxiao Hall. I don't know why either." Xiao Ruofei was dumbfounded. After a while, he muttered, establishing a connection, so it's recognizing me as its master." Recognizing me as its master? Xianxia was still confused. "You said that the crystal token is the core control of the Yunxiao Hall and established a connection with you. Then you can control the Yunxiao Hall and store it?" Xiao Ruofei asked. "Yes. Isn't this recognizing you as its master? That means you are now the master of the Yunxiao Hall," Xiao Ruofei said. Then he could not help but slap his head and say, "That's not right. How can it recognize you as its master? And don't you usually need to drip blood or something? You didn't do anything just now." Even Xiao Ruofei could not figure it out. Xianxia naturally did not know either. She was confused throughout the whole process. So, after hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, Xianxia could not help but be worried. She asked, "Ruofei, this wouldn't be a problem, right?" Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they racked their brains. But in that hidden space filled with dense purple qi, the old man in green Taoist robes suddenly came to a realization after hearing their conversation. He seemed to have figured out the reason behind it. The old man in the green robe could not help but cry out, "Could it be that this girl has the bloodline of Fairy Lingbo? She is the descendant of Fairy Lingbo? This is too unbelievable. But this is the only explanation. Otherwise, why would the Yunxiao Hall recognize her as its master? Fairy Lingbo actually has a descendant, and her bloodline aura, wait. Could she be the reincarnation of Fairy Lingbo? No, the timing doesn't match." The old man in the green robe's emotions were in turmoil. He lost his usual calm demeanor and kept muttering to himself. On the 7th level of the Tower of Trials, Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia did not know what was going on and could not explain it. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said uncertainly, "There shouldn't be any problem. This is a good thing." Xianxia, are you sure you can control the entire Yunxiao Hall? Ling Xianxia nodded and said, I'm sure. Now, as long as I think about it, I can clearly know the situation in any corner of the Yunxiao Hall. I even tried to control it just now. There's no problem. Do you want me to try again? How? Xiao Ruofei was confused. Ling Xianxia smiled and said, you'll know soon. Just when Xiao Ruofei was confused, he heard a series of footsteps. He quickly turned his head and saw two late-stage gold core realm puppets rushing towards him with murderous looks on their faces. Xiao Ruofei quickly protected Ling Xianxia behind him. At the same time, he took out the curved frost flying sword and the green traveling immortal sword. Ling Xianxia said with a smile, Ruofei, don't be nervous. I transferred them over. They won't hurt you. Look at their murderous looks. Do they look like they won't hurt me? Xiao Ruofei said. Ling Xianxia pursed her lips and said, that's because I gave them the order to kill you. But I've changed. Look. Xiao Ruofei looked at them suspiciously. He saw that the murderous looks on the two puppets' faces had disappeared. Moreover, after they came close, they stood at the bottom of the steps of the pavilion with their hands hanging down. They were even more obedient than kittens. Xiao Ruofei looked at the two puppets in shock and then looked at Ling Xianxia. Then, he said, this is amazing. Xianxia. There are so many puppets and monsters in the Yunxiao Palace. You have so many helpers. I won't be your opponent in the future. Xiao Ruofei had just passed through many checkpoints in the Yunxiao Palace. Naturally, he knew the strength of those monsters. He had passed many checkpoints with great danger. Ling Xianxia proudly raised her chin and said, now you know fear. Let's see if you dare to bully me in the future. Xiao Ruofei pretended to be afraid. He raised his hands and said, I won't dare. I won't dare. Fairy, please spare me. Ling Xianxia laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her back. After a while, Ling Xianxia asked again, oh right, Ruofei, I think I can take away the entire Yunxiao Palace. Should we take it? Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation, of course. If we don't take away such a good treasure, are we going to keep it for the new year? Didn't you always say that it would be great if we could live in this palace? If you take it away now, won't you be able to live in it whenever you want in the future? In the secret space filled with purple clouds, the green-robed old man also came back to his senses. He shouted, no. You can't take it. If you take it away, what will happen to the 7th floor of the Tower of Trials? The Yunxiao Palace was the main body of the 7th floor of the Tower of Trials. All the tests were completed in the Yunxiao Palace. If the Yunxiao Palace was taken away, then wouldn't the 7th floor of the Tower of Trials exist in name only? At that time, the 9th-floor Tower of Trials would have one floor missing. Wouldn't that be a huge joke? However, Ling Xianxia and Xiao Ruofei, who were in the Yunxiao Palace, couldn't hear the green-robed old man's words. Even if they heard it, Ling Xianxia wouldn't listen to the green-robed old man, she only listened to Xiao Ruofei. Furthermore, why couldn't they take the treasure that they obtained with their own abilities? Alright. Actually, Ling Xianxia was able to obtain the Yunxiao Palace mostly because of luck. But luck was also a part of one's abilities, right? Therefore, after Ling Xianxia heard Xiao Ruofei's words, she immediately nodded and said, alright. Then let's take the Yunxiao Palace away. After saying that, Ling Xianxia smiled and said, Ruofei, since we want to take the Yunxiao Palace, then we have to leave first. Of course. Right, how do we leave? Do we go back the way we came? Xiao Ruofei asked, is there a back door in the Yunxiao Palace? It's quite far to go back to the front entrance. Ling Xianxia smiled and said, no need to go through so much trouble, just watch me. Just don't resist. Oh. Xiao Ruofei said. Why did he feel that these words sounded so familiar? Previously, he was the one who said this to Ling Xianxia. Unexpectedly, it was Ling Xianxia's turn to say these words to Xiao Ruofei. After Ling Xianxia finished speaking, Xiao Ruofei felt a pulling force. This force wasn't strong, but he didn't resist at all. The scene in front of him suddenly changed, and then he found himself in the huge square in front of the Yunxiao Palace. This was the place where he and Ling Xianxia had entered the Yunxiao Palace. Amazing. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but give Ling Qingxue a thumbs up. Ling Qingxue pursed her lips and smiled, then said, "Then I'll take the Yunxiao Palace." "Of course. What's there to hesitate about?" Xiao Ruofei said. Ling Qingxue nodded heavily. Then, without seeing what Ling Qingxue did, the entire Yunxiao Palace shook slightly, then suddenly disappeared into thin air. The entire 7th floor of the Tower of Trials was left with an empty square. Xiao Ruofei looked at the empty 7th floor of the Tower of Trials and couldn't help but laugh and say, "Qingxue, you're still the best." Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "When I challenge the Tower of Trials, the most I can do is break a record and get more rewards. At most, I can take advantage of the loopholes in the rules to gain more benefits. But you, on the other hand, have destroyed their foundation. Look at the 7th floor of the Tower of Trials, it has become an empty space." Ha ha ha. Ling Qingxue was a little uneasy when she heard this. She said, "I see." Chapter 1867 of God Level Farm, Spiritual Master Xianxia. Please wait for a moment. Once the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. That's more like it. Venerable Xianxia was overjoyed. It's just a place to test nascent soul, golden core, and chi refinement cultivators. Without the Yunxiao Palace, it can't be carried out? How can this be a problem for you, Venerable Qingxian? Taoist Qingxian blew his beard and glared at him. It's easy for you to say that. Why don't you try? Venerable Xianxia waved his hand and said, "Everyone has their own specialization. Everyone has their own duties. How can I exceed my authority?" Then, he quickly changed the topic. "Oh right, my disciple should have passed the 7th level of the Tower of Trials. They even took the Yunxiao Palace. The mission completion rate is definitely 100%. Then the mission reward." Taoist Qingxian glared and said, "They even took the Yunxiao Palace away. You still want other rewards?" "No way." Venerable Xianxia did not mind. He curled his lips and said, "I knew you were stingy." "Stingy? You?" Taoist Qingxian was speechless. On the 7th level of the Tower of Trials, Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue stood in the empty square. The two of them did not know what to do next. The Yunxiao Palace had been taken away and the 7th level of the Tower of Trials was empty. However, the mission notification had not been updated. Could it be that the mission was stuck here because they took the Yunxiao Palace? Could it be that without the Yunxiao Palace, there was no way to assess the mission completion rate? Xiao Ruofei could not help but feel nervous. Why not put the Yunxiao Palace back first? Just as he was hesitating, new words appeared on the mission notification board. Mission completed. Please enter the 8th level of the Tower of Trials. A line of cold words. Xiao Ruofei could feel a trace of resentment between the lines. This must be an illusion. Xiao Ruofei shook his head. However, this mission notification was too simple. Didn't it say to assess the mission completion rate and give out the reward? What about the mission completion rate? What about the reward? Also, where was the entrance to the Tower of Trials? There had to be a hint. Xiao Ruofei had enough of these riddles. However, he could not do anything about it. When one was under the eaves, one had no choice but to lower one's head. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but ask, "Ruofei, what's wrong?" Xiao Ruofei told Ling Qingxue about the mission and said, "Qingxue, what do you think is going on? Didn't they say that the reward would be based on the degree of completion of the mission? Why aren't there any evaluation results, and there's no mention of where I can get the reward?" In the hidden space filled with purple chi, Taoist Qingxian snorted and said, "Xianxia, your disciple is just like you. He had already wiped out the entire Cloud Palace, yet he still wanted a reward. Isn't that too greedy?" Spiritual Master Xianxia laughed and said, "Who told you to set the rules to give out rewards according to the degree of completion of the task? She had completed the mission, and she had done it so well, but you didn't get a reward. It's fine if you don't give out rewards, but you don't want people to question you. Isn't that too overbearing?" Taoist Qingxian glared at Spiritual Master Xianxia angrily and didn't even bother to say anything. Losing the Cloud Palace really made him very depressed. 7th level of the Tower of Trials. After Ling Qingxue heard Xiao Ruofei's words, she hesitated and said, Could it be that because I took the Cloud Palace away, there's no reward? Should we? Silly girl. Xiao Ruofei didn't wait for Ling Qingxue to finish and interrupted her. What reward can compare to the Cloud Palace? Do you still need me to tell you how to choose? Forget it. If there's no reward, then there's no reward. The problem is that we don't know where the entrance is. The mission didn't say anything, and there's no indication on the sensory mirror map. How are we supposed to find it? As soon as Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, a light door appeared out of thin air 2 to 3 meters in front of them. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue couldn't help but widen their eyes. It could be done like that. After a while, Xiao Ruofei said, I'm starting to feel that this Tower of Trials isn't operating on its own. Maybe there's someone operating it behind the scenes. Maybe the person operating the Tower of Trials can even hear us. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but look around and said, Don't scare me, this is too. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Even if there's someone watching, there's nothing to be afraid of. What I said is the truth. Right? There's no rule that says we can't take the Cloud Palace away. Otherwise, don't put the control core there. If we can't find the control core, we won't have any ideas about it, right? The rules say that there's a reward for completing the mission. Now that we've completed it and there's no reward, we can't even say a few words? In the space filled with purple clouds, Spiritual Master Xianxia looked at the mirror magic treasure and laughed loudly. Brother Qing Xian, what my disciple said is the truth. You can't take revenge. Spiritual Master Qing Xian stared at Spiritual Master Xianxia and said, Am I, Qing Xian, such a petty person? Stoop to the level of a golden core stage kid? But that's just talk, there's no reward. No matter what you say. Spiritual Master Xianxia laughed and said, Fine, fine, fine. If you say no, I won't give it. My disciple doesn't lack that little reward. When I meet him, I'll give him a big gift. It's much better than any reward you can give. Spiritual Master Qing Xian couldn't help but stare and said, Brother Xianxia, you're going to meet this disciple? He's only at the golden core stage now. Knowing too much isn't a good thing for his cultivation. To be honest, although your disciple's mouth is a little bad, his talent is still very good. In the future, he'll definitely become someone great. You can't spoil things by spoiling them. Spiritual Master Xianxia laughed and waved his hand and said, I know that. I know that. Now is definitely not the time, but I believe that he'll be able to meet us very soon. Spiritual Master Qing Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was complaining, he still admired Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei's talent, as well as his fearlessness in the face of danger, made him appreciate his talent. On the 7th floor of the Tower of Trials, Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue calmed their minds and then walked hand in hand into the door formed by the light curtain. After a familiar pulling feeling, Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue both felt their feet on the ground again. Xiao Ruofei immediately turned his head to look. When he saw that Ling Qingxue was still standing hand in hand with him, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he began to observe his surroundings and at the same time, he was fully alert. They were now on the 8th floor of the Tower of Trials. There were a total of 9 floors in the Tower of Trials, and at the 8th floor, they were very close to the top floor. The higher the floor of the Tower of Trials, the more difficult it would be. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei didn't dare to let his guard down. His heart was tense at all times, ready to deal with any unexpected situations. Xiao Ruofei realized that the two of them were standing on a huge square. If the ground hadn't been changed to black stones, they would have the illusion that they were still on the 7th floor of the Tower of Trials. In such a spacious black stone square, Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue stood in the middle of it and seemed especially small. Xiao Ruofei maintained his vigilance as he observed the huge square. He carefully sized up the black stone under his feet. Suddenly, his gaze focused. He squatted down and touched it with his hand, then moved closer to take a closer look. Is there a problem? Ling Qingxue asked nervously. Xiao Ruofei's face revealed a trace of shock as he said, Qingxue, did you notice? This square is completely paved with obsidian. Obsidian? Ling Qingxue was stunned for a moment before she immediately reacted. She sucked in a breath of cold air and said, Is this the main material used to make your flying boat, obsidian? Xiao Ruofei slowly nodded and said, awesome, right? This is what you call a big deal. Ling Qingxue nodded in agreement and said, as expected of rich people. Obsidian was a very precious material for refining weapons. Xiao Ruofei's obsidian flying boat was completely made of obsidian. It almost made the seniors in the cultivation world, including Chen Nanfeng, drop their jaws in shock. They felt that this was simply too extravagant. If Chen Nanfeng and the others came here and saw that this seemingly endless square was completely paved with obsidian, they would be even more shocked to the extreme. Xiao Ruofei roughly estimated that if the obsidian used to pave this square was used to make his flying boat, it would be able to make at least hundreds or thousands of them. If this amount of obsidian was transported back to the cultivation world on Earth, it would probably not even cost a fraction of the total amount to buy the entire cultivation world. Xiao Ruofei released the restrictions of the Mountain Sea realm in the Ring-2 space. Yuntai, who was hiding in the mysterious ore, immediately noticed the huge amount of obsidian. As a master refiner in the ancient world of cultivation, Yuntai Hermit was quite wealthy. He had seen countless precious materials. However, even Yuntai could not help but gasp when he saw so many obsidian. He said, fellow Xia, where are you? There are so many obsidian here. Xiao Ruofei communicated with Yuntai telepathically, Senior Yuntai, this is the 8th level of the Tower of Trials. Kid, you're really something. Yuntai smiled and said, you released the restrictions just to let me see the obsidian? Xiao Ruofei replied telepathically, that's right. How is it? Is it spectacular? It is indeed spectacular. Yuntai said, but I've seen it all. If there's nothing else, I'm going to go into seclusion. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly said, don't be in such a hurry. Senior Yuntai, if you go into seclusion, I don't know when you'll wake up. You're looking for me? Yuntai said, if you have something to say, just say it in one breath. No. Xiao Ruofei said, Senior Yuntai, this is obsidian. Aren't you tempted by this amount of obsidian? Don't you want to keep all of them for yourself? I'm in my spiritual form now. I can't refine any equipment. Yuntai said, why would I want so many obsidian? Xiao Ruofei did not know whether to laugh or cry. He hurriedly said, then. Senior, you don't have any use for it, but I do. So many obsidian ores, that was a huge fortune. If it's converted into cultivation resources, it's enough to support a super sect. Can you teach me how to collect these obsidian? Xiao Ruofei had tried earlier. The obsidian in the plaza could not be taken away. There was no way to store it in the storage space. He could not even pry it open. Yuntai laughed and said, I knew that you would be tempted. But, you should give up on this idea. It's impossible. Xiao Ruofei was stunned. He asked telepathically, impossible? Senior, you can't do anything about it? Yuntai said, that's right. Even if my physical body was still here and my cultivation was at its peak, it would be impossible for me to take away any of the obsidian. Xiao Ruofei saw how certain Yuntai was. He immediately gave up on the unrealistic idea. However, he was still very curious. He could not help but ask, then why? Is there any difficulty in collecting these obsidian? What difficulty? Yuntai smiled and said, these obsidian stones have been tightly locked together by a formation. You see that they are spread out on the ground, but in fact, all the obsidian stones in this huge square are equivalent to a whole. In addition, it is locked together with the entire space. The level of the array is very high. Let alone a golden core cultivator like you, even a primordial soul cultivator would not be able to move it. When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he completely gave up on the idea. Even a primordial soul cultivator could not do anything about it. Moreover, he had tried earlier. Indeed, there was nothing he could do. Yuntai asked again, is there anything else? If not, I will go into seclusion. Oh. Nothing else. Nothing else. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly said, then I won't disturb Senior Yuntai any longer. You can go into seclusion. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but say, wife, you can see through it but don't say it out loud. Ling Qingxue giggled happily. Just as the two were talking, a rumbling sound rang out and the entire square began to tremble slightly. Xiao Ruofei quickly pulled Ling Qingxue to his side so that if anything dangerous happened, he could protect Ling Qingxue immediately. There was no danger, but the two of them still opened their eyes wide and looked in front of them. They saw that on the ground of the square not far in front of the two, stairs began to appear and continued to extend upwards. There were a total of 2 steps, about 2 meters apart. Each step continued to rise in the rumbling sound. The steps were also made of obsidian. Each step was about 2 meters wide and about 15 to 20 centimeters high. Steps seemed to appear out of thin air, constantly growing upwards. Moreover, there was no support at the bottom, but it was able to stand steadily. It looked quite strange. What's going on? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but mutter to himself. Ling Qingxue said, "It seems that the mission for the 8th floor of the Tower of Trials is on these 2 steps. Let's wait and see. When the steps stabilize, I think the mission for the 8th floor will be released." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "N. It should be like this." The two of them slowly raised their heads. Because the steps were rising higher and higher, it gradually became smaller in their field of vision as if it directly led to the sky. There was no distinction between day and night in the Tower of Trials. Of course, there was no sun or moon. The sky above their heads always maintained the same brightness. It was relatively mild and not dazzling. At the same time, it allowed the entire space to be in a more comfortable illumination. Xiao Ruofei didn't fly high on his sword. After all, he always had a psychological shadow and felt that there was a fatal danger at the top. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei didn't know how high it was. However, he was very clear that the Tower of Trials was a small space, so the height was definitely limited. In theory, as long as he kept flying up, he would definitely touch the space membrane. Now it seemed that the obsidian steps extended for 500 to 600 steps and were about 100 meters high. It seemed that they hadn't touched the space membrane yet. Just as Xiao Ruofei was thinking about how high the small space was, the obsidian steps seemed to have stopped extending because the square was no longer shaking and the rumbling sound gradually disappeared. Xiao Ruofei looked up and saw that the end of the obsidian steps was at least 100 meters high. And there was a very familiar light door there. What's going on? This thought flashed through Xiao Ruofei's mind. He subconsciously looked at the mission prompt in the perceptive mirror, but there was no prompt there. At this moment, Ling Qingxue shouted, "Ruofei, look." Xiao Ruofei turned his attention to the direction Ling Qingxue was pointing. He looked up and saw that a stone tablet was slowly rising between the 2 steps. At the same time, there was a slightly smaller stone tablet on both sides of the 2 steps. To be more precise, the small stone tablets were more like signboards. "Let's go and take a look," Xiao Ruofei said. He and Ling Qingxue walked toward the 2 steps together. On the 2 small stone tablets that looked like signboards, the words Golden Core were written on the left and Qi Refinement were written on the right. Xiao Ruofei suddenly had a bad premonition. Was he and Ling Qingxue going to be tested separately? In fact, when the 2 steps appeared, he already had a bad feeling. Now that the 2 signboards were here, it was already very obvious. If Ling Qingxue could take the test with him, he was confident that he could carry Ling Qingxue all the way to the end. But if the two of them were to take the test separately, then he would not be able to help. The mission of the 8th level of the training tower was not so easy to complete. Xiao Ruofei knew very well that even though Ling Qingxue's cultivation had increased greatly, especially her spiritual power, with her abilities, she would only be able to make it to the 6th level of the training tower at most. It would be very difficult for her to go any further. If Ling Qingxue were to take the test alone, it would be very difficult for her to pass the 8th level of the training tower. Xiao Ruofei's expression became a little ugly, but he still held on to a glimmer of hope and looked at the stone tablet in the middle of the 2 steps. Sure enough, this stone tablet had the mission's description carved on it. This time, the mission was directly posted on the stone tablet, but the mission panel in the sensory mirror's vision did not change. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue carefully read the words on the tablet. Xiao Ruofei's expression became more and more ugly, but Ling Qingxue was very calm, and even felt a little relieved. Just as Xiao Ruofei had worried, he and Ling Qingxue would have to take the test alone, and they would have to take the left and right obsidian steps to go up. The mission's content was very simple. Once they reached the top, the mission would be considered completed. In fact, the light screen door at the top of the obsidian steps was the passage to the top level of the training tower. Furthermore, the stone tablet clearly stated that this was the final test of the Tower of Trials. This was because the 9th level of the training tower, which was the top level, did not have any tests. As long as a cultivator could pass this level, which was named Stairway to Heaven, it was equivalent to passing the mission of the training tower. The top level of the training tower was the place to enjoy the joy of victory, and it was also the place to receive rewards. This was good news because Xia Ruofei was prepared for an even harsher test from the higher levels. However, the most troublesome thing was that the two of them would have to take the test separately. Xia Ruofei looked at the stone tablet's content twice, then said to Ling Qingxue, "What kind of lousy design is this? Since I passed the test and was lucky enough to draw you to my side, then the two of us should have been together all the time. How can we be separated like this?" Ling Qingshue's attitude was very good, and she said with a smile, "Ruofei, it's okay. I've already exceeded the requirements by hitching a ride. If I relied on myself, it would be impossible for me to reach such a high level. Also, I've obtained a treasure like the Yinxiao Palace. Even if I'm eliminated from this level, it's worth it." Xia Ruofei frowned and said, "I'm worried about danger. If I'm not by your side, it's okay. Don't forget that I'm also a cultivator. If I'm always under your protection, what's the point of my cultivation increasing?" Ling Qingxue said with a smile, "I still need to experience some setbacks and dangers before I can improve." Xia Ruofei frowned. He was most worried that Ling Qingxue would be in danger during the completion of the mission, but he would not be able to save her. If the two of them went through together, no matter how difficult the environment was, Xia Ruofei was confident that he could guarantee Ling Qingshue's safety, but once they were separated, it would be hard to say. The distance between the two stairs was not very far, but Xia Ruofei could not guarantee that there would be no spatial barriers between the two stairs. Even if they were close, because the two of them were in two different spaces, Xia Ruofei could not use the spiritual map scroll to directly suck Ling Qingxue into the space to protect her. He could only watch Ling Qingxue deal with it by herself. However, the rules were set by others, and since they were in the Tower of Trials, they could only follow the rules. This was something that Xia Ruofei could not change. Xia Ruofei could not be so arrogant as to try to break through this level set by an almighty senior, so he could only complete it according to the requirements of the mission. He thought about it for a while, and finally smiled bitterly and helplessly. "If that's the case, we have no choice but to complete it according to the rules. Qingxue, get ready, let's start climbing. Oh right, I'll give you a few jade talismans." As Xia Ruofei spoke, he took out a few jade talismans that he had engraved from the Ring 2 space and handed them to Ling Qingxue. This is a one-time use protective talisman, and it can basically block a full force attack from a mid-golden core cultivator. I only have these on me, so I'll give them all to you. Wear them on your body, and if you're in danger, they'll automatically protect you. Don't give them all to me," Ling Qingxue said. "Your path will definitely be more dangerous, so you should still keep a few for yourself." Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "These things are useless to me. Even if it's a full force attack from a mid-golden core cultivator, I can easily block it. If it's a more powerful attack, these jade talismans won't have any effect. So, I won't keep them. They're all yours." When Ling Qingxue heard this, she felt that it made sense. Therefore, she didn't refuse anymore. She reached out and took the jade talismans that Xia Ruofei handed to her. Ling Qingxue didn't put the jade talismans into her storage ring. Once she did, they would just be a few ordinary items, and they wouldn't be able to protect her at all. Therefore, she carefully wore all these jade talismans on her body. Xia Ruofei thought for a while. He could only help Ling Qingxue with this much. Some other talismans could also protect her, but Ling Qingxue knew almost nothing about arrays. Even if he gave her the talismans, she wouldn't use them. Therefore, Xia Ruofei made up his mind and said, "Qingxue, you can only rely on yourself from now on. Let's go. Let's try the stairway to heaven." After that, Xia Ruofei was about to walk to the left and climb the obsidian stairs marked gold core. However, Ling Qingxue reached out and pulled him back. She smiled and said, "Ruofei, wait for me this time. Let me try it first." Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand. Ling Qingxue smiled and explained, if the two of us try it together. I don't know if we can see each other, but if we can see each other on that stairway to heaven, I'm worried that we'll affect each other. Xiao Ruofei immediately understood. In fact, Ling Qingxue was still worried that she would be affected. After all, both of them knew that the possibility of Ling Qingxue passing this level was not high. If Xiao Ruofei saw Ling Qingxue in a dangerous situation on the stairway to heaven, he would inevitably be affected and unable to concentrate on passing the level. This could lead to serious consequences. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, Qingxue, if that's what you're thinking, then I'll go and explore first. You can watch from the side first. Maybe it'll be useful to you. However, Ling Qingxue held Xiao Ruofei's hand tightly. She shook her head firmly and said, I'll go first. If I stay here, you'll definitely miss me. Then you won't be able to concentrate. We both know that your chances of passing this level are much higher than mine. You can't take the risk easily. Like you said, if I go first, you'll be able to use me as a reference. Also, no matter if I'm eliminated or successfully pass, you can continue to pass the level without any distractions. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel warm when he heard this. He held Ling Qingxue's hand tightly and said, Qingxue, I'm not that weak. Let me go first. I'll definitely pass. Ling Qingxue shook her head and said, since we're already on the 8th level, and it's also the last level, we have to eliminate any unfavorable factors. Your chances are greater than mine. I can't let you take the risk. Ruofei, you have to listen to me this time. Xiao Ruofei opened his mouth. However, before he could say anything, Ling Qingxue immediately said seriously, Ruofei, remember this. No matter what happens to me on the stairway, you can't be affected. When you pass the level, don't think about anything else. Just focus on climbing up. I think that although this Tower of Trials is dangerous, this level shouldn't be too dangerous. Even if I'm eliminated, I believe that we'll meet again soon. Xiao Ruofei looked deeply at Ling Qingxue. After a long time, he sighed and said, all right. I'll support you first. Ling Qingxue revealed a trace of a smile and said, N. That's right. Qingxue, take care. Xiao Ruofei hugged Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue smiled and said, don't worry. I'll do my best. Whether or not I can pass this level, I want to see where my limit is if I rely on myself. After that, Ling Qingxue gently pulled her hand out and said, Ruofei, I'm going up. Be careful. Ling Qingxue smiled at Xiao Ruofei. Then, without hesitation, she walked towards the stairs on the right. She stood in front of the stairs and did not turn to look at Xiao Ruofei. Instead, she took a deep breath and stepped onto the first step without hesitation. Xiao Ruofei stared at Ling Qingxue without blinking. He was more nervous than if he were to pass the level himself. Ling Qingxue stood on the first step. Her body swayed slightly, but she quickly steadied herself. She turned around and said a few words to Xiao Ruofei. However, Xiao Ruofei could not hear anything at all. It was as if after Ling Qingxue stepped onto the stairs, she entered another space. Sound could not be transmitted here at all. However, the amazing thing was that he could still see Ling Qingxue's figure on the stairs. Ling Qingxue saw Xiao Ruofei's blank face. She seemed to realize that Xiao Ruofei might not be able to hear her, so she said a few words very slowly. This way, even if Xiao Ruofei could not hear her, he could guess what she wanted to say from the shape of her mouth. Xiao Ruofei took a closer look and realized that Ling Qingxue had been repeating the word coercion. What coercion? Mental strength coercion? Or something else? It was difficult to convey complex information just by reading lips. Xiao Ruofei regretted that he did not teach Ling Qingxue the sign language used in the army. Of course, sign language could only convey simple information and could not replace language. However, Xiao Ruofei was relieved to see Ling Qingxue standing on the first step with a relaxed expression. If it was really mental strength coercion, Ling Qingxue would have the upper hand. Her mental strength had already reached the mid-stage of the Spirit Assembly realm, which was equivalent to a cultivator in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. This step was a test for cultivators in the Qi refinement realm. If it was just a test of mental strength, Ling Qingxue would have a high chance of passing. As Xiao Ruofei thought about it, she gestured to Ling Qingxue, indicating for her to focus on the challenge and not be distracted. Ling Qingxue nodded. She steadied herself a little and continued to take another step forward. Xiao Ruofei saw that Ling Qingxue's body also swayed slightly, but she quickly steadied herself. Following that, Ling Qingxue maintained an unhurried pace. Every time she climbed a step, she would rest for a moment before continuing to climb. Unknowingly, Ling Qingxue had already climbed 20 to 30 steps. Xiao Ruofei kept looking up at Ling Qingxue and frowned slightly. This was because he could feel that Ling Qingxue was under increasing pressure. She even had to take longer to adjust for each step. It was obvious that this step was not as simple as it seemed. Furthermore, there were still 500 to 600 steps above. If the pressure increased with every step, then based on Ling Qingxue's current state, it would be difficult for her to reach the top. However, Ling Qingxue was already on the stairway and Xiao Ruofei could not help her. He could only secretly cheer her on. Ling Qingxue continued to climb. Although the pressure was increasing, the first 100 steps were not too difficult for her. It was just that she needed more time to adjust for each step. The true energy in her body was more obvious, but overall, it was still within her capabilities. Xiao Ruofei looked carefully and could barely recognize that Ling Qingxue had been repeating the word coercion. What coercion? Mental strength coercion? Or something else? It was difficult to convey complex information just by reading lips. Xiao Ruofei regretted not teaching Ling Qingxue's military sign language. Of course, sign language could only convey simple information and could not replace language. However, Xiao Ruofei was slightly relieved when he saw Ling Qingxue standing on the first step with a relaxed expression. If it was really mental strength coercion, Ling Qingxue would have a great advantage. Her mental strength had already reached the mid-stage of the Spirit Assembly realm, which was equivalent to a cultivator in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. This step was a test for cultivators in the Qi refinement realm. If it was just a test of mental strength, Ling Qingxue would have a high chance of passing. As Xiao Ruofei thought about it, he gestured to Ling Qingxue, indicating that she should not be distracted. Ling Qingxue nodded. She steadied herself and continued to take another step. Xiao Ruofei saw that Ling Qingxue's body also swayed slightly, but she quickly steadied herself. Following that, Ling Qingxue maintained an unhurried pace. Every time she climbed a step, she would rest for a moment before continuing to climb. Unknowingly, Ling Qingxue had already climbed 20 to 30 steps. Xiao Ruofei kept looking up at Ling Qingxue and frowned slightly. This was because he could feel that the pressure Ling Qingxue was enduring was increasing. The time she took to rest on each step was increasing. It was obvious that the checkpoint of this stairway was not as simple as it seemed. There were still 500 to 600 steps densely packed together. If the pressure increased with every step, it would be difficult for Ling Qingxue to reach the top in her current state. However, now that Ling Qingxue was already on the stairway, Xiao Ruofei could not help her. He could only secretly cheer her on. Ling Qingxue continued to climb up. Although the pressure was increasing, the first 100 levels were not particularly difficult for her. It was just that she needed a little more time to adjust for each level. The vibration of the true energy in her body was more obvious, but overall, it was still within the scope of her ability. Xiao Ruofei looked carefully and barely recognized that Ling Qingxue had been repeating the word spiritual pressure. What spiritual pressure? Spiritual pressure? Or something else? It was difficult to convey complex information by just reading lips. Xiao Ruofei regretted that he did not teach Ling Qingxue military sign language. Of course, sign language could only convey simple information. It could not replace language. However, Xiao Ruofei was slightly relieved when he saw Ling Qingxue standing on the first step with a relaxed expression. If it was spiritual pressure, Ling Qingxue still had a lot of advantages. Her spiritual power had already reached the mid-stage of the Spirit Assembly realm, which was equivalent to a cultivator in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. This stairway was a test for cultivators in the Qi refinement realm. If it was just a test of spiritual pressure, Ling Qingxue had a high chance of passing. Xiao Ruofei thought as he gestured to Ling Qingxue, indicating that she should focus on her task and not be distracted. Ling Qingxue nodded. She steadied herself and continued to take another step. Xiao Ruofei saw that Ling Qingshua's body also swayed slightly, but she quickly steadied herself. Following that, Ling Qingxue maintained an unhurried pace. Every time she climbed a step, she would rest for a moment before continuing to climb. Without realizing it, Ling Qingxue had already climbed 20 to 30 steps. Xiao Ruofei kept looking up at Ling Qingxue and frowned slightly. This was because he could feel that the pressure on Ling Qingxue was constantly increasing. Even the time needed to rest and adjust for each step increased. It was clear that the checkpoint of this stairway was not as simple as it seemed. There were still 500 to 600 steps densely packed together. If the pressure increased with every step, it would be difficult for Ling Qingxue to reach the top in her current state. However, Ling Qingxue was already on the stairway and Xiao Ruofei could not help her. He could only secretly cheer her on. Ling Qingxue continued to climb up. Although the pressure was increasing, the first 100 levels were not particularly difficult for her. It was just that she needed a little more time to adjust for each level. The vibration of the true energy in her body was more obvious, but overall, it was still within the scope of her ability. Xiao Ruofei looked carefully and barely recognized that Ling Qingxue had been repeating the word spiritual pressure. What spiritual pressure? Spiritual pressure? Or something else? It was difficult to convey complex information just by reading lips. Xiao Ruofei regretted that he did not teach Ling Qingxue the military sign language. Of course, sign language could only convey simple information and could not replace language. However, Xiao Ruofei was slightly relieved when he saw Ling Qingxue standing on the first step with a relaxed expression. If it was really spiritual pressure, then Ling Qingxue still had a lot of advantages. Her spiritual power had already reached the mid-stage of the Spirit Assembly realm, which was equivalent to a cultivator in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. This stairway was a test for cultivators in the Qi refinement realm. If it was just a test of spiritual pressure, Ling Qingxue would have a high chance of passing. As Xiao Ruofei thought about it, he gestured to Ling Qingxue, indicating that she should not be distracted. Ling Qingxue nodded, steadied herself, and continued to take another step. Xiao Ruofei saw that Ling Qingshue's body also swayed slightly, but she quickly steadied herself. Following that, Ling Qingxue maintained an unhurried pace. Every time she climbed a step, she would rest for a moment before continuing to climb. Before she knew it, Ling Qingxue had already climbed 20 to 30 steps. Xiao Ruofei kept looking up at Ling Qingxue and frowned slightly. This was because he could feel that the pressure on Ling Qingxue was constantly increasing. She even had to rest for longer with every step. It was clear that this stairway was not as simple as it seemed. There were still 500 to 600 steps densely packed together. If the pressure increased with every step, it would be difficult for Ling Qingxue to reach the top in her current state. However, since Ling Qingxue was already on the stairway, Xiao Ruofei could not help her. He could only secretly cheer her on. Ling Qingxue continued to climb up. Although the pressure was increasing, the first 100 levels were not particularly difficult for her. It was just that she needed a little more time to adjust for each level, and the vibration of the Zhen Qi in her body was more obvious, but overall, it was still within the scope of her ability. Xiao Ruofei looked carefully and barely recognized that Ling Qingxue had been repeating the word coercion. What coercion? Mental coercion? Or something else? It was difficult to convey complex information by just reading lips. Xiao Ruofei regretted that he did not teach Ling Qingxue the sign language in the military. Of course, sign language could only convey simple information. It could not replace language. However, Xiao Ruofei was slightly relieved when he saw Ling Qingxue standing on the first step with a relaxed expression. If it was really mental coercion, Ling Qingxue would still have a huge advantage. Her mental strength had already reached the mid-stage of the Spirit Assembly realm, which was equivalent to a cultivator in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. This stairway was a test for cultivators in the Qi refinement realm. If it was just a test of mental strength, Ling Qingxue would have a high chance of passing. As Xiao Ruofei thought about it, he gestured to Ling Qingxue, indicating that she should not be distracted. Ling Qingxue nodded. She steadied herself and continued to take another step. Xiao Ruofei saw that Ling Qingshue's body also swayed slightly, but she quickly steadied herself. Following that, Ling Qingxue maintained an unhurried pace. Every time she climbed a step, she would rest for a moment before continuing to climb. Unknowingly, Ling Qingshui had already climbed 20 to 30 steps. Xiao Ruofei kept looking up at Ling Qingshui and frowned slightly. This was because he could feel that the pressure Ling Qingshui was enduring was increasing. The time she took to rest on each step was increasing. It was obvious that the checkpoint of this stairway was not as simple as it seemed. Furthermore, there were still 500 to 600 steps above. If the pressure increased with every step, then based on Ling Qingshui's current state, it would be difficult for her to reach the top. However, now that Ling Qingshui was already on the stairway, Xiao Ruofei could not help her. He could only secretly cheer her on. Ling Qingshui continued to climb up. Although the pressure was increasing, the first 100 levels were not particularly difficult for her. It was just that she needed a little more time to adjust for each level. The vibration of the true energy in her body was more obvious, but overall, it was still within the scope of her ability. Xiao Ruofei looked carefully and barely recognized that Ling Qingshui had been repeating the word pressure. What kind of pressure? Mental pressure? Or something else? It was difficult to convey complex information just by reading lips. Xiao Ruofei regretted that he did not teach Ling Qingshui military sign language. Of course, sign language could only convey simple information. It could not replace language. However, Xiao Ruofei was slightly relieved when he saw Ling Qingshui standing on the first step with a relaxed expression. If it was really mental pressure, then Ling Qingshui still had a lot of advantages. Her mental power had already reached the mid-stage of the Spirit Assembly realm, which was equivalent to a cultivator in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. This step was a test for cultivators in the Qi refinement realm. If it was just a test of mental pressure, then Ling Qingshui had a high chance of passing. Xiao Ruofei thought as he gestured to Ling Qingshui, indicating for her to focus on the challenge and not be distracted. Ling Qingshui nodded. She steadied herself and continued to take another step. Xiao Ruofei saw that Ling Qingshui's body also swayed slightly, but she quickly steadied herself. Following that, Ling Qingshui maintained an unhurried pace. Every time she climbed a step, she would rest for a moment before continuing to climb. Without realizing it, Ling Qingshui had already climbed 20 to 30 steps. Xiao Ruofei kept looking up at Ling Qingshui and frowned slightly. This was because he could feel that the pressure on Ling Qingshui was constantly increasing. The time she had to rest and adjust for each step was increasing. It was obvious that the checkpoint of this stairway was not as simple as it seemed. There were still 500 to 600 steps densely packed together. If the pressure increased with every step, then based on Ling Qingshui's current state, it would be difficult for her to reach the top. However, Ling Qingshui was already on the stairway and Xiao Ruofei could not help her. He could only secretly cheer her on. Ling Qingshui continued to climb up. Although the pressure was increasing, the first 100 levels were not particularly difficult for her. It was just that she needed a little more time to adjust for each level. The vibration of the true energy in her body was more obvious, but overall, it was still within the scope of her ability. When Ling Qingshui heard this, she knew that everyone had gone through the same test. This was because she and Xiao Ruofei had gone through the 5th level of the Tower of Trials together. The test on that level was a chain mission with a total of 3 segments. It seemed that Xianxia had failed to collect the Star Fern Thorn Soul Essence. In fact, Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingshui had also completed the mission by a hair's breadth. If they had been a little unlucky, they might have also been stopped at that level. Therefore, it was not surprising that Xianxia had been eliminated on the 5th level of the Tower of Trials. Xianxia had obviously communicated with Yang Lu, Mu Jianfei, and the others. He knew that everyone had gone through the same test segment, so he asked Ling Qingshui which level she had reached. Although Ling Qingshui was the last to come out so far, it did not necessarily mean that she had gone the furthest. This was because some levels did not have a time limit. It was entirely possible to be delayed on a certain level for a long time. Ling Qingshui pondered for a moment. She felt that there was nothing to hide, so she said with a smile, "I failed on the 8th level and was directly teleported out." Xianxia immediately gasped. Mu Jianfei, Yu Xin Su Yuro, and the others also opened their mouths slightly, revealing looks of disbelief. "Miss Ling, I didn't expect you to reach the 8th level." Xianxia sighed. Among us, the one who went the furthest is Elder Yang. She only reached the 6th level, Yang Lu smiled bitterly. I'm ashamed. In fact, reaching the 6th level of the Tower of Trials was already very impressive. Ling Qingxue felt that if she had gone through it alone, she would probably have reached the 5th level at most. The reason she could only end her journey on the 8th level was because she had hitched a ride. However, Ling Qingxue would not take the initiative to mention that she and Xia Ruofei had gone through the levels together. She just said a few modest words and then asked about everyone's situation. On the Tianyi sect's side, Qin Xian had stopped at the 3rd segment of the 5th level of the Tower of Trials, while Su Yuro had been eliminated on the 3rd level of the Tower of Trials. Shen Tianfeng had not appeared yet. Elder Mu Hua of the Surging Waves sect had not come out yet, while Mu Jianfei had reached the 4th level of the Tower of Trials. On the Soaring Flower Valley's side, Elder Yang Lu, who was in the Golden Core stage, had reached the 6th level before being eliminated. Before Ling Qingxue came out, she was the one who had reached the highest level. As for the Qi Refinement Stage disciple, Xianxia, she had also performed exceptionally well and reached the 5th level of the Tower of Trials. However, she was eliminated on the 1st segment of the mission. Speaking of which, the Tianyi sect was the top sect in the cultivation world. They had sent the most people to the mystic Luna realm this time, and their overall strength was the strongest. However, their results in the Tower of Trials were very average. Qin Xian, who was in the Golden Core stage, had only reached the 5th level, while Su Yuro, who was in the Qi Refinement stage, had been eliminated on the 3rd level. Therefore, Qin Xian felt a little depressed. In particular, when he heard that Ling Qingxue had reached the 8th level, he felt even more depressed. Of course, Qin Xian also knew that the difficulties faced by cultivators in the Qi Refinement stage and the Golden Core stage were different. Otherwise, Xianxia from the Soaring Flower Valley would not have been able to reach the 5th level. However, in the Tower of Trials, the results of each level could still reflect one's overall strength and individual potential. This was also the main reason why Qin Xian felt a little depressed. Among the Golden Core stage cultivators, Xia Ruofei, Shen Tianfeng, and Mu Hua were still in the midst of challenging the levels, so their results should not be too bad. As for Yang Lu, who had been sent out at about the same time as him, she had also passed one level more than him. This was a huge blow to Qin Xian, who had always been a little arrogant. Qin Xian sighed and said, "It seems that I still lack experience. Living in the Ivory Tower is indeed safe, but it is not conducive to increasing one's strength. Brother Ruofei has not appeared for so long, so his results should not be too bad. The gap between me and him is getting bigger and bigger." Ling Qingxue smiled and said, "Your sect's Elder Shen is also in the midst of challenging the levels. Elder Shen is a mid-stage Golden Core stage cultivator, and his strength is outstanding. It is very likely that he can directly reach the top level of the Tower of Trials. It is also the same for Elder Mu from the Surging Wave sect. Now, they are still in the Tower of Trials, so their results should not be too bad." Qin Xian and Mu Jianfei heard this and cupped their hands and said, "Thank you for your kind words, Miss Ling." Everyone had been eliminated, and now there was nothing they could do, so they could only chat and wait in the square at the bottom of the tower. They mainly shared their experiences in the Tower of Trials and analyzed the gains and losses. Ling Qingxue also took the opportunity to secretly check the situation of the storage ring that had appeared in her palm out of thin air when she had been sent out. As expected, this storage ring was an ownerless item. Ling Qingxue secretly used her fingernail to scratch her palm a little, and it easily recognized her as its owner. Then, she checked the situation in the storage ring, and a hint of joy appeared in her eyes. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many people around her, she would definitely be beaming with joy. Fortunately, she had been in the business world for so many years, and her ability to control her emotions was not bad, so she did not reveal any flaws. However, her heart was already blooming with joy. This was because in this storage ring, there were neatly stacked piles of Huan Yujing, and there were about 700 to 800 pieces. On a piece of paper in the storage ring, it was clearly written that this was the reward for her overall performance in the Tower of Trials. Ling Qingxue did not expect that she would be able to receive a reward even though she had failed on the 8th level of the Tower of Trials. One had to know that she had received the reward for every level that she had passed. Of course, there was no reward for the 7th level of the Tower of Trials, but she had received the entire Yunxiao Hall. Ling Qingxue did not know that there should have been a reward for passing 1/3 of the 8th level of the Tower of Trials, but there should not have been so many rewards. However, because there was a high probability that she had Fairy Ling Bo's bloodline in her body, Taoist priest Qing Xian gave her so many rewards at once because of their relationship. In addition, there were indeed some rewards that had not been given out on the 7th level of the Tower of Trials. Of course, although it was Ling Qingxue who had taken away the Yunxiao Hall, Taoist priest Qing Xian's resentment was mostly directed at Xiao Ruofei. Instead, he cared a lot about Ling Qingxue, who had Fairy Ling Bo's bloodline. Ling Qingxue did not know the inside story, but she was still pleasantly surprised to receive so many Huan Yujing at once. With these Huan Yujing, Song Wei's spiritual power would be greatly improved when they returned. In addition, they had also obtained the Huan Yujing fruit, which Song Wei could also consume. This way, their cultivation should be able to reach a similar level. Ling Qingxue calmed herself down and put away the storage ring without batting an eyelid. Qin Xian and the others were chatting. They were also very interested in the situation after the 6th level of the Tower of Trials. Only Ling Qingxue had experienced it before, so everyone went to ask Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue thought about it and felt that there was nothing to hide. Other than the fact that she and Xiao Ruofei had gone through the levels together, she didn't hide anything and told everyone about the situation on the 7th and 8th levels of the Tower of Trials. Of course, she would not tell anyone that she had taken away the entire Yunxiao Hall on the 7th level of the Tower of Trials. After all, money and silk moved people's hearts. Not to mention a treasure like the Yunxiao Hall, even a treasure like the Huan Yujing was enough to make others covet it. After all, there were 2 golden core stage cultivators here. Ling Qingxue still had a basic sense of vigilance. When everyone heard Ling Qingxue talk about the Yunxiao Hall on the 7th level of the Tower of Trials, they could not help but sigh. When Ling Qingxue talked about the Stairway to Heaven test on the 8th level of the Tower of Trials, everyone held their breaths. Especially when they heard that as long as they passed the 8th level of the Tower of Trials, they could directly reach the top. When they heard that there was no test on the 9th level, everyone could not help but sigh. That's such a pity. Xianxia said, Qingxue, if you can work hard and pass it, then you can reach the top. Xianxia and Ling Qingxue were about the same age, and she had a more cheerful personality. Therefore, during the long journey from Earth to the Moon, she had built a very good relationship with Ling Qingxue. Suyuro was in the same situation. Her relationship with Ling Qingxue was also very good. Therefore, Suyuro could not help but say, yes. Qingxue, so you can see the light screen door that leads to the top of the Tower of Trials? Success is right in front of you. That's such a pity. Not only were the juniors in the Qi refinement stage sighing, even Yang Lu and Qin Xian, the 2 golden core stage cultivators, could not help but show a trace of regret after hearing Ling Qingxue's words. However, at the same time, they felt a little envious. After all, Ling Qingxue could see the door that led to the top of the Tower of Trials, but they were still a few levels away. Ling Qingxue smiled and said, I tried my best, but my strength was too weak. At that time, I only climbed about 1/3 of the stairs, and I couldn't hold on anymore. I was thrown out involuntarily, and then directly teleported out. So, I'm still not strong enough. Even if you give me 10 more chances, I still won't be able to pass. Ling Qingxue felt that if her cultivation could reach the peak of Qi refinement stage level 9, and at the same time, her mental power could break through a small realm and reach the late stage of the spirit gathering stage, then, she would have a certain chance of passing this level. Of course, this was only a chance. Moreover, if she accidentally broke through to the golden core stage, it would basically be impossible for her to break through to the heaven stairway of the golden core stage. Yang Lu looked at Ling Qingxue and sighed, there are new talents in every generation. The performance of the younger generation is already so amazing, we really are getting old. Qin Xian also felt that his fighting spirit had been somewhat damaged. He smiled bitterly and said, the Tower of Trials tests one's overall strength. Although cultivation is also a part of overall strength, if one's cultivation is only high, they definitely won't be able to pass many levels. We still have a shortcoming in terms of overall strength. Speaking of which, I really admire Brother Ruofei. He and Miss Ling's cultivation time is much shorter than ours, but they can be so well-rounded. It's really unbelievable. I wonder which level Brother Xia has passed. Yang Lu said, with his strength, I feel that his results should not be below Miss Qingshua's. Maybe the one most likely to reach the top is him. Ling Qingshua's thoughts were also pulled to Xia Ruofei's side by the conversation between the two. Ling Qingxue looked at the towering tower in front of her and said silently in her heart, Ruofei, you should have already started to break through the levels. I believe in you, you will definitely succeed in reaching the top. 8th level of the Tower of Trials. Xia Ruofei had already arrived in front of the obsidian stairway. He raised his head and looked at the hundreds of steps that extended upwards, as well as the faintly discernible door at the top of the stairs. He took a deep breath and stepped onto the first step. A huge wave of pressure hit him. Xia Ruofei's body shook slightly, but it did not cause him any trouble. He almost did not stop at all and stepped onto the first step with his other foot. Xia Ruofei only understood the feeling of pressure that Ling Qingxue had mouthed to him when he stood on the obsidian stairway. As long as he stood on the obsidian stairway, there would be an invisible pressure pressing down on him. There was mental power pressure, but it was not just mental power pressure. It was accompanied by physical pressure. It was as if the air pressure here had suddenly doubled, and there was no part of his body that was not pressed down. Moreover, this kind of pressure was much stronger than a simple increase in air pressure. Even the vitality in the body would be shaken, which was very uncomfortable. Coupled with the mental power pressure, it would cause people to involuntarily have a lot of negative emotions such as timidity, discouragement, withdrawal, and so on. This made this level seem even more difficult. Of course, it was only the first step. It did not affect Xia Ruofei much. Whether it was mental power pressure or other external pressure, he felt like a gentle breeze. Basically, it was no problem at all for him to adapt to it for a second or two. Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to continue climbing. He stood on the first step and felt the invisible pressure. He could not help but be secretly amazed. He knew very well that the higher he went, the greater the pressure would be. Therefore, he took advantage of the time when he felt more relaxed to feel it. It would be very helpful for him to deal with this kind of pressure later. After a while, Xia Ruofei nodded secretly and stepped onto the second step. Whether it was mental power pressure or external invisible pressure, they all increased by a lot. However, to Xia Ruofei, this was still a piece of cake. It was not enough to affect him. He did not even stop. His left foot was still on the second step, and his right foot was already on the third step. It was as if he was walking up the stairs at home. Xia Ruofei indeed had the confidence to do so. The steps in front of him were not a challenge to him at all. Now that he had a general understanding of the situation of the pressure, there was no point in taking one step at a time. As long as his strength allowed him to do so, he would not be overconfident if he took a big step up. Xia Ruofei took one step at a time and walked up more than 10 steps in a row before stopping to take a break. In fact, the pressure now was not very great. However, along the way, the external pressure had been increasing, and the vitality in his body was constantly shaken. Therefore, after walking for a while, he still needed to stop and take a breath. At the same time, he also needed to calm his vitality. Xia Ruofei stood still on the steps and took a few deep breaths. Then, he silently activated the Dao technique. Soon, the yuan qi in his body was suppressed and slowly calmed down. He had only climbed less than 20 steps. Overall, it was still relatively easy for him. Xia Ruofei moved more freely on the steps. He could even turn his head and look back. He was about 3 meters above the ground, which was about the height of a one-story building. The steps behind him extended to the ground. However, Ling Qingxue was no longer in the square. Previously, when Xia Ruofei was breaking through the levels, he would only let Ling Qingxue go to the Ring 2 space to temporarily avoid danger unless the situation was particularly dangerous. Otherwise, Ling Qingxue would always be behind him. Although she could not provide any substantial help, she was still a great encouragement to him. Now that Ling Qingxue had been teleported away, Xia Ruofei still felt a little empty in his heart, even though there was a high probability that her life would not be in danger. He rested for a while on this step before continuing to climb up. After all, the steps in front of him were not difficult for him. The pressure was also not enough to shake him. In fact, Xiao Ruofei also secretly compared in his heart. When Ling Qingshui was breaking through the levels just now, the first part was actually relatively easy. However, she was still not as easy as Xiao Ruofei. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was more or less confident that he should be able to go further than Ling Qingshui. As for whether he could reach the top, he did not know. After all, Ling Qingshui had only broken through about 1/3 of the steps. The remaining 2/3 would undoubtedly be more difficult. Of course, once he started climbing, Xiao Ruofei would not have any distracting thoughts in his mind, let alone worry about his gains and losses. He would only focus on climbing up step by step without any distractions. 30 steps, 40 steps, 50 steps. This time, Xiao Ruofei climbed to the 50th step in one go before stopping to rest. This time, he climbed more than 30 steps in a row. He still felt relatively relaxed. Although the pressure continued to increase, his familiarity with this pressure was also increasing. He was already more and more used to resisting and climbing under this pressure. Xiao Ruofei's expression was calm, and there was no sadness or joy on his face. He was not secretly happy because the initial difficulty was relatively low, nor was he worried because the pressure continued to increase. In short, there was only one thought in his mind right now, and there was nothing else. And the only thought in his mind was to climb up. Xiao Ruofei did not consider which step he could persevere on and whether he could reach the top. While he was resting on the 50th step, Taoist Qing Xian and spiritual master Xianxia, in front of the bronze mirror Dharma treasure, also watching Xiao Ruofei's every move. Now, Xiao Ruofei was the only one left in the training tower. Xiao Ruofei was the disciple of spiritual master Xianxia, and he was going through the last level, which was also the most difficult level, the stairway to heaven. Therefore, spiritual master Xianxia would not leave the majestic hall at this time. As for Taoist Qing Xian, he was in charge of the training tower. He had to monitor the situation of the cultivators in the training tower at all times, so he would not leave. Both of them were watching Xiao Ruofei's progress. Of course, it was just the beginning of the climb, so the difficulty was not great. Therefore, both of them looked very relaxed. One had to know that Xiao Ruofei had so many opportunities. Moreover, he was the disciple of spiritual master Xianxia, and the cultivation method he cultivated was the Dao formula that even Taoist Qing Xian was envious of. If he could not even pass the 50th step, then he was really useless. Taoist Qing Xian glanced at the image displayed in the bronze mirror Dharma treasure and said with a smile, "Taoist brother Xianxia, your disciple seems to be quite relaxed." Spiritual master Xianxia smiled and said, "He has just started climbing, so it doesn't mean anything. Let's see what happens after the 200th or 300th step." "Oh?" Taoist Qing Xian raised his eyebrows and asked, "It seems that Taoist brother Xianxia is very confident in your disciple. How are you so sure that he can pass the 200th step?" Spiritual master Xianxia smiled faintly and asked, "Taoist brother Qing Xian, do you hope that there will be no harvest this time?" Xiao Ruofei stood on the steps and took a few deep breaths. Then, he silently operated the Dao formula. Soon, the boiling primordial qi in his body was suppressed and slowly calmed down. He had walked less than 20 steps, so it was still relatively easy. Xiao Ruofei moved freely on the steps. He could even turn his head and look back. At this time, he was about 3 meters above the ground, which was about the height of one floor. The steps behind him extended to the ground, but Ling Qingshui was no longer in the square. Previously, when Xiao Ruofei was breaking through, unless the situation was very dangerous, he would let Ling Qingshui go to the Ring 2 space to temporarily avoid danger. Otherwise, Ling Qingshui would stay behind him. Although she could not provide any substantial help, she was still a great encouragement to him. Now that Ling Qingshui had been transmitted away, Xiao Ruofei still felt a little empty in his heart, although there was a high probability that her life would not be in danger. He took a short rest on this step and continued to climb. After all, the steps in front of him were not difficult for him, and the pressure could hardly shake him. In fact, Xiao Ruofei also secretly compared in his heart. When Ling Qingshui was breaking through the levels just now, the first part was actually relatively easy. However, she was still not as easy as Xiao Ruofei. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was more or less confident that he could go further than Ling Qingxue. As for whether he could reach the top, he did not know. After all, Ling Qingxue had only broken through about 1/3 of the steps. The remaining 2/3 would undoubtedly be more difficult. Of course, once he started climbing, Xiao Ruofei would not have any distracting thoughts in his mind, let alone worry about his gains and losses. He would only focus on climbing step by step without any distractions. 30 steps, 40 steps, 50 steps. This time, Xiao Ruofei climbed to the 50th step in one breath before stopping to rest. This time, he continuously climbed more than 30 steps and still felt relatively easy. Although the pressure continued to increase, his familiarity with this pressure was also increasing. He was already more and more used to resisting and climbing under this pressure. Xiao Ruofei's expression was calm, and there was neither sadness nor joy on his face. He was not secretly happy that the initial difficulty was relatively low, nor was he worried that the pressure continued to increase. In short, at this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and there was nothing else. And the only thought in his mind was to continue climbing. As for which step he could persevere to, and whether he could reach the top, Xiao Ruofei did not consider it at all. While he was resting on the 50th step, in the secret space filled with dense purple gas, Taoist Master Xianxia and Sage Xianxia were also watching Xiao Ruofei's every move in front of the bronze mirror in the secret space. Now, Xiao Ruofei was the only one left in the trial tower. Xiao Ruofei was the disciple of Sage Xianxia, and he was also going through the last and most difficult level, the stairway to heaven. Therefore, Sage Xianxia naturally would not leave the towering hall at this time. As for Taoist Master Xianxia, he was in charge of the trial tower and had to monitor the situation of the cultivators in the trial tower at all times. Both of them were watching Xiao Ruofei's attempt this time. Of course, it was just the beginning of the climb, and the difficulty was not high. Therefore, both of them looked very relaxed. One had to know that Xiao Ruofei had so many opportunities, and he was the disciple of Sage Xianxia. The cultivation method that he cultivated was the Tao formula that even Taoist Master Xianxia was envious of. If he could not even pass the 50th step, then he was really useless. Taoist Master Xianxia glanced at the image displayed in the bronze mirror and said with a smile, "Taoist Master Xianxia, your disciple seems to be quite relaxed." Sage Xianxia smiled and said, "He has just started climbing, so it doesn't mean anything. Let's see what happens after the 200th or 300th step." "Oh?" Taoist Master Xianxia raised his eyebrows and asked, "It seems that Taoist Master Xianxia is very confident in your disciple. How are you so sure that he can pass the 200th step?" Sage Xianxia smiled faintly and asked in return, "Taoist Master Xianxia, do you hope that there will be no harvest this time?" Xiao Ruofei stood still on the steps and took a few breaths. Then, he silently operated the Tao formula. Soon, the boiling primordial qi in his body was suppressed and slowly calmed down. He had now walked less than 20 steps, so overall, it was still relatively easy. Xiao Ruofei moved freely on the steps. He could even turn his head and look back. At this time, he was about 3 meters above the ground, which was about the height of one floor. The steps behind him extended to the ground, but Ling Qingshua's figure was no longer in the square. Previously, when Xiao Ruofei was breaking through, unless the situation was particularly dangerous, he would let Ling Qingxue go to the Ring 2 space to temporarily avoid danger. Otherwise, Ling Qingxue would stay behind him. Although she could not provide any substantial help, she was still a great encouragement to him. Let me announce that I have been using a book-chasing app recently. It can cache books and read them offline. Now that Ling Qingxue had been transmitted away, although there was a high probability that her life would not be in danger, Xiao Ruofei still felt a little empty in his heart. He rested on this step for a while before continuing to climb up. After all, the steps in front of him were not difficult for him, and the pressure could hardly affect him. In fact, Xiao Ruofei was also secretly comparing in his heart. When Ling Qingxue was breaking through the levels just now, the first part was actually relatively easy. However, she was still not as relaxed as Xiao Ruofei. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was more or less confident that he could break through further than Ling Qingxue. As for whether he could reach the top, he did not know. After all, Ling Qingxue had only broken through about 1/3 of the steps. The remaining two-thirds would undoubtedly be more difficult. Of course, once he started climbing, Xiao Ruofei would not have any distracting thoughts in his mind, and he would not worry about his gains and losses. He would only focus on climbing step by step without any distractions. Level 30, Level 40, Level 50, this time, Xiao Ruofei climbed all the way to the 50th step before stopping to rest. This time, he continuously climbed more than 30 steps and still felt relatively easy. Although the pressure continued to increase, his familiarity with this pressure was also increasing. He was already more and more used to resisting and climbing under this pressure. Xiao Ruofei's expression was calm, and there was neither sadness nor joy on his face. He was not secretly happy that the difficulty was lower in the beginning, nor was he worried because the pressure continued to increase. In short, at this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and there was nothing else. And the only thought in his mind was to continue climbing. As for which level he could persevere to, and whether he could reach the top, Xiao Ruofei did not consider it at all. While he was resting on the 50th step, in the secret space filled with dense purple gas, Taoist Master Xianxia and Sage Xianxia were also watching Xiao Ruofei's every move in front of the bronze mirror in the secret space. Now, Xiao Ruofei was the only one left in the trial tower. Xiao Ruofei was the disciple of Sage Xianxia, and he was going through the last level, which was also the most difficult level, the stairway to heaven. Therefore, Sage Xianxia naturally would not leave the towering hall at this time. As for Taoist Master Xianxia, he was in charge of the trial tower and had to monitor the situation of the cultivators in the trial tower at all times. Therefore, he would not leave. Both of them were watching Xiao Ruofei's progress. Of course, it was just the beginning of the climb, and the difficulty was not high. Therefore, both of them looked very relaxed. One had to know that Xiao Ruofei had so many opportunities, and he was the disciple of Sage Xianxia. The cultivation method that he cultivated was the Tao formula that even Taoist Master Xianxia was envious of. If he could not even pass the 50th step, then he was really useless. Taoist Master Xianxia glanced at the image displayed in the bronze mirror and said with a smile, "Taoist Master Xianxia, your disciple seems to be quite relaxed." Sage Xianxia smiled and said, "It's just the beginning, so it doesn't mean anything. Let's see what happens after the 200th or 300th step." "Oh?" Taoist Master Xianxia raised his eyebrows and asked, "It seems that Taoist Master Xianxia is very confident in your disciple. How are you so sure that he can pass the 200th step?" Sage Xianxia smiled faintly and asked in return, "Taoist Master Xianxia, do you hope that there will be no harvest this time?" Both of them were watching Xiao Ruofei's progress. Of course, it was just the beginning of the climb, and the difficulty was not high. Therefore, both of them looked very relaxed. One had to know that Xiao Ruofei had so many opportunities, and he was the disciple of Sage Xianxia. The cultivation method that he cultivated was the Tao formula that even Taoist Master Xianxia was envious of. If he could not even pass the 50th step, then he was really useless. Taoist Master Xianxia glanced at the image displayed in the bronze mirror and said with a smile, "Taoist Master Xianxia, your disciple seems to be quite relaxed." Sage Xianxia smiled and said, "It's just the beginning, so it doesn't mean anything. Let's see what happens after the 200th or 300th step." "Oh?" Taoist Master Xianxia raised his eyebrows and asked, "It seems that Taoist Master Xianxia is very confident in your disciple. How are you so sure that he can pass the 200th step?" Sage Xianxia smiled faintly and asked in return, "Taoist Master Xianxia, do you hope that there will be no harvest this time?" Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt his head buzzing as a huge wave of spiritual energy pressure hit him in the face. Fortunately, he was already mentally prepared, so he was only slightly stunned. Soon, he resisted it with his powerful spiritual energy. At the same time, there was also a strong compression force and an invisible force that stirred his primordial qi. The 200th step was indeed another hurdle. Whether it was the mental strength or the external compression, it was obviously much stronger than the 199 step. The increase was far greater than the previous steps. Xiao Ruofei felt that the external compression force should be more than 100 times his own weight. It was equivalent to him enduring 10 to 20,000 kilograms of pressure at any time, and it was coming from all directions at the same time. There was no place on his body to hide. The threat of the invisible force was even greater. The moment Xiao Ruofei stepped on the 200th step, the primordial qi in his body seemed to be boiling and vibrating violently. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei was prepared. The Tao formula was activated immediately. After about 2 circulations, his primordial qi began to slowly calm down. The external compression force, with his primordial qi all over his body, was a little uncomfortable, but it was not to the extent that he could not hold on. In this way, Xiao Ruofei quickly stood firmly on the 200th step. In the secret space filled with dense purple qi, spiritual master Xianxia looked relaxed, but in fact, he was secretly clenching his fists. When he saw Xiao Ruofei standing firmly on the 200th step, he could not help but secretly praise him in his heart. There was even a smile in the corner of his eyes. Congratulations, brother Xianxia. Taoist master Xianxia was also gratified. You have taken in a good disciple. Thank you, brother Xianxia. Spiritual master Xianxia cupped his hands and said, speaking of which, I haven't taught him for a day. I don't deserve to be his teacher. Brother Xianxia, you are too modest. Taoist master Xianxia said with a smile, who in the world doesn't know about a treasure like the Xianxia spiritual map? You even left such a treasure to him, and those cultivation resources, including some precious inheritance. Except for not teaching him personally, you are more qualified than most teachers. Spiritual master Xianxia said with a smile, actually, I want to teach him well. But now the situation has collapsed to this point. But this child really didn't disappoint me. Whether it is talent or perseverance, he is the best. If there is a chance, I will definitely take him with me and teach him well for a period of time. Taoist master Xianxia was silent for a moment and said, there will be a chance. This child is indeed talented, I believe that you will be together soon. Brother Xianxia, spiritual master Xianxia said with a smile. Taoist master Xianxia said, Brother Xianxia, now, your disciple has successfully passed the threshold. You should be able to relax a little, right? Why don't we make a bet? A bet? Shinran Xianxia asked curiously, Brother Xianxia, what do you want to bet? Let's bet on how many steps this child can reach. Taoist Xianxia laughed and said, I've been eyeing Brother Xianxia's azure gourd for a long time. How about it? Do you dare to make a bet? Taoist brother Taoist Qing. You actually have your eyes on my azure gourd. Of course, I will take out a bet of equal value. Taoist master Xianxia said with a smile, Brother Xianxia, you know my treasures very well. You can tell me which one you like. As long as you win the bet, you can take it away. Taoist master Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, if I remember correctly, Brother Xianxia should have a bottle of nascent condensation pills. Taoist master Xianxia could not help but be slightly stunned when he heard that. He immediately reacted and said with a smile, it seems that Brother Xianxia really cares about your disciple. He has just broken through to the middle stage of golden core, right? You have already begun to prepare for him to condense his nascent soul. Taoist master Xianxia said with a smile, this child cultivates the Tao formula. The quality of his golden core is much better than that of ordinary cultivators, and his development potential is also very great. However, when condensing his nascent soul, the bottleneck will be extremely difficult to break through, and if he is not careful, his life will be in danger. If he has a bottle of nascent condensation pills, it will be much safer, and the success rate of condensing his nascent soul will be greatly increased. Taoist master Xianxia pondered for a moment and said straightforwardly, no problem. Since Brother Xianxia has spoken, I will give this bottle of nascent condensation pills regardless of whether Brother Xianxia wins the bet or not. Take it as a meeting gift for this child. Taoist master Xianxia quickly waved his hand and said, there is no need for that. Let's have a normal bet. If Brother Xianxia wins, I will naturally hand over the azure green gourd with both hands. If I win by luck, you only need to give me a bottle of nascent condensation pills. Taoist master Xianxia shook his head and said with a smile, the stakes are not equal. I can't take advantage of this. Just do as I say. If Brother Mountain River wins, the nascent condensation pill will be Xiao Ruofei's. But if this poor Taoist wins by a fluke, give me your azure gourd, and I'll give this nascent condensation pill to that little child as a meeting gift for my martial nephew. Taoist master Xianxia could not refuse, so he could only say, thank you, Brother Xianxia. Haha. Taoist Master Xianxia said, then let's have a bet. Let me guess. I think this child should be able to persevere until about the 450th step. Taoist Master Xianxia raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, it seems that Brother Xianxia has a lot of confidence in my disciple. The 450th step is already close to the best record of the stairway to heaven. Taoist Master Xianxia was the guard of the Tower of Trials, so he naturally knew about these records. He said with a smile, the record of the stairway to heaven is 478 steps. If Xiao Ruofei was here, he would be very surprised. The best record was 478 steps? That meant that until today, no one had been able to complete the stairway to heaven. In other words, no one had ever reached the top of the Tower of Trials. Xiao Ruofei could already tell that the Tower of Trials was to select talents, so he thought that in the past, many people would be able to reach the top. He did not know that the Tower of Trials was indeed to select talents, but as long as one could pass the 200th step of the obsidian stairway to heaven, they would pass. This wasn't very accurate, because the 200 steps was a very big dividing line. Those who could pass this hurdle could be said to be as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Even Xianxia, whose spiritual power had far surpassed her true qi cultivation base due to her fortuitous encounter, was eliminated after reaching the 170th floor. Therefore, it was actually very difficult to reach the 200th step. However, Xiao Ruofei seemed to have an easier time. In addition, he practiced the Tao formula and had shown many valuable qualities. Therefore, Taoist Master Xianxia still thought highly of Xiao Ruofei, which was why he guessed the 450th step. Taoist Master Xianxia thought for a while and said with a smile, even Brother Xianxia thinks so highly of this child. As his master, I can't underestimate him. I'll guess the 480th step. Regardless of whether he can do it or not, as his master, I still hope that he can break this record that has been sealed for hundreds of years. Taoist Master Xianxia gave him a thumbs up and said with a smile, Brother Xianxia is so bold. I don't even dare to think that someone can break the record of the stairway to heaven. Brother Xianxia, it's a deal. In the end, whoever guesses the closest to the real result will win. What do you think? Very well, it's settled then. Taoist Master Xianxia nodded and said. Xiao Ruofei did not know that there would be a big bet on him. He rested for a while at the 200th step. When he felt that he was in good condition, he was ready to continue. Although the pressure was already very scary, Xiao Ruofei still had some strength left, so he felt that the pressure was far from his limit. In fact, as long as one stood on the stairway to heaven, they would be under the huge pressure all the time. Therefore, in theory, it was best to pass through quickly so that the time spent on the stairway to heaven could be reduced. However, because of the invisible force that stirred the primordial qi, cultivators could not rush forward quickly on the stairway to heaven with their strong physical bodies. They could only stop after every step and try their best to stabilize the primordial qi. This was a test of a cultivator's sense of rhythm when breaking through. Xiao Ruofei was one of those who had good control of the rhythm. Except for the first few dozen steps, he was basically steady and did not rush at all. At the same time, he did not rest too much. Basically, as long as his body was in good condition, he would immediately go to the next step. This objectively reduced the time he spent on the stairway to heaven. Although the pressure suddenly increased when he went from level 199 to level 200, Xiao Ruofei was already mentally prepared. Moreover, it was all within his ability, so he did not waste too much time on this step and had already stabilized the primordial qi in his body. He looked up at the top of the stairway, which was still far away. He took a deep breath and stepped onto the 201st step. The pressure naturally increased, but the increase was obviously not as great as when he had reached the 200th step. In addition, Xiao Ruofei had already adapted to this level of pressure. His body only swayed slightly and quickly stabilized. However, the primordial qi in his body was still shaking violently. Therefore, he stood on the stairway and circulated the Great Tao technique twice to stabilize his primordial qi before continuing to go up. 210 steps, 220 steps, 230 steps, Xiao Ruofei had been maintaining a relatively stable rhythm and climbing up step by step. The pressure of the obsidian stairway to heaven kept increasing. However, one good thing was that there were more than 500 steps. Therefore, unless it was 10 steps, 50 steps, or especially 100 steps, the increase would be slightly larger. The increase in the other steps was relatively small, so the challenger could have a process of adapting. Of course, if one was not strong enough, no matter how small the increase was, the accumulation would be very terrifying. In the end, one would not be able to avoid the fate of being eliminated. It was like boiling a frog in warm water. Although the temperature of the water was slowly rising, it would eventually boil. For Xiao Ruofei, more than 200 steps were far from the limit. Therefore, through climbing step by step, his body was constantly adapting to the increasing pressure. Therefore, he was still able to maintain a relatively stable rhythm, which was very reassuring. At this time, in the hidden space filled with dense purple qi, Taoist Master Xianxia and Xianxia looked at the image of Xiao Ruofei on the bronze mirror and could not help but nod. Taoist Master Xianxia smiled and said, "It seems that I was right. If nothing goes wrong, this kid should be able to reach more than 400 steps." Xianxia said, "I still think he should be able to break the record." By the way, more than 200 years ago, the cultivator who rushed to the 478th step and broke the record of the stairway to heaven was called Xianxia, right? Taoist Master Xianxia nodded with a smile and said, "That's right." When he was climbing the stairway to heaven, he was still at the late stage of the gold core realm. If I remember correctly, this Xianxia should be from the Xianming Grotto heaven. Xianxia said, "This kid's cultivation environment and resources are 1,000 times better than mine, a disciple from the divine prefecture's cultivation world." Taoist Master Xianxian, what is Xianxia's cultivation level now? Xianxia's cultivation level is at the late stage of the primordial soul stage. 5 years ago, he began his closed-door cultivation and has not come out yet. I think he must have reached the critical moment of breaking through to the out-of-body stage. Taoist Master Xianxian said with a smile, "If everything goes well, Taoist Master Xianxian should be able to see this genius from the Xianming Grotto heaven in the near future. At that time, we human cultivators will have another powerful combat force." Xianxia nodded slowly and said, "This cultivation speed is not bad, haha." Xianxia passed the Tower of Trials with the best record in history. The cultivation resources he received are also unimaginable for ordinary cultivators. Taoist Master Xianxian said, "Of course, he did not disappoint. If he can break through to the out-of-body stage in 300 years, even in the long river of history, it is a very dazzling achievement." Xianxia looked at Xiao Ruofei who was steadily climbing up in the bronze mirror and said, "I believe this disciple of mine is not worse than Xianxia, but I don't know if there is enough time for him to grow." Taoist Master Xianxian sighed and said, "Taoist Master Xianhe, everything is destined. I don't think this disciple of yours is unlucky. No matter what the situation is in the future, I believe that he will be able to turn misfortune into blessing." Haha. Taoist Master Xianxian's physiognomy has always been accurate. "I will take your auspicious words then," Xianxia said with a laugh. Taoist Master Xianxian and Xianxia chatted while paying attention to Xiao Ruofei's progress. On the 8th floor of the Tower of Trials, Xiao Ruofei had already started climbing from the 300th floor to the 400th floor at a steady pace. When he reached the 300th step, the pressure suddenly increased. However, Xiao Ruofei already had experience, so he was prepared in advance. Although his body was shaking and the essence energy in his body was vibrating violently, he still stood firmly on the steps and quickly stabilized his essence energy with the help of the powerful Dao technique. Then, he climbed step by step with a strong sense of rhythm. If someone stood at the bottom of the obsidian staircase and looked up, Xiao Ruofei's figure would be very small. He had already climbed more than half of the steps. However, the top of the stairs still looked unreachable. The pressure produced by the staircase was getting stronger and stronger, and Xiao Ruofei felt that it was getting more and more difficult. However, his heart was still very determined. He was focused on climbing up and did not consider the gains and losses at all. He did not even look up at the light screen door at the top of the staircase because he was worried that he would shrink back and feel despair because of the distance and the pressure would be too strong. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was now staring at the steps in front of him with an extremely determined expression. He climbed up step by step at a slow but rhythmic speed. 330 steps, 350 steps, 380 steps, Xiao Ruofei's expression became more and more painful. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his face turned red. At this time, the pressure was so strong that he could not completely resist it even if he resisted with all his strength. His body was constantly being squeezed by tens of thousands of kilograms of essence energy, and the essence energy in his body was vibrating more and more violently. Although it was difficult for him to walk, he still maintained a good rhythm and approached the 400th step by step. The 399th step. Xiao Ruofei stood firmly on it. The veins on his face were already protruding, and sweat kept dripping on the obsidian steps. Although his legs were stable, there was no part of his body that was not under tremendous pressure. He felt as if his bones were about to crack. At this position, even if he released all his essence energy, he could not completely offset the huge pressure. He was now completely relying on his physical body to withstand it. Xiao Ruofei panted heavily. The Great Tao Formula. In his body was madly circulating, and the violently vibrating primordial qi calmed down bit by bit. There was a hint of madness in his eyes. He made an exception and looked up at the light screen door at the top of the stairs. At this moment, he was still more than 100 steps away from the top. If he had just reached level 100, it would have been as easy as eating and drinking. However, after reaching the 400th step, he had to endure a huge pressure with every step. Although the door was not far away, it seemed even more unreachable. Xiao Ruofei caught his breath. His lips trembled slightly as he squeezed out a sentence, "I've never believed in evil." In fact, because of the huge pressure, it was strenuous for him to speak, and it was obviously very tiring for him to speak. However, after Xiao Ruofei gritted his teeth and said those words, he seemed to have gained some strength. He circulated the cultivation method a few more times before a fierce look appeared in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and stepped onto the 400th step. Boom! Xiao Ruofei felt a roar in his head. A huge pressure hit him in the face. He felt as if he was at the bottom of the sea, and the huge water pressure that was enough to crush a submarine into scrap metal suddenly attacked him from all directions. At the same time, the primordial qi that had just calmed down in his body started to boil. What troubled Xiao Ruofei the most was that the spiritual pressure had increased to the extent that he could not withstand it. His head kept buzzing. In the secret space filled with dense purple qi, Taoist Master Xianxia and Xianxia clenched their fists. Although their faces were calm, there was a hint of nervousness in their eyes. Both of them knew very well that the 400th step was a threshold. If Xiao Ruofei could not withstand the huge impact, he might be thrown out in an instant and be eliminated. Of course, strictly speaking, Xiao Ruofei had already crossed the threshold of the 200th step. Even if he was teleported out, it would not be considered elimination. However, if he could not even reach the 400th step, this result would not meet their expectations. If Xiao Ruofei could withstand the impact on the 400th step, he might be able to go up many steps. This was because after the 400th step, the increase in pressure on each step would begin to slow down. Most of the cultivators who could reach the 400th step would not be eliminated at the 401st or 402nd step. Most of them would be able to go up 10 or 20 steps, and some could even persist for dozens of steps. Therefore, the 400th step was quite important. In the image of the bronze mirror magic treasure, Xiao Ruofei's body swayed a few times, and his face showed a very painful expression. However, he quickly moved his right foot up the next step. However, his body was still trembling involuntarily, and his legs could not stand firmly. This was a sign that he could be thrown out at any time by the huge force. Taoist Master Xianxia and Xianxia could not help but secretly worry, especially Xianxia. Although he and Xiao Ruofei had never met before, he very much admired this young man who had inherited his mountain river spirit map treasure. In particular, Xiao Ruofei's performance in the Tower of Trials made Xianxia extremely satisfied. Xianxia was naturally full of high expectations for Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei opened his mouth with difficulty, and then gasped for breath. In fact, because of such a huge pressure, it was very difficult to gasp for breath. Under such pressure, many people would first feel suffocated, and feel that there was a serious lack of oxygen. Under the pressure, it was very difficult to open your mouth and breathe quickly under the pressure, and it was also very tiring. The more tiring it was, the more they would gasp for breath. This formed a vicious cycle. However, Xiao Ruofei's condition was still good. His physical body was much stronger than that of an ordinary middle-stage golden core cultivator. In addition, his golden core was also different. The energy of his vitality was much stronger than that of an ordinary golden core cultivator, so it offset a lot of the pressure. Although he was in a difficult situation at the moment, he could still hold on. It was just that the increase in pressure had suddenly increased by a lot, which caught him off guard. Although he was already mentally prepared, he still didn't expect the increase in pressure this time to be so much greater than the previous 100, 200, and 300 layers. Xiao Ruofei stood on the 400th step and adjusted his state with difficulty, trying to stabilize his vitality that was on the verge of going berserk. Under the situation where the pressure of the spiritual force had a great impact on him, it became very difficult to operate the cultivation method without distraction. Moreover, the pressure of the pressure made him feel extremely painful, which made it even more difficult. However, Xiao Ruofei had always been tenacious and indomitable. What he did not lack the most was persistence. On the 400th step, he adjusted for a full 5 minutes before he stabilized his vitality. At the same time, he gradually straightened his back and stabilized his body. Seeing this, Taoist Master Xianxia and Xianxia were secretly relieved. Both of them had sharp eyes and could naturally see that Xiao Ruofei was unlikely to be thrown out on this step. Taoist Master Xianxia stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Brother Xianhe, your disciple did not disappoint us. He still suffers from the disadvantage of his cultivation." Xianxia said calmly, "He's only at the middle stage of the golden core realm and has just broken through. This level is too difficult for him." Taoist Master Xianxia nodded in agreement and said, "Indeed. I remember that Xianjizi's performance on the 400th step was better than this child's. However, Xianjizi is also one of the top geniuses in the Xianming Grotto Heaven, and he was already at the late stage of the golden core realm when he challenged the stairway to heaven." Xianxia curled his lips and said, "A core disciple of the Xianming Grotto Heaven. If my disciple was at the late stage of the golden core realm, his performance would definitely not be worse than Xianjizi's. I still have confidence in the Tao formula cultivation method. If it weren't for the fact that I have no way to recultivate, I would even be willing to disperse my cultivation and cultivate the Tao formula from scratch." "Really?" Taoist Master Xianxia couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. "I know that the Tao formula is the culmination of Brother Xianhe's efforts, but I didn't expect you to value it so much." Xianxia smiled and looked at Xiao Ruofei in the bronze mirror's image. He said, "To tell you the truth, Xiao Ruofei is the only one among my disciples who cultivates the Tao formula. He's also the only one in the entire cultivation world who cultivates the Tao formula. I'm very optimistic about him. At least until he reaches the golden core realm, the Tao formula cultivation method meets my expectations, and even exceeds my expectations." If Xiao Ruofei heard this, he didn't know how he would feel. He had always thought that the Tao formula was a mature cultivation method. He didn't know that it was a set of cultivation methods created by Xianxia himself, and that Xianxia himself had never cultivated it, including some of his other disciples. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei was concentrating on resisting the pressure. After he stabilized his body, he didn't immediately step up. Instead, he continued to stay on the 400th step. On the one hand, he needed to catch his breath, and on the other hand, he needed to adapt to the sudden increase in pressure. He would adjust for a while on the 100th step, in order to let his body adapt. After a few more minutes, Xiao Ruofei finally recovered. He secretly encouraged himself, and then stepped on the 401st step. As expected, the increase in pressure this time was not big. Although the current pressure had made Xiao Ruofei barely able to support himself, he had adapted for a while after all, so he quickly stabilized his body, adjusted his breath a little, and continued to climb up. Xiao Ruofei seemed to have regained his stable rhythm, but the time he spent on each step was a little longer. In addition, his face was more serious, as if he felt that the situation was not good. In fact, this was the case. Now, Xiao Ruofei felt that the most troublesome thing was not the huge pressure that had reached 200 or 300 G, nor was it the invisible force that stirred up the vitality, but the pressure of the mental power. The continuous increase in mental power pressure had now seriously affected Xiao Ruofei. In the face of such mental power pressure, there was no other way to resist it. He could only release his mental power to resist it. Originally, Xia Ruofei's mental power was infinitely close to the nascent soul realm cultivator's spirit transformation realm. It could be said that among the golden core realm cultivators, his mental power was definitely at the top level. Most of the late golden core realm cultivators couldn't reach this level. However, after reaching more than 400 steps, Xia Ruofei still felt that the mental power pressure was making him more and more powerless. This also showed how difficult this obsidian staircase was. The mental power cultivation at the top of the golden core realm could only hold on for more than 400 steps, which was a bit difficult. Now, Xia Ruofei had to consume a lot of mental power with every step he took. His sea of consciousness was also constantly under attack, which gave him a splitting headache. However, Xia Ruofei had never believed in heresy. Unless he couldn't bear it and fainted, he would definitely grit his teeth and persist. The muscles on his face began to tremble slightly, but the rhythm of his steps was still very stable. 410 steps, 420 steps, 430 steps, Xia Ruofei continued to climb slowly and steadily. The mental power pressure was getting stronger and stronger. He felt that his sea of consciousness was about to be crushed. His head felt like it was being pricked by hundreds of millions of needles at the same time, and his ears were buzzing. Under this pain, he still had to use all his strength to resist the increasing pressure. At the same time, he also had to keep his mind clear and continue to use the Dao incantation to stabilize his essence qi. Now, Xia Ruofei basically had no way to stop the cultivation. Otherwise, his essence qi would instantly boil and be enough to invade his dantian. It could be said that it was extremely dangerous. Xia Ruofei finally understood why the obsidian staircase was placed at the last level. At first, he didn't feel it so strongly. However, when he reached around level 450, he deeply felt the horror of this pressure and also deeply felt the extreme difficulty of this level. He paused for a while on the 450 steps. In the secret space filled with dense purple qi, Taoist Master Xianxia smiled and said, "It seems that I guessed right. This little kid has the ability to reach level 450. Xianxia curled his lips and said, "Brother Xianxia, you're wrong. My disciple obviously hasn't reached his limit yet, so he will continue to climb." "Your guess is not accurate." Taoist Master Xianxia said with a smile, "You and I both know that this child is already close to his limit. Look, he has been on the 450 steps for a long time. This means that he is already struggling to resist the pressure of this position. Therefore, even if he can continue to climb, I'm afraid he can only last a few more steps." Speaking of this, Taoist Master Xianxia looked at Xianxia and then said with a smile, "Brother Xianxia, you guessed that he was at level 480. In the end, we will see whose answer is closer to this child's real result. Brother Xianxia, do you think that your disciple can last more than 15 steps in his current state?" How could Xianxia not know that Xia Ruofei was close to his limit? However, Xia Ruofei was his disciple, and in front of Taoist Xianxia, even though he knew that Xia Ruofei could only last a few steps at most, he would not admit it. He was already on the verge of collapse when he reached the 400th step, but he still made it to the 50th step. Xianxia said, "Furthermore, I think this child still has potential that can be unearthed. When he's at his most difficult, his potential might explode. Therefore, Taoist Xianxia, don't speak too soon." Taoist Xianxia chuckled as he looked at Xianxia. He was too lazy to argue, so he shook his head slightly and said, "Let the facts speak for themselves." "Then let the facts speak for themselves." Xianxia did not back down. "The facts will tell you how great my disciple's potential is." On the 8th floor of the training tower, Xia Ruofei had stayed on the 450th step for nearly 10 minutes, and he really felt that he could not hold on any longer. Originally, the 50th step had a greater increase in pressure than ordinary steps. Now that the pressure had accumulated to such an extent, he was really close to his limit. Now, Xia Ruofei felt that every bone in his body was creaking, and his vitality was on the verge of going berserk. Most importantly, his mental strength could no longer bear the pressure. Under the powerful mental strength pressure, his mental strength was completely suppressed, and he felt as if his sea of consciousness was being squeezed and shrunk by the huge pressure. The physical pain was still bearable, but the mental strength pressure was really unbearable. Therefore, he struggled to hold on the 450th step and did not continue to take the next step. This was because he knew very well that although the increase in pressure on the 450th step would not be great, it was very likely to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Before his body could adapt to the current pressure, there was no other possibility other than being eliminated if he blindly rushed forward. Therefore, even though he was still on the 450th step and was also enduring the huge pressure, he still maintained a clear mind. He did not go blind, nor did he panic. 15 minutes, 20 minutes, Xiao Ruofei stayed on this level for a full 23 minutes before he felt that his body had basically adapted to the pressure. Moreover, if he did not move forward, it was very likely that he would not be able to hold on this level and would be directly sent flying by the huge pressure. Therefore, although he was not fully prepared, Xiao Ruofei gritted his teeth and took a step forward after weighing the pros and cons for a while. When his left foot landed on the 450th step, he suddenly felt a buzzing sound in his head, his body suddenly shook violently, and he was almost directly sent flying by the pressure's force. Xiao Ruofei clenched her teeth and lifted her right foot to step onto the 451st step. This was because he knew very well that if he didn't put his right foot on the steps in time, it would be even harder for him to stabilize his body. However, the moment could spotties, even though the increase in pressure was not much compared to the 450th step, Xiao Ruofei was already close to his limit, so this small increase was enough to make him totter. He gritted his teeth, and the muscles all over his body were trembling slightly. The veins on his forehead were all protruding, and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked very terrifying. While channeling the Dao technique with all his might, Xiao Ruofei was also constantly suffering from the huge pressure's pain. However, what was worse was that, even though the mental power's pressure had only increased a little, it seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Xiao Ruofei felt like his sea of consciousness was about to collapse. The feeling of hundreds of millions of steel needles piercing his head at the same time made him have the illusion that his head had split open. To make matters worse, his mental power was starting to run out because of the continuous high-intensity output for a long time. Even though Xiao Ruofei's heart was very tough, he could not help but feel a trace of despair. However, he still gritted his teeth and persevered. The immense pain made him want to roar out loud. He clenched his teeth and tried hard to stand firm, but his legs were still trembling uncontrollably. He could not even stand straight and could only barely support himself with a movement similar to a horse stance. Xiao Ruofei's heart was filled with a strong sense of unwillingness. He had already passed the 450th step, and there were less than 100 steps left. However, the path seemed to have come to an end. The light screen door at the top looked close, but even if it was only a step away, it would be difficult for him to reach it in his current state. Ever since he entered the training tower, he had overcome all difficulties and experienced many life and death dangers, but he had always made it through. As long as he reached the top of the obsidian stairway to heaven, he could directly enter the 9th level of the training tower, and there were no other tests. However, at this crucial juncture, everything was going to be for naught. Xiao Ruofei knew that he had already given it his all. Furthermore, among the cultivators who had entered the mystic Luna realm this time, his results should be among the top. However, he was still very unwilling to give up. From the beginning to the end, he had never thought of competing with others. He felt that he only had one opponent, and that was himself. Xiao Ruofei felt that the pain in his body was gradually becoming numb. In order to calm his yuan qi that was on the verge of going berserk, he continued to circulate the Dao technique with all his might. However, this was almost instinctive because his consciousness was gradually becoming blurry. His mental power was about to be depleted, but the mental power pressure produced by the obsidian stairway to heaven did not decrease in the slightest. Under this situation, Xiao Ruofei found it hard to hold on. Was he going to be eliminated just like that? This thought appeared in Xiao Ruofei's mind. Following that, an unforgettable scene appeared in his mind. In a humid and cold tropical forest, where snakes, insects, rats, and ants were wreaking havoc, Lin Hu was roaring at him with bloodshot eyes. His ears were buzzing, and he could not hear what Lin Hu was shouting at him. He could only hold on to the grass in front of him tightly with both hands. His body was as close to the ground as possible, and he hid in a blind spot as he stared in front of him. Following that, the large-caliber sniper rifle bullets mercilessly drilled into Lin Hu's body again and again, splattering blood that he would never forget for the rest of his life. In order to lure out more members of the Lone Wolf team, the enemy had intentionally shot Lin Hu's limbs. Lin Hu was in so much pain that his face was contorted. However, he still turned his head towards Xiao Ruofei and shouted with all his might to prevent him from coming out to rescue him. In the end, the enemy sniper finally lost his patience and used a sniper bullet to end Lin Hu's life. This was the most unforgettable scene in Xiao Ruofei's life. At this moment, as his consciousness gradually blurred, this scene played out in his mind over and over again. Finally, his originally slightly closed eyes suddenly opened. His bloodshot eyes spat out flames of anger. Ah! A long suppressed roar came out from his throat. You want to suppress me? I don't believe it. Xiao Ruofei clenched his fists and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Even though he knew he couldn't hold on any longer, he steadied himself and stood upright on the 451st step of the staircase. His spiritual energy, which was almost exhausted, miraculously bounced back under the immense pressure of the spiritual energy. His mental power seemed to have broken through the shackles. His sea of consciousness that had been squeezed to the limit by the mental power pressure, suddenly became much more abundant. Strands of powerful mental power gushed out, and in an instant, pushed back the mental power pressure. Xiao Ruofei suddenly found that long-lost refreshing feeling. At this moment, his head was no longer buzzing, and the millions of steel needles piercing his brain had disappeared without a trace. His consciousness suddenly became very clear. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei was pleasantly surprised to find that under such extreme pressure, his mental power had actually broken through. Originally, his mental power had already reached the late stage of the spirit assembly realm, and was infinitely close to the spirit transformation realm. However, the spirit transformation realm was equivalent to the mental power of a nascent soul realm cultivator, and it was very difficult to break through. Even if he absorbed Huang Yujing, he would probably need a large amount of Huang Yujing to have a slight chance of breaking through. From the spirit assembly realm to the spirit transformation realm, that was a major breakthrough. The bottleneck was very stubborn, and it often required an opportunity. Originally, if Xiao Ruofei cultivated the Dao art normally, he could continue to polish his mental power and eventually break through to the spirit transformation realm. However, if that was the case, it would take a long time. It might take 3 to 5 years, or it might take 8 to 10 years, or even longer. Xiao Ruofei was very clear about this, so he didn't deliberately cultivate his mental power because he understood the principle of more haste, less speed. What he didn't expect was that the ever-increasing mental power pressure on this obsidian staircase had become the best helper for tempering his mental power. From the first step, he had used his mental power to resist the pressure. In fact, he was already tempering his mental power. During this process, his mental power was also constantly improving and strengthening, but the extent was not particularly obvious. In addition, he was also focused on breaking through, so he didn't notice the subtle changes in his mental power at all. Now that he was on the 451st step, his mental strength could no longer support him. If he were to let go of his energy, it would be a different result. He would most likely be sent flying by the pressure of the stairs. However, he never thought of giving up. Even if his sea of consciousness was in danger of collapsing, he still gritted his teeth and persisted, relying on the obsession in his heart to hold on. In the end, under the huge mental power pressure, his mental power finally broke through the shackles of life and death and successfully jumped into the spirit transformation realm. Xiao Ruofei was overjoyed. The spirit transformation realm. That was the legendary mental power cultivation that only nascent soul cultivators had, and he had reached it just like that. It had to be known that in the entire cultivation world on Earth, the person with the highest cultivation on the surface was the head of the Tianyi sect, Chen Nanfeng. He was only at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Whether or not there were hidden experts, Xiao Ruofei did not know. In any case, Xiao Ruofei had never met one. In other words, without considering the possibility of hidden experts, Xiao Ruofei's current mental power was definitely the number one in the cultivation world on Earth. Xiao Ruofei also quickly experienced the benefits of the breakthrough in his mental power. First of all, the mental power pressure of the obsidian staircase was no longer a threat to him. The pressure that made him want to die just now was now like a gentle breeze. The difference between realms was indeed like a huge chasm. In addition, after his mental power broke through to the spirit transformation realm, Xiao Ruofei's brain had also evolved. Whether it was his thinking speed or his perception, it was a qualitative improvement. It was also an invisible force that disturbed the origin energy. Now that Xiao Ruofei was using the Dao technique, the efficiency was completely different from before. The origin energy that was almost going berserk obediently calmed down after a few cycles. The error-free chapters of Divine Farm will continue to be updated in the hand-fighting bar. There are no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the hand-fighting bar. If you like Divine Farm, please bookmark it. The Divine Farm hand-fighting bar updates the fastest. In fact, Jinren and Xianxia did not see how Xiao Ruofei could suddenly become so powerful. Through the image of the bronze mirror, they could not see the change in Xiao Ruofei's mental strength. However, in front of Daoist Xianxia, Jinren and Xianxia naturally would not show his cowardice. He pretended to be reserved and went along with Daoist Xianxia's words. He said, "The formula of the Great Tao is my painstaking effort for many years. It gathers the essence of countless cultivation methods in my life. It is a masterpiece that is naturally incomparable to ordinary cultivation methods." What he said was equivalent to not saying anything. He did not explicitly say that Xiao Ruofei's change was related to the formula of the way. He only praised the formula of the way. However, in Daoist Xianxia's ears, it was naturally due to the formula of the way. Daoist Xianxia could not help but show a hint of admiration when he heard this. He said, "Daoist Xianxia, I have always heard that you have extremely high attainments in cultivation theory. Today, after seeing your disciples' performance, I know that the rumors are true." Jinren and Xianxia looked at Xiao Ruofei in the image of the bronze mirror and felt a little strange. However, he did not show it. He just laughed and said, "Daoist Xianxia, you are too kind." Then, he changed the topic and said, "But, it seems that in our bet, I'm afraid Daoist Xianxia said with a smile, if your disciple can pass more than 15 levels, then I will naturally admit defeat. I will give you the nascent condensation pill with both hands. However, it should be too early to say that now. Maybe this child just has a burst of potential and will not have enough strength after 1 or 2 more levels." In fact, how could Jinren and Xianxia not have such worries in his heart? However, he naturally would not show weakness, especially after Xiao Ruofei's dazzling performance just now. He had to stabilize his aura even more. Therefore, Jinren and Xianxia laughed and said, "Daoist Xianxia. Then let's wait and see." On the 8th level of the Tower of Trials. Xiao Ruofei didn't stay on the 452nd stair for too long. After adjusting for a few minutes, he steadily stepped onto the 453rd stair. Now the pressure was a bit stronger than when he was on the 450th step. However, after Xiao Ruofei's spiritual force reached the spirit transformation realm, his control over all aspects had increased a lot. The most direct was his spiritual force, and now the spiritual force pressure couldn't do anything to him. Without the interference of the spiritual pressure, Xiao Ruofei naturally had an easier time dealing with it. If it was said that he was already close to his limit when he was on the 450th step, and some of the pressure had even exceeded his limit, then he seemed to still have some strength left now. It was just a breakthrough in mental power, but the effect was so immediate. After all, this was a breakthrough in a major realm, and the spirit transformation realm was a realm that only nascent soul cultivators could reach. Xiao Ruofei returned to the rhythm he had when he first stepped onto the 400th step. Although it didn't seem very fast, and he had to pause for a while on each step, it was very stable, and the rhythm was maintained quite well. At first glance, it gave people a sense of relief. In the Y space filled with purple gas, when Jinren and Xianxia saw Xiao Ruofei's posture and rhythm, the original trace of worry in his heart immediately disappeared. And Daoist Xianxia was also very clear that if there were no major accidents in this gambling fight, he should have already lost. However, he wasn't depressed at all. On the contrary, he was still looking at Xiao Ruofei with great interest. His eyes were filled with admiration and strong curiosity at the same time. After all, although the nascent soul pill was precious to him, it wasn't difficult to take out a bottle. And for such an outstanding junior like Xiao Ruofei, shouldn't he help him? What Daoist Xianxia was really curious about was that Xiao Ruofei was clearly exhausted and was about to be pushed out by the pressure of the stairway. At the last moment, he was able to perform such a wonderful reversal. Could it really be due to the Tao secret art? For the first time, Daoist Xianxia had a strong interest in a cultivation method. The two of them didn't speak and just quietly looked at Xiao Ruofei in the bronze mirror. They watched him climb step by step at a steady pace. Soon, Xiao Ruofei had already reached the 465th step. Looking at his state, although he was also bitterly holding on, it was obviously better than when he was on the 450th step. Spiritual Master Shan had guessed the 480th step while Daoist Xianxia guessed the 450th step. Whoever's answer was closer to the final result would win. Now that Xiao Ruofei was already standing on the 465th step, this was a watershed. If Xiao Ruofei was eliminated on this step, then Spiritual Master Shanhe and Daoist Xianxia would be considered as fighting partners. And as long as he climbed one more step and successfully stabilized his body, then the winner would be Spiritual Master Shanhe. When Xiao Ruofei stood steadily on the 465th step, it meant that Spiritual Master Shanhe was already in an invincible position. The possibility of a draw was very slim. This was because when he saw Xiao Ruofei's state, he knew that he could at least hold on for a few more steps. Therefore, Daoist Xianxia didn't wait for Xiao Ruofei to continue climbing. He directly took out a bottle of nascent soul pills from his storage Dharma treasure and handed it to Spiritual Master Shanhe while saying, "Brother Shanhe, I admit defeat. Your disciple has done well. This bottle of nascent soul pills is yours." Spiritual Master Shanhe smiled and waved his hand. He didn't take the bottle of nascent soul pills. Instead, he said with a smile, "Brother Xianxia, you don't have to give this to me. When you give Xiao Ruofei the reward, just give it to him directly." Daoist Xianxia was slightly stunned and then said, "Brother Shanhe, aren't you going to give it to him personally?" Spiritual Master Shanhe smiled and said, "This little guy's cultivation is so low now. How can I meet him in such a short time? And by the time I meet him, I'm afraid the nascent soul pills will be useless. So, Brother Xianxia, please give it to him directly in the name of a reward. Then he'll only think of me as a good person." Daoist Xianxia said half-jokingly. "He should be thanking you." Spiritual Master Shanhe obviously didn't care about this. "Okay. Then add it to the reward for clearing the trial." Daoist Xianxia looked at Xiao Ruofei's figure in the bronze mirror Dharma treasure and said, "I don't know what kind of reward this little guy will get. The reward will be quite generous after passing the 470th step. However, this kid might be able to break the record. Then the reward will be even better." Daoist Xianxia didn't mention reaching the top because in his opinion, it was simply impossible. When the Tower of Trials obsidian staircase was designed and set up, Daoist Xianxia had invited a few nascent soul realm cultivators in the early stage to test the array formation. In the end, none of the three nascent soul realm cultivators could reach the top. One had to know that they used the Golden Core Realm's obsidian staircase to test the array formation, which was the one Xiao Ruofei was challenging now. Nascent soul realm cultivators in the early stage tried to challenge the Golden Core Realm's obsidian staircase to the top, but they couldn't reach the top. Their best result was only 3 steps from the top. Although these nascent soul realm cultivators were relatively ordinary cultivators and weren't peerless geniuses, the nascent soul realm was still the nascent soul realm. There was a huge gap between the Golden Core Realm and the nascent soul realm. After a series of discussions, the general feeling was that the obsidian staircase to the Golden Core Realm's obsidian staircase to the Golden Core Realm was designed to be more difficult. Of course, Daoist Xianxia didn't modify the obsidian staircase because of this. He only set the entry level at the 200th step. The 200th step wasn't even half of the staircase. If a Golden Core Realm cultivator could pass the 200th step, it would be sufficient proof of their talent. In the eyes of Daoist Xianxia and the others, Golden Core Realm cultivators naturally had no hope of reaching the top if even nascent soul realm cultivators in the early stage couldn't pass the staircase to the top. When Xianjizi reached the 478th step, it was already very impressive. Now, although Xiao Ruofei's performance had refreshed Daoist Xianxia's judgment time and time again, he at most felt that Xiao Ruofei might have a slight chance of breaking Xianjizi's record. As for reaching the top, Daoist Xianxia didn't even think about it. On the 8th floor of the Tower of Trials, Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't know that the obsidian staircase to the Golden Core Realm was so difficult for Golden Core Realm cultivators. He also didn't know that passing the 200th step was considered a pass. He also didn't know that even nascent Soul Realm cultivators in the early stage couldn't reach the top. From the moment he stepped on the first step, he only had one thought, and that was to reach the top and enter the door of the light screen. Even when he was at the 450th step, at the most difficult moment, this thought never changed. After resting for a while on the 465th step, he felt that his body had adjusted in all aspects. He didn't stay any longer and directly stepped on the 466th step. Xiao Ruofei didn't know that this step of his determined the outcome of the bet between Taoist Xianxia and Sage Xianxia. In fact, the pressure of the 466th step was not that much stronger than the previous step. Therefore, to Xiao Ruofei, this was an ordinary step on the road to the top. He had no idea that this step of his had won him a bottle of precious pills. The nascent soul condensation pill was extremely precious even in the prosperous cultivation world of the Divine Land. If it was in the current cultivation world of Earth, it would be a legendary pill. Its preciousness couldn't even be described as priceless. It was simply a priceless treasure. If it was a cultivator like Chen Nanfeng who had been stuck in the late stage of the Golden Core Realm for many years, then the significance of the nascent soul condensation pill was even more strategic. It was no exaggeration to say that even if Xiao Ruofei took out a nascent soul condensation pill and wanted to exchange the entire Tianyi sect with Chen Nanfeng would agree without hesitation. After all, in the cultivation world, strength was the most important thing. Moreover, the cultivation environment had deteriorated. Even a sect like the Tianyi sect's comprehensive strength was not worth mentioning in the eyes of a true expert. Using such a sect in exchange for a chance to break through to the nascent soul stage, and a very big chance at that. Unless Chen Nanfeng's brain was fried, he would definitely agree without hesitation. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't know that now. In his opinion, this was just an ordinary step. He didn't stay on the 466th step for too long. After the primordial qi in his body had basically stabilized, he began to climb the next step. After all, being under such pressure all the time consumed a lot of primordial qi. Even if he had the elemental storage bead and had several times more primordial qi than ordinary Golden Core Realm cultivators, he wouldn't waste it casually. 467, 468, 469, Xiao Ruofei's rhythm was very stable. The time he stayed on each step would be extended, but it basically wouldn't exceed 10 minutes. Unknowingly, he had already arrived at the 477th step. In the secret space filled with dense purple qi, Taoist Master Qing Xian and Spiritual Master Xianxia couldn't help but hold their breaths. As long as he climbed one more step, Xiao Ruofei would be able to tie with Xian Jizi's record. After reaching the 470th step, Xiao Ruofei stayed on each step for a longer time. Moreover, his body seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Every time he climbed a step, it looked like he was going to be pushed out by the pressure. After all, Xiao Ruofei only had a breakthrough in his primordial qi. His primordial qi cultivation was still at the middle stage of the Golden Core Realm. Compared to the cultivators who were at the late stage of the Golden Core Realm or even the early stage of the nascent Soul Realm, he suffered a great loss in terms of cultivation. To be honest, both Spiritual Master Xianxia and Taoist Master Qing Xian were very surprised that he could reach this step. Xiao Ruofei gradually felt as if he had returned to the 450th step. Although the pressure of the primordial qi didn't affect him too much, the omnipresent pressure had reached at least 300 to 400 Gs. No matter how exquisite his primordial qi control was, he couldn't prevent more and more pressure from directly acting on his body. The feeling of his bones being torn apart returned. Fortunately, the pressure of the primordial qi didn't affect him much, and the invisible force that was stirring up his primordial qi couldn't really cause his primordial qi to become chaotic. The primordial qi cultivation method and the spirit transformation realm's primordial qi allowed him to firmly control his primordial qi. Just the powerful pressure alone wasn't enough to stop him. In fact, with Xiao Ruofei's personality, as long as he wasn't pushed out by the pressure, he would climb to the top of the stairs even if his bones were broken. As long as he was still breathing, he would climb to the top of the stairs even if he had to. Moreover, the current situation was far from serious. At most, there were some small cracks in his fragile bones. Therefore, after Xiao Ruofei adjusted for more than 10 minutes, he took a deep breath and stepped toward the 478th step. In the hidden space filled with purple gas, Taoist Master Xianxia and Spiritual Master Xianxia clenched their fists at the same time as if they could give Xiao Ruofei some strength. Xiao Ruofei didn't disappoint their expectations. After shaking his body a few times, he stood firmly on the 478th step, which represented the best result in history. Taoist Master Xianxia and Jinren Xianxia could not help but whisper at the same time, "Good." The two of them subconsciously lowered their voices, as if they would disturb Xiao Ruofei if they were too loud. In fact, Xiao Ruofei could stand firmly on the 478 steps, which was already the best record in history. The results of the few nascent soul stage cultivators did not count, as it was specially arranged to test the difficulty of the obsidian stairway to heaven. This was the stairway to heaven for cultivators in the Oris core stage. Back then, Xianxia was unable to hold on and was directly thrown out on the 478th step. If Xiao Ruofei could stand firmly on this step and take a step forward, even if he just touched the edge of the 479 steps and was directly eliminated, then he could be considered to have set a new record. Jinren Xianxia was very comforted. In his long career of cultivation, he had taken in many disciples, and some of them were even very close to his cultivation. However, Xiao Ruofei was the most special. Jinren Xianxia did not meet Xiao Ruofei in person, but he left a thought in the Ring 2 space to accept Xiao Ruofei. Of course, more importantly, Xiao Ruofei was the only one among his disciples who cultivated the Tao formula. The Tao formula was the life's work of Jinren Xianxia. Jinren Xianxia naturally regarded Xiao Ruofei as his disciple in a new light. He was optimistic about Xiao Ruofei's talent and tenacity, and also felt that Xiao Ruofei should be able to achieve good results on the stairway to heaven. Even so, Jinren Xianxia did not dare to think that Xiao Ruofei could break the record. After all, Xiao Ruofei's cultivation was only in the middle stage of the Oris core stage, which was too disadvantageous for him to break through the stairway to heaven. The reason why Jinren Xianxia predicted that Xiao Ruofei could reach the 480th step during the bet was more to support his disciple in front of Taoist Master Xianxia. However, he did not expect Xiao Ruofei to be so hardworking. Although it was extremely difficult, he bravely moved forward and forcibly tied the record set by the peerless genius Xianxia. "Brother Xianxia, I really envy you." Taoist Master Xianxia said sincerely, "How did you meet such a good disciple?" Jinren Xianxia laughed and said, "I also left my treasure mountain river spirit map in the cultivation world of the divine continent back then. That's why I have a good relationship with him today." The 8th floor of the tower. Naturally, he did not feel anything. He did not know that he was standing at the start of history. And he did not know that he, of course, did not feel anything. Calm, all he knew was that every inch of his skin felt like it was about to be torn apart. Every bone in his body was creaking and could be crushed into pieces at any moment. In fact, this was the case. If Xiao Ruofei's vitality was exhausted and he could not maintain a defensive state at all times, the huge pressure might instantly crush all the bones in his body. Even if he was thrown out and eliminated, it would be difficult to avoid serious injuries. Fortunately, the pressure of the spiritual force was not too bad. In front of Xiao Ruofei, whose spiritual force had reached the spirit transformation realm, the spiritual force pressure of the obsidian stairway to heaven could no longer pose a substantial threat to him. Now, Xiao Ruofei's biggest enemy should be the pressure of 500 to 600 gs. If this was on Earth, such a huge pressure would be enough to crush the hardest material. As a cultivator at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, Xiao Ruofei's body was stronger than many cultivators at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. In addition, his cultivation method was definitely a top-notch cultivation method. His spiritual force had also reached the spirit transformation realm. It could be said that in terms of overall strength, Xiao Ruofei was much stronger than many cultivators at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Even when he was breaking through the stairway to heaven, his results were much better than countless cultivators at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Xiao Ruofei panted heavily as he circulated his cultivation method at full speed. He even took out a petal of the spirit heart flower from the Ring 2 space and directly absorbed it in his palm to heal the many broken bones in his body. 10 minutes later, Xiao Ruofei was full of energy. He took a deep breath and stepped onto the 479th step. In the secret space filled with purple qi, spiritual master Xianxia and Taoist master Xianxia also let out a long sigh. Xiao Ruofei's step meant that a new record had been created. Now, the two of them no longer cared about Xiao Ruofei's results. Even if Xiao Ruofei was eliminated now, he would still be the record holder. The result of the bet between Taoist master Xianxia and spiritual master Xianxia had already been decided. Once Xiao Ruofei passed the 465th step, no matter what his final result was, it would definitely be closer to the result that spiritual master Xianxia had guessed. Therefore, Taoist master Xianxia no longer had the mentality of winning or losing. At the same time, he also no longer had the trace of expectation from before. Now, he and spiritual master Xianxia both had an appreciative attitude as they watched Xiao Ruofei climb each step. On the 479th step, Xiao Ruofei still stood firmly. After another adjustment, he took another step. This time, it was the 480th step. This was the result that spiritual master Xianxia had guessed. Therefore, when Xiao Ruofei stepped on the 480th step, spiritual master Xianxia was also beaming with joy. The result of the bet was naturally very important, and it was also something to be happy about that his prediction was so accurate. Xiao Ruofei didn't know that his every move was being watched by two almighty cultivators. Even if he knew, he didn't have the time to care about it now. Because he had to concentrate all his energy to resist the shocking pressure, and he couldn't afford to have any distracting thoughts at all. On the 480th step, Xiao Ruofei still stood firmly. Every step that followed seemed to be difficult for Xiao Ruofei. He seemed to be on the verge of collapse, as if he would be eliminated at any time. Xiao Ruofei was creating history with every step he took, but he did not know it himself. Now, he had to stay at each step for at least 10 minutes before he could barely adjust. However, spiritual master Xianxia and Taoist master Xianxia were not impatient at all. Instead, they were secretly cheering for Xiao Ruofei. After all, he was the strongest person in the golden core stage in history. As long as such a genius did not die prematurely, he would definitely grow up to be a pillar of support in the future. Especially in the unstable world of cultivation, one could imagine how precious such a talent was. Unknowingly, Xiao Ruofei had already reached the 499th step. This had greatly exceeded the expectations of spiritual master Xianxia and Taoist master Xianxia. Even when spiritual master Xianxia guessed that Xiao Ruofei could reach the 480th step, it was an exaggeration. The main reason was that he did not want to appear weak in front of Taoist master Xianxia. They did not expect Xiao Ruofei to be so tenacious that he could directly reach the 500th step. Spiritual master Xianxia naturally noticed that Xiao Ruofei had used the petals of the spiritual heart flower to heal his injuries several times. The ring 2 space was given to Xiao Ruofei by spiritual master Xianxia. The precious spiritual heart tree was also a big gift from spiritual master Xianxia to Xiao Ruofei. Of course, he knew the magical effects of the spiritual heart flower. It was also because of this that spiritual master Xianxia admired his disciple even more. It was obvious that Xiao Ruofei's bones were unable to withstand the pressure and were constantly cracking. Otherwise, how could Xiao Ruofei keep using the petals of the spiritual heart flower? Many of the bones in his body were broken, and he was constantly under the immense pressure. One could imagine the pain he was in. However, there was only determination on Xiao Ruofei's face. He did not even show any signs of pain. He would only clench his teeth, close his lips, and steadily climb up step by step. In fact, what even Sage Mountain River did not expect was that Xiao Ruofei's physical body was actually becoming stronger under such a terrifying and huge pressure in the process of breaking through the barrier. This was especially true for his broken bones. After being repaired by the petals of the spirit heart flower, his bones were obviously stronger than before. This was also one of the important reasons why Xiao Ruofei was able to persevere until now. Of course, ordinary people would not be able to withstand such pain. Even if they knew that the stairway to heaven was very effective in tempering the body, they would not be able to endure it to such an extent as Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei took a few breaths and stopped on the 499th step. Next was the 500th step. According to his experience, this step would be a huge hurdle, and the increase in pressure in all aspects would suddenly increase. Under such circumstances, one could lose everything if one was not prepared. Xiao Ruofei stood firmly on the 499th step. His gaze was incomparably firm. As he operated the Dao technique to control his primordial qi, he consciously released a trace of primordial qi to protect himself. He purposely drew more pressure to temper his body. Xiao Ruofei's move was undoubtedly bold. Ordinary people would find it difficult to maintain a clear mind and think calmly under the stairway to heaven's pressure. Moreover, they would definitely use their vital qi to protect their body. Who would dare to lower the strength of their vital qi defense? Moreover, even if one went all out, the pressure was already very painful on one's body. If the pain was increased, one might not be able to withstand it and would be eliminated. What was even more frightening was that if one was not careful, the consequences would be extremely tragic. If one was lucky, one might be injured and thrown out. If one was unlucky, one might be instantly turned into a meat patty. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei now had the intention of taking a risk. He did not want to take too many risks. However, he was very clear about his situation. If he relied on his current ability, there was a high chance that he would be sent flying out after reaching the 500th step. Now, he was only 18 steps away from the top. Standing at Xiao Ruofei's position, he could almost touch the light screen door. If he was eliminated at this position, Xiao Ruofei would definitely be very unwilling. In order to increase his strength, Xiao Ruofei was willing to endure any pain. He was even willing to consume more petals of the spirit heart flower. Xiao Ruofei relaxed his yuan qi defense a little, and the squeezing force on his body suddenly increased by a notch. He had already tried his best to pay attention to the range, but the sudden increase in pressure still caused his expression to change. Then, he heard cracking sounds one after another. This was the sound of many of the bones in his body cracking or even directly breaking. An immense pain suddenly attacked him, causing his face to instantly turn as pale as paper. Large beads of sweat dripped down from his forehead. Xiao Ruofei groaned. He felt something sweet in his throat. A stream of blood surged up uncontrollably and then slowly flowed down from the corner of his mouth. In the secret space filled with dense purple qi, Taoist Master Xianxia was also shocked by the scene. He was fine, but he suddenly spat out blood. This was indeed quite shocking. Taoist brother Xianxia, what's wrong with this child? Taoist Master Xianxia could not help but be anxious. His condition doesn't look too good. If he suffered such serious injuries, he should have been sent away quickly. Why is there no movement until now? Could it be that the stairway to heaven malfunctioned? Taoist Master Xianxia's expression was complicated. He waved his hand and said, Taoist brother Xianxia, Ruofei is fine. The stairway to heaven is not malfunctioning. You don't have to worry. Taoist Master Xianxia raised his eyebrows and said, I have controlled the Tower of Trials for hundreds of years. I know it better than you, but I know my disciple. Taoist Master Xianxia said calmly, he looks a little scary, but he doesn't seem to have reached his limit. At this point, Taoist Master Xianxia asked again, Taoist brother Xianxia, can the stairway to heaven also temper the body? Taoist Master Xianxia was slightly stunned. Then, he said, the pressure does have a slight tempering effect on the body, but the process is very painful and difficult to control, that's right. Taoist Master Xianxia said, my disciple must have noticed this situation, so he consciously used the pressure to temper his body. He probably felt that he was not very confident in the next 500 steps, so he used this method to temper his body and improve his strength. Taoist Master Xianxia could not help but be stunned. He said, this, how can this be done? If he suddenly released his vitality protection, his bones might be broken. Taoist Master Xianxia said calmly, his bones have been broken many times, but he used the spiritual medicine I gave him to heal them. Taoist Master Xianxia was not too surprised by the spiritual medicine's immediate effect on external injuries. What he was really surprised about was that Xiao Ruofei's actions were equivalent to breaking his own bones and then reconnecting them again. No matter how good the spiritual medicine was, it could not reduce the intense pain during this process. After a long while, Taoist Master Xianxia muttered, Taoist Master Xianxia, I'm impressed. Are all your disciples like this? They are so cruel to themselves, they are simply crazy. Taoist Master Xianxia grinned and said, we are indeed a little crazy, but Ruofei is definitely the craziest among all of them. I think he really has a chance to stand firm on the 500th step. Taoist Master Xianxia said with a complicated expression. Taoist Master Xianxia looked meaningfully at Xiao Ruofei in the bronze mirror magic treasure and said, Taoist brother Xianxia, he has already reached this position. Do you still think his goal is the 500th step? I can see that he has been aiming to reach the top from the beginning, and no matter how difficult it is, he has never wavered from this idea. Taoist Xianxia shuddered and turned to look at Xiao Ruofei in the mirror. Xiao Ruofei's eyes were bloodshot, and the pain of his broken bones made him tremble slightly. If it were an ordinary person, they would have fainted from the pain. However, Xiao Ruofei maintained a clear mind and even deliberately used the huge pressure to temper his body. Even a powerful cultivator like Taoist Xianxia could not believe such a crazy action. When he saw the crazy aura emanating from Xiao Ruofei, he knew that spiritual master Xianxia was right. This kid really wanted to reach the top, and he would do anything to achieve his goal. A person who was so ruthless to himself was truly terrifying. Even Taoist Xianxia could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He smiled bitterly and said, Brother Xianxia, I've learned something new. This kid is only in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, but he gives off a scary feeling. Spiritual Master Xianxia looked deeply at Xiao Ruofei in the mirror and said, It should be our enemies who are scared. This kid is on the same side as us. The crazier he is, the happier we should be. You're right. Taoist Xianxia said, I'm looking forward to his performance more and more. I'm glad that I gave him an elemental storage bead as a reward in the previous trial. Otherwise, no matter how crazy he is, he won't have enough primordial qi. Spiritual Master Xianxia curled his lips and said, Even if my disciple doesn't have the elemental storage bead, he won't have a problem. Besides, he got the elemental storage bead with his own ability. Taoist Xianxia said angrily, I'm just saying. I don't mean to ask for a reward. Spiritual Master Xianxia laughed and said, Brother Xianxia, everyone knows that. How can you cheat for your own sake? Right? Taoist Xianxia rolled his eyes and turned his head away. He could not be bothered with Spiritual Master Xianxia anymore. This old man was a little arrogant now. Wasn't it just a disciple who performed well? Was he going to criticize the heavens, the earth, and the air? All right. Having such a disciple was really enviable. The 8th level of the Tower of Trials, the Obsidian Staircase. Xiao Ruofei stood steadily on the 499th step. He slowly released his Yuan Qi protection, gradually increasing the pressure on his body. This required very precise control. If he released too little, he would not be able to achieve the effect of tempering his body. If he released too much at once, his body would not be able to withstand the enormous power, and he would very likely be fatally injured. The worst result would be that he would be directly thrown out and stopped at level 499. Moreover, all of this required precise control while enduring the immense pain of having his bones shattered. Obviously, the difficulty was even greater. A person with a weak will would not be able to maintain a clear mind under such pain, let alone control it accurately. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei's willpower had always been very tenacious. Adding on the fact that his spiritual force had broken through to the spirit transformation realm, his control had also improved qualitatively. Even so, Xiao Ruofei was dancing on the tip of a knife. He was completely focused and did not dare to be distracted in the slightest. He continued to guide the pressure to temper his body over and over again. Xiao Ruofei could not even remember how many petals of the spirit heart flower he had used. Fortunately, he had not used many petals recently, so he had a lot of them. In this situation, only the petals of the spirit heart flower had an immediate effect. No other method could quickly heal his bones. Therefore, although Xiao Ruofei felt a bit of heartache, he still decisively used the petals. Now was not the time to save the petals. As time passed, even Taoist Xianxia and Jinren Xianxia could not bear to watch any longer. Even though they were separated by the bronze mirror magic weapon, they could still feel the immense pain that Xiao Ruofei was enduring. Sometimes, when the pressure was a bit too much, the effect would be very terrifying. His bones would directly break, and his arms would even be distorted many times. If this kind of pain was endured in an instant, it would still be bearable. However, Xiao Ruofei was enduring it all the time, and it had been almost an hour. In other words, a person's bones were repeatedly broken and reconnected, and then immediately broken again within an hour. If it was someone else, they would probably die from the pain. However, Xiao Ruofei was still standing steadily on the steps. However, because he was clenching his teeth, his lips were bitten countless times. Every time he used the spirit heartflower's petals, the injuries on his lips would be healed. However, there were still bloodstains on his chin. In addition to the fact that his muscles were distorted from the pain, it looked even more terrifying. Xiao Ruofei had suffered so much pain, so she naturally had her rewards. In this hour, he gradually reduced the strength of his primordial qi defense, and his body gradually adapted to the increasing pressure. Until now, the strength of his primordial qi defense was only about half of what it was before, but his body was still able to withstand the increased pressure. In the cycle of breaking, and healing, his body's strength was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. If Xiao Ruofei directly restored his strongest primordial qi defense, then the real pressure on his body would not be able to cause him any harm. Xiao Ruofei seriously assessed the current situation. There was still about 1/3 of primordial qi left in the elemental storage bead, and it could be foreseen that the next 19 steps would consume a lot of primordial qi, so he had to leave enough primordial qi in reserve. It was impossible for him to continuously temper his body on this level. In addition, his body's strength had increased by a lot, and he should be able to reach the 500th step. Even if he could not stand stably after reaching the 500th step, he felt that he should still have a high chance of holding on for a period of time. When he reached the 500th step, he could still continue to temper his body. At that time, the pressure would be even greater, and the tempering effect would be even better. After a comprehensive consideration, Xiao Ruofei felt that it was time to reach the 500th step. After Xiao Ruofei made up his mind, he immediately restored his strongest primordial qi defense, and at the same time, he absorbed a petal of the spirit heartflower and used it. The small injuries and internal injuries that he had suffered during the tempering process were quickly recovering. After the strength of his primordial qi defense increased, Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt relaxed. It was like a person who had been training with a heavy sandbag on his leg for a period of time, and then suddenly removed the sandbag. After the pressure on his body decreased, Xiao Ruofei did not feel the pain of the pressure, and he could even move his neck and limbs, looking much more relaxed. When Daoist Xianxia and Jinren Shanha saw Xiao Ruofei's posture, they knew that he was definitely going to try to reach the next step. The two of them suddenly had a serious look on their faces, and they stared intently at the image displayed by the bronze mirror. They knew very well that the 500th step was undoubtedly the most important hurdle in the entire obsidian stairway to heaven. This was the last step before reaching the top. Moreover, if he could successfully reach the 500th step, the pressure on the remaining 18 steps would increase by a lot, and Xiao Ruofei would have a chance to reach the top. The key was to see if Xiao Ruofei could withstand the sudden increase in pressure on the 500th step. Success or failure depended on this step. Xiao Ruofei took a deep breath. At this time, his body was in its best condition, and naturally, there was no need for him to hesitate, and he immediately went up. A huge amount of pressure descended. Xiao Ruofei, who was already mentally prepared, didn't care about anything else. He first raised his right foot and also stepped on the 500th step. Then he spread his feet at an angle and steadied himself on this step. The increase in pressure on the 500th step was indeed quite large. In terms of spiritual pressure, Xiao Ruofei actually felt the pressure that he hadn't felt in a long time. Even though his spiritual power had reached the spirit transformation realm, he still couldn't completely offset the spiritual pressure. This showed how difficult the obsidian stairway to heaven was. The invisible force that was stirring the primordial qi had also increased a lot. Xiao Ruofei had to use all his strength to run the Tao formula to barely control the primordial qi's agitation. Bit by bit, the primordial qi was absorbed into the circulatory cycle and finally returned to his dantian. At the same time, he also had to transfer a large amount of origin energy to every inch of his body. Even though the strength of his primordial qi defense was already at its maximum, the squeezing force still ruthlessly acted on his physical body. Although Xiao Ruofei had crazily tempered his body in the previous level, and it could be said that the strength of his body had greatly improved, but in the face of this pressure, his bones still couldn't help but crack, and some of his bones even directly broke. Because his cultivation was only At the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, Xiao Ruofei's biggest problem on the 500th step was that his origin energy defense wasn't strong enough. This caused more of the pressure to act directly on his body. Xiao Ruofei absorbed the spirit heart flower petals from the Ring 2 space while doing his best to resist the pressure. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, Xiao Ruofei resisted for more than 20 minutes and used 8 spirit heart flower petals before his body adapted to the pressure and no longer directly broke his bones and tendons. It was obvious that in a short 20 minutes, Xiao Ruofei's physical strength had increased a lot. It seemed that the method of tempering the body was really effective. Xiao Ruofei was overjoyed. He decided to stay on the 500th step again, boldly but carefully guiding the squeezing force to temper his body. Anyway, he could only use his origin energy defense at its strongest to ensure that his body wouldn't directly fracture under the pressure. This was obviously not enough. After all, the pressure would increase with every step. With Xiao Ruofei's current condition, when he reached the 501st step, he couldn't avoid the sound of bones cracking. Instead of going up another step without any confidence, it was better to be more stable and temper his body on this step to have a greater confidence. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei began to gently release a trace of origin energy defense. Suddenly, the pressure acting directly on his body increased by a lot. His body, which had already adapted to this strength, couldn't bear the pressure again. Amidst his painful expression, the bones all over his body began to creak again. Just like that, Xiao Ruofei continued to temper his body and at the same time, kept an eye on the origin energy storage in the vitality storage bead. After another 10 minutes, Xiao Ruofei activated his origin energy defense to the maximum and stepped onto the 501st step. What followed was basically a repeat of the previous process. Xiao Ruofei's speed was very slow, but his footsteps were very steady. Just like that, step by step, he was getting closer and closer to the light screen door at the top of the obsidian stairway. 502 steps, 503 steps, 504 steps, Xiao Ruofei only stayed on the 510th step for a little longer. After all, the increase in pressure on the 10th step was greater than that of an ordinary step. It was just that the difference wasn't very obvious. After resting for a few minutes on the 510th step, Xiao Ruofei continued to go up. Just like that, Xiao Ruofei endured the immense pain and walked step by step to the 517th step. At this time, Xiao Ruofei was really exhausted. There was very little origin energy left in the vitality storage bead. His mental strength, which had just broken through, was once again close to exhaustion after continuously resisting the pressure. At this time, Xiao Ruofei finally felt how close he was to the light screen door. It was really close, and he even felt that he could touch it if he stretched out his hand. The last step. As long as he stepped onto this last step, he would successfully pass this extremely terrifying test of the obsidian stairway. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't immediately take the last step because he didn't know if the increase in pressure on the last step would suddenly increase. If he wasn't prepared and was directly thrown out and eliminated as soon as he stepped on the last step, it would really be a joke. Therefore, even though there wasn't much origin energy left, Xiao Ruofei still tempered his body bit by bit on the 517th step. At the same time, he also directly took out the origin crystal and held it in his hand. While quickly circulating the Dao technique to stabilize his origin energy, he absorbed the pure energy in the origin crystal. This way, he could more or less recover some of his origin energy. In the secret space filled with dense purple gas, Taoist Master Xianxia and perfected Shan He had already clenched their fists, their eyes full of anticipation. Seeing Xiao Ruofei stop on the 517th step, the two of them couldn't help but look at each other. Taoist Master Xianxia couldn't help but shout in a low voice, "Go up! Why are you hesitating now?" Spiritual Master Xianxia was so excited that he couldn't sit still. He paced back and forth in front of the bronze mirror magic treasure and said anxiously, "Why is this kid hesitating at this critical moment? Hurry up." This was going straight to the top. It was much more exciting than breaking a record. Breaking a record was something to be happy about. After all, this record had been held for 100 or 200 years, and in the long years before that, the record was even lower. Xiao Ruofei could break the record, which was already proof of his amazing talent. He would definitely be called a super genius. But it depended on what he was compared to. If Xiao Ruofei was eliminated around the 48th step, it wouldn't be a big deal. But now he had reached the 517th step, and there was only one step left. When he stepped up, he would create a record that would never be surpassed in the future. It was definitely unprecedented, and there was a high probability that it would never be surpassed in the future. The obsidian stairway was too difficult. Even if an early nascent soul cultivator came to challenge the obsidian stairway of a golden core cultivator, there was no guarantee that he would be able to reach the top. Therefore, in the long years to come, no one would be able to reach the top. Even if there was such a monster, he would at most be able to share this record with Xiao Ruofei. He would not be able to surpass Xiao Ruofei. The obsidian stairway did not measure time at all. It didn't matter how long it took, it depended on how many steps one could reach. In fact, the longer one took, the more pressure one would have to endure. If one could reach the top in an environment with super strong pressure for a long time, it meant that one's strength was even more amazing, but now, Xiao Ruofei was clearly just one step away from the door. Yet, he suddenly stood on the 517th step and did not move. This really shocked the two powerful cultivators who were watching him pass the test. They stared blankly as Xiao Ruofei stood on the 517th step and actually began to temper his body. They couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Both of them realized a problem at the same time. Taoist Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Xianxia, we have overlooked a problem." Spiritual Master Xianxia also smiled bitterly and said, "Yes. We are prejudiced. This kid doesn't know the situation of the last step, so he must be well prepared before he dares to step up. He definitely doesn't want to fail at the last moment." Taoist Xianxia patted his forehead and said, "In the past, no one has ever been able to reach this stage. Even the early nascent soul cultivators who tested the obsidian stairway back then couldn't reach the second last step, so I didn't consider this situation." Venerable Xianxia revealed a look of worry and said, "I don't know how much longer he can last. The pressure of this step is already extremely great. Furthermore, I estimate that he doesn't have much yuan qi left. The reason he stopped at this step is because he's not confident. He wants to temper his body as much as possible and strengthen it." Taoist Xianxian pursed his lips and said, "There is nothing we can do about it. This is fair to all challengers. No one knows the situation of the obsidian stairway to heaven in advance. If it were you or me, we would definitely try our best to be as safe as possible when we don't know the situation yet. I'm just afraid that if he's too cautious, he'll end up losing a lot for a small gain." Sage Xianxia said with a frown. Taoist Master Xianxian chuckled and said, "Taoist Brother Xianxia, you're worrying too much. I've watched this child break through all the obstacles. Not only is his talent amazing, he's also very tenacious, and his courage is definitely very great. If he really can't supply yuan qi, even if he's not fully prepared, he will definitely give it his all and directly ascend. At the very least, I won't become the laughingstock of being eliminated on the penultimate level. I hope so." The worry on Sage Mountain River's face did not lessen much. The 8th level of the Tower of Trials, the Obsidian Staircase. Xiao Ruofei stood on the 517th step, carefully controlling the strength of his yuan qi protection, gradually increasing the pressure on his body. He was still using that seemingly cruel method to constantly temper his body. There was not much yuan qi left in the origin storage bead. Fortunately, while he was using the Dao tactic, he was constantly absorbing origin crystals to replenish some of his yuan qi, so he could still hold on for the time being. In addition, ever since his spiritual force had broken through to the spirit transformation realm, Xiao Ruofei's fine control had improved greatly. He could accurately control the strength of his yuan qi protection, which greatly increased the efficiency of tempering his body. Now, every second he stayed in this environment was one more second of yuan qi consumption. The more precise his control was, the better the tempering effect would be. Moreover, he could also accurately estimate how long he could last. It was necessary to be fully prepared, but the premise was that he could not be eliminated on this level. He also had to reserve a certain amount of yuan qi for the next level. Otherwise, tempering his body now would be meaningless. Therefore, even though Xiao Ruofei still looked very miserable and his bones were constantly being crushed and even broken, he was still aware of the situation in his heart and was very calm. However, his bloody chin, irregular bones, and muscles that involuntarily trembled due to the pain made him look a little terrifying. His shaky appearance made Daoist Xianxia and Daoist Xianxi's hearts tighten. However, they could not help, nor could they warn Xiao Ruofei not to delay on this level and to directly rush up. Both of them were very nervous and excited, and their expressions were very colorful. They did not look like two powerful cultivators at all. Time passed minute by minute, and the amount of yuan qi that Xiao Ruofei could use decreased bit by bit. Even though Xiao Ruofei was absorbing the pure energy from the origin crystals at full speed, overall, the consumption was still far greater than the absorption, so his total amount of yuan qi decreased very quickly. Finally, the last trace of yuan qi in the origin storage pearl was absorbed by Xiao Ruofei, and there was less than 10% of yuan qi left in his body. Xiao Ruofei sighed secretly. Although he still felt that he was not confident, the amount of yuan qi he had left did not allow him to continue wasting time on this level. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei no longer controlled himself, and directly increased the strength of his yuan qi protection to the maximum. He instantly felt his body relax, but the consumption of his yuan qi also increased abruptly. Xiao Ruofei did not dare to delay, and immediately took out a petal of the spirit heart flower from the ring 2 space, and quickly sucked it into his palm to absorb the medicinal properties of the petal. Some of the injuries on his body began to heal very quickly. Xiao Ruofei had been paying attention to the consumption of his yuan qi, and after another minute or so, Xiao Ruofei knew that he could not wait any longer. He had to leave a part of his yuan qi on the last step. Otherwise, once he stepped on the last step, he would not be able to resist at all due to the depletion of his yuan qi, and would be directly thrown out of the competition without any resistance. Therefore, although his injuries had only recovered by half, he still resolutely took the last step. In the secret space that was filled with dense purple gas, Spiritual Master Xianxia and Taoist Master Xianxia saw that Xiao Ruofei had finally moved, and both of them let out a long sigh of relief, feeling that their bodies were suddenly relaxed. This kid is finally willing to take this step, Spiritual Master Xianxia said, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Taoist Master Xianxia laughed and said, I knew it. This kid knows what he's doing. If he's an idiot, how could he have made it to this level? Spiritual Master Xianxia was now showing off again. He slightly raised his chin and said, of course. I, Spiritual Master Xianxia's disciple, of course he's smart. Taoist Master Xianxia could not help but twitch his mouth, but he had nothing to refute. Spiritual Master Xianxia's disciple was about to create a dazzling record, so what's the point of bragging? If this was his disciple, he would definitely brag even more. On the obsidian stairway, Xiao Ruofei did not hold back at all. He directly covered his entire body with yuan qi, adjusted the strength of his defense to the maximum, and stepped onto the last step of the stairway. With a loud thud, Xiao Ruofei's left foot stepped heavily on the stairway, and the huge vibration even made his ankle hurt a little. Xiao Ruofei could not help but be stunned. There was not a trace of pressure on the last step at all. This was also the reason why he stepped so heavily on this step. On the previous steps, because of the huge pressure, Xiao Ruofei felt as if he was trying to survive in a thick liquid, and every step he took had a huge resistance. It was a bit like when someone stepped on an empty stairway and thought that there would be another step, but it turned out to be flat ground, so he would definitely step on it with a heavy force. Xiao Ruofei's situation was somewhat similar. He had taken this step according to his own estimation of the pressure. He didn't expect that the pressure didn't exist at all. Therefore, this step was naturally quite heavy. It even made his ankle hurt. Of course, this was also because the injury on his ankle had not completely healed. In the process of breaking through, the pressure on the ankle was the greatest, and naturally, the injury was unavoidable. Just now, he did not wait for the medicinal properties of the spirit heart flower to be completely absorbed, and directly stepped onto the last step, so it was normal for him to be injured again. Fortunately, there was still a lot of medicinal properties left in the spirit heart flower, and when it was completely absorbed, his injury would naturally be healed. Xiao Ruofei also did not expect that this obsidian stairway to heaven would be completely different from the norm. He originally thought that the pressure on the last step would suddenly increase to the point where he would not be able to withstand it, including being eliminated on this step, so he was mentally prepared. For this reason, he had done his best to prepare himself, but he did not expect that there would be no pressure at all on the highest step. Therefore, he was stunned at first, but when he came back to his senses, the first thing he did was to quickly lift his right foot. His right foot was still on the last step, so in reality, he was still enduring the pressure from the last step. When both of Xiao Ruofei's legs stood on the highest step, he suddenly felt unprecedentedly relaxed. There was no longer any pressure, and the air was no longer so viscous as though it was about to solidify. That strange energy that constantly stirred up his yuan qi had also disappeared without a trace. Only the remnant medicinal properties of the spirit heart flower's petals were still healing his injuries, and waves of refreshing energy flowed through his entire body. In the secret space filled with dense purple gas, Taoist Master Xianxia and Sage Xianxia clenched their fists at the same time, and the joy on their faces could no longer be hidden. "Good boy. You're really capable." Sage Xianxia looked at Xiao Ruofei in the bronze mirror with gratification. "To be honest, I'm really envious of you." Taoist Master Xianxian said with a complicated expression, "Why are you so lucky? You left a good karma in the Divine Land's cultivation world, and you actually picked up such a super genius." Sage Xianxia glared and said, "What do you mean by picked up? Ruofei and I are destined to be master and disciple. As a cultivator, don't you know about karma? Forget it, I'm happy today. I'm too lazy to argue with you." Taoist Master Xian said with a bitter smile, "This kind of karma. I also want it. Brother Mountain and River, please teach me." Sage Xianxia was definitely thick-skinned, so his expression did not change at all, and he began to change the topic. He pointed at Xiao Ruofei in the bronze mirror and laughed, "Brother Xian, look at this kid, he's stunned." Taoist Master Xian looked at Xiao Ruofei in the mirror and could not help but smile, saying, "This kid has been breaking through all the obstacles, and he's always had a confident look on his face. This is the first time I've seen such a stunned expression." Then, Taoist Master Xian said, "This means that the design of the obsidian stairway to heaven is very successful." It wasn't an exaggeration to say that although the mission on the 8th floor didn't look complicated, it was much more difficult than the missions on the first 7 floors combined. Xiao Ruofei had a lot of methods and a solid foundation, but he was only able to reach the top after going through dangerous situations. It was hard to imagine what other cultivators would be like when they reached this level. Xiao Ruofei finally understood why Ling Qingxue was only able to last 100 steps before being eliminated. It wasn't that Ling Qingxue was too weak, but that the level was simply too difficult. Xiao Ruofei rested for a while mainly to absorb the medicinal properties of the spirit heart flower and recover from his injuries. Speaking of which, after passing this level, Xiao Ruofei had obtained a lot of benefits. Not counting the rewards he might receive after entering the 9th floor, just the pressure from the obsidian staircase had allowed his spirit force to break through the bottleneck and enter the spirit transformation realm. This had saved him several years, maybe even a decade or a few decades. In addition, after reaching the 400th step, Xiao Ruofei used the pressure to continuously refine his body. Although it was an act of desperation, objectively speaking, it had greatly improved the strength of his body. Although he was not a pure body refinement cultivator, the strength of his physical body was not inferior in the slightest. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if Xiao Ruofei faced an ordinary qi condensation cultivator, even if he stood there and let them attack him, it would be very difficult for them to harm him. Just the breakthrough in his spiritual force and the increase in his physical strength was enough to make Xiao Ruofei very satisfied. The more effort, the greater the reward. This rule was vividly reflected on the obsidian staircase. After Xiao Ruofei absorbed the last bit of medicinal properties of the spirit heart flower, he used his spiritual force to check his body's condition. He found that his injuries had mostly recovered, and only a few of the most serious injuries hadn't fully recovered. However, they wouldn't affect his normal movements and fighting. It would be a waste to continue using the spirit heart flower petals, so Xiao Ruofei didn't pay attention to them. Even if he didn't pay attention to these minor injuries, they would quickly recover. In addition, while he was resting, Xiao Ruofei had been constantly absorbing origin crystals, so his origin energy had recovered a bit. He nodded to himself and finally turned his gaze to the door of the light screen, feeling a little excited. Behind that door was the final destination of this trial, the top floor of the Tower of Trials. According to the instructions on the stone tablet, Xiao Ruofei had already completed the trial mission because there were no other tests on the top floor. Xiao Ruofei calmed himself down and walked toward the light screen door. Soon, he arrived in front of the light screen door. He paused for a moment, then walked in without hesitation. A familiar pulling force came, and Xiao Ruofei felt the stars in front of him move. However, it quickly stabilized and he felt that he was standing on solid ground. Although the stone tablet at the bottom of the obsidian staircase had stated that there were no tests on the 9th floor of the trial tower, Xiao Ruofei wasn't stupid enough to believe it. After all, it was proven that the almighty cultivator who designed this trial tower mission didn't do things according to common sense. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei still covered his entire body with origin energy and kept his spiritual force released. He walked through the light screen door in a highly alert state. Especially when he felt that he was standing on solid ground, his muscles tensed up and he immediately released his spiritual force. At the same time, he immediately looked around and prepared to take the test on the 9th floor of the trial tower. However, this time, the almighty senior who designed the trial tower mission didn't play any tricks. The entire 9th floor of the trial tower was quiet, and nothing strange suddenly appeared to attack Xiao Ruofei before he could steady himself. Xiao Ruofei didn't dare to let his guard down. He observed his surroundings and stayed alert. He realized that he seemed to be in a loft. It was about 40 to 50 square meters in size. There were bookshelves all around, extending from the floor to the ceiling. They were densely packed with all kinds of books. In front of one of the bookshelves, there was an antique table and chair. On the table, there were all kinds of writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. Moreover, there were 6 or 7 brushes hanging on the brush rack, all of different sizes. This was the 9th floor of the trial tower, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but wonder. This place looked more like a study room, but it was surrounded by bookshelves on all sides. There were no doors or windows, and it looked a little strange. Xiao Ruofei's gaze was naturally attracted by the 4 large bookshelves. He couldn't help but walk closer to the bookshelves. He wanted to take a book out and see what was recorded in these books that were solemnly kept on the 9th floor of the trial tower. However, the moment his finger touched the book, a sudden change occurred. The book directly turned into a stream of light and rushed into his forehead at lightning speed. It directly entered his sea of consciousness. Actually, Xiao Ruofei had been on high alert all this time. However, the speed of the stream of light from the book was simply too fast. Even with his outstanding reaction speed, he still could not avoid it. He could only watch as the stream of light entered his sea of consciousness. Xiao Ruofei was shocked and instinctively stepped back. At this moment, he immediately felt that after the stream of light entered his sea of consciousness, it directly turned into a large amount of information and directly filled his mind. This process was actually not unfamiliar to Xiao Ruofei. When he absorbed the 3 pieces of inheritance jade talisman that he obtained from the Ring 2 space, the experience was very similar. This was just the beginning. After Xiao Ruofei touched a book, it was as if a valve had been opened. Suddenly, all the secretaries in the room turned into streams of light. Then, as if they had eyes, they all shot towards Xiao Ruofei. For a moment, the entire 9th floor of the trial tower was covered by these streams of light. The shining streams of light filled the sky, and Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but close his eyes. It wasn't that he didn't want to dodge. On one hand, he realized that these books contained inheritance information and wouldn't be harmful to him. On the other hand, and more importantly, there were simply too many streams of light. The room was so small, so it could be said that there was no way to dodge. In this situation, Xiao Ruofei simply didn't dodge. He just stood there and prepared to bear the impact of the huge flow of information. Streams of light rushed into Xiao Ruofei's forehead one after another. It looked like his head had been pierced by tens of thousands of swords. In truth, Xiao Ruofei also didn't feel good. A large amount of information continued to fill his mind in a short period of time. Any normal person would feel uncomfortable. Not to mention, there were 4 walls of books. The amount of information was simply too great. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei already had the spiritual force of the spirit transformation realm, so his sea of consciousness was a lot more stable. The time when he absorbed the inheritance jade talisman was naturally different from now. Therefore, although Xiao Ruofei felt like his head was about to explode, it was only an unbearable headache. There was no danger. This process didn't take long, only about 2 or 3 minutes. When the last stream of light entered Xia Ruofei's forehead, everything returned to normal. At this time, the bookshelves on all sides were empty. The streams of light disappeared, but Xia Ruofei's process of absorbing information continued. He still stood there with his brows slightly furrowed and his eyes closed. He endured the discomfort of the large amount of information filling his mind. After another 6 or 7 minutes, Xia Ruofei finally let out a long sigh. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked around at the empty bookshelves. He couldn't help but reveal a trace of lingering fear. If the books on the bookshelves increased by another 20 or 30%, he might not be able to bear it. In truth, Xia Ruofei was worrying too much. Although no cultivator had ever successfully reached the 9th floor of the trial tower, these books were already prepared as rewards. Whether it was a qi condensation cultivator, a golden core cultivator, or a nascent soul cultivator, if they really wanted to climb the stairway to heaven, they would all end up in this study room. In other words, even a qi condensation cultivator could bear the inheritance information. However, the streams of light from the books wouldn't be as fierce and would be slower. In fact, because Xia Ruofei was transported from the top of the golden core cultivator's celestial stairway, those books turned into streams of light and were transported at the speed that the golden core cultivator could withstand. This was also why Xia Ruofei was able to do so. If it was another golden core cultivator, they would be in a much more difficult situation than him. In the hidden space filled with dense purple gas, the bronze mirror before Taoist Master Xianxia and Taoist Master Xianxia had already changed to the 9th floor of the trial tower. The two of them were also paying attention to Xia Ruofei's situation. When they saw Xia Ruofei finish absorbing the inheritance information so quickly, they revealed a trace of surprise. The two experienced cultivators quickly understood the reason. Taoist Master Xianxia couldn't help but reveal a trace of shock. After a while, he said, "Taoist Master Xianxia, I really admire you. So your disciple's spiritual power has already broken through to the spirit transformation stage. No wonder he was able to deal with the spiritual power pressure so easily on the stairway to heaven. And when he absorbed the inheritance book just now, it was even faster." Taoist Master Xianxia also revealed a trace of surprise and said, "Taoist Master Xianxia, this is really a pleasant surprise." Both of them had walked all the way from the golden core stage to the nascent soul stage. They knew very well how difficult it was to cross the gap between the spirit gathering stage and the spirit transformation stage. Back then, both of them had been stuck in the spirit gathering stage for many years and had only broken through because of a certain opportunity. There were even some cultivators who had already reached the nascent soul stage, but their spiritual power was still stuck at the late stage of the spirit gathering stage, and this situation was not rare. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei's cultivation had just broken through to the middle stage of the golden core stage, but his spiritual power had already reached the spirit transformation stage. This was even more remarkable. At the same time, this also showed that Xia Ruofei's cultivation potential was huge. No wonder Taoist Master Xianxia did not hide his envy after understanding the key points. Taoist Master Xianxia continued, "I think this disciple of mine should have broken through on the stairway to heaven." Taoist Master Xianxia should still remember that he had already shown signs of difficulty on the 450th step and was about to be eliminated. However, the more he fought, the braver he became, and every step he took was very stable. Taoist Master Xianxia nodded and said, "That's right. It must be that his spiritual power had already reached the threshold of a breakthrough." Under the huge spiritual power pressure, he relied on his unyielding heart to forcibly break through the solid barrier and raise his spiritual power to the spirit transformation stage. Taoist Master Xianxia was even more impressed when he said this. He sighed and said, "Under such difficult circumstances, this child never gave up and even broke through. This kind of indomitable tenacity is really rare and commendable. Taoist Master Xianxia, you have really taken in a good disciple." Although Taoist Master Xianxia had said this more than once, Taoist Master Xianxia could not help but smile after hearing this. He said, "This child's cultivation is still very low, and we don't know how he will develop in the future. He doesn't deserve such high praise from Taoist Master Xianxia." Taoist Master Xianxia glanced at Taoist Master Xianxia and said, "You're a little hypocritical if you say that." "I'm not blind." Taoist Master Xianxia could not help but laugh and said, "In the future, if Ruofei becomes successful, it will be thanks to Taoist master Xianxia. On the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials, Xia Ruofei stood quietly in the middle of the study. He was surrounded by empty bookshelves. Although all the information had been transmitted, he had not yet recovered from his shock. The amount of information was too much. It could be said that the inheritance information contained in all the books on the 4 bookshelves was several times more than the information he had received from the 3 legacy jade talismans combined. Xia Ruofei looked through it briefly and found that the inheritance information was all-encompassing. There were all kinds of cultivation methods, ancient books, anecdotes of the cultivation world, formations, medical skills, alchemy, and refining methods. There was really everything. Xia Ruofei even found a few ancient books about spiritual plants, which taught people how to identify, plant, and maintain spiritual plants. Similar to the information obtained from the Jade Talisman of Inheritance, the information that Xia Ruofei obtained from the 9th level of the Tower of Trials was directly transmitted into his mind. Moreover, it included the experiences of many predecessors. It was as if he was enlightened and directly transmitted into his mind. Xia Ruofei also found that part of the content was the same as the content he had received from the Legacy Jade Talisman. In other words, some of the ancient books and cultivation methods that Taoist Master Xianxia had collected were also included on the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials. Of course, in comparison, the inheritance content here was more comprehensive and the amount of information was much more. Xia Ruofei could not help but laugh and say to himself, "This reward is really special. First, I'll get thousands of precious ancient books? Is this a big gift for passing the level?" Xia Ruofei muttered to himself as he continued to look at the additional information in his mind. Suddenly, his face changed slightly, revealing a trace of surprise. The amount of information that rushed into Xia Ruofei's mind this time was really too much. After checking, Xia Ruofei found that although some of the information had entered his mind, he couldn't read it. He didn't know what the content was, as if it was blocked by something. It was like a lot of compressed files stored in a computer. Some of them could be directly uncompressed to see the content, while the others had a password. Xia Ruofei used his fastest speed to go through the huge amount of inheritance information that he had obtained this time. He found that about 1/3 of the content was encrypted. He tried various methods, but none of them worked. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but frown slightly. However, he thought about it again. This was all inheritance information. Even if it was encrypted, it was just that he couldn't see it. It shouldn't have any negative effects on him. Since he couldn't find the reason and solution, he might as well not think about it. In this room, other than the most conspicuous 4 large bookshelves, there was only the desk left. Now that all the books on the bookshelves had turned into streams of light and entered Xia Ruofei's mind, the bookshelves were all empty. Therefore, Xia Ruofei naturally turned his attention to the desk. He walked over and looked up. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed slightly. After he got closer, he discovered that there were 3 storage rings with simple and unadorned appearances placed side by side on the desk. Below the storage rings was a piece of paper with words written on it. Xia Ruofei quickly took out the paper and read it carefully. There wasn't much content recorded on the paper. After Xia Ruofei finished reading, his brows immediately relaxed. Because the doubts he had just now had been answered here. It turned out that the books on the 4 bookshelves were indeed one of the rewards for reaching the top this time. Moreover, this kind of method that could directly turn knowledge into streams of light and enter a cultivator's mind could only be used by cultivators above the out-of-body stage. Moreover, it was very difficult to make. With such a huge amount of inheritance information, the cost and effort needed to make it was immeasurable. In fact, because no cultivator had been able to reach the 9th level of the Tower of Trials for thousands of years, this was the first time these inheritance books were used. If someone could enter the 9th level of the Tower of Trials every few days, there would be no time to make such a huge amount of inheritance books. Therefore, only cultivators who entered the 9th level of the Tower of Trials for the first time could enjoy such treatment. In the future, even if there were people who came later, they could only receive other conventional rewards. These ancient books, cultivation methods, and secret skills were all carefully selected. It could be said that they were a collection of the essence of the entire cultivation world. The value of these books was also difficult to estimate. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't know how difficult it was to make these inheritance books. The paper only mentioned that the first cultivator to enter the 9th level of the tower would receive the inheritance books. Just this information was enough to surprise Xiao Ruofei. This secret realm of trials had existed for countless years. Could it be that in the past, no one had been able to break through to this level? Xiao Ruofei felt that it was a bit inconceivable. Although he would never belittle himself and was very confident in himself, he would never be arrogant enough to think that he was the most talented Oris core stage cultivator in history. But in fact, after so many years, the 9th level of the Tower of Trials only welcomed its first visitor today. In addition, the paper also mentioned that the inheritance books were all-encompassing. Some of the contents were suitable for Qi refining stage and Oris core stage cultivators. There were also some that were suitable for nascent soul stage cultivators and even primordial soul stage cultivators. Before a cultivator's cultivation reached a certain level, the contents would be temporarily sealed. Once a cultivator broke through, the seal would naturally be released. This perfectly explained why some of the information in Xiao Ruofei's mind couldn't be accessed. If a Qi condensation cultivator were to enter today, there would be even more content that would be censored. Even if a nascent soul cultivator were to enter today, there would still be a very small portion of content that would only be applicable to nascent soul cultivators. In addition to the explanation of the inheritance books, the paper also mentioned that the 3 storage rings on the table were also rewards for cultivators who reached the top. When Xiao Ruofei saw this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. So this was the real gift for passing the trial. The description said that there were 3 storage rings. Golden core stage cultivators could open the first one, nascent soul stage cultivators could open the second one, and primordial soul stage cultivators could open the third one. Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't be polite. He directly grabbed the 3 storage rings and used his spiritual force to test them one by one. Sure enough, although the 3 storage rings were ownerless, 2 of them were sealed by a powerful force. Even though Xiao Ruofei's spiritual force had reached the spirit transformation stage, he still couldn't detect anything. Xiao Ruofei didn't even need to try to know that these 2 storage rings definitely couldn't recognize him as their owner for the time being. Thus, he simply threw the storage rings into the Ring 2 space and stored them in the cave in the Mountain Sea realm. Although the Ring 2 space was technically a small space, this small space was actually infinitely close to the space outside. Storage-type magic treasures could also be stored inside. This was something that ordinary storage magic treasures couldn't compare to. Next, Xiao Ruofei's attention was naturally focused on the only storage ring he could check. Xiao Ruofei first skillfully identified this storage ring as its owner, then used a trace of his spiritual force to carefully check what rewards were stored inside. The internal space of this storage ring was very large. It was almost the size of a football field, and its height was over 100 meters. It could be said that the value of this storage ring alone was very high. However, Xiao Ruofei's horizons were now higher, and he also vaguely felt that the value of storage rings was only due to the continuous deterioration of the cultivation environment on Earth, coupled with the severing of inheritances. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. In the era before the mass disappearance of high-level cultivators, including the ancient cultivation world thousands of years ago, storage rings should not be rare, especially for those powerful cultivators. It was even less of a concern. Therefore, when Xiao Ruofei saw that the storage ring space was so large, he wasn't particularly surprised. He was more concerned about what was stored inside. After all, no one had been able to reach the top for such a long time. The difficulty of this trial tower could be said to be hell level. Now that he had succeeded, the rewards should be very generous. Xiao Ruofei's spiritual force penetrated the storage ring and found that there was a pile of purple crystals inside. There were so many of them that they almost piled up into a small mountain. This kind of purple crystal looked a bit like a yuan crystal, but it was obvious that the energy was much purer. The difference between the two was even greater than the difference between a yuan crystal and a spirit crystal. If this kind of purple crystal was compared to a yuan crystal, then a real yuan crystal was almost equivalent to an ordinary spirit stone. The difference in energy purity was so great. Xiao Ruofei checked it slightly and couldn't help but be secretly speechless. With such high energy purity and such a large amount, the rewards could be said to be generous. Xiao Ruofei wanted to try and see if this kind of purple crystal could be directly absorbed for cultivation. However, in addition to the small mountain of purple crystals in the storage ring, there were two other things placed next to the purple crystal mountain. They looked a little out of place. One of them looked like a piece of clothing, and the other was an exquisite jade bottle. Xiao Ruofei's mind moved and took out these two things first. At the same time, he also took out a purple crystal. He first put the purple crystal and the jade bottle aside and reached out to pick up the clothing. This was a jacket, and it wasn't the style of an ancient robe. It looked more like a modern thermal underwear. This clothing was made of an unknown material. It was very soft and very light. When he touched it, there was a slight feeling of warmth. In addition, there seemed to be very thin golden threads buried in the clothing. Looking from afar, this clothing had a faint golden light. Xiao Ruofei casually kneaded it and found that this clothing was very elastic. When such a large piece of clothing was spread out, it could be squeezed into a very small ball, about the size of a baby's fist. Xiao Ruofei was a little curious and unfolded the clothing and looked at it again. He didn't know what kind of treasure it was, but if it was placed in the storage ring, it must be a very precious treasure. He thought about it and tried to use his mental power to check it. Unexpectedly, when Xiao Ruofei's mental power touched the surface of the clothing, there was immediately a message directly flowing into his mind. In the secret space with dense purple qi, Taoist Master Xianxia said to Sage Xianxia with a smile, "Brother Xianxia, you even took out the gilded soft armor and gave it to this child. You're really generous." In fact, the clothing in Xiao Ruofei's hands, which was the gilded soft armor, and the other small jade bottle, were temporarily placed in the storage ring by Taoist Master Xianxia. Originally, there was only the small mountain of purple crystals in the storage ring. The small jade bottle naturally contained the nascent condensation pill, which Taoist Master Xianxia had just lost to Sage Xianxia in a bet. Although Sage Xianxia's guess was not accurate, he guessed that it was 480 steps, and Xiao Ruofei actually directly persevered to the end and walked all 518 steps. However, compared to Taoist Master Xianxia's answer, Sage Xianxia's answer was obviously closer, so he still won. And this nascent condensation pill was specially requested by Sage Xianxia for Xiao Ruofei, so naturally, Taoist Master Xianxia directly put it into the storage ring as a reward. Just when Taoist Master Xianxia took out the nascent condensation pill, Sage Xianxia suddenly took out the gilded soft armor and asked Taoist Master Xianxia to put it into the storage ring. In fact, when Sage Xianxia took out the gilded soft armor, Taoist Master Xianxia had already advised him. Now that he saw Xiao Ruofei take out the gilded soft armor from the storage ring, he could not help but sigh. This was because the gilded soft armor was a very precious magic treasure with an extremely high level of defense. It could even block part of the attack of a nascent soul stage cultivator, and even the attack of a higher stage cultivator would find it difficult to destroy this soft armor, so this was a magic treasure that Sage Xianxia was still using. Sage Xianxia was usually in a dangerous place, so this gilded soft armor could be said to be a very important magic treasure, and it could really save his life. Now that he took it out and gave it to Xiao Ruofei without hesitation, Taoist Master Xianxia, who was his old friend for many years, could not help but persuade him. After all, Taoist Master Xianxia was also worried that without this soft armor, Sage Xianxia's safety would be less guaranteed after he was reincarnated. However, Sage Xianxia's attitude was firm, and Taoist Master Xianxia could not persuade him, so he reluctantly helped to put the gilded soft armor into the storage ring. Reverend Xianxia chuckled and said, "The golden soft armor is of little value to me. I don't need the protection of the soft armor at all if I encounter an opponent of the nascent soul stage or even lower cultivation. But if I encounter an opponent of the same or even higher cultivation than me, the protective effect of the soft armor is very limited. It's better than nothing, so there's not much difference whether I have it or not. But if you give it to me as a disciple, it can save his life." Speaking of this, Sage Xianxia looked at Taoist Master Xianxia and said seriously, "Taoist brother Xianxia, you and I have seen Ruofei's performance. He is very important to our cultivation world, and he may become the person who will ultimately decide everyone's fate. We have the responsibility to do our best to ensure that his growth process is safe and smooth. If there are any accidents in the process, the cultivation world will really lose its momentum." Daoist Master Xianxia also showed a trace of a solemn expression and said, Daoist brother Xianxia is right. I believe that with this gilded soft armor, this child should be able to grow up smoothly. Sage Xianxia nodded and said, I just hope that his growth will be as fast as possible. We really don't know how long we can hold on. Daoist Master Xianxia hesitated for a moment, and finally asked, Daoist brother Xianxia, if that's the case, why don't you show up and meet him? Tell him the situation we are facing now, and I think he will feel a sense of urgency. Maybe he will cultivate harder and grow faster. Sage Xianxia said seriously, absolutely not. Before he breaks through to the Essence Soul stage, you can't tell him anything. If he knows everything too early, it will do him more harm than good. Although I know that this child has a strong will, we really can't take the risk. If his Dao heart is affected, it will be too late for us to regret it. Daoist Master Xianxia nodded silently, indicating that he agreed with Sage Xianxia's opinion, but he didn't say anything more. On the other hand, Sage Xianxia looked at Xiao Ruofei in the bronze mirror's image and muttered to himself, Ruofei, Master will grit his teeth and persevere. The day you break through to the Essence Soul stage will be the day we meet again. 100 years is just the blink of an eye. On the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials, Xiao Ruofei didn't know that this gilded soft armor was a precious treasure that Sage Xianxia was using. After receiving the remaining information on the soft armor, he naturally was overjoyed to learn the soft armor's function and defense level. He even felt that he was dreaming. With this gilded soft armor, Xiao Ruofei could really be said to be very confident that he could travel in the cultivation world. Even if he encountered an expert of Chen Nanfeng's level, he could still ensure his own safety. Xiao Ruofei was really too surprised. The reward after passing the Tower of Trials mission was actually so generous. It could even resist part of the attack of a primordial soul stage cultivator. This made Xiao Ruofei feel that it was unbelievable. Wouldn't it be a waste for a mid-Oris core stage cultivator like him to use a magic treasure of this level? The almighty senior who designed the Tower of Trials mission really did not play by the rules. Even the setting of the reward was so unique. However, Xiao Ruofei really liked the fact that it did not play by the rules this time. Fortunately, Ling Qingshui had been eliminated early, so Xiao Ruofei only kept these thoughts in his heart. There was no one around, so he naturally did not say it out loud. Otherwise, perfected Xianxia would definitely be very depressed. It was clearly a big gift that he gave to his disciple, but in the end, the favor was given to Daoist Master Xianxia. Xiao Ruofei did not know the inside story. He thought that this was the reward of the Tower of Trials mission, so naturally, he did not stand on ceremony and directly recognized the magic treasure as its owner. Then, he took off his shirt and put on the gilded soft armor. Although he had already reached the top floor of the Tower of Trials, and according to common sense, the entire mission had been completed and there should not be any new tests, wasn't that common sense? When did the almighty senior who designed the Tower of Trials mission ever play by the rules? Therefore, he did not want to waste even a second on this life-saving magic treasure and directly put it on himself. After putting on his shirt again, Xiao Ruofei then looked at the small jade bottle. This time, he had experience and did not blindly think about it. He directly used his mental strength to investigate it. Sure enough, once his mental strength came into contact with the bottle, it immediately transmitted a message. Xiao Ruofei's eyes lit up, and the joy on his face was even harder to conceal. What was contained within this small jade bottle was actually the legendary nascent condensation pill. He'd obtained 3 inheritance jade talismans in the Ring 2 space, and some famous and precious medicinal pills were recorded within them, including the nascent condensation pill. So he was very clear about the miraculous effects of the nascent condensation pill. He also knew that to Golden Core Realm cultivators, possessing the nascent condensation pill was equivalent to possessing a ticket to the nascent soul realm, and the probability of breaking through would increase greatly. Although Xiao Ruofei was only at the middle stage of Gold Core, he now had more and more cultivation resources. His cultivation speed in the later stage would certainly not be slow. If there was no accident, he would soon face the problem of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. He did not want to be like Chen Nanfeng, who was stuck at the peak of the Golden Core stage for many years without being able to break through the bottleneck. However, a top-notch cultivation method like the Grand Dao technique was indeed much better than ordinary cultivation methods. Even his Golden Core was different from ordinary cultivators' Golden Cores. There was only one problem, and that was the bottleneck he faced would be especially stubborn. Once he broke through, he would naturally be much stronger than cultivators of the same level. The problem was that breaking through would be especially difficult. It was fine for a small realm, but for a threshold like the golden core stage to the nascent soul stage, it was much more difficult to cross than ordinary cultivators. Sometimes, Xiao Ruofei could not help but worry if he would face a similar problem as Chen Nanfeng. Now, this bottle of nascent condensation pills was simply like a pillow sent to him when he was drowsy, like charcoal in the snow. It could be said that with this bottle of nascent condensation pills, Xiao Ruofei's breakthrough to the nascent soul stage was basically a matter of course. Because this was not a single pill, but an entire bottle. If taking a bottle of nascent condensation pills could not condense a nascent soul, then Xiao Ruofei simply did not need to cultivate. Of course, it would be better if he could directly break through to the nascent soul stage without using the nascent condensation pills. After all, several of Xiao Ruofei's relatives and friends were now cultivating, including Ling Qingxue, Song Wei, Li Yifu, Song Qiming, and others. They would eventually face the problem of breaking through. Even if Xiao Ruofei did not use the nascent condensation pills himself, it was also excellent to keep it for them. Xiao Ruofei carefully put away the nascent condensation pills. In the end, his gaze naturally fell on the purple crystal. There were many such purple crystals in the storage ring, and they were piled up into a small mountain in the ring space. The energy of the purple crystal was very pure, and it was more than 1 grade higher than the Yuan crystal, but Xiao Ruofei did not know what this purple crystal was and whether it could be directly absorbed for cultivation. In addition, it included how to use this purple crystal, if it could be absorbed, the absorption efficiency and conversion efficiency, and so on. All these were unknown. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was also eager to understand what treasure this thing was. Xiao Ruofei also did the same and directly used his mental power to investigate this purple crystal. However, as he hoped, he did not directly obtain the information of this purple crystal. In fact, Xiao Ruofei did not know that the reason why the gilded soft armor and nascent condensation pills could directly transmit information to him was entirely because perfected Mountain River and Taoist Xianxia deliberately left a message on it, which was a bit similar to the Inheritance Jade Talisman and Inheritance books. It was just that the gilded soft armor and nascent condensation pills needed to transmit very little information, and it was just a simple introduction of these two things, so it did not take much effort. The purple crystal was a reward for the cultivator who passed the test. Moreover, there were tens of thousands of purple crystals in the storage ring. Even Taoist Xianxia could not leave a message on every purple crystal. Therefore, there was nothing left. After Xiao Ruofei checked, he did not obtain any energy, and his mental power could not even penetrate the surface of the purple crystal, so naturally he could not find anything useful at all. He could not help but be slightly stunned. This was a little different from what he imagined. However, there was no doubt that this crystal with such pure energy was definitely a good thing, otherwise it would not be placed in the storage ring together with the gilded soft armor and nascent condensation pills as a reward. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and felt that since he could not use his mental power to investigate, he might as well try to directly absorb the purple crystal during cultivation. He did as he said, holding the purple crystal in his hand, then sat cross-legged on the ground of the 9th floor of the trial tower, closed his eyes slightly and began to circulate the Tao technique cultivation method, and at the same time, tried to absorb the energy from this purple crystal. When Xiao Ruofei circulated the Tao technique cultivation method, an extremely pure energy was immediately extracted from the purple crystal and quickly swam in Xiao Ruofei's meridians. With the circulation of the cultivation method, this pure energy was quickly transformed into vitality. Xiao Ruofei circulated it 3 times before stopping. This was because he was also a little shocked. The energy provided by this purple crystal was indeed very pure and majestic, and with just a slight thought and the cultivation method started to circulate, the energy in the crystal could be directly extracted and started to circulate. Moreover, the absorption efficiency was several times higher than when he used the vitality crystal to cultivate. More importantly, using this purple crystal to cultivate was not only much faster than using crystals, but it also had an effect on increasing one's spiritual power. The Tao technique cultivation method was to cultivate mental power and vitality at the same time, so Xiao Ruofei's mental power was not weak from the beginning. Even if Xiao Ruofei used vitality crystals, spirit crystals, or even directly absorbed the free spirit qi in the air to cultivate, as long as he was cultivating, his mental power would begin to strengthen at the same time. However, this process of strengthening was very slow, so slow that even Xiao Ruofei himself could not detect it. However, when he absorbed the energy of the purple crystal to cultivate, he clearly felt that his mental power was also improving. Although the improvement was not very big, from the beginning when he could not detect the changes in his mental power to now, he could easily feel the improvement of his mental power. This meant that it must be the effect of the purple crystal. Out of caution, Xiao Ruofei put the purple crystal aside and took out another vitality crystal to cultivate. At the same time, he carefully felt it. He found that he was not hallucinating. Using the purple crystal could indeed greatly improve the efficiency of cultivation. After using the vitality crystal, the efficiency of cultivation suddenly decreased. At the same time, it was the same for his mental power. When he used the vitality crystal to cultivate again, he immediately could not feel that his mental power was improving. In fact, this was the normal state, and it had always been like this before. Now Xiao Ruofei could basically confirm that the rapid improvement of his mental power was related to the purple crystal. He could not help but be secretly speechless. This purple crystal was too nature-defying. Not only did it have energy that was much purer than the vitality crystal, but it could also increase the efficiency of cultivation and greatly help in the improvement of mental power. There were actually so many of these treasures. In the storage ring, these purple crystals were piled up into a small mountain. Xiao Ruofei even felt that with so many purple crystals, even a pig could smoothly cultivate to the nascent soul stage, right? In addition, there were 2 storage rings that were in a sealed state. He could only unlock them when he reached the nascent soul stage and the primordial soul stage. There were so many good things in the first storage ring. How could the things in the remaining 2 rings be bad? The richness of the rewards of this Tower of Trials mission was really far beyond Xiao Ruofei's imagination. In fact, Xiao Ruofei did not know that if he was eliminated before the 200th step, although he would also receive a reward, it would be a conventional reward. For example, the reward that Ling Xianxia received was Huang Yujing. But after the 200th step, it was equivalent to passing the threshold, so the reward was naturally different. In Xiao Ruofei's case, he directly reached the 9th level of the Tower of Trials and was the first person since ancient times. Naturally, the reward was of the highest standard. In fact, after the 200th step, the reward was all this kind of purple crystal, but there was a difference in the amount. The purpose of the reward was actually the same, which was to provide a large amount of cultivation resources so that the cultivator did not need to be busy looking for cultivation resources. They could focus on cultivation and quickly improve their cultivation. In the eyes of the primordial soul stage and even the out-of-body stage, this was the stage of laying the foundation. To be able to pass the threshold of the Tower of Trials, this kind of foundation building stage was naturally the faster the better. Of course, if it was a cultivator who had just passed the 200th step, he would definitely not receive as many resources as Xiao Ruofei. The purple crystals that Xiao Ruofei received were enough to ensure that he would use these purple crystals to cultivate until the nascent soul stage, and there would definitely be a surplus. Xiao Ruofei did not know the inside story, so he was extremely shocked. After all, the harvest this time was really far beyond his imagination. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a pot full. Xiao Ruofei played with the purple crystal lovingly. He always felt that this purple crystal seemed to be familiar. This feeling was like when you go to a place for the first time, but you always feel like you have seen this place in your dreams. Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly and tried to recall carefully, but he could not remember anything related to this purple crystal. At this moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in his mind, and he quickly looked up the inheritance information that he had just received from the 9th level of the Tower of Trials. There was only one possibility for this to happen, and that was that the inheritance information that he had received was related to this purple crystal. Although the inheritance information directly entered his mind, it was not information that he had directly obtained, so he still needed a certain amount of time to adapt. It was best to find time to specifically go through all the contents once, so that he could completely master it. Sure enough, Xiao Ruofei looked for a few minutes and found that in a miscellaneous ancient book called the Collection of Relics, there was a record of this purple crystal. Purple Yuan crystal. The name of this purple crystal was only one word different from yuan crystal. Just as Xiao Ruofei had just experienced, purple yuan crystal was much more precious than ordinary yuan crystals. Not only was the energy purer, the absorption efficiency higher, but it also had a most obvious characteristic, which was that absorbing the energy of purple yuan crystal could promote the improvement of spiritual power. All the characteristics matched, and Xiao Ruofei finally confirmed that he had obtained the purple crystal. According to the collection of relics, the purple crystal was very rare. Even for nascent soul stage and primordial soul stage cultivators, they usually only had a few pieces. This kind of precious cultivation resource could be said to be a priceless treasure. If it had to be calculated in terms of spirit stones, every purple crystal was worth tens of millions of spirit stones, and it was definitely priceless. Xiao Ruofei was a little dumbfounded. Could it be that he had obtained a fake purple crystal, or did he get the wrong reward, or perhaps, a purple primordial crystal vein had grown out of his storage ring? Otherwise, how could there be so many purple crystals? Of course, these possibilities did not exist, and Xiao Ruofei was very clear about it. So such a generous reward made Xiao Ruofei feel a little uneasy in his heart. After all, there must be a reason for this abnormality. But at the same time, Xiao Ruofei was also very clear that his current strength was still too low, and he could only be arranged. Since this Tower of Trials mission was arranged like this, and the reward was given like this, no matter what the reason behind it was, there was only one thing he could do, and that was to gladly accept it, and then, naturally, it was to increase his strength as much as possible. Xiao Ruofei put the purple yuan crystal into his storage ring, and then put this storage ring into the cave of the mountain sea territory in the spirit map space. At this time, in the middle of the room on the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials, a door of light appeared. Xiao Ruofei could roughly guess that he had completed all the missions in the Tower of Trials and received all the rewards. He should be able to leave through this door of light. Perhaps he could directly leave the Tower of Trials. He was still worried about Ling Xingshua's injury, so he naturally did not want to stay here any longer. Just as Xiao Ruofei was about to leave, his heart skipped a beat. He turned his gaze to the antique desk from before. In addition to the 3 storage rings, there was also a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone on the desk. Although these things did not have any energy waves, they should not be Dharma treasures, but they looked very old, and the materials were also quite exquisite. Xiao Ruofei did not want to miss this opportunity, so he simply walked over and tried to see if he could take the 4 treasures of the study. He did not expect that he could successfully take these things into the Ring 2 space, and the desk was suddenly empty. This set of tables and chairs looked good. Even if it was not a Dharma treasure, it was not something that ordinary tables and chairs in the secular world could compare to. Then, Xiao Ruofei looked at the big bookshelves on the 4 sides. After a few seconds, the whole room was searched by Xiao Ruofei, and the 4 walls were empty. Even the bookshelves were taken by Xiao Ruofei into the Ring 2 space. In the secret space filled with dense purple qi, Taoist Master Xianxia was stunned. After a while, he looked at Taoist Master Xianxia and said, Your disciple is really. Is he a Pishou? Why does he want everything? He even wants to take the empty bookshelves. Taoist Master Xianxia was already overjoyed, and he said with a smile, Brother Xianxian, it's just a few bookshelves and a set of tables and chairs. It's not a Dharma treasure. You even gave away so many precious purple crystals, and you still care about these little things? Don't be so stingy. Taoist Master Xianxian said, Is this a matter of being stingy? This kid's table manners are too ugly. It's like a robber crossing the border. Taoist Master Xianxian felt that he and Xiao Ruofei were destined to clash. On the 7th floor of the Tower of Trials, Xiao Ruofei's little Dao companion actually had the bloodline of Fairy Lingbo, and she directly took the Yunxiao Hall, leaving the entire 7th floor of the Tower of Trials. Daoist Xianxian said snappily, This brat is quite insightful. Although those bookshelves, tables, and chairs are not magic treasures, they are all made of precious spirit stabilizing wood. I have really suffered a great loss this time. Spirit stabilizing wood? Immortal Xianxia was stunned. Brother Xianxian is really rich. You actually used soul calming wood to make a bookshelf? The soul calming wood was also a very precious spiritual plant in the cultivation world. Because it grew extremely slowly, the production of this kind of wood was very small. Especially the whole piece of soul calming wood was very rare. As the name implied, the soul calming wood could calm the mind and was very beneficial to the spirit body. It could also promote the growth of spiritual power. Therefore, although it was not a magic weapon, it was still very precious. Ordinary cultivators would be too excited to sleep if they could get even a little bit of leftover material. They would often grind the calming wood into powder and then light it in an incense burner. It was a bit similar to the use of sandalwood. Lighting a little calming wood during cultivation could allow one to enter a state of complete selflessness faster. Moreover, it was also very beneficial to one's spiritual power. Even a powerful cultivator like Xianxia only had some small wooden carvings, which could help him concentrate. It was rare to see someone like Taoist Xianxia, who used steadying wood to build such a large bookshelf, table, and chair. Taoist Xianxia said, "I explored a secret realm more than 1,000 years ago and happened to find 3 large soul calming wood. At that time, I made a few bookshelves and a set of tables and chairs. Originally, I kept them for my own use. Later, I took a turn to guard the trial tower, so I just put them on the 9th floor of the trial tower. Occasionally, I would go there to cultivate." Spiritual Master Xianxia held back his laughter and said, "This kid is a bit outrageous. How dare he take away Taoist Xianxian's soul calming wood bookshelf? That's outrageous." In fact, Taoist Xianxian did not expect that someone could actually reach the 9th floor of the trial tower. After all, this was something that had never happened before. Therefore, he did not prepare anything in advance. The 9th floor of the trial tower was originally used as his study. The bookshelves, tables, and chairs were not treated in any way. Therefore, they were not like the previous levels where they could not be stored in the storage space. Taoist Xianxian was also negligent. He did not expect Xia Ruofei to be so rude and directly take away everything that could be stored on the 9th floor of the trial tower. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Spiritual Master Xianxia then said with a smile, "But Taoist Xianxian, you can't blame Ruofei for this. After all, this kid didn't know that these things were yours. He didn't know anything about the trial tower. Since he reached the 9th floor, he naturally thought that everything inside was a reward for him. This kid is a bit too honest and doesn't know how to be polite. But he must be afraid. After all, Taoist Xianxian, you are very clear about the current situation of the cultivation world in Divine Prefecture." Taoist Xianxian said snappily, "You can spoil your disciple." Spiritual Master Xianxia laughed and said, "Taoist Xianxian, don't be angry. When this kid meets us in the future, I'll ask him to return it to you." Taoist Xianxian said, "Since he took it away, then I'll give it to him. I won't argue with a junior over a few soul calming wood bookshelves. Taoist Xianxian is generous." Spiritual Master Xianxia said with a smile, "Then I'll ask him to find more good things for you in the future." Taoist Xianxian said snappily, "I don't dare to expect that. As long as this kid doesn't harm my treasures. I say, he should leave. There's nothing left on the 9th floor of the trial tower. Why is he still here?" This was the first time Taoist Xianxian was so eager for the trial taker to leave. He was afraid that Xia Ruofei would cause trouble again. On the 9th floor of the trial tower. After Xia Ruofei put everything away, he looked around again. At the same time, he confirmed that the wood flooring that looked very good could not be put away. He nodded in satisfaction and walked toward the door of the light screen. Xia Ruofei did not hesitate and walked through the door. A familiar pulling sensation came. Xia Ruofei once again covered his body with vital qi. At the same time, he released his mind power and stayed alert at all times. After all, it was just his guess. In reality, he did not know where the door of the light screen led to. After a short moment of dizziness, Xia Ruofei immediately felt that he was standing on solid ground again. Before he could observe his surroundings, he heard a familiar voice calling out happily, "Ruofei. You're out." Xia Ruofei turned around and saw Ling Xianxia looking at him in surprise. Behind Ling Xianxia stood Qianxian and the others. They were all cultivators who had come to the mystic Luna realm this time. When Xia Ruofei saw Ling Xianxia, he immediately relaxed. After Ling Xianxia had been eliminated on the obsidian stairway on the 8th floor of the trial tower, Xia Ruofei had been worried. Not only was he worried that Ling Xianxia would be seriously injured on the stairway, but he was also worried that she would be in danger after being teleported out. Now that he saw Ling Qingxue standing in front of him unscathed, Xiao Ruofei could finally relax. "Qingxue, are you alright? How are your injuries?" Xiao Ruofei asked. Ling Qingxue smiled and said, "I'm fine. It's just a small injury, nothing serious. Ruofei, how's your progress?" At that moment, Chen Xian and the others walked towards Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei patted the back of Ling Qingshue's hand and said with a smile, "We'll talk later." After that, Xiao Ruofei also walked towards Chen Xian and the others and greeted them with a smile, "Brother Chen. You're all out too." Xiao Ruofei looked relaxed, but he had been secretly paying attention to Chen Xian and Su Yuro's expressions. Especially on Chen Xian's side, even if there was a slight change in expression, it would not escape Xiao Ruofei's eyes. This was mainly because of what had happened to Shen Tianfeng before. Before Shen Tianfeng died, he had viciously cursed Xiao Ruofei and threatened that as long as Xiao Ruofei dared to kill him, he would not be able to hide it from the people of the Tianyi Palace. Although Xiao Ruofei had hidden in the Ringtu space and time and was confident that he had not been contaminated by that special mark, after all, there were endless methods in the cultivation world. Xiao Ruofei could not be 100% sure that he had not left any traces behind. What if the Tianyi Palace had other secret methods that he could not detect? What if he was unwittingly affected by them? Therefore, after Xiao Ruofei came out and saw Chen Xian, he had already been paying attention to Chen Xian and Su Yuro's every move. In particular, he paid close attention to Chen Xian's expression. Chen Xian's behavior made Xiao Ruofei breathe a sigh of relief. There was nothing unusual about him. After seeing Xiao Ruofei, he immediately greeted him. Chen Xian said with a smile, "Brother Ruofei, I was eliminated early." "Brother Ruofei, you just came out now. Your results should be very good." Xiao Ruofei had spent a lot of time on the obsidian rooftop, especially on the last 100 or so steps. He needed several minutes to adjust each step, so several hours had passed since Ling Qingxue left the 8th floor of the trial tower. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I was lucky to pass a few more levels." He didn't want to talk too much about how he had broken through the levels. After all, it was hard to fathom people's minds. His results in breaking through the levels this time were a little too good, especially the rewards, which were so generous that even he himself didn't dare to believe it. Although with his current strength, he was no match for anyone in the world of cultivation on Earth, it was naturally better not to reveal his wealth. Xiao Ruofei did not know what Ling Qingxue had said to Chen Xian and the others. Moreover, he did not want to lie unless it was necessary. Therefore, he only gave a vague answer and did not talk about the specific situation. Xiao Ruofei then greeted Yang Lu and the others with a smile. Everyone had traveled thousands of miles from Earth to explore the mystic Luna realm together. Now that they were reunited, they felt quite close. Xiao Ruofei also secretly noticed that other than Shen Tianfeng, Elder Muhua of the Surging Wave sect had not appeared. He did not know if he was trapped in one of the levels or if he was unlucky and had died. Mu Jianfei also looked a little worried. He could not help but ask, "Brother Xia, did you meet Elder Muhua of the Surging Wave sect when you were passing the levels? He has not come out until now. I am a little worried." Chen Xian also hurriedly said, "Elder Shen of the Tianyi sect has not appeared either." Xiao Ruofei said without batting an eyelid, "Everyone completed the challenge in an independent small space, so the possibility of meeting each other is extremely low. I've never seen Elder Shen and Elder Mu." As he spoke, he paid attention to everyone's expressions. When he saw that there was nothing unusual about them, he knew that Ling Qingxue did not say that they had gone through the levels together. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei turned his head and looked at Ling Qingxue. Although the two did not speak and only had a very short eye contact, the two of them had a very high degree of tacit understanding. Xiao Ruofei knew at a glance that his judgment was not wrong. Ling Qingxue did not casually mention that they had gone through the levels together. In this way, Xiao Ruofei was even more relieved. Because once everyone knew that they might have gone through the levels together, then Shen Tianfeng's disappearance might be linked to him. After all, he had come out the last. Xiao Ruofei did not know what was going on with Muhua, but he was sure that Shen Tianfeng would never appear again. The Tianyi sect would definitely try to find out the reason for Shen Tianfeng's disappearance. While paying attention to everyone's expressions, Xiao Ruofei said, "Don't worry too much. I remember that there are several levels that do not have a time limit. Maybe Elder Shen and Elder Mu have been trapped in these levels for a long time and are still going through the levels now." "I hope so," Mu Hua said with a worried look. At first, Mu Hua really thought so with Xiao Ruofei, but as time went by, he gradually had an ominous premonition. At this moment, a light curtain door suddenly appeared in front of everyone out of thin air. Then, a magnificent voice rang out, "The trial mission is over. All cultivators should leave the secret realm as soon as possible. The door will close in a quarter of an hour. If you do not leave in time, you will be trapped here forever." Everyone suddenly looked serious, and Qin Xian, Su Yuro, and Mu Jianfei's expressions changed drastically after hearing this voice. Qin Xian quickly said, "Senior, we still have 2 companions who haven't come out of the training tower." Mu Jianfei also promptly shouted, "That's right. Senior, my martial uncle is still in the training tower. Can you give us more time?" Xiao Ruofei's heart skipped a beat when he heard this voice. He already had some guesses. Shen Tianfeng naturally could not come back. Now that the light screen door had opened and everyone was asked to leave within a time limit, it meant that Mu Hua of the Surging Wave sect was not in a good situation either. He was probably left in the trial tower forever, just like Shen Tianfeng. Sure enough, the loud voice said without the slightest emotion, "The last cultivator in the trial tower has left. Those who have not appeared now will never appear. That's all I have to say. Don't waste any more time here. Leave quickly." After that, the voice fell silent, leaving only the light screen door standing quietly not far away. All the cultivators fell into a dead silence for a moment. Qin Xian, Su Yuro, and Mu Jianfei were completely stunned, as if they had been struck by lightning. Qin Xian murmured, "How could this be? How could this be? Elder Shen's cultivation is second only to father's. We all left the trial tower safely. How could he?" Shen Tianfeng had the highest cultivation among the cultivators who had explored the mystic Luna realm this time. He had reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. In the Tianyi sect, Shen Tianfeng's status was second only to Chen Nanfeng. It could be said that he was the cultivator who was most likely to succeed Chen Nanfeng and break through to the late stage of the Golden Core realm. How could such an important elder have silently fallen in the trial tower? Qin Xian could not accept this fact. In fact, although Qin Xian had been eliminated early, he had his own opportunities in the trial tower. It could be said that he had gained a lot from this trial trip. After returning to Earth, he would most likely be able to use this to improve his cultivation by a large margin. Therefore, although he was envious of Ling Xingshui and the others, in fact, he did not think that he had failed this trial trip. He was even confident that the cultivators who had broken through a few more levels than him might not have gained as much as he had. However, now that he heard the bad news of Shen Tianfeng's death, Qin Xian's good mood suddenly disappeared. He was at a loss for words for a moment. Mu Jianfei was also shocked and grieved. Elder Mu Hua's position in the Tsonglang sect was indisputable. He was also extremely important. Now that he had fallen in this secret realm that was hundreds of thousands of miles away from Earth, it was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the Tsonglang sect. The other cultivators also felt the same. Everyone was eliminated from the Tower of Trials one after another. In the process of waiting, they were actually a little envious of Xiao Ruofei, Shen Tianfeng, and Mu Hua. Because they had not come out for such a long time, it meant that they had passed more levels. Logically speaking, they should have obtained more opportunities. But unexpectedly, Shen Tianfeng and Mu Hua did not come out for a long time. It was not because they had passed too many levels, but because they had directly died in the trial tower. Both of them were at the Golden Core realm, and Shen Tianfeng was at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Originally, everyone thought that although the trial tower was difficult, at least their safety wasn't a big problem. Now that they heard this news, they suddenly felt a little scared. Especially Yang Lu from the Soaring Flower Valley, she felt a chill in her heart. A few Qi refinement cultivators had come out unscathed, and 3 of the 5 Golden Core realm cultivators who had gone in had come out. As a Golden Core realm elder, it seemed that she was lucky to be able to leave the trial tower safely. Xiao Ruofei's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not feel scared like Yang Lu. Xiao Ruofei judged that the trial tower was most likely screening something, so the danger was not great. However, the trial mission was definitely risky, including the process of passing the levels. If he was unlucky, he could also die. In fact, the only one with such bad luck was Mu Hua. Shen Tianfeng was seeking his own death. He had bad intentions towards Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei had directly killed him without any psychological burden. In this way, the mortality rate was really low. Mu Hua must have been unlucky to a certain extent. Otherwise, even if he was seriously injured, at least he could have survived. Everyone did not speak for a while, quietly digesting this shocking news. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, "Since things have come to this, Brother Chen, Brother Jianfei, please restrain your grief. We should leave here." The magnificent voice just now also said that the light curtain door only lasted for a quarter of an hour. After that time, the light curtain door would disappear and they would be trapped here forever. Therefore, they should leave here as soon as possible. There was no need to stay until the last moment. If there were any accidents, the consequences would be serious. Qin Xian said with a sad face, "Elder Shen and my father are close friends. How should I explain to my father when I go back? Brother Ruofei, could it be a mistake? In fact, Elder Shen is just trapped on a certain level. We can't leave him alone." Xiao Ruofei said, "Brother Chen, calm down. Elder Shen will not come back. You have to accept this reality." Shen Tianfeng was killed by Xiao Ruofei with his own hands. It could be said that his bones were directly turned to ashes, and not even a trace was left. How could he come back? Xiao Ruofei could understand Shen Xian's grief and difficult to accept reality, but he did not feel a trace of guilt because it was Shen Tianfeng who wanted to kill Xiao Ruofei and wanted to kill Xiao Ruofei to steal the treasure. He took the initiative to attack Xiao Ruofei. Since Shen Tianfeng could not control his greed and took the initiative to attack Xiao Ruofei, he had to be prepared to bear the worst consequences. Xiao Ruofei killed him without hesitation. Qin Xian's eyes were red as he murmured, "If anyone dies, it can't be Elder Shen. His cultivation is so high, and he has so many life-saving methods. Brother Chen, you have just passed the training tower yourself. You should know very well that sometimes it is useless to have many life-saving methods. If you are unlucky, you will still die no matter how high your cultivation is." Xiao Ruofei said, "The training tower is for cultivators with different cultivation. The difficulty of the tasks is definitely different, so everyone's chances of survival in the training tower are actually about the same." After that, Xiao Ruofei looked at Mu Jianfei again and continued, "I'm afraid the same is the case for Elder Mu Hua. I can only say that, they are too unlucky. Brother Chen, Brother Jianfei, we can't delay any longer. We must leave here as soon as possible." Everyone looked at Mu Jianfei and Qin Xian. Elder Mu Hua of the Songlong sect could not come back, so Mu Jianfei was the only one left. On the Tanny sect's side, Su Yuro, who was at the Qi refinement stage, was at a loss. Qin Xian, as the young sect master, was naturally the one who made the decision. Yang Lu also said, "Nephew Chen, Nephew Mu, fellow Daoist Xia is right. Although everyone is unwilling to believe this is true, it's a pity. Please restrain your grief and adjust your mentality as soon as possible. We must leave this mystic realm immediately. There is not much time left." Qin Xian let out a long sigh and turned to look at the majestic Tower of Trials. Finally, he made up his mind and said, "All right. Let's go. Let's go." Mu Jianfei said with a sigh. After Qin Xian finished speaking, he walked toward the light screen door. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly called out to him, "Brother Chen, wait." Qin Xian stopped and looked at Xiao Ruofei with some confusion. Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, "Brother Chen, don't forget that outside the mystic realm is a vacuum environment." Qin Xian suddenly understood. He was so shocked that he did not think too much and directly walked toward the light screen door. After all, outside was the surface of the moon. As a cultivator at the gold core stage, Qin Xian's life would not be in danger if he was exposed to the vacuum environment and cosmic rays for a short period of time. However, if everyone followed him out, Su Yuro, Uxian and the other Qi refinement stage cultivators would suffer. Qin Xian said apologetically, "I'm sorry, everyone. I suddenly heard the bad news about Elder Shen and was a little confused. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "It's okay." Then, he said loudly, "Please take out your spacesuits and put them on. Also, check each other, especially the airtightness and oxygen storage. If there is not enough oxygen, replace the oxygen supply module in advance before going out." "Okay. Thank you for the reminder, fellow Daoist Xia." Everyone took out their spacesuits and quickly put them on. They also helped each other check. Xiao Ruofei carefully checked Ling Qingshua's spacesuit. Then, he patted Ling Qingshua's shoulder and gave her a thumbs up, indicating that everything was in order. After the check, everyone walked toward the light screen door one by one. Yang Lu took the initiative to stay behind to cover everyone's retreat. In fact, the one with the highest cultivation was Xiao Ruofei. However, no one could see his cultivation level, and Xiao Ruofei naturally would not take the initiative to say it. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue followed behind Xianxia. The two of them walked through the light screen door hand in hand. After a slight pulling force, Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt his body become slightly lighter. He looked around and saw that they were indeed on the surface of the moon. The gravity on the moon was only 1/6 of that on Earth. Even if he was wearing a heavy spacesuit, he was still as light as a swallow on the moon's surface. Xiao Ruofei immediately looked to his side and found that Ling Qingxue was also standing next to him, holding hands with him. They were not separated, and only then did he secretly sigh in relief. If everyone was separated on the moon's surface, the situation would become very complicated and dangerous. Although everyone had enough oxygen supply modules, and under normal circumstances, their lives would not be in danger. However, if there was an accident in such a vacuum environment, there would be much less room to maneuver. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. Not only was Ling Qingxue by his side, but Qin Xian and Su Yuro, who came out earlier, were also nearby. Xiao Ruofei waved at Qin Xian and Ling Qingxue. Then, he stood aside with Ling Qingxue, waiting for the other three to come out. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had already discovered that the place where they were teleported out was not the place where they entered the secret realm. Perhaps the entrance to the secret realm changed at any time, or perhaps the exit and the entrance were not together. However, Xiao Ruofei was not worried. He had already passed all the levels and received the biggest reward. There was no need for him to enter the secret realm again. As for returning to Earth, the blue Earth hung in the pure black sky, so it was very eye-catching. Looking at Earth from the moon, it was 3 or 4 times bigger than the moon from Earth. Moreover, without the obstruction of the atmosphere, one could directly see the huge Earth in the deep space of the universe. It was very oppressive. Xiao Ruofei and the others only needed to fly in the direction of Earth. It was impossible for them to get lost no matter what. Everyone walked through the light screen door one by one, so Xiao Ruofei soon saw Mu Jianfei, who was behind him, and Ling Qingxue was also teleported out. Mu Jianfei still had a worried look on his face. Obviously, he was still thinking about Mu Hua's death. Then, Yu Xian'er and Yang Lu from the Soaring Flower Valley were teleported out one after another. After Yang Lu came out, she looked around and found that everyone was there. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She said, "Everyone is here. Fellow Daoist Xia, we'll have to trouble you again." Everyone was wearing extravehicular spacesuits in this vacuum environment, so they naturally relied on the spacesuit's intercom system to communicate. Everyone's spacesuits were preset to the same communication frequency. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Elder Yang, you're welcome." After that, he directly took out the obsidian flying ship from the Ring 2 space. Xiao Ruofei made a gesture, and the obsidian flying ship immediately began to grow and float 2 or 3 meters above the moon's surface. "Fellow Taoists, please get on the flying ship," Xiao Ruofei said. The gravity on the moon was very weak. Even ordinary people could easily jump 2 or 3 meters high, let alone cultivators like Xiao Ruofei and the others. Therefore, everyone quickly jumped onto the obsidian flying ship lightly. The process of returning to Earth was actually the same as going to the moon. They had to take the obsidian flying ship first, and only when they reached orbit could they take out the spaceship. This was because the spaceship was not a magic weapon and could not float like a flying ship. When they returned, they had to reach the moon's orbit before they could take out the spaceship. Xiao Ruofei controlled the obsidian flying ship to slowly rise into the air. no one entered the cabin. Instead, they stood on the deck and looked down at the incomparably desolate moon's surface. The moon's surface was getting smaller and smaller, and the obsidian flying ship flew into space. After a while, the boundless moon's surface below was getting farther and farther away. Standing on the obsidian flying ship, they could already see the moon's arc. Xiaoruofei controlled the flying ship to continue moving away from the moon. This was not a precisely calculated moon landing operation, so they did not need to accurately reach the moon's orbit. Xiaoruofei followed the information he found and tried to get as far away from the moon as possible. This way, when the spaceship was released, it would not be affected by the moon's gravity. After Xiaoruofei felt that they had risen enough, he called out to everyone and then released the spaceship assembly from the ring to space. Then Xiaoruofei took out a cable and skillfully fixed one end of the cable to the deck of the obsidian flying ship. With the other end of the cable, he gently stepped on the side of the flying ship and floated towards the spaceship. Xianxia also came over to help. The two of them quickly fixed the ropes and connected the spaceship to the obsidian flying ship. After the spacecraft assembly was successfully connected to the obsidian flying ship, Xiaoruofei directly used his mental power to explore the interior of the spacecraft. He turned on the power switch, started to check the power, unfurled the solar panels, and so on. These routine operations were not difficult. As a cultivator, Xiaoruofei's memory was much better than that of ordinary astronauts. Therefore, even though he did not practice the procedures much, he was still very familiar with them. After a while, the spacecraft assembly entered a normal working state. Xiaoruofei gestured to everyone, then used his mental power to open the cabin door from the inside and entered the spacecraft assembly first. Because the interior of the spacecraft was relatively small, the cabin used for entry and exit was even smaller, so everyone entered in batches. The first batch was Xiaoruofei and Xianxia. After the two entered the spacecraft, they closed the cabin door first and repressurized the cabin. When the pressure in this cabin and the other cabins equalized, they opened the connecting cabin door and entered the living quarters. Then, they closed the cabin door again, released the pressure, opened the entrance and exit, and let the next batch of cultivators enter the spacecraft. Xiaoruofei and Xianxia went directly to the spacecraft's return cabin. This was the narrowest and smallest place and also the control center of the entire spacecraft assembly. During the flight, everyone took turns to be on duty here. In fact, there were still many inconveniences to living in the spacecraft for a long time. After all, the space was narrow and men and women lived together. Therefore, if an astronaut worked in space for a long time, they would have to go through a long period of specialized training. The oxygen supply module that they brought this time was actually enough to supply everyone with an extravehicular spacesuit and take the obsidian flying ship back to Earth. However, everyone still chose this relatively troublesome method. The reason was very simple. After all, wearing a heavy extravehicular spacesuit would be inconvenient to move around. Eating and going to the toilet and other problems that ordinary people faced, cultivators could not completely avoid. If they wore an extravehicular spacesuit, it would be even more inconvenient. Moreover, although there were enough oxygen supply modules, the number was still limited. There was no need to wear an extravehicular spacesuit in the spacecraft assembly. The interior of the spacecraft itself was an oxygen environment, and the spacecraft had special equipment to produce oxygen. This way, a lot of oxygen supply modules could be saved. During the long journey, no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be any accidents. Therefore, if there really was an accident along the way, the extra oxygen supply module could be used to save lives. Besides, living in the spaceship was only a little cramped. For cultivators, having a place to meditate was enough. It was much more convenient than wearing an extravehicular spacesuit. Therefore, everyone, including Xiaoruofei himself, chose to take the spaceship. The obsidian airship only played a guiding role during the voyage. The distance between the airship and the spaceship was very close, and Xiaoruofei could easily use his mental power to control the airship. After a while, Xianxia and the others also entered the spaceship. Xiaoruofei returned to the cabin and checked that the cabin doors were all closed. There was no problem with the airtightness, and the air pressure in each cabin had returned to equilibrium. Therefore, he confirmed with everyone in the communication channel and used his psychic power to communicate with the obsidian airship and continue flying towards Earth. The flying ship slowly started moving, and the cables that were originally suspended in space were quickly straightened. Everyone felt the spaceship tremble slightly, and then it began to accelerate along with the obsidian airship. The obsidian airship flew in space, and it also consumed the energy of crystals. It couldn't accelerate with the help of gravity, so the time they spent on the journey was much longer than the time it took to land on the moon and return in the secular world. However, everyone was already experienced, so after entering the spaceship, they each found a place to stabilize their bodies and began to cultivate with their eyes closed. When they cultivated on Earth, they just maintained a cross-legged posture. However, in the weightless environment of space, once a cultivator entered a state of selflessness, their body might float around, so they had to be fixed in place in advance. Of course, not everyone cultivated as soon as they came in. For example, Xianxia and Su Yuro of the Tianyi sect, and Mu Jianfei of the Surging Wave sect naturally didn't have the heart to cultivate. Yang Lu and Xianxia found a corner and quickly entered a state of cultivation. They also gained a lot in the Tower of Trials, obtaining cultivation methods and some cultivation resources. It could be said that any of the rewards and opportunities obtained in the Tower of Trials, if placed in the cultivation world of Earth, would be enough to make the big sects jealous, so the size of the gains was relative. Without Xiaoruofei as a reference, it could be said that everyone's gains were very big. Xianxia sat alone in the corner in a daze, while Su Yuro timidly guarded by his side, not daring to speak to him. Mu Jianfei was also in a similar state. Originally, he had obtained a very good cultivation method in the Tower of Trials, as well as hundreds of precious crystals. He had even thought that his harvest in the Tower of Trials was the biggest, and his heart was filled with complacency. Because of these crystals and this cultivation method, his path to the Golden Core stage would be very smooth. In the foreseeable future, he should be able to smoothly break through to the Golden Core stage. But Elder Muhua didn't return, and directly died in the Tower of Trials. This made Mu Jianfei feel as if he was hit in the head. Until now, he was in a daze. Muhua wasn't the only Golden Core stage elder in the Tsonglang sect, but Muhua was the youngest and had the best talent. He had high hopes for him. Most importantly, Muhua and Mu Jianfei were from the same family. According to seniority, Muhua should be Mu Jianfei's uncle. This kind of relationship was naturally closer than normal elders. Mu Jianfei had been doted on since he was young, and Muhua loved and cared for this little nephew of his. Mu Jianfei and Muhua's relationship was very deep. When the bad news of Muhua came, Mu Jianfei not only felt that the sect had suffered a great loss, but he also fell into great grief and couldn't extricate himself. Xiaoruofei also understood their feelings, including those of the Tianyi Palace. Although Shen Tianfeng deserved to die, Shen Tianfeng was Shen Tianfeng, and Qin Xian was Qin Xian. As long as the Tianyi Palace didn't find out, Xiaoruofei would definitely bury this matter in his heart. He didn't even tell Ling Qingxue. However, Ling Qingxue knew that he could summon his companions to his side. Whether she would have guessed it or not, it was unknown. But in any case, Ling Qingxue was definitely on his side. Considering the actual situation of Qin Xian and the others, Xiaoruofei and Ling Qingxue took the initiative to be on duty for the first day, while Yang Lu and Xianxia were on duty for the second day. From the third day onward, several people from the Tianyi Palace and the Tsonglang sect would be on duty. Although the power of the spaceship was provided by the obsidian flying boat, there were many sophisticated equipment working on the spaceship itself, including equipment to provide oxygen at all times. The airtightness of the cabin was also very important. Once there was an explosive loss of pressure, it could be fatal for cultivators at the qi refining stage. Everything that Xiaoruofei experienced in the illusion could really happen in reality. Therefore, on the return trip, everyone also took turns to be on duty to ensure that there was someone in the cabin at all times to monitor the state of the entire spaceship assembly. It was just that on the return trip, Shen Tianfeng and Muhua were not there. Everyone's living space was a little bigger, but the shifts were more frequent. After everyone had settled down, Xiaoruofei and Ling Qingxue sat in the narrow return cabin of the spaceship. Ling Qingxue adjusted the frequency on her spacesuit, then said with a smile, "Ruofei, we're finally on the return trip. The experience this time is really too wonderful." The communication system of the spacesuit was actually a normal radio system. The spacesuit provided by Musk could listen to two frequencies at the same time, but there was only one transmission frequency. In other words, if someone spoke on two frequencies, the spacesuit's headphones could hear them, but the spacesuit's own voice could only be heard on one frequency, and it had to be manually adjusted. Xiao Ruofei and the others all listened to the same frequency, which was equivalent to the common frequency of the exploration team. Ling Qingxue just adjusted the transmission frequency to another preset frequency, and only she and Xiao Ruofei were on this frequency, which ensured the privacy of the conversation. It was equivalent to a large range of public frequencies and a small range of frequencies. In fact, Qin Xian and the others were also like this. Cultivators in the same sect would also set up a private frequency. Xiao Ruofei was about to change out of his spacesuit. After all, the return cabin of the spaceship was narrow to begin with, and wearing an extravehicular spacesuit would be even more awkward. In fact, astronauts would not wear extravehicular spacesuits even when the rocket took off and the return cabin landed. However, Xiao Ruofei saw that Ling Qingxue was talking to him through the spacesuit intercom system, so he adjusted the transmission frequency of his spacesuit to a private frequency to ensure privacy. Sound was transmitted through the air. The air pressure in the spaceship assembly was the same as on Earth. It was also filled with air. Therefore, even though the soundproofing effect of the cabin door was very good, with the cultivators hearing, if they really wanted to eavesdrop, they would still be able to hear it. If they spoke softly through the thick extravehicular spacesuits, and there were a few airtight doors between the return cabin and the living cabin, it was basically impossible to be eavesdropped. Ling Qingxue probably also took this into consideration, which was why she did not rush to take off her spacesuit. She was still not very proficient in the technique of telepathy, and if she did not control it well, it would become a live broadcast. Xiao Ruofei smiled slightly and said, "Qingxue, do you have something to say that you want to hide from others?" Ling Qingxue said with a smile, "You're so smart. Ruofei, I want to tell you that although I was eliminated on the stairway to heaven, I still got a very generous reward. Guess what the reward is?" Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "How can I guess? But seeing how happy you are, the reward must not be simple, right?" Ling Qingxue laughed and said, "Take a guess. You've seen it in the Tower of Trials." Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, "I've seen it in the Tower of Trials? Then it's nothing more than the cinnabar fruit? Crystal? Huang Yujing?" "That's right." Ling Qingxue said happily, "Ruofei, do you know? When I was sent out of the Tower of Trials, I found that there was an extra storage ring in my hand, and there were 800 Huang Yujing in it. And the reward was directly stored in the storage ring, so this ring must be very valuable. Look at how inexperienced you are." Xiao Ruofei teased. "Don't make fun of me." Ling Qingxue said coquettishly, "I'm just inexperienced. Huang Yujing is a good thing. Isn't your spiritual power just a step away from the door? These Huang Yujing should be helpful. But I was thinking if I could give the Huang Yujing to Wei Wei. With the cinnabar fruit and Huang Yujing, her cultivation can at least be improved to the same level as mine. You and Wei Wei both need it, so how are we going to split it? If you each take half, the effect won't be enough." Xiao Ruofei saw Ling Qingxue's distressed expression. She was conflicted about whether to give the Huang Yujing to Xiao Ruofei or to give it to Song Wei to improve his mental power as soon as possible. Xiao Ruofei was also touched. He stretched out his arm that looked a little bloated in the spacesuit and gently touched Ling Qingxue's helmet. He smiled and said, "Silly girl. Don't worry about it so much. If you want, you can just give it to Wei Wei to use. Or you can keep it for yourself, and Wei Wei won't say anything. I don't need it. My mental power has already broken through to the spirit transformation realm. If I continue to use the Huang Yujing, it won't improve much. But you also." Ling Qingxue didn't react at first. Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly opened her eyes wide and shouted, "Ah? Really? Ruofei, you." At this point, Ling Qingxue realized that her voice was a little loud. She quickly lowered her voice and asked, "Ruofei, did you really break through to the spirit transformation realm? Isn't it very difficult to break through to the next realm? How did it happen so suddenly?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "How could I lie to you about this kind of thing? I really broke through, and I broke through on the obsidian rooftop. Breaking through on the spot. Your husband is amazing, right? When Xiao Ruofei said that he broke through on the stairway to heaven, Ling Qingxue already believed most of it. This was because she had also experienced the obsidian stairway. Although it was only a stairway for qi condensation cultivators, the principle was the same. She had personally experienced the spiritual pressure and tried her best to resist it, so she was very clear about how terrifying it was. She was also very clear that if she could withstand the pressure, she would definitely improve. After experiencing the obsidian stairway to heaven, her mental strength had also improved to a certain extent. However, because she did not persist in that state of extreme pressure for too long, and her mental strength was not in a bottleneck state, the improvement was not great. When Ling Qingxue thought about this, her eyes couldn't help but turn red. She asked, Ruofei, you must have suffered a lot on the stairway. It took you so long to come out. It means that you suffered for several hours on the stairway. Ling Qingxue did not know about Xiao Ruofei's progress, but she was not in a hurry to ask. On the one hand, ever since Xiao Ruofei left the training tower, Qin Xian and the others had been by his side. She was not good at mental telepathy, so it was not convenient for her to ask Xiao Ruofei directly. On the other hand, Ling Qingxue had always had blind confidence in Xiao Ruofei. Even though she had personally experienced the terrifying difficulty of the obsidian stairway, she did not think that Xiao Ruofei would not be able to pass it. In her opinion, Xiao Ruofei would definitely be able to reach the top. She was even more confident than Xiao Ruofei himself. However, when she heard that Xiao Ruofei had a breakthrough in his mental power on the obsidian stairway, Ling Qingxue felt a pang of heartache. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, you can't rise above others without suffering. The obsidian stairway is indeed difficult to pass, but I also benefited a lot from the process. The breakthrough in my mental power is one thing, but there are many other benefits. Although Xiao Ruofei said it casually, he could not help but shudder when he recalled the experience of tempering his body on the obsidian stairway. The pain of having his bones broken was indescribable. Moreover, in the later stages of the stairway, he basically repeated the tempering process over and over again. Many of his bones were broken, repaired, and then crushed again. No matter how strong his mental power was, he definitely did not want to experience such pain again. However, as he said, you can't rise above others without suffering the tempering process. If he did not have the tempering process of his body, he definitely would not have been able to pass the stairway, and it would have been impossible for his body to be as strong as it was now. After Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, he lowered his voice slightly and said, after reaching the top of the stairway, there are no tests on the 9th level of the training tower. It's completely a level that gives out rewards. After passing all the missions in the training tower, the rewards are simply unimaginable. Really? Ling Qingxue quickly asked, what are the rewards? Xiao Ruofei whispered to Ling Qingxue about the reward he received on the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but open her mouth wide. After a while, she said, this purple origin crystal is actually so powerful. Ruofei, then your cultivation speed will definitely be very fast in the future. There's also the nascent condensation pill. In other words, you won't face any obstruction when breaking through to the nascent soul stage. That's great. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, you guys have to work hard too. Hurry up and break through to the golden core stage. I definitely won't be able to use up all those purple essence crystals. When the time comes, all of you will be able to use them. Xiao Ruofei had obtained information about the purple crystal from the inheritance books. There was a rule that stated that the purple crystal could only be absorbed by cultivators above the Aurous core stage. Cultivators at the Qi refining stage were unable to use it. Hence, even if Xiao Ruofei wanted to leave the purple origin crystals to Ling Qingxue, Song Wei, and the rest, he couldn't do anything for the time being. Only after they broke through to the Aurous core stage. The reward this time was exceptionally rich. Xiao Ruofei roughly estimated that the purple origin crystals in the storage ring, even if he kept using it until he broke through to the nascent soul stage, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to finish using it. By then, Xiao Ruofei would be able to unlock the second storage ring. If he guessed correctly, what was waiting for him in the second storage ring was the cultivation resources he needed in the nascent soul stage. Hence, Xiao Ruofei definitely wouldn't be stingy during cultivation just to leave more purple origin crystals for Ling Qingshui and the rest. He was very clear that only when his cultivation level continued to break through and improve, would he be of the greatest help to Ling Qingshui and the rest. Furthermore, he had already faintly felt that the purpose of this training tower mission's reward was to allow him to improve his cultivation level as soon as possible. Although there was no other explanation for this reward, Xiao Ruofei could still feel a trace of urgency. Although he didn't know the reason, he would definitely speed up his cultivation speed and definitely wouldn't delay his cultivation progress just to save purple origin crystals. Ling Qingshui nodded and said, "This time, I've gained a lot in the training tower. After I go back, I'll also work hard to cultivate. Otherwise, I'll be left further and further behind by you." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Actually, those legacy books are also very precious. They can be said to be all-encompassing. Furthermore, I don't need to spend any more time to learn and can directly grasp so many things. For my future cultivation, it'll be very, very helpful." Ling Qingshui nodded heavily and said, "I knew you would definitely succeed. Ruofei, this is called hard work pays off." Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile, "Qingshui, you didn't tell everyone that we were teleported together to go through the training tower, right?" Ling Qingshui rolled her eyes at Xiao Ruofei and said, "I'm not stupid. One must always be vigilant. How could I casually tell them this? I was worried that you would let it slip. It's just that there was no way to remind you. Fortunately, you're still quite smart." Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, "That's good. This matter will rot in your heart. Don't tell anyone. Otherwise, the Tianyi sect and the Cunlong sect might suspect that I have something to do with the death of Shen Tianfeng and Mu Hua." Ling Qingshui nodded and said, "Don't worry. This kind of thing can't be talked about casually. Now that the Tianyi sect and the Cunlong sect have both lost an elder of the Gold Core realm, we can't talk about it." Speaking of this, Ling Qingshui couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei and ask, "Ruofei, have you really met Shen Tianfeng and Mu Hua? With your strength at that time, it would be easy for you to meet Mu Hua, but if you met Shen Tianfeng, it should be difficult for you to deal with him." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help sweating. He said calmly, "How is that possible? Besides, even if I were teleported together with them, I wouldn't be crazy enough to kill them. Don't think too much." As Xiao Ruofei said this, he said to himself in his heart, "It was Shen Tianfeng who was crazy. I was just defending myself." Ling Qingshui giggled and said, "I'm just kidding." The two elders must have been unlucky and directly died in the trial tower. We have passed the 8th floor, and there are indeed several levels that are dangerous, especially Elder Shen. He is a cultivator at the middle stage of the Gold Core realm, so the levels he faced should be more difficult. It is not impossible for him to die. Well, let's not talk about this matter anymore. Let's not talk about it in the future." Xiao Ruofei said, "Although we are not afraid of the Tianyi sect and the Cunlong sect, we don't have to ask for trouble, do we?" "Understood. Don't worry," Ling Qingshui said with a smile. The two of them chatted while on duty. In order to ensure the privacy of the conversation, the two of them did not take off their spacesuits. They sat in the return cabin and talked in their bulky spacesuits. Anyway, in the state of zero gravity, there was not much difference between wearing more or less. Under Xiao Ruofei's command, the obsidian flying ship had been moving in a constant direction at a constant speed. Xiao Ruofei did not need to use his mental strength to control the flying ship, and the flying ship was very stable in most cases, so the two of them were very relaxed on duty. They only needed to check the data of the various instruments from time to time. The two of them chatted for more than an hour. Xiao Ruofei saw that Ling Qingshui showed a trace of fatigue, so he said, "Qingshui, take a rest. Don't talk. I'll keep an eye on here." Ling Qingshui had hardly rested since she was teleported to Xiao Ruofei's side, and her mental strength had been in a state of excitement. Even after she was teleported out of the Tower of Trials, because she was with Qin Xian and the others, and she was worried about Xiao Ruofei, who was still breaking through the levels, she did not rest. Now that she had reunited with Xiao Ruofei and was already on the flying ship assembly, and with Xiao Ruofei by her side, she suddenly had someone to rely on in her heart, so her mental strength suddenly relaxed, and a sense of fatigue naturally arose. Ling Qingxue smiled and said, "Now that you mention it, I do feel a little tired. Then I'll sleep for a while first." "Ruofei, you've worked hard. Why are you being so formal with me?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Let's take off the spacesuits, then you can sleep in peace. When you wake up naturally, you can come and replace me." Since the two of them were not going to continue chatting, there was no need to keep wearing the spacesuits. After all, it was somewhat inconvenient to wear this thing. Thus, the two of them took off the spacesuits and directly put it into their storage magic treasures. Then Ling Qingxue fastened herself to the seat with a seat belt, smiled sweetly at Xiao Ruofei, and said, "Ruofei, then I'll sleep for a while." Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and said, "Go to sleep." With Xiao Ruofei by her side, Ling Qingxue naturally felt very at ease. After a while, her breathing became heavy. Xiao Ruofei sat in the seat, feeling a little bored. He silently counted his gains from this trip to the Tower of Trials. The first was naturally in terms of cultivation. His mental strength had broken through to the spirit transformation stage, and his cultivation had broken through to the middle stage of the gold core stage. His physical body had also been tempered to become very strong. It could be said that in terms of personal strength, he was a completely different person from when he had just arrived on the moon. In addition, the benefits and rewards from the Tower of Trials missions were also very plentiful. The first rewards he received were the Chu Shuang flying sword and the sensory mirror. However, the sensory mirror was directly taken back when he left the Tower of Trials space. The quality of the Chu Shuang flying sword was not bad, but its biggest use was that it could be used in the Tower of Trials space. It had to be known that other flying swords in the Tower of Trials space, due to the changes in space rules, cultivators could not use sword techniques to control flying swords, nor could they use sword kinesis flight. However, the Chu Shuang flying sword could be used normally in the Tower of Trials, which also gave Xiao Ruofei a lot of opportunities. When he was fighting with Shen Tianfeng, Xiao Ruofei relied on the Chu Shuang flying sword to fly and was in an invincible position. In a situation where Shen Tianfeng could not use sword kinesis flight, it was almost impossible for him to catch up with him. Of course, after leaving the Tower of Trials space, the role of the Chu Shuang flying sword was greatly reduced, but it was still an excellent flying sword. In addition, Xiao Ruofei also received the Origin Storage Bead as a reward because he broke the record of the first level of the Tower of Trials mission. Later, Xiao Ruofei also upgraded the Origin Storage Bead by 1 level. Now the Origin Storage Bead could store vitality equivalent to the early stage of the nascent soul stage, which was also of great help to Xiao Ruofei. It was equivalent to him carrying an oversized blue bottle at all times. Under normal circumstances, his vitality was almost inexhaustible. On the third level of the Tower of Trials, Xiao Ruofei and Shen Tianfeng were transmitted together. In the end, Shen Tianfeng could not resist the temptation of huge benefits and launched a sneak attack on Xiao Ruofei. After a battle, he was killed by Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei got a small number of spirit stones, spirit crystals, and origin crystals from Shen Tianfeng. He also got a gold foil in the interlayer of a cultivation method. The material of this gold foil was very special, and it was difficult for Xiao Ruofei to destroy it. At that time, Xiao Ruofei did not study it carefully because he wanted to break through the levels. He received it in the cave stone room of the Mountain Sea territory in the Ring 2 space. After going back this time, Xiao Ruofei would definitely study it carefully when he had time. Maybe it was a very good thing. Xiao Ruofei also got a black ball from Shen Tianfeng. It was a one-time magic weapon that could produce terrible flames and high temperatures in an instant. However, it was used by Xiao Ruofei in the process of breaking through the levels. On the third level of the Tower of Trials, Xiao Ruofei also got a formation map after completing the task. It was a very powerful illusion formation called the Thousand Illusion Formation. This kind of rare illusion formation map was naturally very precious. After entering the fourth level of the Tower of Trials, both Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue obtained a large amount of Huang Yujing. This magical treasure was very beneficial to one's spiritual power. However, at that time, this Huang Yujing could not be collected and could not be taken out of the Tower of Trials. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue directly absorbed it. Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power increased a lot, which laid a solid foundation for him to directly break through to the spirit transformation realm on the obsidian stairway. Xianxia also increased her spiritual power to the middle stage of the spirit gathering realm, almost catching up to Xiao Ruofei. On the 5th level of the Tower of Trials, Xiao Ruofei got a set of formation flags called the Luotian formation. This was a very powerful auxiliary formation flag that was even more advanced than the Great Void Mystical Clear formation. After Xiao Ruofei went back, he could set up this formation on Peach Blossom Island. Peach Blossom Island would become a holy land for cultivation. At that time, the overall strength of Xiao Ruofei's forces would increase greatly. On the 6th level of the Tower of Trials, Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia obtained the Scarlet Jade Fruit. Not only did their cultivation increase greatly after consuming it, but they also brought out the 2 Scarlet Jade Fruits that were enough for at least 4 Qi Condensation Realm cultivators. This was a top-quality spirit fruit that could directly increase one's cultivation by several levels. On the 7th level of the Tower of Trials, it was even more exaggerated. Xianxia inexplicably took away the building on the 7th level of the Tower of Trials, the Cloud Palace, leaving the 7th level of the Tower of Trials empty. When they arrived at the 8th level of the Tower of Trials, which was the Obsidian Stairway, Xianxia passed more than 170 levels and was directly sent out. At the same time, she also received 800 Huang Yujing as a reward. Although Xiao Ruofei didn't receive a direct reward on the 8th level, a breakthrough in spiritual power and a tempering of the physical body were all opportunities that could only be encountered by chance. After entering the 9th level of the Tower of Trials, Xiao Ruofei also received 4 bookshelves full of inheritance information, the gilded soft armor, the nascent condensation pill, and a large amount of purple origin crystals. In addition, he also received 2 storage rings. The items inside required Xiao Ruofei to break through to the nascent soul stage and nascent soul stage respectively. That's right, there were also 4 bookshelves, a set of tables and chairs, and the 4 treasures of the study. Xiao Ruofei seriously counted and couldn't help but be speechless. No wonder everyone liked to explore secret realms. Although it was a little dangerous, the rewards were really great. This time, Xiao Ruofei's rewards could be described as bountiful. It wasn't an exaggeration at all. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation in the Dark Universe. The distance between the Earth and the Moon was actually very close. It only took a second for light to travel from the Earth to the Moon. However, for the Obsidian airship and the airship assembly traveling between the Earth and the Moon, this was a long journey. The Obsidian airship dragged the airship assembly through space for about a month, slowly approaching the Earth. The blue planet grew larger and larger in everyone's field of vision until it completely occupied their entire field of vision. Only the huge arc in the distance could vaguely make out the outline of the Earth. On the way, everyone took turns to be on duty and cultivate in an orderly manner. Musk's Dragon airship and the airship assembly were also very capable and did not have any malfunctions. Therefore, although the journey was lonely and boring, it was still relatively smooth. At this time, the Obsidian airship and the airship assembly were close to the Earth's orbit. According to the plan, everyone should transfer to the Obsidian airship. Xiao Ruofei controlled the Obsidian airship to draw an arc while slowly slowing down. The airship and the airship were not rigidly connected. If they directly decelerated, the airship assembly would definitely crash into them. Finally, everyone put on their spacesuits and orderly exited the airship. Xiao Ruofei was still the first to return to the Obsidian airship. Xianxia was the last to exit the airship. After closing the hatch, he untied all the cables and returned to the Obsidian airship. Xiao Ruofei's mind moved, and the airship assembly was stored in the Ring 2 space. Although the airship assembly was useless, it could not be allowed to float in low Earth orbit for a long time. There were spacecraft, satellites, and the like from various countries everywhere. If it was photographed, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Moreover, if the airship assembly's orbit was not fine-tuned for a long time, it would eventually fall into the atmosphere. If it really landed on the Earth, it would cause a lot of trouble. Musk risked his life to provide Xiao Ruofei with a spacesuit and a spacesuit, so Xiao Ruofei did not want to cause trouble for others. After everyone returned to the Obsidian airship, Xiao Ruofei controlled the airship to start directly and continued to head towards Earth. Soon, the flying ship entered the atmosphere and flew high in the sky. When the altitude dropped to about 3,000 meters, everyone took off their spacesuits. At this altitude, the oxygen content was relatively sufficient. Even ordinary people could survive, let alone these cultivators. Everyone took a deep breath at the same time. They had breathed in the air on Earth for decades, and this was the first time they felt that the air was so familiar. Everyone left their cabins and stood on the deck of the obsidian airship, looking down. At this time, the flying boat was sweeping across the sea at high speed, and below it was the Pacific Ocean. When Xiao Ruofei piloted the obsidian airship, he deliberately avoided the traditional flight routes. Additionally, even if a plane passed through this area, the cruising altitude of transoceanic flights was above 10,000 m. Therefore, the altitude of 3,000 m was very safe. At this altitude and in this area, the probability of colliding with other aircraft was much lower than winning the first prize in the lottery. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei had been releasing his mental power to explore ahead. If there was a very small probability of an accident, with Xiao Ruofei's current mental power and reaction speed, he could completely avoid it in advance. Xiao Ruofei said while piloting the obsidian airship, "Fellow Taoists, after crossing the sea, we can return to Huaxia. Everyone has worked hard. Brother Ruofei, the one who has worked the hardest is you." Xianxia said, "If it weren't for you piloting the obsidian airship, we wouldn't have been able to reach that secret realm no matter what." Yang Lu also said with a smile, "Yes. Fellow Taoist Xia also deserves great credit for cracking the Rising Dragon token. Speaking of which, we all benefited from it." Xiao Ruofei smiled slightly and said, "Without the tokens provided by everyone, we wouldn't have been able to crack anything at all, so you don't have to be so polite. We have experienced life and death together, and this is not something an ordinary friendship can compare to." Everyone chatted while admiring the scenery below the airship. In fact, it was night now, and below them was the unchanging sea, so there was really nothing to see. However, everyone had been away from home for more than 2 months, and most of the time was sailing in the dark space, so even if it was a monotonous sea, everyone still enjoyed watching it. The obsidian airship flew extremely fast and soon crossed the Pacific Ocean. Xiao Ruofei controlled the obsidian airship to lower its altitude again, and at the same time, to fly south. Soon, the obsidian airship arrived in the sky above Nanhai province. Xiao Ruofei scanned with his mental power, roughly determined the direction, and then controlled the obsidian airship to fly toward the resort they had set off from. Nanhai province, Xianxia city suburb, Coconut Charm Resort. It was now close to midnight, and there was silence everywhere. More than 2 months ago, Coconut Charm Resort closed for business in the name of renovation. There was not a single tourist in the huge resort, so it seemed even more deserted. This resort was one of the properties of the Tianyi sect in the secular world. In order to receive Chen Nanfeng, Mu Xing, Lu Mansha, and the others, the entire resort was cleared, and no guests were received. Xiao Ruofei and the others' expedition team took off on the obsidian airship and went straight to the moon. Chen Nanfeng and the others did not leave, and directly stayed here. Chen Nanfeng and the others had high hopes for this exploration of the secret realm. Complicated encryption methods, magical music selection, a secret realm hundreds of thousands of miles away. All of this meant that the secret realm they explored this time was of a higher level than all the secret realms they had explored before, and most of them contained great opportunities. 2 to 3 months was nothing to golden core cultivators like Chen Nanfeng. Sometimes, they could go into seclusion for more than that, so the 3 sect masters stayed in the Coconut Charm Resort, waiting for Xiao Ruofei and the others to return. Therefore, the date of the resort's reopening was far away. In such a large matter, only the 3 leaders and some disciples in the refinement stage who were in charge of security work were living there. The staff in the original resort had been temporarily dismissed, but they were not fired and their salaries were still paid. However, during the period when Chen Nanfeng and the others were staying in the resort, the ordinary staff were not allowed to enter the manor. At this time, the empty resort was very quiet. In the 3 small single-family villas, Chen Nanfeng, Mu Xing, and Lu Mansha were cultivating cross-legged. In the secular world, the spiritual energy was very heterogeneous. Only at midnight and noon could one barely cultivate. At other times, one could only cultivate with the help of spirit crystals and origin crystals. It was impossible to absorb the spiritual energy in the air. Therefore, in order to save cultivation resources, the three sect masters would start cultivating every time at midnight or noon. This way, they could more or less increase their cultivation base a little, and they did not need to consume spirit crystals or origin crystals. Chen Nanfeng was the first to notice the obsidian airship. He, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes and released his mental power to investigate. Then, he stood up and walked out of the villa. Chen Nanfeng's face showed a trace of excitement and anticipation as he looked up at the sky. A few seconds later, Lu Manxia and Mu Xing flew over on their swords from two different directions. Sect Master Chen. The two of them greeted. You guys noticed it too? Chen Nanfeng asked. Mu Xing nodded with a smile and said, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be little brother Xia and the others. Lu Manxia's expression was a little cold. She said indifferently, it's the obsidian airship. I can feel the airflow of the airship during its flight, so I'm very sure. After about half a minute, the obsidian airship finally flew above the Coconut Charm Resort. Xia Ruofei had already discovered Chen Nanfeng and the others, so he directly controlled the obsidian airship to fly to the small villa. At this time, there was no need for mental power detection. Chen Nanfeng and the other two could clearly see the obsidian airship slowly approaching in the sky with their naked eyes. Soon, the airship hovered about 8 meters above the ground. It was not that Xia Ruofei wanted to stop at such a high altitude, but the resort villa's greenery was too good. There were trees and turf everywhere. If they flew a little lower, they might rub against the trees in the yard. Moreover, to a cultivator, such a height was naturally nothing when they had the support of the cable. Fellow Taoists. We're here. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, next is the Coconut Charm Resort. Sect Master Chen, Sect Master Mu, and Valley Master Lu are all waiting for us below. Chen Xian, Yang Lu, and the others were also looking down from the deck of the obsidian airship, so they naturally saw that their sect master or valley master were already waiting here. As soon as the airship stopped, everyone jumped down one after another. The Qi refinement stage cultivators with weaker cultivation bases used the cable to borrow a little force and landed steadily on the ground. Xia Ruofei was the last to leave the obsidian airship. He left with Ling Qingxue on the blue touring immortal sword. At the same time, he put away the airship with a thought. Chen Nanfeng and the other two hurriedly greeted them. Xian you're back. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Chen Nanfeng said with a trace of excitement on his face. However, when he glanced around, his expression changed slightly. An ominous premonition arose in his heart. He asked with a slightly trembling voice, Xian where's your martial uncle Shen? Qin Xian's face was a little gloomy. He lowered his head and said, Father, Elder Shen, has fallen in the secret realm. On the other side, Mu Xing also noticed that Elder Muhua of the Surging Wave sect was missing from the team. He could not help but change his expression slightly. Without waiting for him to ask, Mu Jianfei said with grief, Father, third uncle, he has fallen. Muhua was the third in this generation of disciples in the family, so Mu Jianfei called him third uncle. This news was like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads. Chen Nanfeng and Muhua were stunned. A mid-Jingdan stage elder and an early Jingdan stage elder had fallen in the secret realm just like that. To their respective sects, this was an extremely heavy blow. Especially since the cultivation environment on Earth was deteriorating. It could be said that it was extremely difficult for a Qi refinement stage cultivator to break through to the golden core stage in such an environment. Therefore, every golden core stage elder was extremely important to their respective sections. Lu Manxia was also shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the two cultivators from the Soaring Flower Valley had returned safely. She did not expect the secret realm to be so dangerous, so she was also scared. Chen Nanfeng frowned slightly. He was mentally prepared. After all, this secret realm was far above the moon. It was definitely not simple. Moreover, it would take about 2 months to travel back and forth in the vast universe. There were all kinds of possibilities for danger. However, Chen Nanfeng, Mu Xing, and Lu Manxia all considered the possibility of losing disciples in the Qi refinement stage. After all, their cultivation levels were very low. They thought that even if the exploration of the secret realm did not go smoothly, the Golden Core stage elders should be able to survive. In particular, Shen Tianfeng was definitely the one with the highest cultivation level in the exploration team. He was the one who was least likely to die. In the end, he really died. Chen Nanfeng was indeed a veteran Golden Core stage cultivator. He had been in charge of the Tianyi sect for a long time, so after hearing the bad news, he did not lose his mind for too long. Soon, he frowned slightly and asked, "What happened? Why did Elder Shen and Elder Mu die?" Qin Xian said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry, father. I don't know the reason for the death of the two elders. You don't know?" Chen Nanfeng couldn't help but raise his voice. "Your Shishushin has died. You can't even find out the reason?" Seeing this, Xiao Ruofei stepped forward and said, "Sect leaders, our experience in the secret realm this time is a bit special. Everyone was transmitted to different small spaces, and the process of breaking through was done alone. Therefore, we only know that the two elders have died, but we don't know what they experienced and why they suddenly died." Hearing this, Chen Nanfeng nodded slightly and said, "This is not the place to talk. Let's go back to my residence first. You can talk about it in detail." In fact, after Xiao Ruofei sent Qin Xian and the others to this resort, he planned to leave. However, since Chen Nanfeng said so, he would definitely not insist on leaving immediately. What if Chen Nanfeng began to suspect that he had something to do with the deaths of Shen Tianfeng and Mu Hua? "Okay." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Let's go then." The group soon arrived at the small villa where Chen Nanfeng lived. Everyone came to the villa's living room and sat down one by one. Chen Nanfeng said in a deep voice, "Xian, tell me about your exploration of the secret realm. Be careful not to leave out anything. Tell me all the details you can think of." "Okay, father." Qin Xian said, "According to the information on the token that we deciphered before, we found the entrance to the secret realm on the back of the moon. Then, we came to a magnificent tower called the Training Tower. All our tasks were completed in the Training Tower." Qin Xian continued to recount his experience in the Tower of Trials without leaving out any details. Reading House after hearing this, Chen Nanfeng's face darkened and he did not speak immediately. Mu Xing thought for a moment and asked, "Jianfei, did you also get separated from your third uncle as soon as you entered the secret realm?" Mu Jianfei nodded and said, "Yes. My third uncle and I went in together, but after entering the secret realm, I was the only one left. I didn't walk in the secret realm for long before I saw the Training Tower. Then I entered the tower and began to complete the task." The specific process was similar to that of young Master Chen. "After we came out, we also compared the situation with each other. Everyone's experience was similar. The only difference was that some people went through a few more floors, while others went through a few fewer floors. So, I reckon that third uncle and elder Shen should be the same as us and have entered the Tower of Trials." Hearing this, Chen Nanfeng raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "Then who went the furthest?" Qin Xian had only reached the 5th floor. What he had just described was his own situation. Just the first 5 floors alone had already shocked Chen Nanfeng. This was definitely a big deal. Because everyone was there, Qin Xian did not say what he had gained in the Training Tower. However, Chen Nanfeng knew that the reward of a secret realm trial task of this level was definitely not small. Therefore, Chen Nanfeng also wanted to know the situation of the others. On the one hand, he wanted to make a comparison. On the other hand, he also wanted to see if he could get more clues. After listening to Qin Xian's description, Chen Nanfeng also knew that Shen Tianfeng should have been killed. However, the Tianyi Palace would definitely investigate the death of a cultivator at the middle stage of the Gold Core realm. Since they wanted to investigate, they naturally needed to get as much information as possible. Qin Xian and the others subconsciously looked at Ling Qingxue. Everyone knew that Ling Qingxue had reached the 8th floor and was only 1 floor away from reaching the top. Although Xiao Ruofei was the last person to come out, he didn't tell everyone how many floors he had reached. Therefore, when they heard Chen Nanfeng's question, their first reaction was to look at Ling Qingxue. Chen Nanfeng couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Ling Qingxue had the lowest cultivation level in the entire exploration team. If she wasn't Xiao Ruofei's Dao partner, she could be said to be the most inconspicuous person. He didn't expect that she would be the one to go the furthest. Seeing this, Xiao Ruofei did not wait for Chen Nanfeng to speak and directly said, "Sect leader Chen, I reached the 8th level of the Tower of Trials and was also the last person to leave the Tower of Trials. If I'm not mistaken, I should be the one who went the furthest." After saying this, Xiao Ruofei looked around at Qin Xian and the others and asked, "Fellow Taoists, I wonder, so Brother Ruofei also reached the 8th floor?" Qin Xian hurriedly said, "You and your wife are really outstanding. We originally thought that Miss Xianxia reaching the 8th floor was already a rare good result." Chen Nanfeng looked at Xiao Ruofei with a warm smile on his face and said, "Fellow Taoist Xia, can I trouble you to tell me about the situation on the other floors?" Facing Xiao Ruofei, Chen Nanfeng naturally wouldn't use an arrogant and bossy tone. Whether it was Xiao Ruofei's talent or the master behind him who was suspected to be a hidden master, Chen Nanfeng had enough to pay the most attention to him. It would be best if he could become friends with such a person. Even if they couldn't become friends, there was no need to make him an enemy. This trip to the moon was all thanks to Xiao Ruofei. Otherwise, even if they could crack the secret of the token, they definitely wouldn't have been able to reach the moon. Therefore, even though Xiao Ruofei's cultivation was not very high, Chen Nanfeng still treated him as someone who could talk to him as an equal. Of course, in reality, Xiao Ruofei's cultivation might be a bit lower than Chen Nanfeng's, but his actual strength was no weaker than Chen Nanfeng's. However, Xiao Ruofei's mental strength had already broken through to the spirit transformation realm, which was already higher than Chen Nanfeng's. Therefore, he deliberately concealed his cultivation. Even Chen Nanfeng couldn't see through it and didn't know that he had already broken through to the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Xiao Ruofei said indifferently, "Of course there's no problem. If it can help everyone to investigate the truth of Elder Shen and Elder Mu's death, I will naturally be duty-bound." After that, Xiao Ruofei described the specific situations from the 6th floor to the 8th floor of the Trial Tower to everyone. Xiao Ruofei didn't hide anything about the Trial Tower's mission settings. He had already talked to Ling Qingshui in detail on the way back and knew about everyone's situation. He was very clear that the settings of each floor were actually the same, but everyone was scattered in different small spaces. In addition, the difficulty of the mission changed according to their cultivation. That was all. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't mention the rewards for each floor. This was human nature. When everyone was talking outside the Trial Tower, they didn't mention anything about the rewards and opportunities. Xiao Ruofei explained the mission settings of each level in detail, especially some of the dangerous places. In the end, he said, "The general situation is like this. The obsidian stairway on the 8th floor of the Trial Tower is extremely difficult. I persisted for more than 190 steps, which is about 1/3 of the way up, before I was eliminated. According to my own experience, I feel that even if a nascent soul cultivator went to challenge that stairway, it would be difficult to persist until the last step. And if a nascent soul cultivator can enter the Trial Tower, the difficulty of the stairway will definitely be higher. So, if you want to reach the top of the 9th floor of the Trial Tower, the difficulty is quite high." Chen Nanfeng nodded and said, "Fellow cultivator Xiao's information is very helpful to us." "Thank you, sect leader Chen, you're too polite," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. In fact, he had been secretly observing Chen Nanfeng because of Shen Tianfeng's curse before he died. Although Qin Xian didn't have any abnormalities at all, Chen Nanfeng was a late-stage golden core cultivator after all. His cultivation was unfathomable. Xiao Ruofei couldn't guarantee that Chen Nanfeng wouldn't be able to find any clues. In fact, if possible, Xiao Ruofei didn't even want to meet Chen Nanfeng. After sending everyone to this resort, he directly left on the obsidian flying ship. However, this was obviously illogical. If he really insisted on leaving, Chen Nanfeng and the others would not force him to stay. However, once they learned about the death of Shen Tianfeng and Mu Hua, it was inevitable that they would be suspicious. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei had no choice. However, he had always been on high alert and was even prepared to fall out with Chen Nanfeng at any time. Fortunately, Chen Nanfeng obviously hadn't found any clues so far. With Xiao Ruofei's current mental strength, if Chen Nanfeng had any emotional fluctuations, he would definitely be able to detect it immediately. Chen Nanfeng looked thoughtfully at Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingshui and said, "Fellow cultivator Xia, Miss Qingshui, the two of you reached the 8th floor of the Trial Tower at the same time. This is really a good story. Xiao Ruofei's expression was normal. He smiled faintly and said, I'm really quite surprised that Xianxia could reach the 8th floor. However, the difficulty of the trial tower mission is set according to the cultivator's cultivation level. Although Xianxia's cultivation level is low, the difficulty of the mission is correspondingly lower. Therefore, she could reach the 8th floor probably because her talent in some aspects just happened to be more suitable for the mission of the trial tower. Chen Nanfeng nodded. Xiao Ruofei's words were not far-fetched. He carefully analyzed the mission settings of each level. Indeed, as Xiao Ruofei said, the absolute level of cultivation level was not an important factor in the success rate of the mission. Even if the cultivation level was average, it was still possible to succeed. On the contrary, even if the cultivation level was higher, if the mission was not suitable for the level, it was also possible to fail. For example, the level of the illusion was very obvious. If the cultivator's Taoist heart was unstable and had more karma entangled, he would be at a disadvantage in this level. On the other hand, people with higher cultivation levels tended to have more experience and had more time to cultivate. There would be more factors affecting their Taoist heart, and the probability of accidentally falling into the illusion array was also higher. Chen Nanfeng even suspected that Shen Tianfeng might have unknowingly fallen into the trap during the illusory magic array and died directly. As Shen Tianfeng's senior brother, Chen Nanfeng knew him well. In order to improve his cultivation level, it could be said that Shen Tianfeng was willing to pay any price. In his early years, he had also used some ruthless means that could not be exposed. These could be factors that could affect his Taoist heart. Of course, all of this was based on the fact that Xiao Ruofei's description was completely true. If Xiao Ruofei was talking nonsense, then there was naturally no way to analyze it. Chen Nanfeng pondered for a moment, then looked at Ling Xianxia and said gently, Xianxia, can I trouble you to tell us the situation of the trial? Xiao Ruofei still had a relaxed smile on his face, as if he was not offended. Ling Xianxia also looked normal. She said with a smile, Sect Leader Chen, just now Ruofei has already explained it in detail. Although we went through the trial in different small spaces, the mission settings in the trial tower were the same. I have nothing to add. By the way, after I left the trial tower, I also told young Sect Leader Chen and the others about the trial in detail. Qin Xian hurriedly said, Father, Xianxia did tell us that the mission on each floor was exactly the same as what Brother Ruofei said. Chen Nanfeng nodded, then looked at Mu Xing and asked, Brother Mu, do you have any other questions? This time, the Tianyi sect and the Cunlong sect had both lost an elder, and the people of the Soaring Flower Valley had all returned in one piece. Lu Mansha naturally did not care too much about the details of the trial, so Chen Nanfeng directly asked Mu Xing if there were any other questions to ask. Mu Xing said with a wry smile, Nephew Chen and Brother Xia have already explained it in detail. Moreover, according to the situation at that time, Elder Shen and our Elder Mu were indeed doomed. After everyone left the secret realm, they couldn't even find the entrance to the secret realm, not to mention that the secret realm was on the moon hundreds of thousands of miles away. Even if we wanted to explore it again, it was impossible. Chen Nanfeng couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. He nodded and said, That's right. I didn't expect this trip to be so dangerous, even junior brother Shen. It really hurts. Elder Yang Lu of the Soaring Flower Valley said, Sect Leader Chen, when we heard the bad news outside the trial tower, I also felt a lingering fear. Now that I think about it, I also faced many life and death crises in the trial tower. Fortunately, my luck was good, otherwise, I might have stayed in the secret realm forever. Chen Nanfeng nodded and said, No matter what, most of them have returned safely. This is something worth celebrating. It's getting late, everyone go rest. Tomorrow, I will host a banquet here to entertain everyone. Mu Xing, Lu Mansha, and the others cupped their hands and said, Thank you, Sect Leader Chen. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Xianxia looked at each other and said, Sect Leader Chen, I've already sent everyone back safely. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I've been away for more than 2 months, and I still have many trivial matters to attend to at home, so I won't stay here any longer. Fellow Taoist Xia, you must be tired from the journey, why don't you rest for a night before leaving? Chen Nanfeng persuaded. A little tiredness is nothing. Besides, the obsidian flying ship is very fast, it only takes half an hour to reach the capital from here. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I'm anxious to return home. Sect leader Chen, seniors, fellow Taoists, I'll take my leave first. I'll visit you all again in the future if I have the chance. In that case, I won't keep fellow Taoist Xia any longer. Thank you for this matter, fellow Taoist Xia. In the future, we should visit each other more often and communicate more. Chen Nanfeng said with a smile. Of course. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he cupped his hands and bade farewell to everyone. He pulled Ling Xianxia and stepped on the blue traveling immortal sword, flew into the sky elegantly and landed steadily on the obsidian flying ship. The obsidian flying ship slowly rose into the sky, then accelerated and disappeared into the deep night sky in the blink of an eye. After Xiao Ruofei and Ling Xianxia left, Chen Nanfeng and the others naturally returned to their own small villas. However, no one was in the mood to sleep that night. Chen Nanfeng and Mu Xing wanted to ask more details, and they were also eager to know what Chen Xian and the others had gained from this trip. Lu Manxia was the same. Her soaring flower valley did not lose anyone this time, so she was most concerned about whether Yang Lu and Yu Xianer had obtained any great opportunities. In the small villa where Chen Nanfeng lived, Chen Xian and Su Yuro sat respectfully across from Chen Nanfeng. Chen Nanfeng had 2 storage rings in front of him. After scanning them with his mind power, he could not help but be surprised and said with satisfaction, Xianer, Yuro, I didn't expect you to gain so much from this trip. I thought that since you didn't pass many trials, you might have gained very little. Father, although the missions of the Tower of Trials are very difficult, the rewards are very generous once you pass them. Most of them are very precious cultivation resources. Chen Xian said, I think that the Tower of Trials is a secret realm to select cultivators. The more missions you complete, the more support you will receive, so the more resources you will receive. Chen Nanfeng frowned slightly and said, if that's the case, then the Soaring Flower Valley and the Soaring Wave Sect's rewards are even greater. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Xianxia also made it to the 8th level, Chen Xian said, in theory, it should be, but it's not absolute. Comparing my situation with Yuro's, it's clear. Although the missions are the same and only the difficulty is different, the rewards are different. Yuro's rewards for both missions are much more generous than mine. Chen Nanfeng nodded slightly and said, no matter what, the harvest this time is really beyond my expectations. Although we lost Elder Shen on this trip, for the Tianyi Palace, the gains still outweigh the losses. In fact, some cultivation resources were not bad for Chen Nanfeng. Although the cultivation environment on Earth continued to deteriorate, the Tianyi Palace was a big organization, and Chen Nanfeng was not particularly short of cultivation resources. However, among the gains brought back by Chen Xian and Su Yuro, there was also the precious Huan Yujing, which was of great help to Chen Nanfeng. In addition, Chen Xian had obtained a cultivation method that was also very precious. Chen Nanfeng briefly flipped through it and found that it was of great help to him. Just these 2 things alone were crucial for him to break through to the nascent soul stage. This time, the most important purpose of the Tianyi Palace sending elite forces to the moon was to find an opportunity for Chen Nanfeng to break through to the nascent soul stage. Once Chen Nanfeng became a nascent soul stage cultivator, the Tianyi Palace would surpass the top sects and become a transcendent existence. In comparison, losing an elder in the middle stage of the gold core stage was not unacceptable. For Chen Xian and Su Yuro, all the gains would definitely be provided to Chen Nanfeng first. There was nothing to say about this, and they would not have any objections. Moreover, if Chen Nanfeng could really break through to the nascent soul stage, it would be of great benefit to them, and the sect would also reward them handsomely. This was especially true for Su Yuro. Originally, she was not particularly outstanding among the disciples in the qi refining stage. This time, she just happened to pass the music selection. Under Xiao Ruofei's suggestion, the Tianyi Palace had an extra quota, so she was able to follow the team to the mystic Luna realm. Now that she had returned safely and brought back the things that the sect leader needed, her status in the sect had naturally risen by a lot, and her future had become very bright. Chen Nanfeng put away the Huan Yujing and the cultivation method with satisfaction, and left some of the remaining cultivation resources to Chen Xian and Su Yuro. Then, Chen Nanfeng said calmly, let's talk about Elder Shen. What do you think about this matter? Although Chen Xian, Xiao Ruofei, and the others had described the situation in the training tower in detail, Xianxia and Su Yuro had not experienced it personally, especially during the time when everyone was teleported outside the training tower. Xianxia and Su Yuro were at the scene could have noticed some details. Perhaps they could have found some clues, so Qin did not rashly express his opinion. Instead, he directly asked Xianxia and Su Yuro to ask Xianxia and Su Yuro. Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, "Father, from the moment we entered the secret realm, we never saw Elder Shen again. It wasn't until we left the secret realm that we learned that Elder Shen and Elder Mu had both died in the training tower, so we can't find out the specific details. However, according to my analysis, Elder Shen and Elder Mu's deaths should not have been caused by human factors. After all, everyone was teleported to different small spaces and did not even have the chance to meet." Qin Xian knew that what Chen Nanfeng was most concerned about was whether Shen Tianfeng's death was related to the other members of the exploration team. If someone had really killed Shen Tianfeng, the Tianyi Palace would naturally not let it go. Chen Nanfeng nodded gently and turned his gaze to Su Yuro. He said, "Yuro, tell us about it too." Su Yuro hesitated for a moment, wanting to say something but stopping on second thought. Chen Nanfeng frowned slightly and said, "Just say whatever comes to your mind, especially if you find anything suspicious. Just say it directly and let's analyze it together. Don't worry about anything." Su Yuro hurriedly said, "Yes. Sect leader. I think that we can't completely rule out the possibility of human factors. Although we were all teleported to different small spaces to complete the task, we don't know if the others were the same. After all, they said it themselves." Qin Xian frowned and said, "Yuro, what do you mean? Are you saying that someone might have lied?" Su Yuro pondered for a moment and said, "I'm not sure, but if the challengers could have been teleported to the same small space, then the deaths of Elder Shen and Elder Mu can't be completely ruled out." Speaking of this, Su Yuro hesitated for a moment and continued, "Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue both reached the 8th floor. I think it's too much of a coincidence. With Ling Qingxue's strength, it should be quite difficult for her to reach the 8th floor directly. Could it be that she had been going through the levels with Xiao Ruofei? I noticed a detail. When Xiao Ruofei left the Tower of Trials, Ling Qingxue didn't rush to ask Xiao Ruofei about his progress. It was as if she already knew about Xiao Ruofei's results. This doesn't seem to make sense, right? If my previous hypothesis is correct, then theoretically, Elder Shen could have been teleported to the same space as the others. It had to be said that Su Yuro's observation was very detailed. Perhaps women's thoughts were more meticulous. The details that she noticed were things that Qin Xian didn't notice. Moreover, it was quite close to the truth. Hearing this, Chen Nanfeng's eyes lit up and he fell into deep thought. Qin Xian, on the other hand, was silent for a moment before he said, "Yuro's words are too speculative. Ling Qingxue and Xiao Ruofei are Dao companions." She was more concerned about Xiao Ruofei's safety and didn't pay attention to Xiao Ruofei's results. This is very logical. Moreover, if you carefully study the Tower of Trials, you will know that the Tower of Trials missions are very intricate. The higher the cultivation, the higher the success rate. Ling Qingxue being able to reach the 8th floor can only mean that her abilities are more comprehensive. It can't prove that Xiao Ruofei was the one who brought her through. At this point, Qin Xian paused for a moment and continued, "Most importantly, with Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue's abilities, even if they were teleported to the same space as Elder Shen, they wouldn't be able to kill Elder Shen. If there was a conflict between the two parties, the ones who would die would definitely be Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue, and not Elder Shen." After listening to Qin Xian's analysis, Chen Nanfeng nodded slightly and said, "Xianer's words make some sense. However, we can't rule out the possibility that Yuro mentioned. In theory, if Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue were teleported to the same space, then Elder Shen could be teleported to the same space as the others. This wouldn't necessarily be Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue. What if it was Yang Lu? Under such circumstances, it's possible that Elder Shen was caught off guard and was ambushed. Perhaps he was teleported to the same space as Mu Hua from the Surging Wave sect. Due to some reason, the two of them got into a conflict and ended up perishing together. This is all possible." Qin Xian smiled bitterly and said, "Father, these can only be guesses. we might never get an answer. Unless we interrogate Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue with torture, said Chen Nanfeng. If we can find out whether they were teleported to the same space, then we might be able to find new clues. After Chen Nanfeng finished speaking, he shook his head and said, Xiao Ruofei, this young man gives me a very mysterious feeling. If it's not necessary, I don't want to be enemies with him. Forget it, let's end this matter here. Even if we find some clues, can we really use the sect's power to avenge Elder Shen? Although Shen Tianfeng's position in the First Heaven sect was important, he was already dead. To fight over a dead person, and even risk the sect's strength being severely damaged to avenge him, in Chen Nanfeng's opinion, the gains did not make up for the losses. It was completely unnecessary. Of course, if it was clear that Shen Tianfeng had been assassinated, then even if the losses were great, they would still have to take action when it was time to do so. The dignity of the number one sect in the cultivation world was still necessary. Moreover, if they were still cowards under such circumstances, the hearts of the people in the sect would also be divided. A sect without unity would not be able to go far. But now that Shen Tianfeng had died in the mystic realm, and according to everyone, there was no man-made factor at all, Chen Nanfeng naturally chose to go with the flow. Qin Xian and Su Yuro both nodded. They could also guess that Chen Nanfeng would most likely make this decision. Chen Nanfeng continued, but we still have to investigate what should be investigated. We can secretly pay attention to those who returned safely this time, except for Xian and Yuro, everyone else is suspicious. We have to pay attention to the situation of these people. Maybe we can find some clues. I have a feeling that Elder Shen's death is not simple. I understand, Father. Qin Xian said, after returning to the sect, I will arrange for someone to be responsible for looking for clues. Chen Nanfeng nodded and said, that's all for now. It's getting late, you all should go and rest. In addition to Chen Nanfeng's villa, a similar scene was playing out in the villa where Lu Manxia and Mu Xing lived. Of course, Soaring Flower Valley did not lose any members, so Lu Manxia was not too concerned about the cause of Shen Tianfeng's and Mu Hua's deaths. She simply asked for some details, focusing on the harvest of this trip. As for Mu Xing, he learned the whole story from Mu Jianfei in detail. Of course, they also had no clue about Mu Hua's death. Fortunately, everyone had gained a lot from this trip, and Lu Manxia and Mu Xing were also quite satisfied. The obsidian flying ship flew at high speed in the night sky. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue stood on the deck of the flying ship. Ling Qingxue looked at the black night sky and asked, Ruofei, the Tianyi Palace won't send people to follow us, right? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, even if Chen Nanfeng has doubts, he won't make it so obvious. What's more, with the speed of the obsidian flying ship, we can't keep up with them. We must keep our mouths shut about the fact that we went through the trials together. Ling Qingxue said, both sects have lost elders. If they know that we can teleport to the same space, they will definitely suspect us. Xiao Ruofei said, in fact, we can't rule out that the two of them really died in the mission of the Tower of Trials or were killed by someone else. In theory, if we can teleport to the same space, it's also possible for others to do the same. However, only Yang Lu and Mu Hua have the strength to kill Shen Tianfeng. And unless Shen Tianfeng was injured at the time, the one who died must be Shen Tianfeng's opponent. Ling Qingxue nodded in agreement and said, so it's best to stop here. If we say that cultivators can be teleported to the same space, things will become very complicated, and it's very likely that we'll get into trouble. Ruofei, you must remember, don't let it slip. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, I know. It's better to avoid trouble. However, if there really is trouble, we won't be afraid of it. Whoever dares to provoke us will have to be prepared to lose a layer of skin. With Xiao Ruofei's current strength, he really had the confidence. Even if the Tianyi sect attacked with the full force of their sect, Xiao Ruofei was confident that he could seriously injure them. If it was a one-on-one battle, even if he had to fight against Chen Nanfeng, with the golden soft armor and the spiritual power of the spirit transformation realm, Xiao Ruofei was confident that he could at least escape unscathed. Ling Qingxue nodded and asked, where are we going now? Let's go to the capital first. We'll pick up Weiwei and go directly to the Peach Blossom Island. Xiao Ruofei said, I haven't been to the Peach Blossom Island for more than 2 months. I don't know how it is over there now. Okay. I haven't seen Wei Wei for so long. I also miss her. Ling Qingxue said, she must be worried about us every day. Ruofei, if there is a town below, let's descend the flying boat first. I'll send a WeChat message to Wei Wei and tell her to come out and wait for us. There was basically no signal in the sky, so if they wanted to send a WeChat message, they would have to descend, and it would be best to descend to a town. The signal might not be as good in the wilderness. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, no problem. There is a small town ahead. I'll descend the flying boat first. Soon, the obsidian flying boat began to slow down and slowly descended. It hovered over a wasteland outside the town, about a dozen meters above the ground. After the formation was opened, ordinary people couldn't see the obsidian flying boat at all, so they didn't have to worry about being discovered by the people in the town at such a low altitude. Ling Qingxue took out her phone and directly called Song Wei on WeChat. Although it was already late at night, Song Wei, as a cultivator, would wake up quickly at the slightest movement. Therefore, when she opened her eyes and saw that the call was from Ling Qingxue, she hurriedly stood up and picked up the phone. Song Wei was staying in the school dormitory tonight. The graduate student dormitory was a two-person dormitory, but her roommate and boyfriend went out to play and didn't come back to the dormitory tonight, so she didn't have to worry about being overheard by her roommate. Qingxue. You're back? Song Wei asked excitedly. Ling Qingxue giggled and said, yes, Wei Wei. We just came back. As soon as we landed, we called you. We were afraid that you would be worried. Song Wei was indeed very worried these days. After all, Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue had gone to the moon, which was hundreds of thousands of miles away. The universe was full of all kinds of unknown dangers, and there was also a barren moon. It was scary just thinking about it. The two had been gone for more than 2 months. Song Wei couldn't pass the music selection at all, so he could only wait anxiously on Earth. This feeling was naturally quite tormenting. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Song Wei murmured with tears of excitement in his eyes. Qingxue, it's good that you and he are safe. I've been worried about you every day for more than 2 months. Ling Qingxue's phone was on speakerphone. Xiao Ruofei heard Song Wei's tears of joy, and his heart trembled. He said, Wei Wei, don't worry. We're all fine. And this time, we got a lot of benefits. Qingxue's cultivation has also broken through. Ling Qingxue rushed to say, Wei Wei, we brought back a lot of good things. Ruofei can't wait to give them to you. Is it convenient for you? We'll come to you now. After saying that, Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes at Xiao Ruofei. She was more or less worried that Song Wei would be upset, so she didn't want Xiao Ruofei to mention her breakthrough. She didn't expect Xiao Ruofei to mention it. Xiao Ruofei chuckled. He knew Song Wei well. Although this gentle girl was very competitive, she was not a narrow-minded person. When she heard that Ling Qingxue had broken through, she must be overjoyed. Song Wei said without hesitation, it's convenient for me. I'm finishing up a recent project. I'm just sorting out the materials for the thesis. I don't have any classes, so I don't have to go to class. That's great. Ling Qingxue said, we'll come over right now. By the way, where are you? We'll meet up with you nearby. I'm in the dormitory. Song Wei said as he got out of bed and prepared to change his clothes. Okay. Then let's go directly to the roof of the dormitory. Ling Qingxue said. Then she thought for a while and said, it will take about 20 minutes for us to get there. You can tidy up a little. See you on the roof in 20 minutes. Okay. Song Wei suppressed his excitement and said, see you later. In fact, Song Wei couldn't sit still anymore. After hanging up the phone, she quickly changed her clothes and packed her things as fast as she could. In fact, there wasn't much that needed to be organized. Some of the things she used frequently, including clothes, toiletries, and so on, were all placed in the storage ring. Therefore, she only needed to tidy up some of the thesis materials that she had been organizing in the dormitory for the past 2 days. Together with her laptop, she put them into the storage ring. The whole process took less than 5 minutes. Song Wei opened the door of the dormitory and walked out, locking the door behind him. As graduate students, everyone's time was relatively free. Their roommates had just started dating recently, so they rarely stayed in the dormitory. Everyone also knew that Song Wei actually had a house in Beijing, which was near the school. So even if Song Wei didn't appear in the dormitory for a few days, no one would find it strange. At this time, the dormitory building must have been locked, including the door to the rooftop. For safety reasons, it must have been locked all the time. However, for a Qi condensation stage cultivator, this was not a problem. After a while, Song Wei came to the rooftop of the dormitory. She directly jumped up from the outside to the last floor. It looked a little thrilling, but in fact, there was no difficulty at all. At this time, Beijing had already entered the early winter season. The temperature outside late at night was already below zero. Some places on the rooftop where there was water had even frozen. However, Song Wei didn't feel cold at all. Of course, after stepping on the path of cultivation, this degree of cold basically had no effect on her. Not to mention that she was immune to cold and heat, at least in this weather, there was no problem for her to wear a single layer of clothing. As soon as Song Wei reached the rooftop, she looked up at the sky, her heart full of expectations. In fact, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue were still in the central area of Huaxia at this time, flying towards Beijing on the obsidian flying ship. The speed of the obsidian flying ship was very fast, and Xia Ruofei was also in a hurry at this time, so he basically pushed the speed of the obsidian flying ship to the extreme, not caring about the consumption of crystals at all. After about 16 or 17 minutes since the phone call, the obsidian flying ship had already arrived in the sky above Huaxia's capital. Xia Ruofei was also very familiar with Beijing. Even in the dark, he still quickly found the location of Beijing University and controlled the obsidian flying ship to fly quickly. In fact, before the obsidian flying ship arrived at Beijing University, Xia Ruofei's mental power had already found Song Wei's eagerly waiting figure on the rooftop of a female dormitory building. Xia Ruofei's heart was slightly warm, and the obsidian flying ship's speed increased a little. Song Wei maintained the posture of looking up. She didn't feel cold at all, nor did she feel tired. She just felt that time was passing very slowly. Suddenly, a huge flying ship seemed to appear out of thin air in the night sky, and then descended from the sky, almost covering the entire dormitory building's rooftop. Song Wei's cold face suddenly bloomed with a beautiful smile, because she had already seen Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue standing on the deck of the flying ship. Ling Qingxue was waving at her from the side of the ship. Xia Ruofei also had a warm smile on his face, and his eyes were fixed on Song Wei. The obsidian flying ship was suspended about 2 meters above the rooftop. Without waiting for Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue to greet her, Song Wei directly tapped the ground with the tip of her foot, jumped up, and landed lightly on the deck of the flying ship. Qingxue. Wei Wei. The two girls held hands intimately with tears in their eyes, looking very excited. Xia Ruofei on the side was directly ignored. Xia Ruofei awkwardly cleared his throat and said, "Can you two not show off your affection in front of me? I can get jealous too." Song Wei and Ling Qingxue's pretty faces suddenly turned red. Song Wei couldn't help but say coquettishly, "Do you want to die? Don't shoot your mouth off." Ling Qingxue giggled and hugged Song Wei, saying, "We are in love. And we're going to show it in front of you and piss you off." Song Wei shyly struggled and said, "Qingxue, don't make trouble." In fact, although it was rare for the three of them to sleep together, it had happened before. It was just that Song Wei was more or less restrained. In contrast, Ling Qingxue was much more relaxed and felt no pressure to joke along with Xia Ruofei's words. Ling Qingxue let go of Song Wei this time. She smiled and pushed Song Wei in the direction of Xia Ruofei, saying, "Go, go. You haven't seen each other for more than 2 months. Although you were looking at me just now, your mind was on that guy. Don't think I can't tell." "How could I?" Song Wei said with a red face. Xia Ruofei laughed and stepped forward to grab Song Wei's hand, saying, "Let's go. Let's talk in the cabin. It's windy here." The three of them walked into the cabin of the obsidian flying ship together, and then Xia Ruofei controlled the flying ship to rise quickly. After reaching an altitude of 1 or 2 kilometers, he let the obsidian flying ship float. In fact, even if the obsidian flying ship was floating, it was consuming energy all the time. However, Xiao Ruofei was rich now, so he didn't care about this little consumption. Song Wei looked at Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue and asked, "Did your trip to the moon go smoothly?" Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Generally speaking, it went smoothly. We didn't encounter any particularly dangerous situations. Although it took a long time to go back and forth, it was generally peaceful." Ling Qingxue said, "Wei Wei, fortunately, you didn't go with us. In fact, it was more or less risky. This time, Elder Shen Tianfeng of the Tianyi Palace and Elder Mu Hua of the Cunlong sect both died in the secret realm of the moon. When we went there were 9 of us. When we came back, there were only 7 of us left." Song Wei was shocked when he heard this. He said, "Exploring that secret realm is life-threatening? Both of them were at the gold core stage, right? Even a cultivator at the gold core stage died. This secret realm." In Song Wei's opinion, a cultivator at the gold core stage was already an extraordinary existence. Even if they couldn't fly, they could at least fly on a sword. This was completely beyond the laws of nature for ordinary human beings. In the eyes of ordinary people in the secular world, some of the magical powers of a cultivator at the gold core stage were the means of immortals. Yet, such an expert had actually fallen in the secret territory. That was simply too frightening. Although he had seen Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue and knew that both of them were safe, Song Wei still felt a lingering fear. Xiao Ruofei glared at Ling Qingxue and then said gently, "Wei Wei, don't listen to Qingxue. Exploring the secret realm is definitely risky, but in fact, it is not as dangerous as you think. The 2 elders must have met with an accident or died because they were very unlucky. In fact, several cultivators at the qi refining stage who went this time all came back alive. On the contrary, 2 cultivators at the gold core stage died, so it has nothing to do with cultivation." Song Wei nodded and said, "If I had known that it would be life-threatening, I wouldn't have agreed to let you go no matter what. We'd rather not have any opportunities. As long as we are safe, that's enough." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "That's true, but wealth comes from danger. The path of cultivation itself is full of thorns and bumps. It is difficult for cultivators who have not experienced the test of life and death to make great achievements." Ling Qingxue also said, "Yes. Although this trip is a little dangerous, the rewards are also very rich. Wei Wei, we brought back a few good things for you." After that, Ling Qingxue took out a storage ring, which contained the reward for the 8th floor of the Tower of Trials, a total of 800 Huang Yujing. Then she took out the scarlet jade fruit. The Huang Yujing and the scarlet jade fruit had always been kept by Ling Qingxue. One had improved cultivation, and the other had improved mental strength. Both of them had immediate effects. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Qingxue, you are too anxious. I think we should go to the Peach Blossom Island first. When we get there, Wei Wei can cultivate in peace, and I can concentrate on protecting her. After all, it is not absolutely safe here now." High up in the sky, Xiao Ruofei had to divert a little of his attention to control the obsidian flying ship. Especially in this state of suspension, there might be cultivators passing by. Even if Xiao Ruofei's current strength was unmatched in the cultivation world on Earth, it was not absolutely safe. It was different when they reached the Peach Blossom Island. With the protection of the Taishu Mystic Clear Formation, even if a cultivator of the nascent soul stage came, they would not be able to break into the island in a short time. Ling Qingxue said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly." Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, "I just want to talk to Wei Wei, no delay. Let's get the flying ship moving first. The journey to the Peach Blossom Island is not short." Ling Qingxue said. Then, she put her arm around Song Wei's shoulder, pulled her to sit down, and said, "Wei Wei, let me tell you, this thing is called the cinnabar jade fruit. It's amazing." Ling Qingxue began to recommend the Huang Yujing and the cinnabar jade fruit to Song Wei, while Xiao Ruofei restarted the flying ship and turned it toward the sea. The Peach Blossom Island was located in the depths of the ocean. Although the obsidian flying ship was extremely fast, it still took more than 2 hours to fly from Huaxia to the Peach Blossom Island. Of course, this speed was already very heaven-defying. If he took an ordinary civil aircraft, even a private jet, it would take more than 10 hours. In the past, when Xiao Ruofei took the Haven business jet to the Peach Blossom Island, he had to refuel in Australia, which took even more time. Now that he had the obsidian flying ship, he could reach any point in the world in 2 or 3 hours. After Xiao Ruofei determined the direction of the Peach Blossom Island, he kept the obsidian flying ship flying in a straight line at a high speed. This was also one of the reasons why the obsidian flying ship could save time. Civil aircraft had to follow a certain route, but the obsidian flying ship could fly in a completely straight line, saving a lot of time on the journey. Moreover, the obsidian flying ship had detection formations on all sides. If there was a small probability of other aircraft at the same altitude, the flying ship itself would give a timely warning, and even automatically ascend or descend to avoid them. Therefore, as long as the direction and speed were set, it could basically be like an aircraft on autopilot, without too much intervention from the pilot. Xiao Ruofei only needed to divide a trace of his mental power to watch the flying ship's situation. When Xiao Ruofei set the flight altitude, speed, and direction, Ling Qingxue could not wait to tell Song Wei about the details of this trip to the moon. Of course, Xiao Ruofei had already agreed with Ling Qingxue in advance that they would not tell Song Wei about the situation of the two of them breaking through the levels together. It was not that he did not trust Song Wei, but this kind of thing was not related to the overall situation, and it was better to avoid trouble. If one more person knew about it, even if Song Wei would never betray Xiao Ruofei, he could not completely rule out the possibility of her leaking the information. Even so, this trip to the secret realm could be said to be full of ups and downs. Everyone was wearing spacesuits in outer space. They were directly exposed to the environment of outer space. Then, they fixed the spaceship and took the spaceship for a long space voyage. This was a very novel experience for Song Wei. Inside the Tower of Trials, Song Wei's eyes lit up as she listened to the intricately designed stages. Qing Shui, I can't believe you were able to pass through such a trial. That's amazing. Song Wei did not hide his admiration. If I encountered that star fern thorn you mentioned, I would definitely not be able to pass it. Ling Qingxue could not help but blush. She had really forgotten that most of the later levels were actually passed with the help of Xiao Ruofei. If she had tried to pass the levels by herself, she might not have been able to pass. Of course, if she had tried to pass the levels by herself, the difficulty of the levels for cultivators in the qi refining stage would definitely be much lower, and there was still hope for her to pass. Xiao Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue with amusement and said, many of the levels don't just depend on cultivation level. Qingxue was able to pass those levels. Her ability is one aspect, but more or less, she was lucky. Ling Qingxue smiled awkwardly and said, yes, I was lucky. Since he couldn't tell Song Wei the details of the two of them passing the levels together, he could only attribute it to luck. Song Wei still looked at Ling Qingxue with admiration and said, Qingxue, whether it was luck or not, you are amazing. Your results are the same as Ruofei's. Yes, in order to avoid trouble, Xiao Ruofei and Song Wei also agreed that he was also eliminated in the 8th level. This was the same as what they told Chen Nanfeng and the others at the resort. As for the real situation, it was a secret shared by Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue looked at Xiao Ruofei and then said, let's not talk about this. Wei, this time, Ruofei and I brought the Huang Yujing and Zhu Yujing fruit from the secret realm. They are very beneficial to your cultivation. When we reach Peach Blossom Island, you should use them as soon as possible. Ruofei has been talking about it the whole way. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be speechless. Along the way, Ling Qingxue had been talking about how she wanted Song Wei's cultivation to improve quickly so that the gap between the two of them wouldn't be too big. How did it become another story when they met? However, he could also guess Ling Qingxue's thoughts. It must be for the three of them to have a more harmonious relationship, so he didn't say it out loud. In fact, he was quite touched. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, actually, Vivian can use Huang Yujing to increase her mental power. After all, it will take more than 2 hours to fly to Peach Blossom Island. There's no danger in using the Huang Yujing, and once the Black Bright airship speeds up, it's very safe in the air. When the obsidian flying boat flew at full speed, even a cultivator at the late stage of Gold Core realm would not be able to catch up with it at all. Among the flying magic treasures of the same kind, the clear water flying boat of the Tianyi Palace was very fast, but compared with the obsidian flying boat, it was still a lot slower. Therefore, in theory, it was very safe to take the obsidian flying boat at full speed on Earth. Unless someone had predicted the flight path of the obsidian flying ship and set up a trap in the air in advance. It was almost impossible to predict the flight path of the obsidian flying boat in the vast world, not to mention that it was extremely difficult to set up a formation in the air. All the formation materials needed to be floated in the air. In the current cultivation world on Earth, this was almost an impossible task. Of course, there were some hidden masters in the cultivation world who might have reached the nascent soul realm long ago, or who had flying magic treasures faster than the obsidian flying boat. This could not be ruled out, but after all, the probability was very small and could be ignored. Therefore, in general, when the obsidian flying boat flew at full speed, it was still very safe. Hearing this, Xianxia immediately nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. It's very safe to increase Huang Yujing's mental power. Vivian, start absorbing Huang Yujing now. I'll teach you." As Xianxia spoke, she took out the storage ring and couldn't wait to take out all the Huang Yujing from the storage ring and arrange them neatly on the floor of the cabin. Songwei was a little confused and quickly said, "Xianxia, since this Huang Yujing is so helpful to mental power, you should use it yourselves. Ruofei needs to improve his strength more. We can slowly cultivate. Or you can use it. After all, this is a reward you earn through hard work." Xianxia said casually, "We've already absorbed a lot in the Tower of Trials. These are specially reserved for you. Besides, Ruofei's mental power has just broken through to the spirit transformation realm, so it's very difficult for him to make a big breakthrough in a short period of time. These 800 Huang Yujing won't be able to increase his mental power by much. My situation is similar. If you use it, the effect will be immediate." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Vivian, Xianxia is right. This is her kind intention, so don't refuse it." "Yes. Don't dilly-dally." Xianxia said, "I've already talked to Ruofei. Come and sit down. I'll teach you how to use it. It's very simple." Songwei hesitated for a moment and looked at Xiao Ruofei. Then he nodded and said, "Then. Okay." Absorbing the Huang Yujing was indeed very simple. She just had to use her mental power to touch the surface of the Huang Yujing. Therefore, Xianxia and Songwei only had to explain it a little, and she immediately learned it. Songwei could naturally see that Xianxia and Xiao Ruofei were sincere in giving these Huang Yujing to her. The two of them had brought the Huang Yujing back from the mystic Luna realm hundreds of thousands of miles away. When they returned to Earth, they immediately came to her. This made her very touched, so she no longer pretended to refuse. She sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the Huang Yujing. Songwei's mental power was about the same level as Xianxia's, so their cultivation progress was almost the same. Therefore, when she started to absorb the Huang Yujing, the effect was immediate. She sat on the ground and began to absorb the energy contained in the Huang Yujing. One by one, the Huang Yujing turned into powder under her absorption. Xianxia was very happy to guard her, and Xiao Ruofei was also paying attention to the flying state of the obsidian airship while guarding Songwei. Xiao Ruofei's mental power had already reached the spirit transformation realm, so he could easily sense Songwei's current state. As the Huang Yujing was absorbed one by one, Songwei's mental power was also rising at a very fast speed. The obsidian airship flew rapidly in the night sky, and below it was the endless ocean. The cabin of the airship was also quiet. Songwei was completely immersed in the pleasure of her mental power soaring. Xiao Ruofei and Xianxia didn't speak either. They just quietly guarded Songwei. When the obsidian airship approached the sea area where the Peach Blossom Island was located, Songwei finally finished absorbing the last Huang Yujing. She let out a long breath and then slowly opened her eyes. Songwei's eyes were full of splendor, and her face was full of disbelief. She said, "Ruofei, Xianxia, my mental power has increased so much." Xianxia asked with a smile, "What realm is your mental power now?" I'm not sure, but I've definitely broken through a realm." Songwei was still a little dazed. From Xianxia's introduction, she knew that Huang Yujing was very beneficial to the improvement of mental power, but she didn't expect it to be so magical. It was very difficult to improve mental power. If there was no top cultivation method to improve mental power at the same time, many cultivators' mental power realm would lag behind their cultivation level. It was very amazing to be able to synchronize with their cultivation level. Generally speaking, if the mental power realm could exceed the cultivation level, then such cultivators were very talented and their cultivation speed would definitely be very fast. Songwei had never felt the mental power of the spirit-gathering realm, so she could only be sure that she had broken through a realm, but she really didn't have an intuitive judgment of the level of her mental power. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "I've been paying attention to Weiwei's situation just now. Your mental power has reached the middle stage of the spirit-gathering realm, which is about the same as Xianxia's middle stage of the spirit-gathering realm." Songwei gasped. That's equivalent to the mental power of a cultivator in the middle stage of the golden core realm? Xiao Ruofei and Ling Xianxia both smiled and nodded. Songwei's face was full of disbelief. She said, "How did I improve so much?" Just now, Qing Shui said that the yellow jade essence had a great effect on the improvement of mental strength. She also said that her mental strength had also made great progress. I thought it would at most be a breakthrough of a small realm. This directly crossed a big realm. In fact, Songwei felt the improvement of her mental power very clearly. Her senses in all aspects had become sharper, and the biggest change was that her brain had become much more sensitive than before. In the words of the secular world, the development of her brain had greatly increased. In this state, whether it was cultivating or fighting, she would definitely have a great advantage over cultivators of the same level. Ling Xianxia said with a smile, "Weiwei, now you know how much we gained in the Tower of Trials, right?" Songwei nodded and said, "You just said that there were many Huan Yujing in the Tower of Trials, but there was no way to bring it out. Then the level of this arcane realm must be very high." Ling Xianxia said with a smile, "Of course there are many Huan Yujing, but there is a time limit on that level. Ruofei and I just happen to have a way to find Huan Yujing quickly. Ordinary cultivators can't get so many Huan Yujing." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Weiwei, you just absorbed Huan Yujing's energy. Now you can use your mental power to adapt to your current state, or you can just sit down and cultivate to feel the difference before and after the improvement of your mental power." "Yes, yes, yes." Ling Xianxia said, "When we get to Peach Blossom Island, we have better things for you. You should adapt to your mental power first." Songwei's eyes were a little red, and she said, "Ruofei, Xianxia, thank you." Ling Xianxia rolled her eyes at Songwei and said, "Weiwei, if you continue to be so polite, I'm going to get angry. What's the relationship between us? Is there a need to thank us?" "It's my fault," Songwei said with a smile, "Then I won't be polite with you. I'm going to cultivate for a while." Songwei indeed felt that her current state was very different from before. Even if it was just a normal cultivation, it would definitely be much more efficient than before. Therefore, she couldn't wait to experience how big the changes were. "Okay." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Xianxia, you protect Weiwei. I'll be in charge of controlling the airship. We're almost at Peach Blossom Island." At this time, the obsidian airship was close to the sea area where Peach Blossom Island was located. It was about 300 or 400 nautical miles away from Peach Blossom Island. Xiao Ruofei checked his handheld GPS, made slight adjustments to the course, and then released his mental power to explore the surroundings. The closer they were to Peach Blossom Island, the more cautious Xiao Ruofei became. Although the possibility of being followed was very small, Peach Blossom Island was a strategic location second only to the Ring 2 space for Xiao Ruofei. No matter how careful he was, he could not be too careful. When they were about 100 nautical miles away from Peach Blossom Island, Xiao Ruofei controlled the obsidian airship to make a few turns and make a few feints. After a few circles, they flew straight toward Peach Blossom Island from another direction. A few minutes later, the obsidian airship was close to the periphery of the Great Void Mystical Clear Formation. Xiao Ruofei directly released his mental power and skillfully connected with the core control of the formation. The Great Void Mystical Clear Formation was currently in a normal state of alert, and its defenses were not fully activated. However, if someone were to approach or intrude, the formation would react instantly, alerting the controller of the formation and activating most of its defensive functions. It could be said that this was a relatively safe daily state, and it consumed the least amount of energy. Xiao Ruofei's understanding of the Great Void Mystical Clear Formation was much deeper than Li Yifu and the others. This formation was personally arranged by him, so he knew every detail like the back of his hand. Therefore, even if he was outside the formation, he could still easily control the formation and directly open a path for the obsidian airship. The obsidian airship almost did not slow down and directly flew through the gap in the formation at high speed. When the obsidian airship flew through, the gap in the formation quickly closed and returned to its daily alert state. Xiao Ruofei controlled the obsidian airship to flexibly turn and fly within the formation, and soon arrived above the building. At this time, Xiao Ruofei's mental power had almost covered the entire Peach Blossom Island, and the situation on the island was instantly reflected in his mind. The guard camp was in good order, and the light and dark sentries distributed on the beach were performing their duties, vigilantly guarding against foreign enemies. Because of the time difference, it was just afternoon on Peach Blossom Island. The ordinary staff at the airport, the control tower, the weather station, and other places were also working at their respective posts. Because the obsidian airship had its own concealment formation, ordinary people could not detect this huge airship at all. Li Yifu was still guarding Peach Blossom Island. After helping Xiao Ruofei with the airship and spacesuit last time, he returned to the island as soon as possible. Now he was permanently stationed on Peach Blossom Island. After all, he was already old, and only by cultivating hard in such a superior cultivation environment could he have a chance to make a breakthrough before the end of his life and increase his lifespan. To Xiao Ruofei's surprise, the sect master of the star-picking sect, Luo Qingfeng, was also on Peach Blossom Island. Luo Qingfeng was the first to notice the abnormality. As soon as the obsidian airship entered the range of the formation, he, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes and showed a vigilant look. But soon, Xiao Ruofei's voice came into his ears, "Qingfeng, don't worry, it's me." "Master." Luo Qingfeng showed a look of ecstasy. "You and Yifu should both be on the top of the building. Don't disturb the others." Xiao Ruofei said lightly. "Reading house, yes." "Master." Luo Qingfeng said hurriedly. The obsidian airship was very fast. After entering the range of the Taishu mystical clear formation, it arrived at the rooftop of the building almost instantly. Luo Qingfeng's speed was not slow at all. He just informed Li Yifu through a voice transmission, and then directly flew out of the window on his sword and went straight to the rooftop. Therefore, he arrived almost at the same time as the obsidian airship. At this time, Song Wei was still cultivating. Xiao Ruofei let Ling Qingxue accompany her while he walked to the deck of the obsidian airship. When Luo Qingfeng saw Xiao Ruofei, he hurriedly bowed respectfully and called out, "Master." Xiao Ruofei let the obsidian airship float and jumped off the airship to the rooftop. "Qingfeng, you're also on Peach Blossom Island." Xiao Ruofei said kindly. "Master, you're on a long journey." Qingfeng was worried that there would be no one to guard Peach Blossom Island, so after arranging the sex affairs, I returned to the island. Luo Qingfeng said respectfully, "Moreover, the cultivation environment here is much better than in the star-picking sect. If it weren't for the sex affairs, Qingfeng would like to cultivate here all year round." Xiao Ruofei laughed and patted Luo Qingfeng's shoulder, saying, "The sex affairs can be slowly handed over to the subordinates, especially the high-level qi refining disciples. You can focus on training them. As long as the star-picking sect has one more gold core practitioner, you can relax a lot." "Yes. I'm so stupid, and the sect's disciples are so useless. I'm really ashamed," Luo Qingfeng said. "Don't worry. Now that the sect's formation has been improved, I'll adjust it later. In addition, I'll give you a batch of cultivation resources. It won't be a problem for you to focus on training a few trustworthy disciples." Xiao Ruofei said casually. He had obtained a large amount of inheritance on the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials. During the long journey back to Earth, he had basically sorted out all the new knowledge in his mind. The inheritance information was directly grasped, and after sorting it out, he had already mastered it through a comprehensive study. It also included a lot of knowledge on Array Dao, so his Array Dao level had greatly improved. Now that he was asked to improve the Array Dao, his horizons were naturally different. In addition, in terms of cultivation resources, Xiao Ruofei now had a deep foundation. Even without the precious purple crystal, his personal wealth was no less than that of a top sect like the Tianyi sect. There was no problem for him to take out a small part of it to support the star-picking sect. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't need to manage the entire sect like Chen Nanfeng did. Even if he took out cultivation resources, it was impossible to benefit all the disciples of the star-picking sect. However, it was not a problem for Luo Qingfeng to choose a few people to focus on training. Luo Qingfeng was overjoyed when he heard this. He quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, Master." This subordinate is willing to sacrifice his life for Master, even if he has to sacrifice his life. At this time, Li Yifu appeared on the rooftop, panting. He didn't know how to fly on a sword, so when he received Luo Qingfeng's message, he ran up directly. He didn't even have time to wait for the elevator. Fortunately, the floor he was on was quite high, and there weren't many floors to climb up the stairs. When Li Yifu heard that Xiao Ruofei had returned to Peach Blossom Island, he really ran at full speed without holding back. Even a cultivator in the qi refining stage was panting from running. "Greetings, Martial Granduncle!" Li Yifu shouted with a face full of joy. When Xiao Ruofei saw that Li Yifu, who was over 80 years old, was out of breath, he was really afraid that Li Yifu would not be able to catch his breath and die. He hurriedly said, "Yifu, isn't there an elevator? Why are you running like this?" Li Yifu quickly caught his breath and said with a smile, "When I heard that Martial Granduncle had returned, I didn't think too much and directly ran up here." "Martial Granduncle, did your trip go smoothly?" Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Thanks to your help in coordinating the spaceship and spacesuit, the trip was safe and smooth." Li Yifu said with some embarrassment, "Martial Granduncle, you personally coordinated the spaceship and spacesuit. I dare not take credit for it. It's good that Martial Granduncle has returned safely. During this period of time, I have been worried about Martial Granduncle's safety. I really can't sleep and eat well. It's a pity that I am too slow to share Martial Granduncle's worries." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "You have already helped me a lot. If it weren't for you guarding Peach Blossom Island, I wouldn't have been able to leave for so long without worry." Then, Xiao Ruofei asked, "Yifu, did anything happen on Peach Blossom Island during this time?" "Everything is normal." Li Yifu hurriedly said, "Sect leader Luo has also been guarding this island. He patrols the nearby sea every day and hasn't found any traces of other cultivators' activities. This place should not have been discovered by anyone." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "That's good. You have all worked hard." At this time, Song Wei had also finished his cultivation and appeared on the deck of the obsidian flying ship with Ling Qingxue. So, Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved at the two of them. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue jumped off the flying ship together. Luo Qingfeng and Li Yifu hurriedly greeted them respectfully. Xiao Ruofei put away the obsidian flying ship and said, "Let's go. Let's go down and talk." A group of people surrounded Xiao Ruofei and walked down from the rooftop to the large suite on the top floor that had been reserved for Xiao Ruofei. Luo Qingfeng was busy making tea for everyone. Although he was a cultivator at the gold core stage, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were Xiao Ruofei's Taoist companions, and Li Yifu was also a junior of Xiao Ruofei's sect. In terms of status, they were much higher than him, so he didn't dare to put on airs as a gold core stage cultivator and put himself in a proper position. Xiao Ruofei didn't completely treat Luo Qingfeng as a servant, so after he finished making tea, he waved his hand and said, "Qingfeng, don't be busy. Sit down and talk for a while." "Yes." Luo Qingfeng said respectfully. After everyone sat down on the sofa, Xiao Ruofei said, "The harvest from this trip to the secret land is quite good. Qingxue and I also brought back some cultivation resources, hoping to improve everyone's cultivation. Qingfeng, Yifu, I haven't seen you for more than 2 months, and your cultivation progress is quite good. It seems that you've put in a lot of effort during this time." Xiao Ruofei was now at the middle stage of the gold core stage, and his spiritual power had reached the nascent soul stage, so he could basically see the situation of the two with a glance. Li Yifu's cultivation was infinitely close to the 8th layer of the qi refining stage, and he was probably stuck at a bottleneck. Although Luo Qingfeng was still at the early stage of the gold core stage, compared to when Xiao Ruofei first accepted him as a soul slave, his cultivation had improved a lot. It could be said that he was not far from the middle stage of the gold core stage. Of course, this was related to Xiao Ruofei giving him a lot of cultivation resources, but it definitely didn't have to do with his own efforts. Li Yifu quickly said, Martial Granduncle, disciple is slow and hasn't been able to break through the bottleneck. Luo Qingfeng was very surprised that Xiao Ruofei could easily see through his cultivation. He couldn't help but carefully ask, Master, have you broken through? Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, I had a little opportunity in the secret realm, and now I've broken through to the middle stage of the gold core stage. Luo Qingfeng couldn't help but open his mouth wide when he heard this. In his opinion, this was simply incredible, because Xiao Ruofei hadn't broken through to the gold core stage for long. The scene of Xiao Ruofei's breakthrough was still vivid in his mind. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Ruofei had surpassed him and directly reached the middle stage of the gold core stage. This was simply easier than eating and drinking. Li Yifu, on the other hand, revealed an overjoyed expression and said, Martial Granduncle is indeed a genius. It seems that even the nascent soul stage is just around the corner for Martial Granduncle. Li Yifu's words were somewhat exaggerated. After all, the cultivation environment on Earth had been ruined to such an extent that there hadn't been a nascent soul cultivator for 200 or 300 years. An expert like Chen Nanfeng had been trapped in the late stage of the gold core stage for hundreds of years and still couldn't break through to the nascent soul stage. It could be seen how difficult it was to reach the nascent soul stage. However, in Xiao Ruofei's opinion, the nascent soul stage was really not difficult, so he just smiled and didn't say anything modest. On the contrary, Ling Qingshuo listened to Li Yifu's words and said with a smile, Ruofei may need some time to break through to the nascent soul stage, but his spiritual power has already reached the spirit transformation stage, which is the strength of the nascent soul stage. When Ling Qingshuo said this, Luo Qingfeng and Li Yifu's jaws almost dropped. The two of them were stunned. After a long while, Luo Qingfeng asked in a trembling voice, Master, is this true? Master's spiritual power has really reached the spirit transformation stage? Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, I just happened to obtain an opportunity in the secret realm, and my spiritual power luckily broke through to the spirit transformation stage. After saying this, Xiao Ruofei released a bit of spiritual power pressure, and Luo Qingfeng immediately confirmed it. If Li Yifu didn't quite understand what the spiritual power of the spirit transformation stage was, then as a veteran gold core cultivator, Luo Qingfeng was very clear about it. That kind of pressure just now made him feel breathless, and that kind of chi power was clearly not something that a golden core stage cultivator could possess. He had once been in close contact with Chen Nanfeng, and at that time, he felt that Chen Nanfeng's chi power was almost beyond the scope of a golden core stage cultivator. But now, compared with the chi power that Xiao Ruofei just released, Chen Nanfeng's chi power paled in comparison. There was no doubt that this was the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator, and it was completely a suppression across realms. Master is really a heavenly genius. Luo Qingfeng prostrated himself in admiration. With the cultivation of a gold core middle stage, you have the spiritual power of a spirit transformation stage cultivator. This is probably an unprecedented miracle. Master, it seems that the nascent soul stage is really only a matter of time for Master. Right now, Luo Qingfeng's worship of Xiao Ruofei couldn't be any higher. One had to know that he was at the nascent soul stage. He was an existence that only existed in legends. Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. As long as you cultivate hard, the nascent soul stage is not a distant dream. In the future, there will only be more and more cultivation resources. I'm just afraid that your cultivation is not enough to enjoy them. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Martial Granduncle. Xiao Ruofei stood up and said, this time, I also brought back a set of array flags that can greatly improve the cultivation environment. I plan to set it up near this building, so that it can further improve everyone's cultivation efficiency. There are actually such precious array flags? Luo Qingfeng was surprised and happy. It seems that Master has really gained a lot from this exploration of the secret realm. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, it's indeed a big harvest. I'll study the Great Void Mystical Clear Array first, so that the two arrays won't conflict with each other. You all go and cultivate first. Yes. Master. Martial Granduncle, disciple will leave first. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly, and then said to Ling Qingshuo and Song Wei, Qingshuo, Wei, you also cultivate in the room first. I'm going out for a walk and will be back soon. After that, Xiao Ruofei stepped on the blue traveling immortal sword and directly flew out of the balcony. The Great Void Mystical Clear Array was set up by Xia Ruofei himself, so he knew the principle and every detail of the array very well. Although Xia Ruofei did not completely study the set of array flags called the Luotian array that he had obtained from the training tower, he basically understood its principle and effect. Therefore, what Xia Ruofei had to do was actually very simple. He only needed to make some minor adjustments to the Great Void Mystical Clear Array to transfer some of the array effects in this small area of the building, and only retain and strengthen the function of gathering spiritual qi. If it was in the past, it would not be easy to complete this task. But now, Xia Ruofei had comprehended the array Dao in the training tower, especially some of the array Dao inheritances on the 9th level of the training tower, and now his array Dao level was in a completely different realm compared to when he had set up the Great Void Mystical Clear Array. Therefore, this adjustment was not difficult for Xia Ruofei. He circled around the formation once and quickly came up with a draft. In fact, there were not many places that needed to be changed. Just slightly adjusting 2 or 3 array bases could have the effect of using 4 tails to deal with 1,000 caddies. Xia Ruofei directly used his mind power to control the array core of the Great Void Mystical Clear Array, causing the entire array to stop operating. Then, he controlled the Jade Turing Immortal Sword to fly within the formation. In a short while, he completed the adjustment. In order to make the adjusted formation more stable, Xia Ruofei specially added 2 more Jade Talismans and inserted them into the 2 formation bases. This kind of random addition and deletion was actually very dangerous. Once the adjustment was wrong, it could cause the array to collapse. However, Xia Ruofei's array Dao level had already reached such a level that it was very easy for him to have an exquisite train of thought. If a cultivator whose array Dao level had reached a certain level saw Xia Ruofei's adjustments, they would definitely be shocked. Xia Ruofei did not even completely simulate the entire array in his mind. He directly adjusted it according to his own train of thought, and the adjustments were completed very quickly. Then, he confidently reactivated the Great Void Mystical Clear Array. The entire process added up to less than half an hour. After the Great Void Mystical Clear Array was reactivated, it was still very stable and did not seem to be affected at all. In fact, Xia Ruofei could completely improve the existing array and increase the power of the Great Void Mystical Clear Array in terms of spirit gathering, trapping, and killing enemies. However, he was now more concerned about the Luotian array, so he did not have the mood to adjust the Great Void Mystical Clear Array for the time being. Once he was free, he could try to improve the array formation once more. Xia Ruofei let the Great Void Mystical Clear formation run for a while. At the same time, he tried to activate the different functions of the formation and patiently debugged the modified formation. Although he was very confident in his level of formation, the Great Void Mystical Clear formation was after all arranged on the basis of a natural formation. Moreover, the modification just now was actually quite big, so he still carefully debugged every function to ensure that there were no problems with the operation of the formation and that it met his requirements. The formation ran for about 10 minutes. Xia Ruofei debugged all the functions and nodded with satisfaction. Then, he still adjusted the Great Void Mystical Clear formation to its daily alert state. Then, he took out the set of Luotian formation flags and prepared to arrange the Luotian formation around the building. This Luotian formation was a very powerful auxiliary formation for cultivation. On the 5th level of the Tower of Trials, Xia Ruofei had solved the function of this formation with perfect results, which was why she was rewarded with this set of formation flags. When he was on the 5th floor of the training tower, Xia Ruofei personally felt the magic of this formation. Not only did it have a powerful function of gathering spiritual qi, but it also had a very obvious effect of concentrating one's mind when cultivating in the formation. In addition, the formation could also silently temper one's physical body and improve one's spiritual power. It was simply too heaven-defying. With such a set of formations superimposed on the Great Void Mystical Clear formation, it was no exaggeration to say that this building on the Peach Blossom Island was definitely more suitable for cultivators to cultivate than any other holy land in the cultivation world. Xia Ruofei carefully surveyed the environment around the building. At the same time, he also felt the spiritual qi concentration here under the operation of the Great Void Mystical Clear formation. Then, he simulated it in his mind, and then waved his hand to throw out the set of formation flags. Under the control of Xia Ruofei's spiritual power, the formation flags accurately fell in their respective positions. Several stone pillars rose from the ground out of thin air. Using the formation flags to arrange the Luo Tian formation was not like the one on the 5th floor of the training tower, where the formation range was densely packed with stone pillars. This was like a smaller version of the stone pillar formation, but there was no loss of function. Xiao Ruofei took out a few yuan crystals from the ring 2 space and skillfully waved his hand to throw them out. These yuan crystals were also accurately embedded in the grooves on the stone pillars. After Xiao Ruofei checked it, he used his spiritual power to communicate with the control core of the formation and skillfully activated the Luo Tian formation. Suddenly, an invisible aura enveloped the entire building. The Great Void mystical clear formation on the periphery also trembled slightly, but it soon calmed down. Sure enough, as long as it was properly adjusted, there was no problem with compatibility. Xiao Ruofei's face couldn't help but reveal a trace of pride as he looked at the building in front of him. A cultivation holy land was born just like that, but it didn't look like a paradise or an immortal's cave, but a modern building, which was somewhat strange. Just as Xiao Ruofei was secretly admiring his masterpiece, Luo Qingfeng was the first to fly out of the building on his flying sword. With an excited look on his face, he respectfully asked, "Master, is this the new formation you arranged?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded, saying, "You were cultivating just now, right? How is it? How do you feel?" "It's unbelievable," Luo Qingfeng said excitedly, "there's actually such a magical formation in this world? Master, I feel that as long as I'm within the range of the formation, there's an invisible force constantly tempering my body, and my spiritual power seems to be able to slowly increase on its own. In addition, the effect of clearing the mind is excellent, and the efficiency of cultivation can be greatly improved." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "This is an auxiliary cultivation formation obtained from the Arcana land. The effect is naturally great." Li Yifu and the others were cultivators at the qi refining stage, so their senses weren't that sharp. However, Luo Qingfeng could really feel the huge difference before and after. In contrast, the spiritual power that became denser after the superposition became the most insignificant function that people didn't pay attention to. In Luo Qingfeng's opinion, the most precious thing was naturally the nourishment of the spiritual body, the improvement of the spiritual power, and the tempering of the physical body. Of course, the effect of refreshing the mind and concentrating the spirit was also very rare. For a cultivator, this was the best magic treasure to increase the efficiency of cultivation, in particular, the improvement of the spiritual power, the nourishment of the spiritual body, and the tempering of the physical body were all carried out all the time. In other words, even if one were to lie down and sleep within the range of the formation, they would wake up the next day to find that they had improved, and it was the most difficult to improve spiritual power and physical strength. This was too heaven-defying, Luo Qingfeng said with a wry smile, "Master, I really don't want to go back to the star-picking sect this time. If I can stay here and cultivate, there's hope for me to reach the middle stage of the golden core stage." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "If there's nothing urgent in the sect, you can cultivate here for a while. I think you're really not far from breaking through to the middle stage of the golden core stage." Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei took out a purple crystal and handed it to Luo Qingfeng, saying, "During this time, you can cultivate in seclusion in the building. Don't use the purple crystal for now. Use this purple crystal." "Purple crystal?" Luo Qingfeng was shocked by the vigorous energy contained in the purple crystal. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Master, this is too precious. I don't dare to accept it." Even Luo Qingfeng, a golden core stage cultivator, had never heard of the purple crystal. In fact, Xiao Ruofei only knew about the purple crystal from the ancient records he obtained on the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials. This was too high-end for the cultivation world on Earth, where resources were scarce. No one even knew its name. Xiao Ruofei's purple crystal was enough to support his cultivation until the nascent soul stage, and there would be a lot left over, so he didn't mind giving one or two to Luo Qingfeng. After all, Luo Qingfeng had a soul imprint planted in him, so he would never betray him. For Xiao Ruofei, the improvement of Luo Qingfeng's cultivation was naturally only good and not bad. Therefore, he also wanted to provide as much help to Luo Qingfeng's cultivation as long as his own cultivation resources were sufficient. Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "Just accept it. Don't think too much about it. This purple crystal can only be used by cultivators above the golden core stage. Otherwise, I really need Xianxia and Weiwei to use it. Xiao Ruofei's words were an irresistible imperial edict to Luo Qingfeng. Luo Qingfeng just instinctively didn't dare to accept it, so he refused. Now, he naturally didn't dare to refuse and accepted the purple crystal with gratitude. Xiao Ruofei said again, this purple crystal is a very precious cultivation resource, and it also comes from the secret realm. I guess that other cultivators who enter the secret realm don't have a chance to get it, so you must keep it a secret. It's best if you only use it on Peach Blossom Island. Don't take it out of here. You must know that an ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring is a crime. Don't bring disaster to the star-picking sect because of this purple crystal. I understand. Luo Qingfeng said hurriedly, I will only use it on Peach Blossom Island. I will never take it out of the island. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, go and cultivate. It's best to go into seclusion for a period of time. I will keep the Luo Tian formation running. I hope that the next time I see you, you will be a cultivator at the middle stage of the golden core stage. Although the Luo Tian formation used purple crystals, it didn't consume much. It might not need to be replenished for a month or two. Therefore, for the current Xiao Ruofei, it was completely possible to keep the Luo Tian formation running. This little consumption was nothing to him. Yes. Luo Qingfeng said respectfully, I will go into seclusion now. I won't let you down. After that, Luo Qingfeng bowed to Xiao Ruofei. Then he stepped on his flying sword and flew back to his room. Li Yifu, Ling Qingxue, and Song Wei naturally felt some changes in the building. However, they took the elevator down. They walked out of the building just as Luo Qingfeng flew back. Ling Qingxue asked with a smile, Ruofei, have you already set up the Luo Tian formation? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, yes. Such a good formation should be put into use as soon as possible. In the future, Peach Blossom Island will be the main place for everyone to cultivate. This building is the best place for cultivation on the entire island. Those so-called sects and holy lands can't be compared with our Peach Blossom Holy Land. Li Yifu and Song Wei didn't know the great changes brought about by the Luo Tian formation. At least, they didn't feel it as clearly as Luo Qingfeng, so they were still a little confused. Ling Qingxue smiled and explained the process of Xiao Ruofei obtaining the Luo Tian formation, as well as the heaven-defying effect of the Luo Tian formation to them. After listening, Li Yifu and Song Wei couldn't help but show an inexplicable look of surprise. Although they were only at the qi refining stage, they knew very well what such a set of formation flags meant to their cultivation path. Martial Granduncle. In this way, our Peach Blossom Island will really become a holy land for cultivation. Li Yifu said with a trembling voice. Even eating and sleeping could increase one's spiritual power and physical strength. Although this increase was very slow, it was already heaven-defying enough. It was even beyond their imagination of the effects of auxiliary cultivation formations. Then let's quickly go into the formation and cultivate. Song Wei said, this formation will consume Yuan Jing at any time. Don't waste it. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, there's no hurry to cultivate. Weiwei, Yifu, follow me first. Ling Qingxue knew what Xiao Ruofei wanted to do at a glance. She smiled and greeted the two, then took the lead to follow Xiao Ruofei. The group returned to the room on the top floor. On the way, they also seriously felt the magical effects of the Luo Tian formation, especially the spiritual power that was slowly increasing at any time. They couldn't help but click their tongues in wonder. After entering the room, Xiao Ruofei motioned for Ling Qingxue to take out a cinnabar jade fruit. Then, Xiao Ruofei cut the cinnabar jade fruit in half with a stroke of his palm. He held it in front of Song Wei and Li Yifu with his spiritual power and said with a smile, eat this half of the spiritual fruit, then start cultivating and absorbing it here. Uncle Master, what kind of spiritual fruit is this? Li Yifu took the half of the cinnabar jade fruit and asked curiously. It's good stuff, after all. It's helpful for your cultivation. Hurry up and eat it. After cutting it open, the medicinal effect will be lost. Xiao Ruofei said. The so-called loss of medicinal effect was naturally a little alarmist. He purposely didn't introduce the heaven-defying effects of the cinnabar jade fruit, and even made up a story about the loss of medicinal effect. He didn't want Li Yifu and Song Wei to decline and not give them too much time to consider. Sure enough, the two of them hurriedly ate the cinnabar jade fruit. Almost at the same time, the two of them trembled slightly and quickly sat down cross-legged to cultivate. The medicinal effect of the cinnabar jade fruit spread, and the aura of the two of them instantly began to rise. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue had already consumed the cinnabar jade fruit. They knew that although the process would cause their vital energy to surge, it wouldn't be dangerous. Therefore, they weren't worried and stood at the side to protect the two of them. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue had a total of 2 cinnabar jade fruits. In theory, Luo Qingfeng should be able to consume an entire cinnabar jade fruit. Furthermore, he should be able to break through to the middle stage of the Aurous core stage like Xiao Ruofei. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't want to waste a cinnabar jade fruit. This was because with the purple origin crystal, the effects of the Great Void Mystic Clear Formation and the Luo Tian Formation, Luo Qingfeng should be able to break through to the middle stage of the Aurous core stage smoothly. It would just take a little longer. Therefore, there was really no need to waste another cinnabar jade fruit. Furthermore, the relationship between the two of them varied. Even if Luo Qingfeng was absolutely loyal to Xiao Ruofei and would never betray him, in Xiao Ruofei's heart, he was definitely not as close as people like Song Wei, Ling Qingxue and Li Yifu. After all, if it wasn't for the soul seal, Luo Qingfeng would be Xiao Ruofei's enemy. Previously, Luo Qingfeng coveted the Peach Blossom Island. That was why he fell into the formation and was subdued by Xiao Ruofei, who was still in the qi refinement stage at that time. Xiao Ruofei didn't intend to use the remaining cinnabar jade fruit for the time being. This was because among the people close to him, Ling Qingxue, Song Wei and Li Yifu had already consumed the cinnabar jade fruit. Song Qiming and Tang Haren's cultivation levels were relatively low. It would be a waste to consume the cinnabar jade fruit. The best way was to wait for their cultivation levels to reach the middle stage of the qi refinement stage. After consuming the cinnabar jade fruit, they would at least be able to reach the middle stage of the qi refinement stage. This way, the benefits of the cinnabar jade fruit could be maximized. The two of them cultivated for about an hour before the medicinal properties of the cinnabar jade fruit were completely absorbed. During the process of cultivation, Xiao Ruofei also sensed that their cultivation levels had 2 breakthroughs. Li Yifu, in particular, could be considered to have accumulated a lot of energy. Not long after consuming the cinnabar jade fruit, the aura on his body soared. The bottleneck that had been stuck in him for a while was directly broken through. He didn't stay in the 8th level of the qi refinement stage for too long. In about half an hour, Li Yifu relied on the majestic medicinal power of the cinnabar jade fruit to break through again and rushed to the 9th level of the qi refinement stage. Moreover, his cultivation level continued to rise, almost reaching the peak of the 9th level of the qi refinement stage before stopping. God Level Farm /book /6295 Li Yifu's cultivation was slightly higher than Song Wei's, so he absorbed the cinnabar jade fruit faster. In fact, even though Xiao Ruofei had broken through to the intermediate stage of the Golden Elixir realm in the Trial Tower, which was much more difficult, he had woken up earlier than Ling Qingxue. Therefore, it was the same for Li Yifu. Song Wei was still immersed in cultivation. He had already finished absorbing the cinnabar jade fruit and opened his eyes. Chapter 1894, Consecutive Breakthroughs in Godly Farm. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. The next day, Xiao Ruofei, Song Wei, and Ling Qingxue, the 3 cultivators, slept in for the first time. The sun was already high in the sky, but the 3 of them still hadn't gotten up. In fact, when the 3 of them went to bed last night, it was already 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. They hadn't been together for more than 2 months, and they were all cultivators, so their physical fitness was naturally much higher than that of ordinary people. In the past 2 months, although Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue had been together all the time, the 2 of them naturally couldn't have any intimate behavior due to the limited environment. Needless to say, in the narrow spaceship assembly, even in the training tower, Xiao Ruofei always had a faint feeling that someone was spying on him all the time. At that time, he was in a state of high tension, so naturally, it was impossible for him to have any intimate behavior with Ling Qingxue. The 3 of them were at the age where their energy was the most vigorous, and after holding it in for more than 2 months, it wasn't as simple as absence makes the heart grow fonder. It was simply like Mars colliding with Earth. If Xiao Ruofei hadn't arranged a high-level soundproof enchantment in the bedroom, perhaps even Luo Qingfeng, who was cultivating in seclusion, and Li Yifu, who was working hard to consolidate his cultivation, would have been forced to listen to the live broadcast. In the morning, the room was very quiet, and the sound of distant waves could be faintly heard. The sun shone through the floor-to-ceiling glass on the bed, and the three of them had a very lazy feeling. Although they had already woken up, they didn't even want to move their fingers. They just wanted to lazily spread out on the bed. After Luo Qingfeng took the purple yuan crystal yesterday, he began to cultivate in seclusion. He wanted to break through to the middle stage of gold core in one go. Although his cultivation was still a distance away from the middle stage of gold core, the absorption and transformation efficiency of the purple yuan crystal was much higher than that of ordinary yuan crystals. Moreover, the energy contained in the purple yuan crystal was dozens of times more than that of ordinary yuan crystals. Even if this purple yuan crystal couldn't completely support him to break through to the middle stage of gold core, it wasn't far away. In addition, after the Luo Tian formation began to operate, cultivating in this building was simply a unique advantage. Therefore, he didn't want to waste even a second. Although Li Yifu didn't go into seclusion and only cultivated for an entire night to completely consolidate his soaring cultivation base, he was a shrewd old man. He naturally knew that martial granduncle and the two martial grandmothers were reunited after a long time and definitely needed sufficient private space, so he definitely wouldn't foolishly come out and disturb them at this time. The three of them stayed in bed for another hour or so until the sun was high in the sky. Finally, Xiao Ruofei had no choice but to get out of bed to prepare lunch under the urging of Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. Yes, they were preparing lunch directly because it was already close to noon. While they didn't sleep they didn't lie beds. In fact, there weren't many situations where the three of them slept together. After Xiao Ruofei got up, the two of them were more or less shy, so they quickly hid under the quilt, put on their clothes, and hurried to wash up and dress up. Xiao Ruofei quickly prepared a sumptuous lunch. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue had also finished washing up, and the two of them were sitting in the living room watching TV. Peach Blossom Island naturally didn't have a domestic cable TV signal, but they directly installed professional satellite reception equipment on the roof. In fact, they could receive more channels than in China, and there was no limit to it. The two of them were quite proficient in English, so they quickly found an English TV station that was broadcasting a music variety show and watched it with great interest. After Xiao Ruofei prepared lunch, he directly scanned with his mental power, found the room where Li Yifu was, and said, "Yifu, come to my room and have lunch together." Although Li Yifu never disobeyed Xiao Ruofei's orders, he wasn't stupid enough to run over and be a third wheel. Therefore, he didn't hesitate at all and tactfully declined. "Martial granduncle, I've already eaten. Now, I'd like to continue consolidating my cultivation." "Okay then. You cultivate well," Xiao Ruofei said. Since Li Yifu had declined such a small thing like eating, Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't force him. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei called Song Wei and Ling Qingxue to wash their hands, and then went to the dining room to eat. The ingredients produced by the Ring-2 space were naturally top-notch without exception. In addition, Xiao Ruofei's cooking skills were quite good, especially when he specially prepared a secret recipe of Buddha jumps over the wall, which was the kind that Lingji private kitchen had a daily limited supply. The fragrance immediately attracted Ling Qingxue and Song Wei. Back then, the recipe of Buddha jumps over the wall in Lingji private kitchen was provided to Ling Xiaotian by Xiao Ruofei for free. In order to prepare this dish today, Xiao Ruofei had put in a lot of effort. Many of the ingredients weren't produced in the Ring-2 space, but because the Ring-2 space was equivalent to a natural refrigerator, all the ingredients would be maintained in the same state as before they were placed in the space. It was as if time had stopped. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei stored a lot of ingredients in the space, which came in handy this time. Of course, the biggest problem was that there wasn't enough time. Many of the ingredients for Buddha jumps over the wall needed to be prepared in advance. Some even needed to be simmered a day or two in advance. Only then could the fragrance of the ingredients be completely forced out. Xiao Ruofei definitely didn't have enough time to prepare lunch at the last minute. However, with the difference in the flow of time between the primordial realm and the outside world, as well as the assistance of the time array flags, this wasn't a problem. Xia Ruofei directly used his mental strength to control and set up an area in the primordial realm with the time array flags to make this Buddha jumps over the wall. The time it took to complete this dish was even shorter than the other dishes. Wow! The taste of this Buddha jumps over the wall is very good, Song Wei said in surprise. How did you make Buddha jumps over the wall in such a short time? Ling Xianxia smiled and said, is there a need to ask? This guy must have used the time array flags. He actually used a good array formation to cook. If other cultivators knew about this, they would definitely be heartbroken. If other cultivators had the time array flags, they would definitely use them to construct a time array formation for cultivation. Furthermore, array formations also required spirit stones. Who would be willing to use an array formation to cook? Of course, the small amount of spirit stones consumed by the time array formation was negligible to the current Xia Ruofei. It wasn't even a drop in the ocean. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, isn't array formations invented to serve cultivators? As for whether it's used for cultivation, killing enemies, or cooking, what does it matter? As long as it's used, the value of this array formation will be realized, right? That's preposterous. Ling Xianxia said coquettishly, but you're still worthy of praise for putting so much effort into preparing lunch. I was worried that the two of you had consumed too much energy last night. Plus, you didn't eat breakfast, so I thought of giving you a good nourishment. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, by the way, I used the best black-bone chicken for the Buddha jumps over the wall. You can eat more to nourish your bodies. Song Wei and Ling Xianxia blushed and glared at Xia Ruofei at the same time. Ling Xianxia, who was more shrewish, said, I think you just want to nourish yourself. Speaking of consumption, it seems that you've consumed more. By the way, you can eat more of these quail eggs to replenish your protein. Song Wei's cheeks were red, but he couldn't help but chuckle. However, he was so embarrassed that he didn't dare to open his eyes to look at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei was also dumbfounded. I was the one driving just now. How did you take the steering wheel in the blink of an eye and step on the gas pedal? Old Xia couldn't take it anymore and quickly got up to fill everyone's bowls. After lunch, the three of them cleaned up the dining table and washed the bowls and chopsticks. Then, they sat in the living room and made a packet of Dahongpo tea. They chatted while making tea. Xia Ruofei took a sip of the tea and said, Weiwei, Xianxia, if you don't have anything to do these days, stay on Taoyuan Island and cultivate well. Try to break through to the 7th level of qi refining in one go. Song Wei and Ling Xianxia both nodded in agreement. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment, then looked at Ling Xianxia and asked, Xianxia, you haven't been home for more than 2 months. Is the company okay? Ling Xianxia said casually, it's okay. My dad is keeping an eye on it. In fact, it doesn't matter if I'm there or not. It's just that he was very obsessed with training me to be his successor. All he wanted was to retire early and live a carefree life. However, in the past 2 years, his views have changed a lot. In the past, Ling Xiaotian spared no effort to train Ling Xianxia. She wanted to hand over the company to Ling Xianxia as soon as possible so that she could enjoy her retirement early. Later, Ling Xianxia expressed that she didn't want to be trapped in the family business. Ling Xiaotian gradually accepted it and began to look for a more reliable professional manager. In addition, although Ling Xiaotian didn't come into contact with cultivation, as Xia Ruofei's future father-in-law, Xia Ruofei naturally wouldn't neglect him. Without Ling Xiaotian knowing, Xia Ruofei had also given him a lot of elixirs to recuperate his body. He even used the solution of the petal of the spirit heart flower. Some of his chronic diseases were unknowingly cured, and his body was much better than it was 2 years ago. Ling Xiaotian was still in the prime of his life. Now that his body was in good health and he was much more energetic than before, the idea of retirement naturally faded. Ling Xianxia continued with a smile, but I've been out of contact for so long, so he's still a little worried. If I hadn't told him in advance that I was on vacation with Ruofei, he would have called the police. After arriving at Peach Blossom Island yesterday, I quickly called him and told him that we had been on vacation on a small island overseas for more than 2 months. He complained that I was too crazy and hadn't contacted him for so long. Uncle Ling must be worried about you after not contacting him for more than 2 months. Song Wei said with a smile. But there's nothing we can do about it. The place you're heading to this time is too far away. Fortunately, Uncle Ling doesn't know your real destination. Otherwise, he would be as restless as I am. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Fortunately, we already knew that it would take a long time before we set off, so Xianxia specifically called Uncle Ling and told him about it. Otherwise, Uncle Ling really couldn't help but call the police. Ling Xianxia nodded with a smile and said, yes. After my dad contacted me, he wasn't worried anymore. Yesterday, he said that everything was fine in the company. If I wanted to play for a while longer, I didn't have to rush back. Even so, he hasn't seen his daughter for more than 2 months. He must still miss you. Song Wei said. Ling Xianxia nodded and said, to be honest, I miss him a little too. But it doesn't matter if I stay for a few days. I feel that I should be able to break through to the 7th level of the qi refining realm soon. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, how about? I take you back first to accompany Uncle Ling for a few days, and then I'll take you back. Anyway, it'll only take 2 or 3 hours to fly back. It's very convenient. Ling Xianxia said, no, I'll just cultivate here. I'll go back after I break through to the 7th level of the qi refining realm. Okay then. Respect your own opinion. Xiao Ruofei said. Then, he turned to Song Wei and asked, Wei, is there any problem with your schedule? Song Wei said with a smile, I'm fine with it. I'm studying in the capital, and the school is relatively free during this period of time. It's okay to finish the project before the winter vacation, so I have a lot of free time. Xiao Ruofei said, then it's settled. You two can cultivate in the Peach Blossom Island for the next few days. I'll also consolidate my cultivation. Yes. The two of them nodded their heads heavily. In the afternoon, Song Wei and Ling Xianxia began to cultivate hard. Xiao Ruofei gave each of them a crystal. The building itself was the place with the densest spirit qi on the whole island, and there were many auxiliary effects of the Luotian array. Coupled with the pure energy of the crystal, the efficiency of their cultivation was bound to be very high. Xiao Ruofei's big suite was very luxurious. There were several bedrooms, so Song Wei and Ling Xianxia each had a room. They would not affect each other at all. Luo Qingfeng and Li Fu were also immersed in cultivation in their own rooms. Xiao Ruofei, on the other hand, did not cultivate immediately. Instead, he walked around the island and mainly went to the guard camp to meet up with the old company commander and other comrades. Everyone reminisced about the past and even had a meal together in the camp. The old comrades of the guard were responsible for the periphery of the island. Naturally, they knew that there were no planes landing at the Peach Blossom Island airport in the past 2 days. However, Xiao Ruofei was now their boss. They also knew that they should not inquire about the boss's whereabouts. What's more, Xiao Ruofei did not necessarily have to take a plane back to Peach Blossom Island. It was entirely possible that he took a boat back from another nearby island. There were a total of 3 docks on Peach Blossom Island. One of the docks was located in a restricted area. Because the Taishu mystical clear array had some autonomous defensive functions, Xiao Ruofei asked Li Yifu to delimit a number of restricted areas on the island. These restricted areas were strictly forbidden to anyone, including the guards. Therefore, if Xiao Ruofei came to the island from that dock, it was entirely possible that the guards did not discover him. Xiao Ruofei stayed in the guard camp until 11 o'clock at night. Only then did he return to the suite on the top floor of the building where he lived, reeking of alcohol. When he returned to the empty room, he could not help but miss the time when the 3 of them slept together last night. However, with a sweep of his mind power, he found that Song Wei and Ling Xianxia were both sitting cross-legged in the room next door, cultivating. Naturally, he did not want to interrupt their cultivation. He could only shake his head helplessly. It seemed that he would have to sleep alone tonight. God level farm /book /6295 since there was no beauty to accompany him, Xiao Ruofei simply did not sleep. In fact, at Xiao Ruofei's current level of cultivation, sleep was no longer necessary for his body. The effect of cultivating for a night was much better than sleeping for a night. It was just that the time he had embarked on the path of cultivation was still very short, so whether it was eating or sleeping, he basically still maintained the routine of ordinary people in the secular world. Under the superposition of the Luo Tian array, the spirit qi in the building was quite rich, and it was especially conducive to entering the state of cultivation. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei, who was alone in the empty room, simply took out the purple essence crystals, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began to cultivate. Under the effect of the Luo Tian array's calming and concentrating effect, he quickly entered a deep state of cultivation. The Great Tao Formula's cultivation method was almost stable under the condition that he was unconscious, one cycle after another, repeating over and over again. The vigorous energy in the purple essence crystals was converted into essence qi at a very fast speed, and the rich spirit qi in the environment also quickly gathered. The essence qi produced by the crystals was constantly adding bricks and tiles to the supergrade golden core in his body. Although this increase was not obvious, compared to the cultivation of ordinary cultivators, this speed was already the kind that left others behind in the dust. If Shen Tianfeng could have this kind of cultivation speed in the past, he was afraid that he would wake up laughing in his dreams, and probably not have any ideas about Xiao Ruofei. As long as he immersed himself in cultivation, the late-stage golden core was just around the corner. Why should he take the risk? It had to be said that the Luo Tian array's auxiliary effect on cultivation was really comprehensive. Unknowingly, Xiao Ruofei had been immersed in this wonderful state of cultivation. It was not until the morning sun rose from the intersection of the sea and the sky, and the first ray of sunlight shone into the floor-to-ceiling window that Xiao Ruofei slowly opened his eyes. After a night of cultivation, his cultivation had improved to a certain extent, and his whole person was refreshed. The purple crystal in his hand still contained a lot of energy. After a whole night of absorption, he had consumed less than 10% of the purple crystal's energy. Therefore, the small mountain of purple crystal that Xiao Ruofei had transferred to the Ring 2 space was enough for him to cultivate until the nascent soul stage, and there would still be a lot left. Xiao Ruofei scanned the area with his mind power and found that Song Wei and Ling Xianxia were still immersed in cultivation. Their cultivation levels had also improved significantly. In comparison, they were only at the 6th layer of Qi practitioner. Under such a good environment, their progress would definitely be greater than that of Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei didn't disturb them. He got up and stretched his body before preparing breakfast. When the kitchen was filled with the aroma of millet porridge, Song Wei and Ling Xianxia woke up from their cultivation state one after another. Xiao Ruofei smiled and called them over for breakfast. In the next few days, everyone basically immersed themselves in cultivation. Their days were very fulfilling. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Xiao Ruofei paid attention to the two's cultivation progress every day. The main reason was that they were the closest to a breakthrough. The others, including Xiao Ruofei himself, still needed a lot of time to have a breakthrough in their cultivation. For example, although Li Fu was already at the peak of the 9th layer of Qi practitioner, and seemed to be only a step away from the golden core stage, how could it be easy to break through a large realm? Even if there were enough cultivation resources, it still required a certain amount of time and effort. Luo Qingfeng's cultivation was still a distance away from the middle stage of the golden core stage. Even with the help of the purple crystal and the Luo Tian formation, it was impossible for him to have a breakthrough in a few days. On the other hand, Song Wei and Ling Xianxia's cultivation levels weren't high to begin with, so it was relatively easier for them to break through. Moreover, they were already on the verge of a breakthrough, so they could break through the bottleneck at any time. Even so, it took the two of them almost a week to reach the peak of Qi refining stage 6 after consuming an entire crystal's worth of energy. Xiao Ruofei could accurately sense the changes in their cultivation levels. He knew that this time, there was really only a thin layer between them. If they cultivated normally, it wouldn't be so easy to break through this layer of paper. If they were lucky, had high comprehension, and had the right time, they might be able to break through in 1 or 2 hours. However, they might also be stuck at this bottleneck for 10 days to half a month. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei decided to add fuel to the fire. His method was very simple. He would cultivate with the two of them separately and use the heart-questioning sutra to break through this bottleneck. In terms of cultivation efficiency, the heart-questioning sutra might not be much better, but this was relative. Xiao Ruofei was now a mid-stage core formation cultivator and his spiritual force had reached the spirit transformation realm. As a result, when he cultivated with the two of them, the benefits they would obtain would be much greater than before. Adding on the many supplementary effects of the Luo Tian formation, especially the effect of refreshing the mind, it was very beneficial for cultivating with the two of them working together. Therefore, with all these conditions combined, using the Heart Questioning Sutra to complete the last attack before breaking through was the most likely way to succeed. Song Wei and Ling Xianxia naturally trusted and supported Xiao Ruofei unconditionally. When Xiao Ruofei told them his idea, although the two of them were a bit shy, they quickly agreed. As for who would go first, the two of them naturally declined. In the end, Ling Xianxia couldn't persuade Song Wei, so she and Xiao Ruofei would go first. Song Wei naturally guarded the two of them outside the room. In fact, it was absolutely safe on Peach Blossom Island. If the outer formation was fully activated, even a nascent soul cultivator would have to spend a lot of effort to break in. With so much time to react, Xiao Ruofei could smoothly exit his cultivation state and face the enemy with peace of mind. Without Xiao Ruofei's permission, Luo Qingfeng and Li Yifu, who were on the island, naturally did not dare to disturb them. However, to be cautious, Xiao Ruofei still set up many alarm and protective formations in the room. At the same time, in order to save time, he also took out the time formation flag and set up a small time formation in the room. Then, he entered the formation with Ling Xianxia and began to cultivate the Heart Questioning Sutra. In fact, Xiao Ruofei's judgment was indeed very accurate. After breaking through to the middle stage of the Gold Core stage, Xiao Ruofei himself received very little feedback when cultivating the Heart Questioning Sutra. However, Ling Xianxia, who was the target of the cultivation, received far more benefits than any previous joint cultivation. Compared to the days when she had been cultivating alone, the efficiency of the spirit body cultivation was clearly much higher. In the face of a cultivation bottleneck, a powerful impact was needed to break through it with irresistible force. In addition, Xiao Ruofei had rushed all the way from the qi refining stage, so he could be said to have rich experience in breaking through the bottleneck of the qi refining stage. With him controlling the situation, it was naturally more stable. Because the difference in the flow of time inside and outside the formation was more than 80 times, Song Wei had just sat down at the door of the room when he saw the door open. Ling Xianxia's face was still a little flushed, but at the same time, she walked out with a face full of joy. Wei Wei, go in. It's your turn. Ling Xianxia said happily. This breakthrough could be said to be quite smooth. In the past 2 days, she had tried to break through several times, but the bottleneck was still quite stubborn. She didn't expect that in the process of joint cultivation, the tough bottleneck would be so fragile. There was no suspense at all. When she tried to break through for the first time, it was directly broken. Ling Xianxia even had time to consolidate her cultivation. If it weren't for the fact that Song Wei was still waiting outside the door, Ling Xianxia would have wanted to continue cultivating like this. The joy that went deep into the bone marrow and soul during the joint cultivation was really addictive, not to mention that the effect of the cultivation was so good. Song Wei was a little surprised and asked, "You're done cultivating?" "Xianxia, you've broken through?" Ling Xianxia giggled and said, "Isn't it just a breakthrough? Go in quickly. Ruofei is waiting for you." Oh. Song Wei was still a little confused. In the past 2 days, she had tried to break through the bottleneck many times. Although she felt that there was a thin layer of window paper, this was a small breakthrough after all, and it was not so easy. Every time she tried to break through, she was just a little bit away and then failed. Therefore, Ling Xianxia's breakthrough made her feel that it was a little too smooth. Ling Xianxia pushed Song Wei into the room with a smile and said, "By the way, you can cultivate with Ruofei for a while more." That feeling. Anyway, you know what it's like. Song Wei's pretty face turned red, and he said in a low voice, "You little girl, why did you say that cultivation is, become what?" Ling Xianxia asked with a smile. Song Wei's face was as red as a monkey's but he simply turned his head and said, "I'm not talking to a fujoshi like you." After saying that, he ran into the room as if he was escaping. Ling Xianxia, who was behind him, laughed so hard that she almost couldn't stand straight. In comparison, Song Wei was more easily embarrassed, and the more this was the case, the more Ling Xianxia liked to tease him. It could be said that she never got tired of it. Jokes aside, Ling Qingxue certainly hoped that Song Wei could successfully break through, so before closing the door, she said, Wei Wei, remember to relax. Don't think too much about the success or failure of the breakthrough. Let nature take its course and you'll definitely break through. Also, I wasn't joking just now. You can cultivate with Ruofei for a while more. It's very important for you to consolidate your cultivation. Song Wei's face was still slightly red. He nodded and said, okay. I got it. Then he quickly closed the door. Even though the two of them were just sitting cross-legged facing each other with their palms pressed against each other, in reality, their spiritual bodies were already intertwined. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue were both deeply familiar with this cultivation method. When Song Wei talked about the cultivation method in front of Ling Qingxue, it was also very picturesque, so it was inevitable that she would feel shy. Is Qingxue teasing you again? Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, this girl, you don't even know when to joke. What if it affects your cultivation mentality? Song Wei said with a smile, it won't. When I cultivate, I naturally won't have any distracting thoughts. What's more, we have the help of the Luotian formation, so it's even more impossible for anything to go wrong. That makes sense. Since you have no problems, let's start cultivating as soon as possible. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Okay. Song Wei nodded. The two of them walked into the range of the time formation and sat cross-legged on the floor. Then, they put their palms together and began to cultivate the questioning heart sutra at the beginning. Gradually, they entered the state of cultivation. About 10 minutes later, the door of Xia Ruofei's bedroom opened. Song Wei walked out with a trace of shyness on his face. Ling Qingxue raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, why are you out so soon? Didn't I ask you to cultivate for a while longer? It's been a long time. Song Wei said, we've been cultivating for much longer than you just now. Okay. Ling Qingxue shrugged and then asked casually, by the way, did the breakthrough go smoothly? It went very smoothly. Song Wei also showed a trace of joy. I didn't expect that after Ruofei's breakthrough, the effect of cultivation would improve so much. At this time, Xia Ruofei also walked out of the bedroom and said with a smile, the improvement of my cultivation is part of it, but not all of it. The good effect of cultivating both spirit and body was the result of many factors working together, including the improvement of your spiritual strength, the assistance of the Luotian formation, and so on. So, I dare not take all the credit. No matter what, the effect of cultivating both spirit and body is better than we expected. Ling Qingxue said cutely, it seems that if we have time in the future, we should try to cultivate together more often. We can't always cultivate alone. Wouldn't that be a waste of Ruofei's time? Song Wei said, Ruofei is now at the middle stage of the Gold Core realm. It's harder for him to improve his cultivation. He needs more time to cultivate. That's right. Ling Qingxue stuck out her tongue and said, Wei Wei is so considerate. If cultivation would affect Xia Ruofei's normal cultivation, Ling Qingxue would definitely reject this plan. Although she sometimes said that she disliked Xia Ruofei, in fact, she cared about Xia Ruofei as much as Song Wei. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, it's not that bad. I'm not a particularly diligent person. It's impossible for me to stay in my room and cultivate for 24 hours a day. It's definitely no problem to cultivate with you for a while. It's also good for my own cultivation. Besides, we can use the time formation. Just like today, it won't take up much time. Song Wei said, the gap between our cultivation is too big. I know that cultivation is basically useless for your cultivation. We will get all the benefits. But, if it doesn't affect your normal cultivation, it's not a bad idea to increase the time for cultivation. It definitely won't affect me. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, but, didn't you forget something? What? Ling Qingxue and Song Wei asked at the same time. Shouldn't we go back to Huaxia first, and then think about cultivation in the future? Xia Ruofei said with a smile, Qingxue hasn't been home for almost 3 months. Only then did Ling Qingxue react. She couldn't help but stick out her tongue and say embarrassedly, that's right. I was so happy that I didn't want to go home. Song Wei also smiled and said, then I'll go back to school and take care of some of the chores at hand. I'll finish the project directly. That way, I won't have anything to do this semester. I can go back to school after the winter break. In addition, next semester's main task is to prepare a graduation thesis, so I have more free time. I should have a lot of time to cultivate on Taoyuan Island. Ling Qingshui quickly said, then I'll go back this time and have a good talk with my father. I want to gradually get away from some of the company's affairs. I don't want to be entangled with worldly affairs all day long. Ling Qingshui naturally wanted to cultivate on Taoyuan Island for a long time, especially if Songwei could stay on Taoyuan Island for a long time. She had to hand over the work of Ling's restaurant as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be easy for her to fall behind Songwei in cultivation. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, then let's go back together. I'll send Weiwei to the capital first, and then Qingshui and I will go back to the Three Mountains. Xiao Ruofei's focus had now shifted to cultivation, but he still had to ask about the company's affairs. He had disappeared for so long this time, so there must be a lot of things to do. In addition, Xiao Ruofei had always had a plan in mind, which was to gradually completely break away from the management of the Taoyuan company. In fact, the daily management of the company was in charge of Feng Jing's team, but many aspects were inseparable from Xiao Ruofei's core technology. This time, he went back to solve this problem. In fact, with Xiao Ruofei's current cultivation and status, money and wealth in the secular world were no longer of much significance to him. However, the significance of the Taoyuan company's existence was not only to make money for Xiao Ruofei, but also involved the livelihood of thousands of employees. Even if he wanted to break away from the management of the company, he couldn't just leave. That would be too irresponsible. Since they had made up their minds to return to Huaxia, Xiao Ruofei and the other two naturally wouldn't delay any longer. However, before he left, he still had to say a few words to Li Yifu. As for Luo Qingfeng, he had already entered a state of seclusion. Xiao Ruofei would not easily disturb him. Xiao Ruofei informed Li Yifu via voice transmission. Soon, Li Yifu arrived at the top floor. He knocked on the door and called out respectfully, "Marshal Granduncle." During this week, Xiao Ruofei and the other two basically locked themselves in their rooms and didn't come out. Everyone was immersed in cultivation. Li Yifu was also very tactful and basically didn't come over to disturb them. Now that Xiao Ruofei had suddenly summoned him, he hurried upstairs to listen to his instructions. "Come in," Xiao Ruofei said loudly. After Li Yifu entered the room, he immediately greeted the three respectfully. Then, he bowed slightly and asked, "Marshal Granduncle, do you have any instructions for me?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "The three of us are preparing to return to Huaxia. Now that Qingfeng is also in seclusion, you will have to be responsible for some of the matters on the island." "Yes. I will definitely do my best. Please rest assured, Marshal Granduncle." Li Yifu hurriedly said, "But Marshal Granduncle, don't you want to stay for a while longer?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "There are still some things I have to deal with when I go back. However, this time I won't be back for long. I will be back soon." Li Yifu hurriedly said, "That's good. With you on the island, my heart will be at ease." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "With the Taishu mystical clear formation, what are you worried about? Even if Chen Nanfeng came here personally, he wouldn't be able to easily break into the formation." After Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, he took out 10 crystals and handed them to Li Yifu. Seeing this, Li Yifu hurriedly declined and said, "Marshal Granduncle, I haven't used up all the crystals you gave me. I really don't need so many." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "This is not for you to use. This is for the Luo Tian formation outside. I just replaced the new crystals last night. It should be able to maintain the formation for at least a month. Under normal circumstances, I shouldn't need to replace the crystals before I come back. I left you 10 crystals in case you need them. The method of changing the crystals is also very simple. Stop the Luo Tian formation, and then change the crystals in each position according to the blueprint. I have written down the specific method of controlling the formation on the paper. With your current spiritual power, you should be able to complete the operation very easily." After that, Xiao Ruofei handed the crystals and the paper with the method of controlling the Luo Tian formation to Li Yifu. Li Yifu finally understood. He hurriedly received it with both hands respectfully and said, "Yes. Martial granduncle, then I will keep it first. If there is a need to replace it, I will definitely be careful. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, if I really don't come back for a long time and the crystals in the Luotian formation are used up, replace it if you need to. Don't think about saving resources. This level of consumption is nothing at all. In comparison, the most important thing is the increase in efficiency and the saving of time that can be exchanged with the assistance of the formation for cultivation. Li Yifu revealed a trace of emotion. Of course, he knew that Xiao Ruofei was mainly thinking for him. After all, he was already old and time was the most precious to him. If he couldn't break through to the golden core stage, then he would first face the problem of his lifespan running out. I know. Thank you, Martial Granduncle. Li Yifu said with red eyes. Xiao Ruofei continued, by the way, I will focus on cultivation in the future. I may not have so much energy to take care of some things in the Taoyuan company. However, some products and raw materials of the Taoyuan company need my personal support through cultivation. Therefore, I may need a spokesperson or a liaison. In the future, he will do these things for me. It will mainly be some errands, but he must be absolutely reliable. The Taoyuan company needed Xiao Ruofei's support mainly because the Taoyuan farm needed to regularly add the solution of the spirit heart flower petal at the water source. In addition, they needed to provide some raw materials, including the Dehongpo tea provided every year and some Chinese medicinal materials from the pharmaceutical factory. Some of the company's high-end products were directly produced in the Ringtu space, such as caterpillar fungus, truffles, best quality ginseng, and so on. In fact, all they needed was a reliable spokesperson. These things didn't need Xiao Ruofei's personal support to maintain the normal operation of the company. However, as Xiao Ruofei said, this person must be absolutely reliable. After all, the solution of the spirit heart flower petal, truffles, and ginseng were very precious to the Taoyuan company. They were the core competitiveness of the company. Moreover, this person would need to frequently travel between Huaxia and Taoyuan Island. Loyalty was absolutely paramount. Li Yifu pondered for a moment, then said, Martial Granduncle, I have a candidate here. You can consider it. Oh? Is it someone from your company? Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. You know this person. It's Xianxia from the star-picking sect. Li Yifu said. Xiao Ruofei's eyes gradually lit up when he heard this. He had to admit that the candidate proposed by Li Yifu was very suitable. Xianxia and Wang Boshan had their soul seals planted by Xiao Ruofei before Luo Qingfeng. Wang Boshan had already been dealt with by Xiao Ruofei, and Xianxia was Xiao Ruofei's sole servant. Naturally, there was no problem with his loyalty. Li Yifu said, Martial Granduncle, Xianxia's loyalty is absolutely not a problem. Moreover, as a cultivator, it's natural for him to handle worldly affairs for Martial Granduncle with ease. He's also more familiar with Taoyuan Island, so there's no risk of him leaking information. The only problem is that Xianxia spends most of his time cultivating in the sect. He rarely interacts with the people of the secular world, so he may need some time to adapt. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, that's true. He doesn't understand the ways of the secular world at all. At this time, he couldn't help but think of Wang Boshan. If Wang Boshan was still alive, he would definitely be more suitable than Xianxia. After all, Wang Boshan used to be in charge of the star-picking sect's businesses in the secular world. He was also a smooth and slick person. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't regret punishing Wang Boshan. From the moment he learned of the crimes Wang Boshan had committed, he didn't want to let Wang Boshan live. This kind of person deserved to die. Xiao Ruofei couldn't tolerate sand in his eyes. Li Yifu said, it shouldn't be a big problem. Martial Granduncle, this disciple has some businesses in the Three Mountains. They're all managed by trusted juniors. Why don't you let this disciple arrange someone to take care of Xianxia first? Or let this disciple's people connect with the Taoyuan company in the early stages. Xianxia will temporarily be in charge of the intermediate links. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, that's fine. That's much more appropriate. Then, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, I originally wanted to let Qingfeng cultivate in peace, but now that we need Xianxia, I have to wake him up. Li Yifu hurriedly said, Martial Granduncle, Sect Master Luo will be staying on Peach Blossom Island during this period, so there's a special communication channel between the island and the star-picking sect. This disciple can directly get in touch with Xianxia. That's fine too. This way, we won't have to disturb Luo Qingfeng's closed-door cultivation. Xiao Ruofei said, tell Xianxia that I told him to go to the 3 mountains and wait for orders. Arrange for your people to connect with him directly. I'll contact you when I need them. When the time comes, just let them come to me. Yes. Martial Granduncle, this disciple will do it. Li Yifu hurriedly said. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, in that case, I'll leave the rest to you. The 3 of us will return to Huaxia. This disciple will see you off, Martial Granduncle. Li Yifu said respectfully. The group of people came to the rooftop of the building. Xiao Ruofei released the obsidian airship, and then jumped on the airship with Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. He waved to Li Yifu on the rooftop, and the airship directly turned into a stream of light and disappeared between the sea and the sky under Xiao Ruofei's control. After more than 2 hours of flying, the obsidian airship arrived above the capital of Huaxia. Xiao Ruofei stopped the airship on the rooftop of Song Wei's high-end apartment near the school. Although it was morning in the capital, the obsidian airship was supported by a formation, so ordinary people in the secular world couldn't see the airship at all. The 3 of them came to the deck of the airship together. Song Wei said with a smile, Ruofei, Qingxue, I'll go down first. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, okay. We'll wait for you at the Sanshan Mountains. Ling Qingxue also said, Wei, take care of things here as soon as possible, and then tell Ruofei to come and take you back to the Sanshan Mountains. From the capital to the Sanshan Mountains, it would take more than 2 hours by ordinary civil aviation. If it was the obsidian airship, it would take at most 20 to 30 minutes. Even in the capital, the commuting time from one place to another was more than that. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, yes. Qingxue reminded me that you don't have to buy a plane ticket. It's slow and not absolutely safe. I'll just come and pick you up on the airship. Okay. Song Wei pursed his lips and said with a smile, I'll try to deal with it as soon as possible. It'll take at most a day or 2. After that, Song Wei waved at the 2 of them, jumped off the airship, and stood steadily on the rooftop. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue stood by the side of the airship and waved at Song Wei. Then, the airship took off again, and in an instant, it turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. More than 20 minutes later, Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue appeared in the Jiangbin Villa district. Xiao Ruofei stood at the door of his villa and found that although he had not been home for more than 2 months, the villa still looked very clean. Originally, he thought that the yard would be overgrown with weeds, but he did not expect it to be so clean. At first glance, he could tell that someone had taken care of it. Ling Qingxue said with a smile, why are you standing there like a fool? Are you surprised? Before I left, I gave the spare key to my dad and asked him to find someone to clean it regularly. Otherwise, how could anyone live in this house? Hee. My wife is so considerate. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, then I'll go home first. You should go home too. Uncle Ling is probably waiting for you at home. Just now, in Beijing, Ling Qingxue called Ling Xiaotian while the airship was descending. She told him that she was going home today and would be home soon. Ling Xiaotian had already arrived at the company. When he heard that his daughter was coming back, he immediately asked the driver to send him back. He had not seen his precious daughter for 2 or 3 months. Ling Qingxue said, yes. My dad said that he would cook personally today, and he should be preparing it now. By the way, he asked you to come over for lunch at noon. Understood. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I'll go home and pack a little. I'll come over in a while. Yes. Then I'll go home first. Ling Qingxue said. Then, she looked around to make sure that no one was spying on them, and that she was in the blind spot of the camera. Then, she thought of something and took out the suitcase that she had prepared and some gifts for Ling Xiaotian from her storage ring. After leaving the courtyard for so long, it would be abnormal if she went home empty-handed. Ling Qingxue waved at Xiao Ruofei, then dragged her suitcase and walked in the direction of her villa. Xiao Ruofei watched Ling Qingxue turn the corner, then opened the courtyard door of the villa and walked in. At noon, Xiao Ruofei brought a small jar of Zui Ba Xian wine from the Ringtu space to Ling Xiaotian's door. After Xiao Ruofei pressed the doorbell, Ling Qingshua's voice came from the intercom system at the door. Ruofei, come in quickly. As soon as she finished speaking, the iron door opened with a click. Xiao Ruofei pushed the door open and walked in. He walked through the yard and came to the door of the villa. Ling Qingxue had already opened the door. She stood at the door with a smile on her face. She waved at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Come in. You can wear these shoes." Ling Qingxue said with a smile. "They're new slippers. No one has ever used them before." "Thank you, my wife," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he asked, "Where's Uncle Ling?" "In the kitchen. My dad insisted on cooking for us. He's been busy for an hour or two," Ling Qingxue said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei changed into the slippers and walked into the villa. Ling Qingxue shouted, "Dad! Ruofei is here." Ling Xiaotian, who was wearing an apron, quickly came out of the kitchen with a spatula in his hand. When he saw Xiao Ruofei, he smiled and said, "Ruofei is here." "Hello, Uncle Ling," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Good, good, good," Ling Xiaotian said happily. "Ruofei, sit in the living room for a while and drink tea with Qingxue. 2 more dishes will be ready. Let's have a good drink at noon." Xiao Ruofei put down the jar of Zui Ba Xian and said, "Uncle Ling, let me help." "No, no, no," Ling Xiaotian said, "the dishes will be ready soon. There's also a soup stewing. I'll stir-fry some vegetables. The kitchen is full of smoke and smoke. Don't come in." Ling Qingxue giggled and said, "Ruofei, just let my dad work. It's rare for him to cook a meal in person all year round. Let him do his best. Enough of this and that. Come and have some tea." Ling Qingxue pushed Xiao Ruofei into the living room. Ling Xiaotian, on the other hand, returned to the kitchen with a smile and continued cooking. After a while, Ling Xiaotian walked out of the kitchen with a bowl of soup. She gently placed it on the dining table and called out, "Ruofei, Qingxue, come and eat." Xiao Ruofei quickly stood up and said, "Uncle Ling, I'll help serve the dishes." Xiao Ruofei didn't help cook. Now that the dishes were ready, Xiao Ruofei definitely had to help. This future son-in-law still had to be diligent. Ling Xiaotian didn't stop him. The 3 of them quickly brought out the dishes that Ling Xiaotian had carefully prepared. Ling Xiaotian wiped her hands on the apron, then took it off and put it aside. She said with a smile, "Ruofei, I saw that you brought good wine. Let's not drink my family's wine this afternoon." "Okay. Uncle Ling, try the wine I brought. It's the best Zui Ba Xian," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he moved the jar of Zui Ba Xian to the dining table and quickly opened it. Suddenly, a rich wine aroma wafted out. Ling Qingxue brought the wine separator. Xiao Ruofei poured some of the wine from the jar into the separator, then sealed the jar. Ling Xiaotian took the separator. He didn't rush to pour the wine. Instead, he put it in front of his nose and sniffed it. A trace of intoxication appeared on his face. Then, he poured a small cup for himself and took a sip. He closed his eyes and savored the taste for a while. Then, he sighed and said, "This taste is so rich. Ruofei, if we're talking about good wine, then your wine is really the best. Uncle Ling likes it. I'll bring a few more jars over in the afternoon. Take your time drinking," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Ling Xiaotian smiled and waved his hand. "There's no need for so much. I don't drink that much now. I only drink a small cup every day. Your daughter said that drinking too much is harmful to the body. It's good that you remember," Ling Qingxue said with a smile. "But since you're happy today, you can make an exception and drink a few more cups. But you're not allowed to get drunk." "Haha. My daughter gave me special permission. Then, I'll drink 2 more cups today," Ling Xiaotian said happily. The 3 of them sat around the dining table. Ling Qingxue poured a cup of wine for Xiao Ruofei. Finally, she thought about it and poured a cup of Zui Ba Xian white wine for herself. Usually, Ling Qingxue didn't drink white wine. However, after being away for so long, it was rare for Ling Xiaotian to be in such a good mood. Therefore, she decided to accompany everyone to drink a cup. Ling Xiaotian looked at the wine in the cup and said, Ruofei, speaking of the Sui Ba Xian wine, I can't help but want to complain. You've been away for more than 2 months. The winery is going crazy. Xiao Ruofei looked a little embarrassed. The Zui Baxian wine was popular all over the country because of the rich spiritual energy in the Ring 2 space and the difference in the flow of time. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei would collect the freshly brewed wine from the winery every month and put it into the Ring 2 space. Then, he would take out the wine that had been stored in the Ring 2 space for a period of time and have the winery transport it back to be sealed and sold. This time, Xiao Ruofei had been away for more than 2 months. The winery should have been the most affected. It was likely that they had run out of stock. Xiao Ruofei scratched his head embarrassedly and said, Uncle Ling, I'm sorry. I had some unfinished business this time and couldn't get away. Did it affect the winery's operations? Ling Xiaotian waved her hand and said, the winery has always stored some stock in case of an accident. Therefore, it's not completely sold out. However, the stock is really almost empty. If you came back a little later, the winery would have to close temporarily. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly said, it's my fault. My fault. How about this? Inform the winery to go to the warehouse in the afternoon to pick up the stock. Also, bring more new wine over. In the future, I'll try my best to arrange things in advance. Such a situation won't happen again. Xiao Ruofei continued, by the way, the wine this time should be better than the previous ones. When the time comes, we can get the winery to appraise it and produce more high-end wine. Xiao Ruofei had been busy challenging the Tower of Trials for more than 2 months. He had not paid attention to the wine stored in the Archean realm. The storage time had naturally exceeded his expectations. Therefore, this batch of wine would naturally be more mellow and of higher quality than the previous batch. Ling Xiaotian chuckled and said, it's fine. It's fine. In fact, although the winery's profits are very high, if you have difficulties on your side and can't take care of it, you can just stop. There's no end to earning money. However, some of my old friends keep asking me for wine. I'm almost out of stock myself. You know, if I can't take it out, I'll lose face. I understand. Xiao Ruofei said, I didn't think it through this time. There won't be a next time. Ling Xianxia said coquettishly, Dad. Why are you talking about work the moment you come back? Can't we have a proper meal? My dear daughter has an opinion. Ling Xiaotian laughed and said, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's eat. Come, let's have a drink first. This wine is really fragrant. Cheers. Xiao Ruofei smiled and raised his cup. I'll take a sip. You guys bottoms up. Ling Xianxia said with a grin. The 3 of them had a happy meal. Xiao Ruofei accompanied Ling Xiaotian to make tea and chat. It was only after 2 in the afternoon that he got up and bid farewell. Ling Xiaotian personally got up to send him off. Xiao Ruofei took out a porcelain bottle from his bag and handed it to Ling Xiaotian. He said, Uncle Ling, these are some nourishing pills that I concocted. They're good for your body. Keep them well. Just take 1 pill every day before bed. It'll help you sleep. Xiao Ruofei had obtained a lot of knowledge from the Inheritance Jade Talisman and the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials. Among them, there were many prescriptions that could prolong one's life. They were even effective for cultivators. Coincidentally, he had planted a lot of herbs in the Ring 2 space. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei directly made a simplified prescription that was effective for ordinary people in the secular world. He used a little time in the morning to concoct this bottle of pills. If Ling Xiaotian could take it for a long time, he would be able to live 100 years without any illness or pain for the rest of his life. Ling Xianxia knew what was good for her. Her eyes suddenly lit up and she quickly said, Dad. Keep it well. This is good stuff. It can prolong one's life. Although Ling Xiaotian didn't know how precious this pill was, it was still a child's filial piety. He happily took the porcelain bottle and said, Ruofei is so thoughtful. Thank you. Dad. Don't take it lightly. Ling Xianxia said, Ruofei personally concocted the pill. It's very effective. You must take it every day. Once you're done, tell Ruofei in advance and let him concoct more. Yes, yes, yes. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, if you tell me in advance, I'll continue to concoct more for you. This is very good for your body if you take it for a long time. Ling Xiaotian happily said, okay. I'll remember it. I'll take it every day before bed, right? I'm just about to take some blood pressure pills. I'll take them together. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. He asked, Uncle Ling, you're still taking blood pressure pills? Yes. I've been taking them for a few years. Ling Xiaotian said, what's wrong? Is there a problem? That you don't take your blood pressure every day? Xiao Ruofei asked with a strange look on his face. After he helped Ling Xiaotian recuperate, chronic diseases such as high blood pressure and high blood lipids should be almost healed. However, Xiao Ruofei was taking it slowly and didn't use the spirit heart flowers petal to cure it all at once. After all, that would be too shocking, so the process was a bit slow. Recently, I haven't felt dizzy or anything, and I haven't taken my blood pressure. Ling Xiaotian said casually. His high blood pressure wasn't very serious, so the amount of medicine he took was very small. However, he had to take it for the rest of his life. He was used to taking blood pressure pills every day. You haven't gone for a physical examination recently? Xiao Ruofei asked. I haven't had a physical examination for almost a year. I've been quite busy recently, Ling Xiaotian said. He couldn't help but look at Ling Xianxia. If Ling Xianxia didn't want to take care of things more and more, he wouldn't be so busy. Then, Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but ask, Ruofei, what's wrong? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, nothing, Uncle Ling. If you're free these few days, you should go for a physical examination. Also, don't take any more blood pressure pills. What's wrong? Ling Xiaotian was a little nervous because of Xiao Ruofei. I feel good recently. Don't scare me. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Uncle Ling, you misunderstood. There's nothing wrong with your body. Including your high blood pressure, it should be gone. That's why I said that you shouldn't take any more blood pressure pills. Otherwise, low blood pressure won't be good. But just to be on the safe side, you should go for a physical examination to confirm it. In fact, with Xiao Ruofei's current mental strength, he could tell whether Ling Xiaotian had any illness with a simple glance. However, from Ling Xiaotian's point of view, he would definitely trust the data of the hospital's equipment more. Especially when it came to stopping the use of blood pressure pills, he naturally couldn't be so careless. Ling Xianxia knew Xiao Ruofei's ability. She understood immediately and quickly said, Dad, Ruofei is right. You can have a physical examination when you're free. Also, you can measure your blood pressure at home. If it's normal, don't take any more blood pressure pills. Oh. Got it. Ling Xiaotian was a little confused, but she still nodded and agreed. Xiao Ruofei then left and drove directly to the warehouse in the northern part of the city. He hadn't been here for a long time. A thick layer of dust had covered the warehouse. However, Xiao Ruofei was using it as a material transfer station, so he didn't care too much about it. After he took out the drunken 8 Immortals wine from the Ring 2 space, the winery's car arrived as scheduled. It also brought more new wine than the previous few times. The winery's workers were all familiar with the job. Everyone quickly unloaded the new wine and loaded the improved wine that Xiao Ruofei had prepared into the car. Xiao Ruofei placed the new wine in the Ring 2 space, locked the door of the warehouse, and drove back to the Jiangbin Villa district. After all this work, the sky outside was almost dark. Xiao Ruofei was just about to go to the kitchen to get something to eat when Ling Xianxia called. She had already prepared dinner, and Ling Xiaotian asked him to go over for a drink or two. Xiao Ruofei was naturally happy and relaxed. He strolled over to Ling Xianxia's villa. The father and daughter had already prepared dinner. Part of it was the dishes that they hadn't finished in the afternoon. Ling Xiaotian added 2 or 3 more dishes, filling the table. Ling Xiaotian smiled and greeted him. Ruofei. Come and sit. Let's have a drink or two tonight to celebrate. Xiao Ruofei was stunned and asked, celebrate? Celebrate what? Celebrate that my blood pressure is gone. Ling Xiaotian said with a smile. I took my blood pressure 3 times in the afternoon. They were all normal. I didn't take any blood pressure medicine today. The father and daughter had already prepared dinner. Part of it was the dishes that they hadn't finished in the afternoon. Ling Xiaotian added 2 or 3 more dishes, filling the table. Ling Xiaotian smiled and greeted him. Ruofei. Come and sit. Let's have a drink or 2 tonight to celebrate. Xiao Ruofei was stunned and asked, Celebrate? Celebrate what? Celebrate that my blood pressure is gone. Ling Xiaotian said with a smile. I took my blood pressure 3 times in the afternoon. They were all normal. I didn't take any blood pressure medicine today. Yes. It's all done. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, From now on, we'll have regular handovers. This won't happen again. It's not that serious. It's not a big deal if the winery closes. Although the winery makes money, I still prefer to develop the restaurant business. Ling Xiaotian laughed and said, Of course, it's also because of the rich profits from the winery. Otherwise, the expansion of Lingji restaurant wouldn't have been so smooth this year. Don't worry, Uncle Ling. I'll take care of the winery. Xiao Ruofei said, but Qingxue. She wants to gradually separate herself from the company's affairs. What do you think? Ling Xiaotian glanced at Ling Qingxue, sighed and said, Qingxue has told me several times. I was too stubborn in the past. I wanted to train her to be my successor. At first, I wanted her to take over my father's business, but she didn't have any talent in cooking. Later, I thought that even if she couldn't be a chef, she could at least manage the restaurant group, right? But she still wasn't happy doing it. Forget it. A forcibly picked melon isn't sweet. I won't force it in the future. It's just a pity that I've worked so hard to build this business. Ling Qingshua's eyes showed a hint of joy, and she quickly said, Dad. You're still young and strong. You can still be at the helm for many years. And even if you want to retire, you can totally hand over the company to a professional management team. The business will still be there. As for your cooking skills, you already have so many apprentices. Are you afraid that your cooking skills won't be passed down? Ling Xiaotian smiled bitterly and said, Girl, you're determined to leave Lingji Restaurant Group. You have so many reasons for your actions. Ling Qingxue felt a little guilty, but she couldn't explain the reason to Ling Xiaotian. She could only lower her head and say, Dad. I just want to live happily with Ruofei now. I really don't want to be busy every day. Ling Xiaotian joked, Ruofei has to manage such a big company himself. How can he accompany you all day? At that time, he'll be busy with his career every day, but you'll have nothing to do. Wouldn't you feel even more empty? Ruofei is also preparing to leave the company. Our dream is to travel around the world. Ling Qingxue giggled. Ling Xiaotian opened her eyes wide, looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked, Ruofei, is what Qingxue said true? Are you kidding me? Xiao Ruofei was only in his 20s. It was not easy for him to start a business like this. Normally, he would have devoted all his efforts to the company. Even if he retired at the top of his career, he was still too young. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, I do have this idea, but I can't quit completely. I just said that I'll hand over the company's daily affairs to the professional team. I basically won't care about the company's affairs. Ling Xiaotian came back to her senses after a while and said with emotion, I'm an old man in my 50s and 60s, and I don't even dare to dream of retiring. You're already in your 20s, and you're already living a retired life. This is simply unreasonable. Uncle Ling, everyone pursues different things. I'm not that ambitious in my career. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself, Xiao Ruofei said. Ling Xiaotian waved her hand and said, everyone has their own ambitions. There's nothing to joke about. To be honest, I'm quite envious of your life. Then, Ling Xiaotian said, okay. Qingxue, during this period of time, hand over your work. Just hand it over to Vice President Gua. He'll be in charge of the work that you're in charge of for this period of time. Okay. Thank you, Dad. Ling Qingxue said happily. Ling Xiaotian smiled bitterly and said, if other vice presidents were stripped of their power, they would definitely feel like they were struck by lightning. Only you would be so happy, I'm your daughter. Ling Xianxia said coquettishly. Whether I'm a vice president or not, I'm still the little princess of Ling's restaurant. How can you say that about yourself? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Little princess. Haha. That's none of your business. Ling Xianxia glared at Xiao Ruofei coquettishly. Since Ling Xiaotian had relented, Ling Xianxia was naturally in a very good mood. She even made an exception and allowed Ling Xiaotian to drink a few more glasses of wine. She also poured herself a glass of white wine and drank with Ling Xiaotian. Naturally, Xiao Ruofei also happily drank a cup with him. The three of them finished their dinner in a very relaxed atmosphere. After sitting in Ling Xiaotian's house for a while, Xiao Ruofei got up and said goodbye. Ling Xiaotian even jokingly asked Ling Xianxia if she wanted to go with Xiao Ruofei. Ling Xianxia couldn't help but roll her eyes at her father. Then she ran directly to the boudoir on the second floor. Xiao Ruofei waved goodbye to Ling Xiaotian and left the Ling family's house. He walked to his own villa not far away. On the way, he kept thinking that it seemed that he had to make arrangements for the Taoyuan company as soon as possible. Therefore, he took out his mobile phone and called Li Yifu. Because of the time difference, it was still morning in Taoyuan Island, so the phone was quickly connected. Granduncle. Li Yifu greeted him respectfully. Yifu, have you contacted Xianxia? When will he arrive? Xiao Ruofei asked. Granduncle, I've sent a plane to the airport near the star-picking sect to pick up Xianxia. If everything goes well, he should arrive at the Three Mountains tonight, tomorrow morning at the latest. Li Yifu hurriedly said, everything has been arranged at the Three Mountains. After he arrives, he will settle down first and then familiarize himself with the secular world with the people of our branch company. Xiao Ruofei said, we'll talk about that later. Tell him to contact me as soon as he arrives. I have something for him to do. Yes, Granduncle. Li Yifu hurriedly said. The next morning, Xiao Ruofei received a call from an unknown number. After he picked it up, he said calmly, hello, who is this? Mr. Xia, it's Xianxia. Xianxia's respectful voice came from the phone. I've arrived at the Three Mountains. What can I do for you? Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, let's talk about it when we meet. By the way, did Yifu arrange for someone to take care of you? Yes, Chief Xing is with me, Xianxia said. This is Chief Zhang's phone number. I haven't had time to get a phone yet. Mr. Li said you were looking for me urgently, so I called you as soon as I got off the plane. Xiao Ruofei naturally knew that there must be someone else with Xianxia. Otherwise, Xianxia would have called him master instead of Mr. Xia. Xiao Ruofei said, then you should buy a phone and get a number. Forget it, give the phone to Chief Xing. I'll talk to him. Okay, Mr. Xia. Xianxia said. Then, a calmer voice came from the phone. Hello, Boss Xia. I'm Xing Yi. Mr. Li personally instructed us to listen to your orders. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, oh. Chief Xing, it's like this. This Xianxia of yours lives in the mountains most of the time, so he doesn't know much about modern society. I'll have to trouble you to take care of him during this period. Right now, I have some things to ask of him. Please take him to buy a phone and get a number. Then, help him download a WeChat account and add me as a friend. Xing Yi quickly said, okay. These are all trivial matters. I've already prepared a phone and everything. Mr. Zhang's accommodation is also arranged. It's not far from the Jianbin Villa district. I'll add you on WeChat for him now. You're very considerate. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then I'll have to trouble you, Chief Xing. I'll send you my location later. Please send Xianxia over first. You're welcome. It's nothing. Xing Yi said quickly. Please wait a moment. Soon, Xing Yi helped Xianxia apply for a WeChat account and immediately added Xiao Ruofei as a friend. After Xiao Ruofei accepted, he sent his location directly. In fact, from Xing Yi's words just now, Xiao Ruofei knew that even if he didn't send his location, Xing Yi already knew where he lived. Xianxia's accommodation was near the villa, which meant that Li Yifu must have told Xing Yi in advance. However, Xiao Ruofei added Jing Yongsho's WeChat not only to send his location, but also to make it easier to contact him in the future. After Xiao Ruofei sent his location, he waited for about an hour at home. Then, he heard the sound of the intercom system ringing. After Xiao Ruofei pressed the confirm button, he saw the security guard at the entrance of the villa district standing in front of the camera and saluting to the camera. He then said respectfully, "Mr. Xia, there are two Mr. Jing at the entrance. They said they're looking for you." After that, the security guard moved aside. Xiao Ruofei saw Jing Yongsho and another middle-aged man standing in front of the camera through the screen. Xiao Ruofei knew that this should be Jing Yi. So, he said, "They're my friends. Let them in. Please show them the way." "Okay, Mr. Xia," the security guard quickly said. After a while, Xiao Ruofei heard the doorbell ring. Jing Yi had already driven Jing Yongsho to the entrance of the villa. Xiao Ruofei remotely opened the courtyard door of the villa, and at the same time, he went out to greet them. Jing Yi didn't drive the car in. Instead, he directly parked the car in the parking space at the entrance. When he and Jing Yongsho saw Xiao Ruofei appear in the courtyard, they quickly trotted over. "Mr. Xia." The two of them called out in unison, and their attitudes were very respectful. Xiao Ruofei first nodded to Jing Yongsho, then smiled at Jing Yi and said, "This must be Mr. Jing. I'll have to trouble you in the future. You're too polite." Jing Yi quickly said, "This is my job." In fact, when they returned to the city from the airport, Jing Yi had asked around and found that Jing Yongsho did seem to be the kind of person who lived in the mountains and forests all year round. He seemed to be very uncomfortable with modern society. It was quite troublesome for him to take Jing Yongsho to slowly adapt to modern life these days. However, this was an order given by Li Yifu directly to him, and it was very serious. It could be seen that this matter was important, so even if it was troublesome, he didn't dare to complain. As for Xiao Ruofei, in Jing Yi's eyes, he was even more mysterious. In fact, Li Yifu had set up a very high-level internal branch in the Three Mountains so that they could serve Xiao Ruofei at any time. Jing Yi was specially transferred from the United States by Li Yifu this year. He was Li Yifu's absolute confidant, so he more or less knew some of the inside story. He was also secretly speechless about Xiao Ruofei's position in Li Yifu's heart. However, he knew very well that no matter how respectful he was to Xiao Ruofei, it would not be too much. After Jing Yi finished speaking, he immediately said tactfully, "Mr. Xia, Mr. Jing, you guys take your time talking. I'll wait in the car." He was a dignified figure at the level of a regional president, but today he was completely the role of a driver and assistant. However, he didn't dare to complain at all. "Mr. Jing, come in and sit with us for a while." Xiao Ruofei greeted him. No. Jing Yi quickly said. "Mr. Xia, I'm going to the car to answer a few more important emails, so I won't be coming in." "Okay then. I hope you don't mind if I don't treat you well," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. I wouldn't dare. Jing Yi said. "You're too serious." Xiao Ruofei brought Jing Yongsho to the villa's living room. There were no outsiders here, so Jing Yongsho's attitude was naturally more respectful. As soon as he entered the villa, he quickly bowed and said, "Master. Because there were outsiders here just now, I've offended you." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "In the future, just call me Mr. Xia. Don't call me Master. It's awkward when I hear it. This is an order. Just follow it." Xiao Ruofei said. "Yes. Mas. Mr. Xia." Jing Yongsho said quickly. Xiao Ruofei sat down on the sofa and gestured to Jing Yongsho. Only then did Jing Yongsho dare to sit down on the opposite sofa. However, it was only half of his butt, and he didn't sit down at all. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I called you here this time because I have a task for you. This is a long-term task. It will more or less affect your cultivation progress, but I'll find a way to compensate you." Jing Yongsho quickly said, "Mr. Xia, if you have any orders, just tell me directly. I won't have any complaints." Xiao Ruofei naturally knew the use of the soul seal, so he didn't hold back. He nodded and said, "Okay. Then let me tell you about your task. If one were to say that this matter was simple, it would be very simple. At least, it would be simpler than cultivation. However, if one were to say that it was complicated, it seems quite complicated, mainly because it's very tedious. You have to be mentally prepared. After Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, he explained his idea to Xianxia one by one. In fact, what Xiao Ruofei needed was the role of a liaison. Xianxia needed to regularly hand over new wine and aging wine to the winery. He also needed to regularly provide Chinese medicinal materials to the pharmaceutical factory. He also needed to regularly go to Taoyuan farm to inject the solution of spirit flower petals into the water source. In addition, when the Taoyuan company needed to auction the best quality truffles and abalones, and when they needed to provide caterpillar fungus to the pharmacies according to the contract, Xianxia would also need to represent Xiao Ruofei to provide these products to the Taoyuan company. After hearing this, Xianxia said without hesitation, "Mr. Xia, I'll remember it. Please rest assured that I'll do my best, and I won't let you down." God Level Farm /book /6295/end of chapter 1896. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.